Eternal Heart Chapter 258 to Chapter 309. Haha, the moth's corpses will only make the flames more dazzling and fierce. Standing on the high platform and looking down, Xianxua's words were astonishing. His words revealed a strong sense of confidence and dominance. Down below, the students of the Demon Fire Academy couldn't help but feel shocked when they looked at Xianxua. They were actually stunned by the current Xianxua. The onlookers were also amazed by Xianxua's confidence. However, they had to admit that Xianxua was very dazzling at the moment. He was qualified to be in the top 20. In the black pavilion far away, the mentors and students of the Yunyang Academy looked at Xianxua. Princess Ning's eyes also flashed with a hint of splendor. Xianxua had shown in the big hunting match and made a fool of Luo Haoyan with the promise of 3 moves. Now, Xianxua had shown his brilliance in the Demon-Free Academy. Lvz, the short-haired young man who admired Princess Ning, saw the change in Princess Ning's expression. Arrogant. Lvz could not help but let out a low snort as he gave Xianxua a few more glances. On the other side, Lu Xuanzong smiled. According to Xianxua's performance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 10. If he was lucky, he might even be in the top 5. Besides, Duan Hao, whom he had high hopes of, had a high chance of being in the top 3. In this case, the Blood Evil Academy's performance in the freshman competition wouldn't be too bad. This brat is so arrogant. The students of the Demon Fire Academy were livid with anger. Not only did Xianxua compare them to moths, but he also said that their strategy was meaningless and that it would only make Xianxua more dazzling. Students of the Demon Fire Academy, let's work together and take down this brat. A student of the Demon Fire Academy who had some reputation communicated with the others. Brother Wang, help us this time. In fact, the Demon Fire Academy students had even relied on their connections to invite students from other branches to challenge Xianxua. The competition continued. Freshman, you're too arrogant. A student of the Demon Fire Academy challenged Xianxua. Bring it on. An ominous glint flashed in Xianxua's eyes. He was not a good person to begin with, and after cultivating the evil Tao, he became even more decisive in his actions, showing no mercy in certain matters. The students of the Demon Fire Academy had thoroughly enraged him. Whoosh, the Hotian late-stage student had a vigilant look on his face as he flew onto the stone platform. Scram! Xianxua's furious roar was accompanied by a raging black gale. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a flash of black wind, Xianxua's figure instantly appeared on the other side. At this moment, Xianxua had nothing to hide, and he displayed his full speed. Boom, a dull sound of impact rang out as the young man was ruthlessly struck by Xianxua in midair. How could this be? The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. He had long since taken precautions against Xianxua's sudden attack. He had also prepared defensive measures. Unexpectedly, Xianxua's speed was even faster than before, rendering all of his preparations useless. Even the defensive armor on his body couldn't withstand that huge force. Bang! Accompanied by a cloud of black wind and bloody mist, the young man's figure was sent flying and landed on the edge of the Demon Sky Peak with a miserable expression. This time, Xianxua didn't show any mercy, and he even did it on purpose. At least 10 bones in the young man's body were broken, and the injuries to his organs and meridians were even more severe. He wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time, and if his injuries weren't treated properly, it might affect him for the rest of his life. The young man couldn't get up for a long time, causing the people around him to shiver in fear. It was terrifying to be injured to such a degree with just a single impact. It seemed like Xianxua had shown mercy before, but the actions of the students of the Demon Fire Academy had completely infuriated him, which was why Xianxua was so merciless. According to the rules of the freshman competition, it wasn't against the rules as long as one didn't intentionally take someone's life. Therefore, Xianxua's actions wouldn't be stopped. Come again, you little moths. Xianxua said in a playful tone as he glanced at the ground below. This scene caused the students of the Demon Fire Academy to tremble in fear. Who could tolerate being called little moths while pointing at their faces? However, Xianxua's collision was too violent and cruel. While they were angry, they were also a little scared. The challenge ended, and the next one began. Xingshi Feng, I'm taking your spot. A man with a yellowish face floated to the challenge ring to challenge Xianxi Feng. Xianxia was a new student of the Blood Evil Academy. He ranked 10th in the regular assessment and was quite famous among the new students, just below Duanhao and Qinyu. Xianxia had already been challenged twice, so he wasn't in his peak condition. However, he had to accept the challenge. The yellowish man suddenly took out a black flute and started playing it. Suddenly, a strange and evil melody echoed in the air. Evil melody. Xianxia was alarmed. He circulated his true qi and sealed his hearing. From afar, Qinyu was already affected by the melody. The true qi in his body became chaotic, and some strange evil thoughts appeared in his mind. Qinyu circulated his pure ferocious qi and strengthened his spirit will to get rid of the influence of the evil melody. He realized that the closer he was to the yellowish man, the more he would be affected. Even though Xianxia had sealed his hearing, the evil melody still echoed in his mind and affected his state. Evil wind melody. The melody suddenly changed. It was strange and full of killing intent. In the air. Swish. Swish, swish. Dark spirit power merged with true qi and formed 3 semi-transparent swords that attacked Xianxia. Murderous light cut. Xianxia waved the long saber in his hand and slashed out with a large amount of malevolent qi. Then, the 3 semi-transparent swords went through the saber made of malevolent qi when they clashed. However, the power of the 3 semi-transparent swords was obviously weakened. Is it possible to penetrate because it's a mental attack? Xianxia's face darkened. While he weakened the enemy's attack with his saber technique, he tried to dodge the attack. On the other side, the yellowish man floated and dodged the saber made of malevolent qi. The evil wind melody continued. The power of the 3 semi-transparent swords gradually increased. Under the control of the yellowish man, they followed Xianxia closely. Defeated. Qinyu said calmly. As expected, Xianxia didn't last long before he was defeated by the yellowish man. Xianxia had a dull personality and a weak mind. Moreover, he wasn't suitable for the evil shadow movement. If he had cultivated another movement skill that suited him, he might have had a chance to deal with the yellowish man. After Xianxia went down, he immediately took some healing and calming elixirs. After a challenge. As expected, the students of the Demon Fire Academy challenged Qinyu again. This time, they were at the peak of the post-liminary realm. It was obvious that Qinyu's fierce collision had scared the students at the late stage of the post-liminary realm. How dare a new student be so arrogant and offend the entire branch? You'll die a horrible death. The youngster used his movement skill to its limit to avoid being knocked away by Qinyu before he landed. At the same time, he didn't forget to threaten him. You're the arrogant one. You know you'll be beaten badly by me, but you still dare to threaten me. Qinyu sneered. Roar strong winds roared and black winds howled. Qinyu's figure dashed out. The youngster shuddered and used his movement skill to escape. This youngster was at the peak of the post-liminary realm. Moreover, his movement skill was exquisite. If he was careful, it wouldn't be easy for Qinyu to defeat him. Roar the howling of the evil wind suddenly increased. Qinyu's speed increased again, causing a dark wind to blow around the stone platform. Suddenly, 2 figures of Qinyu appeared on the stone platform. This wasn't a simple afterimage. The youngster couldn't tell which one was real. While he was thinking, his figure slowed down. Bang, Qinyu, who was like a black beast, rammed into his chest. The youngster was quite strong. He was already prepared. He wore a defensive inner armor and used all his true qi to resist. Qinyu's collision didn't cause much damage to him. Bang, therefore, after the collision, Qinyu added a punch. Crack, the youngster screamed when he heard the sound of his bones breaking. Then, he was sent flying and fell to the ground, motionless. At this moment, the strength Qinyu displayed was more and more terrifying. Apart from the Demon Fire Academy, there were no other challengers. However, it didn't mean that they didn't want to take advantage of the situation. The competition continued. The students who challenged Qinyu were all severely injured. Only 1 or 2 of them could stand up. On the other hand, Qinyu's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he became fiercer and fiercer. Under such circumstances, no matter how confident the students of the Demon Fire Academy were, they didn't dare to challenge him anymore. As long as they went up, they would break their bones. They weren't masochists. The senior students of the Demon Fire Academy who witnessed this scene were also furious. Qinyu had crippled the students of the Demon Fire Academy one after another. To a certain extent, he had tarnished the reputation of the Demon Fire Academy. As members of the Demon Fire Academy, they hated Qinyu. Luo Haoyan's face turned even paler. He had come up with this idea, but it didn't work at all. Instead, it had tarnished the reputation of the Demon Fire Academy. Not long after, no one dared to challenge Qinyu. For example, the hot-tempered youth Wan Qing, the movement technique expert Yin Xiang, and the others who had challenged Qinyu before. Both of them intended to wait and reap the benefits from Qinyu's duel, but after over a dozen battles, Qinyu's complexion had become unsightly, causing them to not dare to make a move. In the face of absolute strength, the weak can't do anything to the strong. Qinyu, you really didn't disappoint me. I hope we can fight each other. On the stone platform in the distance, Duanhao's eyes were filled with battle intent. Many of the freshmen knew that Duanhao and Qinyu had secretly competed against each other. Thus, it wasn't surprising that Duanhao was praising Qinyu and showing his battle intent. Duanhao is from the 10 great ancient clans. He's a popular candidate for the top 3 or even first place in this year's freshman competition. It seems that Qinyu's strength isn't limited to just being acknowledged by him. He might have a chance of making it to the top 10. The crowd discussed among themselves. I also hope that you won't disappoint me. Qinyu replied. Hearing this, Duanhao's face instantly darkened. He couldn't help but want to fight Qinyu. How arrogant. He dares to say such words to Duanhao. Duanhao has a great chance of making it to the top 3, or even the first place. Qinyu dares to say that he hopes Duanhao won't disappoint him? He's too arrogant. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people once again spoke out against Qinyu. The competition continued, and the number of challengers decreased. In the last battle, Jing Shifeng challenged a peak post-preliminary realm expert and won by a narrow margin. Thus, the second round of the competition ended. In this year's freshman competition, the top 20 are Chao Zhongtian, Luo Yongguang, Situ Linyu, Duanhao, Qinyu, Jing Shifeng. The referee announced loudly. In this year's freshman competition, only the top 20 would be ranked. Therefore, these 20 people were exceptionally dazzling and could be said to be the center of attention. However, in the freshman competition, only the top 10 would be rewarded. As for inborn experts like Chao Zhongtian, Situ Linyu, and Duanhao, they had yet to fight. All the students, including the mentors, were looking forward to the upcoming competition. The first 2 rounds of the freshman competition were knockout rounds. The last round was the showdown between the top geniuses of the No Demon Academy. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but also the teachers and mentors were excited. The third round of the freshman competition begins. The black-armored middle-aged man announced. The stone platform corresponding to the east is number 1, and so on. In order to simplify the competition, the No Demon Academy used this method to rank the top 20. I'm number 1? On the east stone platform, a pretty girl was startled. Her Cultivation and Qinyu's were at the bottom of the 20, but because Qinyu attracted most of the attention, she had the hope of entering the top 20. The third round officially begins. Everyone has 2 chances to challenge. If you win, you can replace your opponent. If you lose, you will waste 1 chance. The challenge sequence starts from number 20. After everyone has completed their challenge, the number on the stone platform will be the ranking. The rules of the last round were similar to those of the previous years. Everyone had 2 chances to challenge as they wished. However, they only had 2 chances, so they had to be careful when challenging an opponent. If the opponent's ranking was too high, it would be a waste of 1 chance. The ranking competition begins now. The black-armored middle-aged man shouted. As soon as he finished his words, rumble, a square platform of 100 zhong in length and width rose from the center of the 20 stone platforms. The final ranking competition would not be held on such a small platform like the previous ones. After the platform appeared, everyone's eyes fell on Chao Zhongtian. Coincidentally, he was number 20. And number 1 was the beautiful late-stage Hotian girl. Senior Chao, the throne of number 1 belongs to you. I admit defeat. The beautiful girl looked at Chao Zhongtian with her mesmerizing eyes. Her voice was so soft that it made people's imagination run wild. Hee hee. Chao Zhongtian chuckled as he glanced at the beautiful girl. He wasn't charmed by her, but Chao Zhongtian himself was interested in this beautiful and seductive woman. Whoosh! Whoosh, the two exchanged places. Just like that, the first challenge ended in this way. Chao Zhongtian was temporarily ranked first, then, a Peak Ho Tian warrior ranked 19th issued a challenge. His opponent was not famous, but he was ranked 13th. The two of them exchanged more than 50 moves before the victor was decided. The challenger won and took his place. Miss Xianxia, I'm Wei Ran, please spar with Miss. An elegant young man said politely with a smile on his face. Wei Ran, ranked 15th in the last competition. Don't be fooled by his refined appearance, he's actually a warmonger, and he especially likes to spar with women. I heard that Wei Ran and Xianxia are only a step away from the innate realm. I'm very curious, one is a senior, the other is a new student. Who exactly is stronger? Many people were very interested in this battle. Wei Ran was very popular among women, while Xianxia was very popular among men. Come. Xianxia's figure suddenly leapt out, like a feather. Her body was soft and her speed was extremely fast. In an instant, she landed lightly on the competition stage. So fast. The onlookers were shocked. Wei Ran arrived at the challenge stage, and a jade folding fan appeared in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as he waved his folding fan, a dazzling gray fan blade whizzed out, covering an extremely wide area. A black longsword appeared in Xianxia's hand. As she brandished the sword, layers of sharp sword lights flickered out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after breaking the enemy's attack, Xianxia suddenly leapt forward and stabbed out with her sword. Black wind swirled around the black longsword, and its penetrative power became stronger. Whoosh, Wei Ran also moved. His steps were light and strange, and as he waved the folding fan in his hand, he released a gust of grey wind. Ding ding bang, as the two approached each other, they exchanged dozens of blows. Not bad, your sword art is so sharp at such a young age. Wei Ran said with a smile. But, the competition can end now. Wei Ran suddenly revealed a strange smile. Whoosh whoosh, he waved the folding fan in his hand rapidly, and layers of dark grey fog floated out, covering an extremely wide area and shrouding Xianxia. Ghost spirit kill. Wei Ran bellowed, and his face looked somewhat ferocious. Boom, above the grey fog, a giant skull suddenly appeared. Its pitch-black pupils were frightening, and it let out a woo-woo sound, looking extremely terrifying. The moment the grey skull appeared, it pounced down, as if it wanted to devour Xianxia. That's right, the competition should end now. Xianxia's eyes were still cold. Whoosh, in her other hand, a short blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared. Xianxia's figure suddenly moved at an extremely fast speed, and only a black afterimage could be seen. In an instant, she arrived beside Wei Ran. Reverse spin kill. A layer of wind current appeared on the short blade, and it spun, greatly increasing its penetrative power as it pierced toward Wei Ran. How can this be? Wei Ran was greatly shocked. The speed that Xianxia had erupted with was far faster than before, and her movement technique was even more fleeting and concealed, so he did not notice it. At the critical moment, Wei Ran held the folding fan in his hand horizontally. Whoosh whoosh, a layer of grey wind was released, forming a defensive layer. Ding, in an instant, Xianxia's short blade arrived. The grey wind seemed to be made of paper, and it was instantly pierced through. In the next instant, the short blade pierced Wei Ran's chest, and a stream of blood spurted out. Xianxia wins. The judge directly announced. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a cultivator of the Shadow Kill Dao. Wei Ran cupped his fists and bowed, then returned to the stone platform. Just now, if Xianxia had not shown mercy, she could have taken his life. How can this be? Senior Wei Ran was defeated so easily? Xianxia's sudden attack just now was truly terrifying. It effortlessly broke through Wei Ran's defense and injured him. With Xianxia's strength, she might be able to compete with Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, and the others. The crowd could not help but exclaim. Haha, the longsword is just a method that Xianxia uses to confuse her enemies. She is most proficient in sneak attacks and assassinations. Magic Wind Academy's instructor Su smiled in relief. The Shadow Kill Dao was not proficient in head-on combat, and they had no advantage in a one-on-one fight. In fact, they were at a disadvantage. For example, in the Myriad Demon Tower, this type of cultivator had no advantage either. They had an instant burst of power and were proficient in fatal attacks, but their stamina was weak, and they were not proficient in head-on combat. Instructor Su was very clear about this, so he personally guided Xianxia and trained her according to her weaknesses. When an assassin had the ability to fight head-on, their survivability would also greatly increase. At the same time, head-on combat could also conceal the assassin's identity. As long as there was an opportunity, the assassin would launch a swift attack and end everything. Looks like I've always underestimated this girl. After watching this battle, Qianyu's evaluation of Xianxia increased. Xianxia's combat strength should not be much weaker than Duanhao's. If she was in an environment where assassins were proficient, she would be even stronger. Right at this moment, the third battle began. I want the second position. A handsome young man stepped onto the stage. This person was Sitalinyu from the Situ family, one of the 4 great families. Alright, let me see the strength of the Situ family's genius. A tall man at the peak of the post-liminary realm stepped onto the stage. Facing Sitalinyu, he did not immediately admit defeat. Anyone who could reach this stage was not a weakling. Although he was at the peak of the post-liminary realm, he had the battle record of defeating an early-stage post-liminary realm cultivator. Hee, why bother humiliating yourself? Sitalinyu smiled and shook his head slightly. Then let's try. The tall young man looked displeased. He took out a bone spear and attacked. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and they emitted a corrosive aura as they enveloped Sitalinyu. Sitalinyu's figure shifted to the left, leaving behind a few afterimages as he rapidly approached the tall young man. Suddenly, an eerie evil ghost aura emanated from his body. Buzz Sitalinyu's eyes became extremely black, and a ghostly mist floated out from his eyes. It was abnormally eerie. The moment he saw this pair of eyes, the tall young man felt the entire world gradually darken. Then, Sitalinyu's figure also disappeared in front of him. Hee, you're defeated. Sitalinyu's movement technique was extremely fast. He arrived in front of the young man and stretched out his hand. The young man stood on the spot with a panicked expression, as if he did not see Sitalinyu at all. A black palm print landed on the tall young man's head. The young man screamed, closed his eyes, and fainted. Sitalinyu wins. The judge announced the winner. So powerful. He defeated his opponent in one move. I don't even understand how Sitalinyu won. The crowd discussed among themselves, and a mysterious aura enveloped Sitalinyu's body. The rest of the students on the stone stages all looked at Sitalinyu. His mental energy is strong, and he specializes in mental attacks. Qianyu took a deep breath. Sitalinyu was a strong opponent. This kid. Chao Zhongtian's face darkened. Previously, he did not take the others seriously, but just now, he felt a trace of threat from Sitalinyu. Next, it was Jing Shifeng's turn. Jing Shifeng knew that he would not be able to enter the top 10, so he looked around after the top 10. It's enough if I can enter the top 20. In the end, Jing Shifeng gave up and sat down. After this competition, he had been enlightened, and his mentality had changed. The next challenger was Xianxia. Qianyu, let's have a showdown. Xianxia's cold voice was heard. She had made up her mind to defeat Qianyu in the competition. Moreover, Qianyu was currently ranked 9th, which was much higher than her. Okay. With a loud shout, Qianyu leaped onto the stage. Xianxia versus Qianyu, it's going to be interesting. Qianyu is finished. Xianxia's speed is not any weaker than his, and her attack power is also terrifying. She easily pierced through Wei Ran's defense and won. The discussion started again. No one was optimistic about Qianyu. After all, Xianxia had easily defeated Wei Ran in the previous battle, which had left a deep impression on them. Swoosh, Xianxia suddenly moved, with a long sword in her left hand and a dagger in her right. Her secret had already been exposed, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, waving the black longsword, Xianxia launched a probing attack. Dense black sword rays shrouded Qinyu. Dark heavy sword. Pulling out his weapon, Qinyu leaped into the air and brandished the greatsword in his hand. Facing Xianxia's probing attack, Qinyu faced it head-on. Ding ding bang, all the sword rays were blocked by the dark heavy sword. This was not the end. With the dark heavy sword in his hand, Qinyu charged at Xianxia. When Qinyu took out his pitch-black, wide profound heavy sword and charged at Xianxia, the audience realized that this was the first time Qinyu had used a weapon since the start of the competition. The Demon Fire Academy students looked at each other, their faces flushed with shame. Previously, Qinyu had not even used a weapon when facing them in a rotation battle. Perhaps it was just as Duan Hao had said, in the face of absolute power, the weak could not affect the strong. It seems that we have greatly underestimated Qinyu. This competition might not be as simple and boring as we thought. The audience was instantly interested. Boom, wielding the profound heavy sword, Qinyu used his movement skill and pressed forward like a ferocious steel demon. What a powerful demonic aura! Only when facing Qinyu did Xianxia realize how ferocious he was. Moreover, the demonic aura emitted from Qinyu's body intertwined, creating a huge impact on one's mind. Those with weak foundations and weak wills would have already lost their will to fight. Whoosh, Xianxia's body spun gracefully and dodged Qinyu's attack. Qinyu was a body cultivator. From the previous battle, it could be seen that he was extremely strong. Coupled with his ferocious aura and super fast speed, the impact force was extraordinary. As an assassin, strength and stamina were both weak points. Naturally, Xianxia would not clash head-on with Qinyu. Boom, seeing that Xianxia had dodged, Qinyu's body immediately stopped. The profound heavy sword swept out with a layer of pitch-black demonic aura. Whoosh, Xianxia's body bent and suddenly jumped, just in time to dodge Qinyu's attack range. Outside, the audience was all frightened, afraid that Qinyu's sword would injure Xianxia. In the attic. Although Qinyu's speed is fast, he moves in a straight line. Moreover, he has great strength, which means that his attack speed will not be very fast. Xian'er's movement skill is fast and suitable for dodging in a small area. It will be difficult for Qinyu to injure her. Teacher Su smiled as he stroked his beard. He was very satisfied with Xianxia's performance. At this moment, Xianxia was entangled in close combat with Qinyu. Once Qinyu revealed a weak point, Xianxia would definitely be able to execute a sure kill attack. That's right. If this girl were to advance to the inborn realm, or if she were to fight in a special environment, her battle prowess wouldn't lose to those inborn realm geniuses. Another mentor exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, there were some changes in the dueling ring. Rumble, the range and speed of Qinyu's swinging of the profound heavy sword increased. Layers upon layers of enormous black fiendish astral walls appeared, emitting a frightening pressure. Xianxia's expression darkened. The space she had to dodge was getting smaller and smaller, and the danger was increasing. Qinyu activated the copper statue's gang body, and a layer of ancient and dense copper patterns appeared all over his body. His arm strength increased tremendously, and the speed at which he swung the dark heavy sword became faster. Boom, a huge fan-shaped astral image whizzed out, sealing off all the gaps in front of it. Like a small mountain, it crushed forward. At this moment, Xianxia did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately retreated. It's such a waste of energy. Let's see how long you can hold on. Xianxia smiled. Qinyu waved such a huge profound heavy sword so fiercely and quickly, and she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, when the black fiendish astral wind dissipated, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Bang, a thunderous roar rose from the ground, carrying the black fiendish astral wind, whizzing forward. This loud roar almost shook the entire peak of Heaven Devil Peak, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Oh no! Xianxia felt a strong threat. Just now, Qinyu used the wide-range attack of the profound heavy sword to temporarily blind Xianxia's sight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he prepared the Bronze Lion Roar. This Bronze Lion Roar, Qinyu had been prepared to the peak, except for the fact that he didn't use the explosion of his heart. It was enough to deal with Xianxia, who was at the peak of the acquired realm. In addition, if Qin Yu's copper statue's gang body broke through to the profound realm, this bronze lion roar might be able to end the battle. After all, this kind of secret skill was related to the strength of the body. After coming to the Demon-Free Academy, Qin Yu learned more about body movement and cultivation methods, but he neglected body refining. Whoosh, Xian bent her body and hugged herself into a ball, releasing a layer of dark natural qi to protect herself. However, when the sound wave attack came, the black fiendish astral wind on the surface of Xian's body was directly blown away, and the strong sound wave attack fell on her body. Thud, Xian rolled back for more than 10 meters before she could stand on her feet. At this moment, her qi and blood were boiling in her body, and her face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her physique was too poor. Even if she hugged herself to reduce the sound wave damage, she was still injured by the bronze lion roar. Roar, the strong wind roared. Qin Yu waved the profound heavy sword and had already arrived in front of Xian. There was no time to dodge. Xian's eyes showed a resolute look, and the dark gray dagger in her hand flickered with a deadly cold light. Crescent moon kill. Xian abruptly leaped into the air, charging towards Qin Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in worry. With Xian's small body, how could she be a match for the humanoid fierce beast Qin Yu in a head-on collision? However, when Xian's body was about to reach Qin Yu, it actually bent, as if it had turned into a crescent moon, quickly avoiding Qin Yu, and circled behind Qin Yu. Using every inch of strength in the muscles and bones to make oneself in the state of rushing in the air, she can also change direction. This kind of precise use of physical strength is comparable to body refinement. Qin Yu saw the principle of Xian's move. Xian's explosive strength was extremely strong, and the weapon in her hand was also extremely extraordinary. Under the attack, even innate realm experts would be killed. Qin Yu's bronze statue Vajra body was only at the Shaoqing realm, and it was really unwise to face it head-on. In the Qi Sea, a ball of pure aura was mobilized by Qin Yu. In the previous battles, he rarely used his true qi, and basically relied on his physical strength to fight. Occasionally, he used his true qi, but it consumed a small amount of pure aura. At this moment, Qin Yu mobilized the pure aura, which was far beyond ordinary innate qi, and merged it with the pure aura. Instantly, the aura on Qin Yu's body increased by a level, and it was comparable to an innate realm expert. The dark heavy sword in his hand became heavier, and the black aura on it roared and roared, its power terrifying. Innate qi? This lad can actually condense the innate qi at the advanced stage of the postnatal realm. In the pavilion, many mentors were secretly shocked. Rumble, Qin Yu fiercely waved the dark heavy sword, and a layer of extremely violent black aura was formed. At this moment, Xian could no longer stop. With a face full of determination, she mobilized all her strength and stabbed out with the short blade in her hand. Boom, the black aura swallowed the two figures, and it was impossible to see what was going on. At this moment, a graceful black figure was thrown out. It was Xian. This lad has condensed the innate qi, and with his movement technique and physique, he is comparable to Hu Chong, Duan Hao, and other innate geniuses. Mentor Su shook his head slightly. If Qin Yu had attacked with all his strength from the beginning, Xian would have lost even more miserably, and she would have lost all her face. After the battle, Qin Yu returned to his position. In fact, when he attacked just now, Qin Yu had held back some of his strength. Xian's physique was too weak, and it was not clear what the outcome would be if she attacked with all her strength. After a long while, Xian stood up and looked at Qin Yu before returning to her position. She had lost, and she had actually lost to someone with a lower cultivation level than her. However, she had not lost unjustly, as Qin Yu had already shown her mercy. The competition continues. The middle-aged man in black armor announced. Originally, there were still people eyeing Qin Yu for the 9th position. However, the strength that Qin Yu had displayed was already comparable to the innate geniuses in this year's competition. Soon, it was the 11th position, Duan Hao's turn to challenge. Duan Hao looked at Qin Yu, then glanced at Sitalin Yu, and he seemed to be hesitating. Before the competition, his goal was to be first. It was meaningless to challenge Qinyu for the ninth position. If he directly challenged a strong opponent like Citilinyu, even if he won, he would have to pay a huge price, and it would be difficult for him to compete with Chao Zhongtian for the first position. Duan Hao was very unhappy that he could not fight with the opponent that he wanted to fight. I challenge the third position, Duan Hao suddenly said. In comparison, he was more concerned about the ranking. After all, the ranking was a proof of one's strength. If his ranking was higher than Qinyu's, wouldn't it mean that he was stronger than Qinyu? Swoosh, a fair-skinned girl walked out from the third position. This girl was also a senior, and she was ranked 17th in the previous competition. She knew that she was no match for Duan Hao, but it was too humiliating to admit defeat without a fight. Boom, the moment he stepped onto the platform, Duan Hao circulated his true chi and used the devil ferocious shadow. It was as if he had turned into a cold bear tiger and pounced forward. The fair-skinned girl's mind was shocked, but she immediately reacted. She pointed the jade sword in her hand and displayed a white jade sword shadow. Duan Hao pressed forward courageously, not feeling the slightest bit of fear as he fiercely pounced forward. Boom, he punched out, and it was as if he saw a ferocious tiger sweeping out with an astonishing murderous aura. The white jade sword shadow was completely shattered. The fair-skinned girl was hit by the aftershock of the attack, and the blood in her body boiled. I admit defeat, she immediately said. Duan Hao was too ferocious, and he did not know how to hold back. If this continued, she would probably be injured. It was better to admit defeat and preserve her strength. Maybe she could still fight for the top 10. Just like that, Duan Hao successfully challenged and occupied the third position. Let's see who can become the first. Duan Hao looked at Citilinyu as if he was declaring war. Hee, you guys are really arrogant. Chao Zhongtian could not help but sneer. At this moment, the king of great strength, Hu Chong, who was ranked 10th, stepped onto the platform. Qinyu, fight me! Hu Chong shouted ferociously. His tower-like body emitted a pressure as heavy as a mountain. In this competition, the opponent he wanted to fight the most was Qinyu. All right. Laughing loudly, Qinyu leaped into the air. Thud, landing on the platform, Qinyu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dashed forward. He circulated the bronze statue technique with all his might and punched out. On the other side, Hu Chong's murderous aura soared into the sky, and traces of murderous patterns appeared on his physique, emitting an even more ferocious force. Bang! When the two enormous forces collided, the violent force caused the entire martial stage to slightly tremble. With the two of them as the center, a formless shockwave swept out in a radius of more than 10 feet. The crowd stared at the two people on the platform. In front of Hu Chong, Qinyu was like a child. It was hard to imagine that Qinyu could fight with Hu Chong head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Your strength is actually about the same as mine. Hu Chong revealed a look of surprise. It should be pointed out that Qinyu was still in the late postnatal stage, while he was already in the early connate stage. How could he not be surprised? Desolation Fist, Hu Chong circulated the inner chi in his body, and a murderous aura surged on his iron tower-like body. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a ferocious giant, and he waved his huge fist toward Qinyu. Qinyu did not dare to be careless. Hu Chong's strength was immense, and when he used his martial skills, it was terrifying. If Qinyu's bronze statue Just Dipper had reached the great success stage, he would not be afraid. However, Xiao Cheng's bronze statue Just Dipper was not enough to go head-to-head with an early connate expert. Activating his pure murderous aura, Qinyu's shining bronze fist was surrounded by a pitch-black gale, and he also punched out. Bam! Qinyu's and Hu Chong's fists collided, creating a deafening sound of metal clashing. The black wind and murderous aura swirled around the challenge ring. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. What? Hu Chong has already used 8 Desolation Fist, but he still can't defeat Qinyu. I didn't expect Qinyu to be able to fight Hu Chong head-on. I've really underestimated him. The collision between the two caused the surrounding students to gasp. On the challenge ring, Hu Chong stared at Qinyu, slightly surprised. Your connate true chi is actually stronger than mine. In the history of Yunjiao Nation, there were cases of people who managed to condense connate true chi before reaching the connate stage. However, the connate true qi formed under such circumstances was usually slightly weaker than the real connate true qi. However, the connate true qi that Qin Yu displayed now was stronger than Hu Chong's. Because of this, even if Hu Chong used 8 Desolation Fist, Qin Yu would still be able to withstand it. You're not bad yourself. Among all the people I've met, you're the strongest. Qin Yu said with a smile. Humph, I, Hu Chong, have never lost to you in terms of strength. Hu Chong snorted. Boom. Bang, both of them collided again, and their fists clashed again and again. On the challenge ring, the sound of metal clashing was incessant, shocking the audience. Many of the audience were shocked by the scene. Were these two people's bodies really made of steel? In a short while, both of them had exchanged 50 to 60 punches. Qin Yu realized that his bronze statue righteous body had been tempered under Hu Chong's continuous attacks. It had become harder and tougher, and his strength had also increased. On the other side, Hu Chong looked embarrassed. There was a layer of righteous force on the surface of Qin Yu's body, which had a strong rebounding force. Every time he collided with Qin Yu, his fists would receive a certain amount of rebounding force. Although it was not very strong, it still affected him somewhat. This kid is actually unscathed. He doesn't have any injuries. Hu Chong was secretly shocked. He could not believe it. Although body cultivators had strong self-healing abilities, there were still limits to it. At this moment, there were a few bruises on his body. Qin Yu, it's time to end this. Hu Chong's expression froze and turned ferocious. He longed to fight with Qin Yu, but he had to win. If he continued to fight, his mental state would be affected, which would be very disadvantageous to him. Therefore, Hu Chong chose to use a killer move to end the battle quickly. 8 Desolation's world-extinguishing fist. Hu Chong's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a huge jet-black baleful aura soared into the sky, stirring one's soul. The muscles on his tower-like body rippled as an invisible force gathered on his fists. Die. Hu Chong punched out fiercely. This punch was extremely fast, and its power was incomparable. Before it even descended, a terrifying pressure descended on Qin Yu, making it difficult for him to dodge. Of course, it would not be difficult for Qin Yu to dodge if he used his movement technique with all his might. Evil Qi Manifestation. Qin Yu mobilized his pure aura qi and condensed it into a fist. At the same time, his heart gathered power, ready to explode. Boom, a black baleful wind swept out, and Qin Yu punched out. The pure aura qi between his fist and arm instantly formed a black python. That python was alive, and its baleful aura was oppressive. It opened its mouth and soared upwards. Boom, the black python collided with Hu Chong's iron fist, rapidly destroying Hu Chong's pure aura and baleful aura. Hu Chong's fist was sent flying, and he only stopped after taking 10 steps back. How can this be? Hu Chong's face was full of disbelief. There were a few bloody wounds on his palm, and the meridians in his palm were also destroyed. If he continued to fight, his injuries would only worsen. How about it, do you still want to fight? Qin Yu asked with a smile. No more fighting, no more fighting. Hu Chong's face darkened, and he felt somewhat ashamed as he leaped back to his stone platform. If he continued to fight, there was a high chance that he would lose. If that happened, he would not even have a chance of making it to the top 10. Returning to his position, Hu Chong swallowed a few healing elixirs and circulated his qi to heal himself in preparation for making it to the top 10. Many people stared at Qin Yu as if they were looking at a monster. Other than those with higher cultivation than Hu Chong, no one had ever defeated Hu Chong directly. Now, those who had been sent flying by Qin Yu knew that Qin Yu was already very kind to them. If Qin Yu used his full strength, they would probably be lying on the ground for the rest of their lives. I didn't expect the early-stage Xiantian King of Strength, Hu Chung, to be defeated by Qin Yu. If that's the case, Qin Yu can make it to the top 5. There's hope for him to make it to the top 5, but it'll be difficult for him to make it to the top 3. Chao Zhongtian, Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, Luo Yongguang, and the rest are not easy to deal with. I didn't expect Qin Yu to make it this far. He should be the biggest dark horse in this competition. After the battle ended, the discussions about the two did not stop. Hu Chong had failed the challenge. The next challenger was Qin Yu, who was currently ranked 9th. Qin Yu, you have just been challenged. You have the right to postpone the challenge. The middle-aged man in black armor reminded. No need, I want to challenge Zhang Nan. Qin Yu shouted. Back in the Devil Bone Wasteland, he had made up his mind not to let Zhang Nan off. Zhang Nan had no idea what kind of opportunity he had encountered in the Devil Bone Wasteland that allowed him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, that did not stop Qin Yu from making up his mind. Besides, even if he did not challenge Zhang Nan would challenge him. He could see it from Zhang Nan's eyes. What? He just fought with Hu Chong, and instead of resting, he wants to challenge another inborn expert. He's too careless. Even if he's a demonic beast or ferocious beast, he won't be able to take it. After Qin Yu had fought with Xianxia, he was challenged by Hu Chong not long after. However, Qin Yu had issued another challenge to Zhang Nan. On the stone platform and in the loft, many people looked at Qin Yu in confusion. They also felt that Qin Yu's action was a little stupid. Only Zhang Nan had a cruel smile on his gloomy face. Qin Yu, come on. You killed my companions in the Devil Bone Wasteland. Today, I'll avenge them. Zhang Nan sneered. Upon hearing this, many onlookers immediately understood that there was a feud between Qin Yu and Zhang Nan. Moreover, Qin Yu had killed a student. This made many people look at Qin Yu with disgust. You're the one who wanted to harm me, but you reaped what you sowed. As for your companion, you sent her into the tiger's mouth so that you could escape. How dare you say that? Qin Yu did not care and told the truth. The competition in the Demon-Free Academy was cruel. It was not uncommon for people to kill each other secretly. However, many people could not tolerate it when they attacked their companions. Moreover, Zhang Nan and the others had a bad reputation in the academy. Therefore, everyone was more willing to believe Qin Yu's words. Ah, go to hell. Zhang Nan's expression suddenly changed. With a roar, he took out a black bone sword and charged at Qin Yu. Whoosh, as soon as the dark heavy sword appeared, Qin Yu stomped his right foot and instantly rushed out. In Qin Yu's eyes, Zhang Nan was easier to deal with than Hu Chong. After all, Zhang Nan's mind had been distorted by the demonic intent. He could no longer think clearly and rationally. Clang, the dark heavy sword and the bone sword in Zhang Nan's hand collided. Qin Yu's great force instantly pushed Zhang Nan back a few steps. Ah, Zhang Nan roared. The demonic intent surged from his body. The black bone sword in his hand emitted a pitch-black light, bursting out a layer of majestic power. Zhang Nan's sudden outburst made Qin Yu stop in his tracks. The demonic Tao was incomparably powerful. Zhang Nan did not know why he joined the demonic Tao. His strength was not strong before, but at this moment, he burst out such a powerful force. Slash! Activating the pure aura chi, Qin Yu fiercely waved the dark heavy sword and pushed Zhang Nan back. Zhang Nan's clothes were also torn by the huge evil wind sword aura. It could be seen that some parts of Zhang Nan's skin had turned gray, emitting a hint of luster. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu instantly thought of the strange things he had encountered in the cave in the demonic bone wasteland. Boom, Qin Yu activated his body movement and burst out with full speed. He turned into a wild beast, waving the dark heavy sword and slashing at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan immediately activated his innate chi and quickly waved the black bone sword in his hand. Swish! Swish, swish! A layer of pitch-black sharp sword net was formed in an instant and shrouded Qin Yu. Break! Qin Yu exerted all his strength and fiercely waved the dark heavy sword, destroying everything. Zhang Nan has lost. On the number 2 stone platform, Lin Yu said slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Zhang Nan. This person hastily entered the diabolism and was eroded by the demonic intent. His strength has been greatly reduced. Chao Zhongtian was a diabolism cultivator, so he made a simple comment. On the challenge platform, Qin Yu and Zhang Nan exchanged nearly 100 blows. Qin Yu took advantage of his body movement and steadily attacked Zhang Nan, constantly injuring him. However, the latter seemed to not feel pain, and his wounds healed quickly. The more he fought, the crazier he became. However, although his wounds had healed on the surface, it didn't mean that his internal injuries were healed. The internal injuries that Zhang Nan had accumulated had reached a shocking level. Lose. Yu suddenly increased his speed and activated the pure aura chi to perform a powerful attack. No. I've already reached the innate realm. How can I lose to you? Zhang Nan stared at Yu fiercely, his eyes flashing with demonic light. Boom, Yu slashed down with his sword, and the terrifying force made Zhang Nan's arm bend and his body kneel down. Puff, Zhang Nan spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his body flew backward and landed on the ground. Yu wins. The judge announced the winner. Just like that, Yu defeated Zhang Nan and was ranked 6th. Although his opponent had entered the diabolism by mistake and was not in a clear state of mind, he was still an early-stage innate expert. The fact that Yu defeated 2 early-stage innate experts in a row was enough to attract everyone's attention. Some people even thought that Yu could be on par with Duan Hao and Sita Lingyu and enter the top 3. This guy. Duan Hao stared at Yu with a solemn expression. The strength that Yu had displayed had far exceeded his expectations. Following that, 2 more battles were fought, and they ended hastily. On the stone platform, Luo Yongguang and Luo Haoyan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Alright, the next challenger is Luo Yongguang. Yu should be at his limit after defeating 2 innate experts in a row. Although he has fought 2 battles, he didn't rest for long. Luo Haoyan was secretly delighted. Seeing Yu reach this stage, he felt very upset. But finally, there was a good outcome. Luo Yongguang would not be merciful. He would definitely injure Yu severely so that he would not be able to enter the top 5. If there was a chance, he could pretend to have lost and kill Yu. Swoosh, a skinny young man stepped onto the platform, and his eyes fell directly on Yu. Yu, come out. I'll pay you back for what you did to the students of the Demon Fire Academy. Luo Yongguang said provocatively, as if he was avenging the humiliation of the students of the Demon Fire Academy. Oh? Yu let out a faint smile. Previously, he had noticed Luo Yongguang's hostility towards him, but he didn't know the reason. However, after Yu found out his name, he managed to figure it out. Luo Yongguang must have been sent by Luo Haoyan to deal with him. Haha, Luo Yongguang has made his move. Yu is doomed. The students of the Demon Fire Academy were overjoyed. Although Luo Yongguang wasn't a direct descendant of the Luo family, he was still a member of the Luo family and possessed the bloodline of the 10 major ancient families. In this freshman competition, Luo Yongguang was the strongest student of the Demon Fire Academy. He had a high chance of making it to the top 3. Yu just defeated 2 inborn experts consecutively. Luo Yongguang challenged him again before he could rest for long. I'm afraid Yu doesn't stand much of a chance. The others began to discuss the outcome of the battle. The one being challenged had to accept the challenge unless they had fought in the previous battle. If you lose to me, won't the reputation of the Demon Fire Academy be tarnished? Yu revealed a mocking smile. That's too arrogant. How can Yu be so confident? Luo Yongguang isn't an ordinary inborn expert. I think Yu is too confident after defeating 2 inborn experts consecutively. Many students were already familiar with Yu's arrogance, so they weren't too surprised. In the loft, several mentors couldn't help but laugh. They also thought that Yu was bragging. Humph, how arrogant. He's underestimating the 10 major ancient families. The short-haired young man from Yunyang School, Lu Zhe, snorted. He was also from the Lu family, one of the 10 major ancient families. Perhaps he can really do it? Princess Ning smiled faintly. It wasn't that Yu hadn't fought with members of the 10 great ancient clans before. During the previous gathering, Yu had defeated Luo Haoyan of the Luo clan. Although Luo Haoyan had suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the Hotian realm at that time. However, the current Yu was no longer the Yu of the past. Haha, do you think this will happen? Luo Yongguang threw his head back and laughed, but his heart was already burning with anger. Let's wait and see. Yu leaped out and landed on the challenge stage. At the same time, Luo Yongguang made his move. Whoosh, Luo Yongguang flashed past several afterimages and arrived in front of Yu in the blink of an eye. The treasured saber in his hand was instantly ignited with an aggressive, evil, and awe-inspiring purple demonic flame. Boom, with a flash of purple light, the dazzling purple demonic flame slash descended from the sky. Luo Yongguang's first move was a killing move, showing no mercy. At the same time, many students who were familiar with Luo Yongguang revealed shocked expressions. The current Luo Yongguang was very different from the previous Luo Yongguang. His understanding of combat skills and the use of true qi had reached an extremely profound level. It could be said that after not seeing him for a few months, Luo Yongguang had changed so much that even they could not recognize him. On the other side, Qinyu took out his profound heavy sword, circulated his pure aura qi, and fiercely swung his sword. Ding, the two of them collided, and black wind and purple flames swept across the stage. This kid's strength is indeed extraordinary. The treasured saber in Luo Yongguang's hand trembled slightly, and his palm became numb. Just now, he had used the combat skills that he had learned, but Qinyu merely swung his sword and blocked it. However, Luo Yongguang still had a smile on his face, and he was very confident. Boom! Suddenly, a layer of purple flames rose from his body, burning fiercely. The treasured saber in his hand also emitted an even brighter light. His figure swept out, and once again, he attacked Qinyu. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The treasured saber in Luo Yongguang's hands danced rapidly. Streaks of purple flame saber slashes were slashed out, densely packed, and blasted towards Qinyu. Luo Yongguang has actually cultivated the purple flame demonic ray slash to the greater mastery realm. What a terrifying power! The crowd could not help but be shocked. If it was an ordinary innate expert, he would probably be defeated by this move. Boom! Qinyu also did not hold back. He mobilized his pure aura qi, and madly waved the profound heavy sword, slashing out a huge black aura shadow. Boom! Bang! The black aura shadow and the purple flame saber slash intertwined and tore each other apart. This kid, his innate true qi is so strong? Luo Yongguang's face darkened. Whoosh! The treasured saber in Luo Yongguang's hand suddenly disappeared, and another long saber appeared. The long saber was completely golden, and the blade was covered with glazed purple carvings, emitting a suffocating golden and purple saber light. Superior grade treasure weapon. Qinyu's eyes slightly darkened. Ordinary qi transforming innate experts could not afford to use an superior grade treasure weapon. Qinyu, die! Luo Yongguang roared and attacked again. Boom! The glazed saber was filled with golden light, and suddenly, a layer of ferocious purple demon fire rose, its power terrifying. With the superior grade treasure weapon in his hand, Luo Yongguang displayed his saber art again, and his attack power increased to another level. Boom! The saber slashed out at an extremely fast speed. The purple golden saber slash carried a monstrous purple flame, and its momentum was overbearing. Boom! The surface of Qinyu's body erupted with a black aura wind, and he dashed to the side, dodging the slash. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and faster. As an ancient clan member, Luo Yongguang was indeed a little tricky to deal with. With his strength, he indeed had the qualifications to fight for the top 3. At this moment, Qinyu also did not intend to hide anymore. Boom! With Qinyu's speed, a black aura whirlwind hung on the entire challenge stage. And Qinyu's figure split into 3, surrounding Luo Yongguang. What kind of movement skill is this? How can it be so powerful? The speed and aura of Qinyu's movement skill shocked the audience. The second form of devilish berserk shadow? This kid can actually use it? Master Black Star of the Black Star Academy's eyes lit up. This secret skill was extremely taxing on the body. How could he not be surprised that Qinyu could still use the second form of devilish berserk shadow after defeating 2 innate rankers not long ago? This kid comprehended the second form a few months ago. Lu Xuanzong chuckled. Qinyu might be able to defeat Luo Yongguang by using the second form of devilish berserk shadow. The outcome of this battle was still undecided. On the challenge stage, one of Qinyu's figures suddenly attacked Luo Yongguang. Slash! Luo Yongguang slashed out and destroyed the figure. It's fake. Luo Yongguang's eyes dimmed. At this moment, the second figure attacked. Boom! The two clashed. Luo Yongguang's hands went numb, and he was forced to take 2 steps back. Damn it, it's real this time. Luo Yongguang's face darkened, and he was a little angry. However, Luo Yongguang had a better understanding of the real and fake bodies after 2 exchanges. Whoosh! Qinyu attacked again. Real body. Luo Yongguang revealed a fierce expression. Boom, a layer of white light appeared on the surface of his body, and a layer of scorching white light appeared, resonating with the purple flames. Ancient tribe bloodline. Luo Yongguang is using the power of his bloodline so soon. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim. The speed of this battle was unexpectedly fast. Both sides had used all their skills without holding back. Many students felt their hearts tighten. Boom, Luo Yongguang's violent blade aura pounced out along with the purple and white flames. This slash was enough to kill an early-stage innate ranker. Even a mid-stage innate ranker wouldn't dare to be careless. Luo Yongguang has such strength? On the first stone stage, Chao Zhongtian revealed a surprised expression. Luo Yongguang had only made it to the top 20 in the last freshman competition. But this time, the strength that Luo Yongguang had displayed was enough to challenge him. Luo Yongguang's great success saber art, superior grade treasures, and the Luo family bloodline. Luo Yongguang's strength was enough to make everyone take him seriously. Humph, then let's end this. Chen Yu snorted. At this moment, Luo Yongguang's strength was shocking, and it was difficult for him to dodge. Since that was the case, let's end this. Boom, a layer of pure aura chi condensed on Chen Yu's arm, like the hand of a demon. At the same time, a layer of blood-colored scales appeared on the copper wall that was covered by his black aura. Suddenly, a domineering ancient dragon aura was emitted from Chen Yu's body. Thump, his heart exploded, and with the power of his bloodline, Chen Yu's strength increased exponentially. He punched out, and a black python appeared. A layer of dark red dragon scales formed on its body, making it even more ferocious. Boom, wherever the fist passed, all the purple and white flames were torn apart by the red-scaled black python. No, this is impossible. Seeing this, Luo Yongguang's jaw dropped, his face full of disbelief. He had thought that this move of his would be enough to end this battle. In the end, his strongest attack was torn apart by Chen Yu. Boom, the fist landed on Luo Yongguang's chest, tearing his clothes to shreds, and Luo Yongguang was sent flying. How is this possible? Luo Yongguang lost? Seeing this, many spectating students could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Luo Yongguang, who had already taken out his superior grade treasure and activated his bloodline power, should have had the absolute advantage. How could he have lost? Black wind swirled around the challenge stage, and Luo Yongguang had released his bloodline flame. In addition, the two were fighting fiercely, and their auras were vast and mighty. Many people could not see the battle clearly. As for Chen Yu, he had used a bit of the power of his dragon-scale bloodline, so it was even harder to detect. In the pavilion, the expressions of the mentors changed. Obviously, they did not expect this to be the result. In the distance, Luo Haoyan's face was extremely gloomy. This kid has already grown to such a level? Moreover, how can he be so energetic? Luo Haoyan could not calm down. Chen Yu's growth was too fast. He did not doubt that Chen Yu would be able to catch up with him in a few years. At the same time, Luo Yongguang also found something suspicious. Chen Yu wins. The referee announced the winner. On the stone stage, Chao Zhongtian stared at Chen Yu. Luo Yongguang's strength had already surprised him, but Chen Yu had defeated Luo Yongguang. In that case, he had another opponent to fight for first place. On the other side, Situ Linyu and Duan Hao also looked at Chen Yu solemnly. Interesting, there is another competitor for first place. Situ Linyu smiled slightly. At this moment, everyone could see that Chen Yu had the possibility of fighting for first place. And the arrogant Chen Yu definitely had the ambition to fight for first place. After Luo Yongguang's challenge ended, the competition continued, and soon it was Chao Zhongtian's turn. Duan Hao. Chao Zhongtian's gaze fell on Duan Hao, who was ranked third. Now, if he wanted to fight for first place, he had three opponents. They were Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, and Chen Yu. Situ Linyu was proficient in mental mystic skills, and Chao Zhongtian was a little wary of him. Chen Yu's combat strength was obviously extraordinary as well. Therefore, Chao Zhongtian set his target on Duan Hao. If he could seriously injure Duan Hao and get rid of one of his competitors, then his chances of getting first place would be higher. Humph, since you want to give up the first place, I, Duan Hao, will naturally accept. Duan Hao sneered and jumped out. Kid, you should leave a way out for yourself. Chao Zhongtian laughed hoarsely. On the challenge stage, the two of them faced each other. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, looking forward to this battle. No one had expected Chao Zhongtian to take the initiative to challenge Duan Hao. However, after thinking about it, Situ Linyu, Duan Hao, and Qin Yu were all eyeing the throne of first place. Chao Zhongtian also felt the pressure, so he took the initiative to defeat one of them. Even so, would Duan Hao definitely lose? No one could give an accurate answer. It was precisely because there was some suspense that made it even more exciting. On the stone platform, Qin Yu was also very interested in this battle. Before the competition, everyone had speculated that Chao Zhongtian, who was third in the previous competition, had the highest chance of winning first place. On the other side, Duan Hao was also extraordinary. Qin Yu didn't know how much Duan Hao had grown in the few months he was away. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, the two people on the platform moved at the same time. A huge black axe appeared in Chao Zhongtian's hand. There were twisted and sinister demonic patterns on it, and as he waved it, a shocking demonic axe light whizzed out. On the other side, Duan Hao's body surged with a murderous aura as he punched out. The murderous aura from the fist turned into a ferocious giant tiger that opened its bloody mouth and pounced out. Boom! Their attacks intertwined and tore at each other. Chao Zhongtian's true qi is slightly stronger than Luo Yongguang's, but Duan Hao's fist technique is of a higher realm. While spectating the battle, Qin Yu analyzed the strength of the two players. Swoosh! After throwing out a punch, Duan Hao immediately rushed out and closed in on Chao Zhongtian. Good! Chao Zhongtian's expression was dignified, and the demonic aura behind him soared into the sky like a demon lord. The demonic Tao was boundlessly domineering, suppressing all things. At this moment, Chao Zhongtian's body burst forth with a shocking demonic aura that could suppress and deter enemies. If it was someone with a weak heart and a weak will, they would have lost the will to fight. However, Duan Hao's will to fight was completely unaffected. Boom! Duan Hao jumped up and swept his leg out. The black wind leg seemed to have turned into a black dragon that charged out. Leg technique? Chao Zhongtian was slightly surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that Duan Hao, who had previously displayed a fist technique, would suddenly display a leg technique. Seeing that the leg was about to reach him, Chao Zhongtian raised his axe and blocked it. Bang bang, that powerful kick landed on Chao Zhongtian's demonic axe, setting off a violent wave of killing intent. Thud thud, Chao Zhongtian took 3 steps back and stopped. Duan Hao actually has the upper hand? Chao Zhongtian was pushed back a few steps by Duan Hao. Everyone exclaimed. No one had expected that Chao Zhongtian, who was most likely to seize the first position, would actually allow Duan Hao to gain the upper hand in their first confrontation. Hehe, Duan Hao is a martial arts genius. He can multitask and cultivate both fist and leg techniques at the same time. Moreover, he can use them in battle at the same time, catching his opponent off guard. Nie Xian chuckled. It wasn't that there weren't people who cultivated multiple battle skills at the same time, but it was somewhat difficult to master 2 battle skills in a battle without affecting each other. Boy, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, if this is all you have, you are far from being my opponent. Chao Zhongtian bellowed. Giant Demon 13 Axes, Chao Zhongtian fiercely raised the great axe in his hand, and chopped out an astonishing axe light. Whoosh, Duan Hao's figure flashed, dodging it and punching out. At the same time, Chao Zhongtian once again chopped out with his great axe. The power was even more domineering. Rumble, Chao Zhongtian's body emitted an endless berserk aura. The great devil axe repeatedly chopped, leaving axe marks on the challenge stage. Boy, I have a total of 13 axe strikes. The power is gradually increasing. How many strikes can you withstand? Chao Zhongtian roared, his demonic voice vibrating. While attacking the enemy, Chao Zhongtian also used words to attack the enemy's state of mind, causing them to waver. However, all of this was useless against Duan Hao. His expression remained unchanged. I can take all of them. Duan Hao's cold and evil face revealed a confident smile. Boom, the evil wind around Duan Hao's body skyrocketed, his speed became faster, and while dodging Chao Zhongtian, he also launched a counterattack. His fists and feet struck out, dragon and tiger roared. Then let's try. Chao Zhongtian's face was gloomy, the power of the axe continued to rise, stacking up. The battle became more and more intense. Great Devil 13 Axe. Chao Zhongtian's 13th axe strike finally appeared. The Great Devil axe was surrounded by demonic qi. At a glance, it seemed that the entire axe had become huge. As the axe chopped down, everything in front of the huge black axe shadow was shattered. This strike has completely reached the Xiantian middle stage. Qinyu was slightly surprised. Sure enough, the geniuses in the academy were incomparably strong. It was not impossible for them to challenge those of a higher level. Seeing that, the axe slammed down. Whoosh, a surge of bloodline power erupted from Duanhao's body, a layer of black wind patterns appeared on the surface of his body. Roar! At the same time, Duanhao used the Devil Fiend's shadow. The bloodline power assisted his movement technique, causing his speed to increase a lot, comparable to Qinyu who used this secret technique with all his strength. Duanhao seemed to have turned into a black whirlwind, dodging Chao Zhongtian's attack and circling behind him. What? He dodged it. Chao Zhongtian was incomparably angry. Duanhao forcefully collided with his 12 axe strikes, causing Chao Zhongtian to think that Duanhao would also forcefully resist the 13th axe strike. But in the end, Duanhao's speed erupted with all his might, dodging. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duanhao arrived behind Chao Zhongtian. At the same time, a black iron glove appeared on his right hand. 9 Heavens Tiger Roar! Duanhao mobilized his true qi and bloodline power and threw a powerful punch. An incomparably huge ferocious black tiger pounced at Chao Zhongtian with an astonishing gust of wind. Oh no! Chao Zhongtian felt the danger and immediately activated his defensive combat skill. Black qi surged on the surface of his body, instantly forming a black shield. Crack! The ferocious giant tiger pounced down, and in less than half a breath, it tore the black shield apart and pounced at Chao Zhongtian. Boom! There was a loud noise. On the challenge stage, the raging devil fiend Black Wind blocked everything. What's the situation? Did Chao Zhongtian lose? Everyone stared at the stage, their heartstrings pulled. A roar rose from the ground. A burst of demonic intent erupted, dispersing everything. Chao Zhongtian's entire body grew a little taller, like a small giant, with his body as the center, forming a gravity field with a radius of 10 zhong. The Chao family's gravity bloodline. Sita Linyu smiled slightly. At the crucial moment, Chao Zhongtian activated his bloodline and formed a gravity field, further reducing Duanhao's attack. But obviously, Chao Zhongtian was still injured by Duanhao. Swoosh! Duanhao immediately retreated from the gravity field. Duan family's boy, die. Chao Zhongtian was extremely furious. He rushed forward and slashed out a black axe shadow. However, Duanhao relied on the enhancement of his bloodline and speed to avoid a head-on confrontation. The Duan family's bloodline was called Fierce Wind Bloodline. After activating it, it would enhance wind-type cultivation techniques, combat skills, and slightly increase speed. On the challenge stage, Chao Zhongtian pressed forward step by step, while Duanhao dodged and moved around. After a period of time, Chao Zhongtian gradually became unable to endure. The main reason was that Duanhao's sudden outburst had left a serious injury on him. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would have won. After hesitating for a while, Chao Zhongtian made a decision. I admit defeat. Chao Zhongtian stopped attacking and gritted his teeth. If this continued, not only would his chances of winning be slim, but his injuries would also become more serious. Duanhao wins. The judge announced the result. Duanhao actually defeated Chao Zhongtian. Chao Zhongtian, who was most likely to win first place, was defeated in the first battle. This was out of everyone's expectations. Moreover, Chao Zhongtian was the strongest representative among the older students. This caused all the older students to feel ashamed. I didn't expect the Duan family's boy to be so strong. Maybe I made the wrong choice just now. I should have challenged Qinyu first. Chao Zhongtian returned to the number 3 stone platform and could not help but feel regretful. However, he still had a chance. Finally, the first round of the ranking competition ended and the second round began. In the 20th place, the beautiful late-stage postnatal girl did not challenge anyone. In the 19th place, she gave up. In the 18th place, Wei Ran challenged the 10th place and won. Next, Xianxia challenged the 7th place and won. Compared to the first round, the second round's battles ended much faster. After all, everyone had experienced a round of battle, and many of them had extremely serious injuries. The second round of challenges proceeded very quickly. Before long, it was Xianyu's turn again. On the first stone platform, Duan Hao could not help but open his eyes and look at Xianyu. Xianyu wants to challenge Duan Hao? Everyone knew that Xianyu's goal was to win the first place, however, Duan Hao had even defeated Chao Zhongtian. Could Xianyu defeat Duan Hao? I challenge the first place. Xianyu suddenly shouted and jumped onto the platform. As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar again. In the attic, Lu Xuanzong and Qiu Shouyue of the Blood Evil sect were slightly stunned. They did not expect that two students from the Blood Evil Academy would fight for the first place in the second round. They hoped that Xianyu would give up on challenging Duan Hao and fight for the second or third place. If he succeeded, the Blood Evil Academy would have two students in the top 3 in this year's freshman competition. However, the two students from the Blood Evil Academy had fought in advance. Great! Duan Hao's eyes were full of fighting spirit as he walked onto the platform. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The battle broke out instantly. Roar, roar. 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 Xianyu and Duan Hao used the Devil Wild Shadow at the same time. The crowd seemed to see two ferocious beasts colliding violently. Slash. Xianyu waved the dark heavy sword in his hand and a layer of ferocious aura burst out. On the other side, Duan Hao did not show any weakness. He used his fist art and punched out a ferocious tiger. After punching out, Duan Hao immediately swept out his leg. Under such circumstances, Xianyu's attack must be at a disadvantage. Roar, Xianyu used the Devil Wild Shadow to increase his speed and dodged Duan Hao's kick attack. That was not the end. Xianyu's speed was getting faster and faster. Layers of black wind covered the entire platform. His figure turned into 3 and it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Humph, I know this move too. Duan Hao snorted. As soon as he finished his words, Duan Hao used his body movement skill and sprinted forward. Buzz, a layer of black wind pattern appeared on the surface of his body again and increased his speed. With the help of the bloodline, Duan Hao's speed increased again and he successfully used the second move of the secret skill. On the platform, 6 people were running at high speed. Oh? What about the third move? Xianyu curled up the corner of his mouth. You've learned the third move? Hearing that, Duan Hao's expression changed. As soon as he finished his words. On the platform, Xianyu increased his speed again and a field of black wind was formed. On the challenge stage, a black gust of wind swirled around. Duan Hao and Xianyu both displayed their powerful movement techniques, and they were equally matched. Suddenly, Xianyu's speed increased again, and no one could see his figure clearly. The third form of devilish shadow? The mentors in the pavilion were shocked. This secret technique was of a high level, and its speed was top-notch among all movement techniques. However, it had high requirements for the body, and ordinary people could not cultivate it. However, Xianyu, who was only in the advanced stage of the Hotian realm, could already use the third form. It took me almost 3 years to reach the third form. Lu Xuanzong sighed in his heart. Moreover, when he first cultivated this secret technique, his cultivation level was higher, and he had a certain advantage. We've underestimated this kid. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Some mentors smiled and shook their heads. This year's new students are all impressive. A mentor with gray hair exclaimed. Initially, Duan Hao defeating Chao Zhongtian was already unexpected. However, the strength that Xianyu displayed was no weaker than Duan Hao, and he might even be able to replace Duan Hao. Roar roar, a black wind domain that was tens of feet long formed on the challenge stage. Within the black wind domain, Xianyu's figure blended into the black gust, and it was hard to see. Boom, a pitch-black iron sword swept out with the devilish wind. Duan Hao immediately reacted and threw a punch. Boom, bang, however, as it was a last-minute reaction, his fist light was destroyed by Xianyu. Thump, thump, Duan Hao's fist trembled, and his arm went numb. He took a few steps back. Before he could react, Qingyu had already appeared behind him and swung his sword at him. Boom! Bang! Within the Black Wind domain, sounds of collisions and explosions could be heard continuously. At a certain moment, Duanhao's figure flew out from the Black Wind domain, and he only managed to stabilize himself after sliding for a distance. Damn it! Duanhao licked the blood on his lips, and his eyes were extremely dark. If he had not cultivated this secret technique and had a certain understanding of it, as well as the power of his bloodline, he would have lost. Fortunately, he had already left the Black Wind domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few breaths of time and would still be defeated. In addition, after Qingyu used the third form of this secret technique, his body would probably fall into a period of weakness. In this way, he still had a high chance of winning. Rumble. The Black Fiendish Wind domain gradually faded. Chance. Duanhao's eyes flashed. The third style of Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow placed a great burden on the body, and the user would enter a period of weakness after using it. As long as he seized this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, he would be able to seize the initiative again. However, to his surprise, Qingyu was still using his secret movement technique even after the Black Wind domain dissipated. Roar! A black shadow dashed out from within, like a peerless demon, stirring up an astonishing black fiendish gale. Evil Chi Manifestation. A pitch-black python emerged from between Qinyu's fists and arms, emitting a terrifying jet-black glow. In this attack, Qingyu used his movement technique to charge forward and his heart to explode. The power was unparalleled. 9 Heavenly Tiger Roar. Duanhao's eyes narrowed. He immediately activated the power of his bloodline and performed his ultimate move. An enormous black tiger of evil chi whizzed out with a shocking gale. Boom, bang, the black-scaled python and the evil chi tiger collided in an instant. Two waves of evil chi and true chi tore at each other, setting off a black storm. Boom, suddenly, a light black python dashed out of the black storm and bombarded Duanhao's chest. It was obvious that Qingyu had the upper hand in this battle. Although Duanhao had the support of his bloodline, Qingyu had a secret technique to increase his speed and power. Duanhao had also comprehended the evil intent, which made the killing move of the evil chi manifestation even more powerful. Coupled with Qinyu's heart explosion, which was far beyond the pure evil chi of the same level, even Duanhao, who had a deep understanding of martial arts, could not withstand it. Puff! Duanhao spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated from the challenge stage. Duanhao lost. The crowd was in an uproar. As a genius new student, he had defeated Chao Zhongtian, but he had not been able to sit on the first place for long before another new student took it away. This year's freshman competition was out of everyone's expectations. Of course, the most unexpected thing was that Qingyu was able to sit on the first place. Before the freshman competition, many students were speculating about the chances of winning the first place. There were even people who opened bets, but Qingyu was not one of them. I saw that Duanhao had not fully recovered from his battle with Chao Zhongtian. Otherwise, he would not have lost. A senior said in a regretful tone. But no matter what, Duanhao had lost. It was a fact. Could it be that the first place of this year's freshman competition will be Qingyu? Someone could not help but speculate. Yes, Chao Zhongtian had lost to Duanhao, and Duanhao had lost to Qingyu. In this year's freshman competition, Duanhao was very likely to be ranked first. This is impossible. Duanhao lost to this kid. Chao Zhongtian opened his mouth wide in disbelief. After all, Duanhao had defeated him, but Duanhao had immediately lost to someone else. This was unacceptable to Chao Zhongtian. Below the challenge stage. I lost to him. Duanhao's eyes were blank. He had always regarded Citolinu as his true opponent, and Qingyu was only his second opponent. But now, he had lost to his second opponent. But soon, Duanhao's eyes regained their luster. Although I lost today, I will definitely defeat him next time. Duanhao clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with determination. Under everyone's gaze, Qingyu sat on the first place. He immediately sat down cross-legged and swallowed a few elixirs to hide the secret of his super strong physical strength. Duanhao went to the stone platform that Qingyu was on and temporarily sat on the 6th place. The second round of the ranking competition has ended. Now, the third round will begin. the middle-aged man in black armor announced again. In the ranking competition, everyone had 2 chances to challenge. If they failed, they would lose 1 chance. If they won, they would not lose 1 chance. Although the ranking competition had gone through 2 rounds, many people still had the right to challenge once. For example, Chen Yu, Duan Hao, Situ Linyu, and the others all had the right to challenge twice. The 3rd round began. Because some people had already lost the right to challenge twice, this round of challenges proceeded even faster. During this period, a few people tried to get into the top ranks, but some failed, while others won. Nie Xian was still ranked 7th. In front of him were Chen Yu, Situ Linyu, Chao Zhongtian, Luo Yongguang, Zhang Nan, and Duan Hao. Soon, it was Duan Hao's turn again. Situ Linyu, it's our turn to fight. This time, Duan Hao issued a challenge to Situ Linyu. Among the new students, he had 2 opponents. They were Chen Yu and Situ Linyu. Chen Yu had already fought. Now, only Situ Linyu was left. Hee, I've been sitting here since the beginning of the competition. I'm so bored. With a light smile, Situ Linyu leaped up and landed on the challenge platform. This Situ Linyu is as difficult to deal with as Duan Hao and Chen Yu. Chao Zhongtian could not help but shake his head. What was going on in this competition? All the new students were so powerful that the older students were embarrassed. In the past competitions, the first place was always given to the older students. It was already considered good if there was a new student in the top 3. Swoosh, Duan Hao's body moved and he attacked first. He was like a ferocious cheetah as he closed in on Situ Linyu and punched out. Swoosh, Situ Linyu's body leaped into the air and he dodged the attack. He then struck out with his palm. A cloud of grey ghostly mist floated over. Break! Duan Hao swept out with his leg and forced it back. However, an evil and eerie mental energy instantly passed through his leg and affected Duan Hao's mental world. Get lost! Duan Hao struggled and roared. An astonishing murderous aura burst out and dissipated the mental energy. Roar! Duan Hao's eyes narrowed and he once again used the devil ferocious shadow, wanting to end the battle quickly. However, he had only used the first move. In the previous battles, he had also used this mystic technique, so his body had not fully recovered yet. Duan Hao's speed increased and he closed in on Situ Linyu again. However, Situ Linyu smiled faintly and his movement technique became unfathomable. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, his body was surrounded by a grey mist and he turned into a few ghostly shadows that appeared and disappeared on the stage. Ghost Shadow. Steps, Level 3. Many students were shocked. Although the Ghost Shadow Steps was not as good as the Devil Ferocious Shadow, it was still a top-notch movement technique. Situ Linyu had cultivated the Ghost Shadow Steps to this level, so he was not afraid of Duan Hao at all. Humph. Duan Hao frowned and a layer of black wind appeared on the surface of his body. His speed increased again. Situ Linyu specialized in mental energy mystic techniques, so Duan Hao did not want to waste too much time with him. It would be best if he could end the battle quickly. The 2 figures moved back and forth on the stage. Duan Hao's figure was as fierce as lightning, moving in a straight line. Situ Linyu, on the other hand, was like an evil spirit. His movement techniques were unpredictable and unpredictable. Boom, Duan Hao kicked out with his leg and the black wind fiend dragon charged towards Situ Linyu. Situ Linyu stretched out his palms and shot out a ball of ghostly mist. Boom, the ghostly mist was shattered by the dragon's shadow and a wave of true energy exploded. Ting ting, Situ Linyu retreated a few steps and used his defensive technique to block the attack. Alright, the warm-up is over. It's time for you to have a taste of my techniques. Situ Linyu's expression was still calm and he had a confident smile on his face. But Situ Linyu's eyes surged with an evil aura and they instantly became extremely black like an endless abyss. The moment Duan Hao came into contact with it, he felt a powerful and terrifying mental energy sweeping towards him. Everything in his vision became dark and Situ Linyu's figure became blurry. Scram! Duan Hao shouted and a powerful murderous aura was released from his mental energy. Haha, not bad. Situ Linyu smiled. Swoosh, his figure floated out and with a wave of his hand, a ball of grey mist flew out from his sleeve. When the mist dissipated, a grey monster appeared. This monster had a small body and a large head. It had pointy ears and a pair of large eyes with black light flowing within. That's an evil spirit. Chao Zhongtian's eyes were filled with shock. Citilinhu has already cultivated an evil spirit? The mentors were shocked as they looked at the mentors from the Evil Spirit Academy. Evil spirits were an extremely powerful and profound mystic technique in the evil Tao. Ordinary evil Tao cultivators would not be able to cultivate it. Those who cultivated it could refine an evil spirit and continuously nurture it, strengthening the strength of the evil spirit. Some evil Tao cultivators' evil spirits were even stronger than the person who nurtured them. The evil spirit would be able to deal with all enemies without them having to do anything. What a genius of the evil Tao! The mentors and students from the Lianyunyang Academy were also shocked as they sized up Citilinhu. That's right. After Citilinhu broke through to the Xianxia realm, he successfully formed an evil spirit. A grey-robed mentor from the Evil Spirit Academy smiled. He was also shocked when Citilinhu formed an evil spirit. Then, he personally taught Citilinhu how to nurture the evil spirit and strengthen it. In a few months, Citilinhu's evil spirit had grown to a terrifying level. In the eyes of the grey-robed mentor, Citilinhu would definitely get first place in this year's freshman competition. He obeyed Citilinhu's wishes and did not spread the news. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the other mentors, the grey-robed mentor was delighted. On the challenge stage, whoosh, the big-headed evil spirit floated out and let out a strange cry. It seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul and awaken the evil thoughts in one's heart. Evil spirit. Duanhao looked at the grotesque evil spirit with a solemn expression. Suddenly, buzz, a black light flashed in the big-headed evil spirit's eyes, and evil mental energy fluctuated. Not good. Duanhao immediately realized that something was wrong. The world in front of him darkened again, and his perception dropped rapidly. Hee, this evil spirit of mine can also use the secret eyes of night. Citilinhu chuckled. The secret eyes of night was the mental energy eye technique that Citilinhu had just used. His evil spirit could also use it. An ordinary early-stage Shantian realm cultivator would be affected by the illusion just by looking at his eyes, and it would be difficult for them to unleash their full strength. If he and the evil spirit used this secret technique at the same time, it would be even more powerful. Citilinhu has such a technique. Chao Zhongtian could not help but shake his head. If he were to face Citilinhu, his performance would not be much better than Duanhao's. The other Xiantian realm experts in the top 10 also had a solemn expression, and they looked at Citilinhu with fear. On the challenge stage, after suffering 2 attacks from the secret eyes of night, Duanhao struggled to hold on, and his condition was deteriorating. However, from the start, Duanhao had seen Citilinhu as his biggest competitor. He knew Citilinhu's strength, so how could he not be prepared? Shocking spirit-killing technique. Duanhao formed a seal with both hands, and a wave of mental energy surged from his body. The aura and mental energy fused together to form an illusory tiger, emitting a powerful mental energy. Roar! The illusory tiger image roared ferociously, and a powerful mind power reverberated in Duanhao's mind. In an instant, the world before Duanhao's eyes became bright again, and his condition returned to its peak. This is the evil Tao's mental secret technique? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. However, this was not a psychic attack secret technique, but a supplementary secret technique that could allow one to instantly wake up and destroy illusions. Roar! After getting rid of the illusion, Duanhao unleashed the demonic berserk shadow and charged towards Citilinhu. Around them, countless people held their breath and stared at the scene on the stage. Everyone thought that Citilinhu would win after taking out the evil spirit. Who would have thought that Duanhao was already prepared and cultivated a secret technique that could destroy illusions? Hee, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to deal with you. Citilinhu had a slight smile on his face. It was as if everything was going according to his plan. Evil fire strike. Citilinhu grunted. The big-headed malevolent spirit's body suddenly ignited with dark gray evil flames, and its entire body seemed to have turned into a fireball as it smashed towards Duanhao. Pung! Swoosh! Sensing this, Duanhao exerted force with his right foot and changed his direction. However, the ball of gray evil fire also changed its direction and chased after Duanhao. Boom, bang, the gray fireball landed on Duanhao's body, and a ball of gray mental energy flames exploded. Swoosh, with a flash of gray light, the big-headed malevolent spirit floated out with a strange smile. On the spot. Duanhao's mental energy was burned by the evil fire, and he hugged his head and screamed in pain. Swoosh, Sidolinu's figure floated over and he slapped Duanhao out of the challenge stage. Duanhao lost. Everyone exclaimed. After keeping the evil spirit, Sidolinu gently leaped back onto the stone stage and looked at Qinyu as if he was declaring war. As a body cultivator, Qinyu's mental energy was indeed his weakness. However, after obtaining the moon spirit mineral and the ancient mental energy secret technique, Heavenly Heart Refinement, this problem no longer existed. Currently, Qinyu's mental energy far exceeded that of an ordinary early-stage connate cultivator, and he should be able to resist Sidolinu's mental energy secret technique. Sidolinu was slightly surprised to see that Qinyu's expression did not change much. The ranking battle continued. Duanhao's challenge failed, and it was Zhang Nan's turn next. Zhang Nan's thoughts were a little unclear. And he could not think rationally, but he knew that he was no match for Qinyu. Just now, the strength that Sidolinu had displayed had a greater impact on him. I challenge Chao Zhongtian. Zhang Nan's hoarse voice came out. A lunatic who has been corrupted by demonic intent. You don't know what's good for you. Chao Zhongtian's face was full of anger. Previously, he was the most likely candidate to win first place. Although he was not now, it was not to the point where any random person dared to provoke him. Boom, Chao Zhongtian landed on the challenge stage and took out a pitch-black giant axe. He showed no mercy and defeated Zhang Nan in less than 20 moves with his unparalleled offensive power. Then, it was Luo Yongguang's turn. I challenge Chao Zhongtian. Luo Yongguang looked at Chao Zhongtian. Although he had failed the mission given to him by Luo Haoyan, he still wanted to fight for a ranking. He had no chance of winning against Qinyu or Sidolinu, but he wanted to try his luck against Chao Zhongtian. Chao Zhongtian, you have just fought, so you have the right to postpone the next battle. The judge reminded him. No need. Chao Zhongtian shouted angrily. He had just been challenged by Zhang Nan, but now he was being challenged by Luo Yongguang, which made Chao Zhongtian extremely angry. If he chose to postpone the battle, wouldn't he be telling others that he was afraid of Luo Yongguang? Giant Demon's 13 Axes. Chao Zhongtian used his ultimate skill right from the start. Streaks of demonic axes whistled out and swept across the stage. On the other hand, Luo Yongguang had never underestimated Chao Zhongtian, and he gave it his all. Boom. Bang, on the challenge stage, the giant demon's phantom axe and the purple flame blade intertwined, forming a terrifying storm. Compared to Chao Zhongtian's giant demon's 13 axes, Luo Yongguang's purple flame blade was slightly inferior. However, Luo Yongguang's weapon was better than Chao Zhongtian's, so the two were evenly matched. At a certain moment, Chao Zhongtian and Luo Yongguang activated their ancient race bloodlines one after another, causing the battle to heat up even more. Die. The 13th chop, giant devil splitting mountain. Chao Zhongtian's face was ferocious like a real devil. The giant axe in his hand slammed down with a domineering demonic might. Luo Yongguang's face darkened. He waved the glazed treasure saber and activated his bloodline, slashing out a purplish-white light wave. Ding! As the two collided, the white and purple light wave only managed to resist for a moment before being swallowed up by the giant demon axe shadow. Boom! Luo Haoyan was blasted out of the challenge stage and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. This guy. Chao Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yongguang also participated in the last competition, but he didn't even enter the top 10. In this competition, Luo Yongguang was already able to make him fight with all his might. Luo Yongguang's challenge failed. Next, it was Chao Zhongtian's turn. I give up. Chao Zhongtian said helplessly. The first and second were both existences who had defeated Duanhao. Was he a match for them? Moreover, Chao Zhongtian had fought 2 battles in a row and had consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had already lost his 2 chances to challenge. The best result he could achieve in this competition was 3rd place. After Chao Zhongtian gave up, everyone's gaze turned to Sidolinu. I never thought that Duanhao would defeat Chao Zhongtian. while Qinyu and Sitalinyu would defeat Duan Hao. I wonder who will win. Isn't that obvious? Have you heard of any physical cultivator that specializes in mental energy? To Qinyu, Sitalinyu is the worst opponent. Indeed. I think that Qinyu is even weaker than Duan Hao. He might not even be able to withstand Sitalinyu's secret eyes of darkness. Everyone had their own opinions. However, almost everyone believed that Qinyu would definitely lose, and his performance might even be worse than Duan Hao's. In the pavilion. Looks like Sitalinyu will be the champion of this competition. The Devil Wind Academy's teacher Su sighed. The Evil Spirit Academy's grey-robed teacher could not help but smile. It had been a few years since the Evil Spirit Academy had won first place in the competition. However, Qinyu is not bad either. As a physical cultivator, he has encountered Sitalinyu, who specializes in mental energy. One of the teachers felt sorry for Qinyu. On the Yunyang Academy's side. Pay more attention to those two. You might encounter them in the next academy competition. The elder in the cloud robe said to the students. The academy competition that the elder mentioned was a grand occasion where all the geniuses from the hundreds of academies in the entire Yunzhou nation would gather. The students' hearts skipped a beat, and their faces were filled with shock. To them, although the freshman competition of the Demon-Free Academy was unexpected, even if it was the strongest Sitalinyu or Qinyu, they could still easily crush them. However, geniuses grew too fast. In a few years' time, these two people might really catch up to them. Sitalinyu is a genius from the Situ family. He might be able to catch up to us. However, as a physical cultivator, Qinyu will have a hard time advancing in the future. I'm afraid he won't be able to participate. Elvise shook his head and smiled. He did not believe that Qinyu, who he regarded as an ant, would be able to catch up to him. The demonic sky peak gradually quietened down. Qinyu and Sitalinyu had already entered the arena. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. If there were no accidents, the winner of this battle would be the champion. Qinyu, I didn't expect that my final opponent would be you. Sitalinyu chuckled. Oh? You knew from the beginning that you would definitely make it to the end? Qinyu asked. Not only did I know that I would make it to the end, but I also knew that I would definitely be the champion. Sitalinyu's expression was calm, and his words were filled with confidence. Then let's give it a try. Qinyu's eyes lit up, and a hint of battle intent could be seen in his eyes. He had thought that with his strength, he would be able to easily win first place and receive a generous reward. He did not expect that Qinyu would meet an opponent that he thought highly of. Since that was the case, he would fight with all his might. However, I don't know why you're so confident to fight me. Sitalinyu stared at Qinyu with his deep eyes. The two of them stared at each other from afar. Suddenly, roar, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, Qinyu was like a pitch-black beast, and he attacked first. On the stage, the battle was about to begin. Roar Qinyu was the first to attack. He was surrounded by black winds and looked like a black beast as he pounced at Sitalinyu. Whoosh, a layer of grey mist rose from Sitalinyu's body and his figure became blurry. With a flash, Sitalinyu's figure disappeared and reappeared 5 feet away, causing Qinyu to miss his target. Evil Spirit. Sitalinyu waved his hand and a cloud of grey mist shot out from his sleeve, turning into the big-headed Evil Spirit. Sitalinyu was surprised that Qinyu did not show any fear after witnessing Sitalinyu's methods, and he cautiously released the Evil Spirit. Secret Eyes of Darkness. Sitalinyu's eyes and the big-headed Evil Spirit's eyes emitted a strange soul energy fluctuation. A formless suction force was generated, causing everyone to look over. Many disciples outside the stage were affected and felt as if they had fallen into a dark night. Sitalinyu used the Evil Spirit and his ocular technique. Is he going to defeat Qinyu in one round? Sitalinyu's soul energy was extremely strong. Ordinary early-stage Khanate cultivators would not be able to use much of their strength if they were hit by the secret eyes of darkness. If the Evil Spirit was added to the mix, the power of this ocular technique would increase once again, and the target would probably be at the mercy of others. Sitalinyu's opponent was only a body cultivator. In everyone's opinion, Qinyu might not even last a single round before being defeated. However, a shocking scene occurred. On the stage, Jinyu did not slow down at all. Black wind surrounded him and he attacked fiercely. Huh? Citilinyu frowned. The situation seemed to be out of his expectation. Swoosh, Citilinyu immediately used ghost shadow steps to dodge. At the same time, a black shadow swept over and the two of them separated. Citilinyu looked at his sleeve and saw that there was a tear on it. What's going on? Citilinyu's ocular technique doesn't work on Jinyu? Jinyu actually encountered Citilinyu in this situation. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to be extremely shocked. They took a closer look. Look, Jinyu isn't looking at Citilinyu's eyes. Someone noticed something. On the stone platform, the other experts were also surprised and pondered over the reason. That's not the only reason. Duanhao's eyes darkened. He had fought against Citilinyu before, and the secret eyes of night had a kind of spiritual pulling power. Once he looked into Citilinyu's eyes, he would find it hard to look away. In addition, if one only looked at Citilinyu's eyes, it would be hard to look at Citilinyu's eyes. However, how could one fight if one only looked at Citilinyu's feet, to Citilinyu's feet? Your soul energy has grown to such a level? Citilinyu was to say too. To not touching the other party's eyes was indeed a way to deal with illusionary ocular techniques, but not everyone could do it. His secret eyes of the night had an invisible force that could pull one's mind. If one's mind was not strong enough, one would look into his eyes uncontrollably. However, he could feel that Jinyu wasn't affected much by his secret eyes of night, and his mental state was as steady as a mountain. Citilinyu was shocked when he sensed Jinyu's soul energy. Jinyu's soul energy was even stronger than a normal Khanate cultivator. Furthermore, as a body cultivator, Jinyu had a better understanding of the body than others. Therefore, he was able to react to Citilinyu's feat. Hee hee. In response, Jinyu simply smiled in response. His soul energy was similar to Citilinyu's, so it was not difficult for him to resist the suction force of the secret eyes of darkness. Whoosh, suddenly, Jinyu moved and launched another attack. He was still afraid of Citilinyu's soul energy, so Jinyu would take the chance to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom, the dark heavy sword swept up a dark wave and attacked Citilinyu. Swoosh. Swoosh, in a hurry, Citilinyu used ghost shadow steps to dodge the attack. However, in the face of such an AoE attack, Ghost Shadow Step's dodging ability was rather poor, and Citilinyu was no longer as calm as before. Evil Spirit, go. Citilinyu immediately controlled the big-headed evil spirit. Jinyu could avoid looking at his eyes, but the evil spirit could go anywhere it wanted. Citilinyu could make the evil spirit look at Jinyu's eyes. Swoosh, the evil spirit quickly floated toward Jinyu and stared at Jinyu. Sigh, Jinyu is a genius. He can resist Citilinyu's secret eyes of darkness and attack with his feet. However, Citilinyu has an evil spirit. Jinyu can't dodge it even if he wants to. Chao Zhongtian sighed. The evil spirit was a powerful technique of the heretic cultivators. If he could not solve this problem, there was no hope of defeating Citilinyu. On the stage, Jinyu attacked wildly, but his accuracy was not very high. Citilinyu hurriedly dodged. On the other side, the evil spirit finally found an opportunity. It came in front of Jinyu and stared at him with its pitch-black eyes. Jinyu, you're finished. Citilinyu chuckled. There was no way to dodge. Gathering his true chi, Jinyu circulated his true chi rapidly and took the initiative to glare at the man. That pair of eyes emitted a terrifying evil aura, and it was also mixed with a domineering demonic aura that looked down on everything. It was cold and gloomy, and it could take one's soul away. This powerful yin chi and demonic intent merged together and fought against the evil spirit's secret eyes of darkness. Get lost. Jinyu suddenly bellowed, and a black baleful aura mixed with demonic intent soared into the sky, whistling in all directions. That shout was like the awakening of a peerless demon, causing everyone's heart to tremble. What a powerful yin chi and demonic intent. Citilinyu's expression changed. At that moment, the yin chi that Jinyu exuded was even stronger than Duanhao's. However, Duanhao had used his yin chi to cast a mental support secret skill, while Jinyu had only released pure yin chi, which was less effective. But that was enough. Jinyu was not affected by the illusion. He was only resisting it. Boom, activating his pure aura chi, Qin Yu waved his dark iron sword and slashed at the evil spirit. Boom, the black wind howled, and the evil spirit's figure was sent flying. This thing is neither real nor illusory. It's between an illusory and a material object. Qin Yu was surprised. That attack just now had only injured the evil spirit. If the evil spirit was a material object, it would not have suffered such a small injury. Around them, everyone was shocked by this scene, and all of them were dumbstruck. Almost everyone believed that Qin Yu could only passively take Citilinu's beating and be at his mercy. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu brushed against Citilinu's clothes and injured the evil spirit the second time. These two monsters. Chao Zhongtian could not help but exclaim. In the future, he would never become enemies with these two. Qin Yu, how dare you hurt my evil spirit? Citilinu's eyes darkened. He did not expect Qin Yu to have such strong resistance. Not only did he block his illusion attack, but he also counterattacked. Evil fire strike. Citilinu's expression became evil. He quickly formed a hand seal. Whoosh, the big-headed evil spirit's body was engulfed in a grey evil fire, and its body gradually turned into a fireball. The secret eye of darkness was only a mental illusion, but this time, it was a mental attack. Go! Citilinu bellowed. The illusory grey fireball flew toward Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed. Earlier, Duan Hao had been completely defeated by this attack. Duan Hao was also at the early stage Khanate level. With Qin Yu's mental strength, it would not be good if he was hit. Thump. Thump, thump. In the face of danger, Qin Yu's internal organs throbbed, and his blood and true qi surged. Roar. Roar, roar. His speed suddenly increased, leaving afterimages and a black wind. In a short while, a black wind domain was formed. In the domain, Qin Yu's speed was even faster, and it was difficult for the evil fire to hit him. Moreover, ordinary people would not know where Qin Yu was hiding in the black wind domain. This. The other prodigies on the stone platforms opened their mouths and eyes wide. Show yourself. Citilinu's face darkened. As soon as he finished speaking, Citilinu opened his mouth and let out an evil voice that was accompanied by a strange mental energy. Many of the students on the stone platforms felt their heads swell and dizzy. Evil sound secret art. Chao Zhongtian circulated his true qi and focused his mental energy to block the attack. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Not only was Citilinu's movement technique profound, but he was also proficient in illusionary eye techniques. He had also formed an evil spirit and could use the evil sound. He was indeed a rare genius of the evil path. Within the black wind domain, the evil sound attack on Qin Yu became more concentrated. Even with his powerful mental energy, he felt a swelling pain. Unable to focus, Qin Yu's movement technique naturally collapsed, and the black wind domain gradually disappeared. At this moment, swoosh, the evil spirit turned into a dark grey fireball and smashed toward Qin Yu. Not good. Qin Yu circulated his true qi and demonic intent. He even used the ancient cultivation technique, heavenly heart refinement. At this moment, Qin Yu's mental energy was like a mountain, impregnable. Boom, bang, the ball of evil fire smashed toward him, and Qin Yu felt as if his consciousness was being bitten by countless ants. The pain was unbearable, and the situation was getting worse. What a strong resistance. Citilinu's face turned cold. It made sense. Qin Yu's mental energy was far stronger than an early-stage Khanate cultivator, and he had formed a baleful mental energy and comprehended some demonic intent. Furthermore, Citilinu's evil spirit had been injured by Qin Yu, and its attack had been weakened. But it's time to end this. Citilinu activated the secret eye of darkness once again. When Qin Yu was under the influence of the secret eye of darkness, his resistance was greatly reduced. The evil fire's corrosion was enough to damage his mental energy, and it would be difficult for him to fight. Qin Yu's mental energy was being pulled by a strong force, and his mental energy began to waver. At the same time, the evil fire took the opportunity to invade. But suddenly, the jade pendant on Qin Yu's body released a layer of white light that spread across his mental energy, giving Qin Yu a warm and comfortable feeling. Instantly, the evil fire's power and the secret eye of darkness's influence were reduced by half. Good. Qinyu's eyes lit up. Sitalinu's evil fire and secret eye of darkness were greatly weakened, and Qinyu could easily resist them. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. 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 Qinyu, who had been struggling and groaning a moment ago, suddenly burst into action. His killing intent surged as he pounced towards Sitalinu. How is this possible? Sitalinu's expression changed. The battle should have ended by now. How could Qinyu possibly think of launching another attack? He controlled the evil spirit to use the evil fire and the secret eye of darkness at the same time. Sitalinu's mental energy was weak, and it was too late for him to dodge the attack. Qinyu was like a peerless demon, and he arrived in an instant. Boom, a loud sound came from the challenge stage, and a gust of wind blew, covering the two figures. Everyone thought that everything was over and that the final battle was over. However, at the crucial moment, Qinyu suddenly attacked. This scene made everyone's hearts pound. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone's eyes were on the stage. Even the mentors of the academy could not control their emotions. The reason for that was because all of this was truly too unexpected. Boom, with a loud bang, a black tornado surged and engulfed the two figures. Whoosh, a figure was thrown out from the black tornado. It was Sitalinu. His right face was red and swollen. It was obvious that he had been punched by Qinyu. Boom, Sitalinu slammed heavily onto the stage, causing a layer of dust to rise. His eyes were blank and he could not accept what had happened. From the beginning, Sitalinu was certain that he was the champion of this year's freshman competition. But at the very last moment, he, who was proficient in secret mental techniques, was defeated by a body cultivator. This was something that he had never expected and could not accept. Sitalinu's eyes darkened, and a dark evil light flashed in his eyes. A faint pattern appeared on his forehead. No. I can't use it with my current cultivation level. Sitalinu hesitated for a moment before he closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. The unwillingness and anger in his eyes gradually disappeared. Although Sitalinu's strange behavior and the strange pattern on his forehead only lasted for a moment, but Qinyu still noticed it. After all, Sitalinu did not leave the stage and did not admit defeat. He was still wary of Sitalinu's tricks. That is, Qinyu felt that Sitalinu was not simple. He might have some tricks up his sleeves. However, Qinyu also had some tricks up his sleeves, such as the dragon scale bloodline and the Xianxia true fire glazed flame. I admit defeat. Sitalinu said. He had used up too much of his mental energy and his evil spirit had been damaged. Qinyu's punch had also caused him serious injuries. Furthermore, he was wary of Qinyu's strength. After a while, the crowd burst into an uproar. Sitalinu actually lost to Qinyu. How is this possible? Hasn't the weakness of physical cultivators always been the mind? How could Qinyu defeat Sitalinu, who was proficient in secret soul techniques? Many people felt that this result was somewhat unreal. After all, Duan Hao, who had defeated Chao Zhongtian, had long since made preparations to deal with Sitalinu. However, he had still been easily defeated by Sitalinu. And Qinyu had successfully defeated Sitalinu. How is this possible? Sitalinu has lost. The grey-robed mentors from the Evil Spirit Academy were also a little shocked. He had thought that the first place was within his grasp, but it was snatched away by a student from another academy. Looks like Qinyu has also encountered quite a lot of opportunities. Although he isn't proficient in the mental aspect, his mental strength is especially strong. At most, he is only slightly weaker than Sitalinu. Instructor Su exclaimed. As an Origin Realm expert, through the battle between the two of them, he could clearly see the situation of both of them. That's right. Furthermore, Jinyu's attainments in the evil Dao aren't low either. He has even comprehended a trace of devil intent, which makes his mental strength abnormally strong. At the end, Jinyu's counterattack before his death seems to be because he has an item that can defend against mental attacks. A few of the instructors discussed. This year's freshman tournament was indeed too unexpected. On the side of Yunyang Academy, the Elder in cloud robes and the 4 other academies still had a look of surprise on their faces. How is this possible? LVZ shook his head slightly. The person that he viewed as an ant, Xianxia, had actually created miracles time after time and even defeated Citolinu. Xianxia. Princess Ming's beautiful eyes looked at Xianxia seriously. Once again, Xianxia had shocked the entire audience. He had single-handedly trampled on the prodigies of the 10 great ancient clans and the 4 great clans. Xianxia wins. The judge announced the result. After the battle ended, the two of them returned to stage number 1 and 2. This challenge was initiated by Citolinu. Next, it was Xianxia's turn. Give up, Xianxia said. At this moment, did he still need to challenge anyone? The third round of challenges is over. Now, the fourth round will begin. The judge announced again. Although 3 rounds of ranking battles had been carried out. However, there were still a few people who still had the right to challenge Xianxia. For example, Citolinu had only failed to challenge Xianxia. After 2 battles in the third round, it was Citolinu's turn again. It was difficult to recover from mental injuries in a short period of time, so Citolinu had to give up the challenge. Now, the freshman tournament of the No Demon Academy was over. According to the number of students standing on the stone stage, the top 20 rankings were clear at a glance. First, Xianxia second, Citolinu third, Chao Zhongtian fourth, Luo Yongguang fifth, Zhang Nan sixth, Duanhao seventh, Nya. Xian, fortunately, Duanhao has no more challenges, otherwise I would not be able to keep the third place. Chao Zhongtian secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Before the competition, he was full of confidence. As long as he was not unlucky, he had a great chance of winning first place. But at this moment, if Duanhao had not had no more challenges, he would have been kicked out of the top 3. Outside the arena. That kid actually won first place. Luo Haoyan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were cold. He had no doubt that with Xianxia's talent, he would catch up to him in a few years. I will not allow that to happen, Luo Haoyan said coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared. Next, the rewards will be given out. The organizer of the competition, Gao Liang, said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The top 10 students could not help but smile. The rewards for the top 10. The 6th to 10th places went to the pavilion to receive their rewards. The rewards for the top 10 included 50,000 demon points and a qi refining pill. Students under the Xiantian realm might not be able to earn 50,000 demon points in 2 to 3 years. The qi refining pill could increase the foundation of a Hotian realm cultivator, making it easier for them to advance to the Xiantian realm. However, the No Demon Academy did not expect that there would be 6 Xiantian realm students in this year's competition. The value of the qi refining pill was greatly reduced, and to Duanhao, who was ranked 6th, it was like a useless pill. Of course, with Duanhao's background, he did not care about the rewards for the top 10. The rewards for the top 3. Third place, reward, 80,000 demonic points, 1 spirit cleansing pill, 1 high-grade artifact. Compared to the rewards for the top 10, the rewards for the third place were much more abundant, and there was even a high-grade treasure. The spirit cleansing pill could cleanse the soul, removing negative energy from the mind, and reduce the chance of cultivation deviation. To the No Demon Academy students, the spirit cleansing pill was an extremely popular pill. Second place, 90,000 demonic points, a blood melting pill, and a high-grade artifact. The blood refining pill could not only strengthen the body, but it was also a supplementary pill that could help a Hotian or early Xiantian realm cultivator break through a bottleneck. The rewards for the first place. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Xianxia arrived alone at the place to receive the rewards. The black-armored middle-aged man opened a jade plate, and 3 items appeared. One was the No Demon Academy's token with 100,000 demon points. The second item was a transparent jade bottle, and inside it was a crystal white pill with dragon markings. Rising Dragon Pill. This pill could cleanse the body, repair hidden injuries, and promote a leap in one's level of life. It had a great healing effect on Hotian realm injuries, and it would also eliminate any future problems. Even some Xiantian realm powerhouses had injuries that could be healed by it. Apart from that, this pill had a slight effect on the spiritual body's aptitude. The effects varied according to the specific effects. It can increase the spiritual body's aptitude? Xianxia picked up the jade bottle and examined it carefully. Although the effect was weak, it was still effective. Up until now, Xianxia had only seen a moon spirit or with this effect, and this ascending dragon pill was the second one. The moment he picked up the ascending dragon pill, Xianxia could clearly feel the countless greedy eyes around the Devil Sky Peak. This pill's healing effect was effective even for late-stage Xiantian realm experts, and it could increase the spiritual body's aptitude to a certain extent. Only an Origin realm expert would be able to resist the temptation of this pill. Apart from that, the third item was 2 small tokens. They could be used to pick 2 high-grade artifacts from the No Demon Academy's demonic weapon pavilion. According to the usual practice, after the rewards were given out, there would be another matter. That was the mentor's choice. Mentors would only be able to understand every student's situation through the freshman tournament and make the best choice. Furthermore, the acceptance of disciples wasn't limited to the academy. Mentors could accept students from any branch as their disciples, but of course, they had to get the student's approval. Being accepted as a disciple by a mentor, not only would they enjoy many benefits, they would also have a backer in the academy, and the possibility of revenge would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, they could receive guidance from the mentors, which was a lot of benefits. However, some outstanding students had already been accepted as disciples by some mentors before the freshman tournament. For example, Situlinyu, Xian, etc. There were also some older students who had already become disciples of some mentors. Wei Ran, are you willing to be my disciple? Another mentor from the Evil Spirit Academy asked. Wei Ran was an older student and wasn't chosen by a mentor in the previous freshman tournament. But in this freshman tournament, his ranking wasn't bad, and he was acknowledged by a mentor. This disciple is willing. Wei Ran smiled elegantly and cupped his fists in a cultured manner. Li Yan, are you willing to be my disciple? A teacher from an unpopular branch looked at the flirtatious woman. This girl was also a freshman, and with her late-stage post-preliminary realm cultivation, she was able to squeeze into the top 20. This girl is willing. Li Yan smiled charmingly. At this moment, Blood Fiend Sect's Lu Xuanzong stood up. In this freshman tournament, Blood Fiend Sect occupied 3 of the top 20 places, and among them, the first place belonged to Blood Fiend Sect. Lu Xuanzong glanced at Xianxia with admiration in his eyes, then shifted his gaze. Duan Hao, are you willing to be my disciple? Lu Xuanzong stared at Duan Hao. I am willing. Duan Hao's expression was cold, but a strong fighting spirit could be seen in his eyes. He had lost in this freshman tournament, but he would catch up to Situlinyu and Xianxia as soon as possible, and even surpass them. As long as he could quickly increase his strength, he was willing to accept it. Eh? No mentor has taken a liking to Xianxia? Chao Zhongtian, Luo Yongguang, and the others were puzzled. Logically speaking, the first place of every freshman tournament would be fought among the mentors, and the students would be able to choose themselves. But this time, not a single mentor wanted to take Xianxia as a disciple. In the past, the mentors would compete with each other for the first place, and the students would be the ones to choose. How could the person who won first place in the college competition be ordinary? His future would be limitless. The mentors might even benefit from it. However, this time, it was strange that no mentor wanted to take Xianxia as a disciple. Of course, this was the mentor's business. The students couldn't figure out the reason. Xianxia also felt it was suspicious. However, he couldn't beg others to take him as a disciple since no one wanted to take him as a disciple. There had to be a reason behind this anomaly, it was just that he couldn't figure it out at the moment. The mentors and students of Yunyang School didn't notice this. In their opinion, Xianxia must have been taken as a disciple by one of the mentors or the branch dean. Haha, this is a good thing. If he's not taken as a disciple, he's no different from an ordinary student in the college. In this case, I can trade the Rising Dragon pill with him at a lower price. An ugly man with a bent left leg said with a smile among the senior students of the Blood Evil Yard. If Brother Yen wants this pill, that kid will definitely be sensible and give it to Brother Yen. A tall young man said with a smile. He couldn't help but glance at the ugly man's left leg. The freshman competition is over. The crowd on the demonic sky peak gradually dispersed. Most of the senior students in the college were senior students. It was totally worthwhile for them to watch the freshman competition. It could be expected that this year's freshmen would rise rapidly. The freshman competition is really wonderful. My trip was not in vain. The mentors of Yunyang School stood up and said goodbye to the mentors of No Demon College. Don't mention it. I heard that there are many outstanding geniuses among the freshmen of Yunyang School, such as Wu Heng, who has the thunder spiritual body and the 8th prince of the royal family. A white-haired old man of No Demon College said calmly. Yunyang School was the top of the 4 colleges, and it was stronger than the other 3 colleges in all aspects. Goodbye. The old man left with Princess Ning, Lvz, and other students. Alas, Qinyu is a body cultivator, but he could defeat Sidulinyu. What a pity. After the cloud-robed elder left, one of the instructors spoke with some regret. The instructors of the Blood Evil Institute should be the most pitiful. A short mentor said with a smile. If the instructors were to fight over Qinyu, the instructors of Blood Fiend sect would definitely have an innate advantage. There's nothing we can do about it. Could it be that you dare to go against the Vice Dean's will? A senior mentor chuckled. The Vice Dean is really something. Doesn't he know that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? This Jinyu's performance is so dazzling. If he doesn't have a backer, I'm afraid the road ahead will be filled with difficulties. If he's not careful, he'll fall into a bottomless abyss. One of the younger instructors was a little annoyed. The mentors chatted for a while longer before leaving. Brother Chen, congratulations on obtaining first place in the grand competition. On the way, the freshmen of the Blood Evil Institute gathered around Qinyu. Obtaining first place in the freshman competition of the Demon Free Academy was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Qinyu's future was limitless. If he could befriend him now, it would definitely be beneficial for him. Brother Chen, you've really given me a big surprise. Yang Zhang said with a smile and a look of admiration. He remembered that before the grand competition, Qinyu had asked him what the reward for obtaining first place was. At that time, he thought that Qinyu was biting off more than he could chew. Now, it seemed that he was the one who was short-sighted. Duan Hao, who was standing at the side, looked slightly cold and did not say anything. At this moment, an ugly man with a bent left leg walked over with a limp. Junior Chen, are you willing to trade the Rising Dragon elixir? The ugly man asked with a smile. Qinyu looked at this person. Although his left leg was crippled, his aura was extremely powerful and he seemed to be quite famous, attracting the attention of many people nearby. Not at the moment. Qinyu rejected. As a body cultivator, this elixir would be of great use to him. Everything in the world has a price. You don't want to trade because you're afraid that my price is too low, right? The ugly man laughed strangely and released a terrifying bloody aura, causing the freshmen nearby to be frightened and take a few steps back. No, I plan to consume this Rising Dragon elixir myself. Qinyu wore a serious expression. He indeed had a plan. You have to think carefully. The value of this Rising Dragon elixir definitely exceeds the value of consuming it yourself. The ugly man's eyes flashed sharply, but he immediately calmed down and continued to speak with a smile. You don't have to worry about that. Qinyu frowned slightly. Alright, Junior Chen, think carefully. If you want to trade, you can look for me, Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buching. The ugly man's expression turned cold. He turned around and reported his name. He's Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buching? I heard that this person has a twisted personality and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He will definitely break the legs of those who offend him. The faces of the few students trembled. Brother Chen, the value of this Rising Dragon elixir is not ordinary. If you trade with others alone, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. It's better to participate in some large-scale trading activities to obtain the greatest benefits. Yang Zhang kindly reminded. Right, in half a month's time, there will be a Dark Night exchange meeting among the inner disciples of the Demonic Academy. If you trade this elixir there, its value will be higher. You might even be able to sell it to some seniors or geniuses on the sky ranking. After all, the value of this elixir was too high. It would be a hot potato if he kept it. If he were to sell it, it would be better to sell it at a high price. If he were to sell it to some geniuses, it would be equivalent to gaining their favor. Dark Night exchange meeting? Any large organization would have some trading areas and trading activities. However, there were also some hidden, small, private exchanges that required a certain qualification to enter. The chances of rare items appearing in them were higher. Even if they were not traded, they would still be able to see some rumored geniuses on the sky ranking. In this regard, Jinyu only paid attention to it slightly. He still had no intention of selling the Rising Dragon elixir. Along the way, Jinyu felt many greedy gazes. There were many people who came to trade for the Rising Dragon elixir, but they were all rejected by Jinyu. I should consume this elixir as soon as possible to avoid trouble. After returning to the cultivation cave abode, Jinyu made up his mind. As a body cultivator, the value of the Rising Dragon elixir could be said to be higher than anyone else. Moreover, he had the mysterious heart, which could absorb the elixir's effects almost 100%. If it wasn't for something that Jinyu urgently needed, he would not trade the Rising Dragon elixir. On the same day, Jinyu made his preparations and went into seclusion. If I consume the Rising Dragon elixir, my copper statue star body will definitely break through to greater success. Jinyu had a confident look on his face. However, this seemed to be a waste of the elixir. Jinyu's copper statue star body had already reached the peak of Xiaoqing and was not far from greater success. However, he had been focusing on secret movement techniques and cultivation techniques, which resulted in the slow progress of the copper statue star body. On the same night, Jinyu consumed the last bottle of ice and fire body tempering liquid. Oh right, the ice and fire elixir refines the physique with ice and fire. In fact, the copper statue star body can also be tempered with ice and fire. That blood-glazed flame is also a flame. I wonder if, an idea came to Jinyu's mind. Immediately, Jinyu touched the blood-glazed flame in the depths of his energy reserve. Whoosh whoosh, wisps of blood-glazed flame were summoned by Jinyu. Jinyu carefully controlled the blood-glazed flame and attached it to the copper statue star body. Hiss! Immediately, Jinyu felt a burning pain from the corrosion. Under the burning of the blood-glazed flame, his copper statue's righteous body was instantly left with burn marks. At the same time, the ice and fire body tempering liquid in Jinyu's body seemed to be stimulated. The elixir became more active and concentrated on the wound. The pain of being attacked by the flames from both inside and outside made Jinyu cry out a few times. After a while, Jinyu stopped tempering his body with the blood-glazed flame. Controlling the blood-glazed flame to temper his body consumed a lot of mental energy. Moreover, Jinyu had only refined 1/10 of the blood-glazed flame. Moreover, with his current physique, tempering his body with the blood-glazed flame was a little too much. It's time to take this pill. Jinyu took out a crystal-clear pill. There was a dragon pattern on the pill and it shone with a strange light. After swallowing the pill, Jinyu immediately felt a surge of elixir energy spread through his body and seeped into his limbs and organs. In an instant, the scars left by Jinyu's blood-glazed flame healed without a trace. After a dozen breaths, Jinyu's body trembled violently. On his shining bronze body, the ancient patterns became even more intricate, and the invisible force field became even more stable, emitting a solemn and dignified aura from inside out. Greater success of the great success of the great success body. Jinyu's face lit up with joy. After consuming the ice and fire body tempering liquid and trying to temper his body with the blood-glazed flame, Jinyu's physique had reached its limit. He had just consumed the Rising Dragon pill and his copper statue star body had advanced. I can't waste the elixir energy. After the copper statue star body breakthrough, Jinyu was still absorbing the elixir energy from the Rising Dragon pill. His physique, after the breakthrough, further transformed and strengthened. At some point, his body had reached its saturation point and could no longer absorb the elixir energy. Thump! Thump, thump! Jinyu's heartbeat sped up and a strange force came from it. Instantly, the remaining elixir energy from the Rising Dragon pill quieted down and was compressed in his bones and flesh. Because of the mysterious heart, Jinyu had absorbed almost all of the elixir energy without any waste. The elixir energy that his body couldn't absorb was deposited in his body and could be absorbed in the future. On top of that, the copper statue star body had reached the greater success stage. Normally speaking, he could withstand the attacks of a postnatal realm expert with just this cultivation technique alone. However, with the enhancement from Qianyu's mysterious heart, Qianyu could even withstand the attacks of a postnatal realm expert with this cultivation technique. After consolidating for a period of time, Qianyu ended his seclusion. The next day, Qianyu left the cave abode and went to an important place in the demonic academy, the demonic weapon pavilion. The demonic weapon pavilion was an important place for refining weapons in the Yunhui Gate. Usually, only middle-stage postnatal realm experts could afford to use high-grade treasures. Most early-stage postnatal realm experts could only use middle-grade treasures. And since Qianyu had won first place in the competition, he had the right to choose 2 high-grade treasures from the demonic weapon pavilion. Currently, Qianyu's profound heavy sword was a middle-grade treasure. If he could find a suitable high-grade treasure, he could replace it. The demonic weapon pavilion was the most important place of the demonic academy. It was surrounded by enchantments and heavily guarded. It was said that there were experts inside the demonic weapon pavilion. Taking out his identity token, Qianyu entered the demonic weapon pavilion unimpeded. On the first floor of the demonic weapon pavilion, there were more than 10 rows of black metal shelves. On each shelf was a weapon. They are all low-grade treasures. Qianyu couldn't help but exclaim. There were no ordinary weapons in the demonic weapon pavilion. The most basic weapons were low-grade treasures. There were many types of low-grade treasures on the first floor. There were even some rare weapons. Quick, look, it's Qianyu. It really is him, first place in the freshman competition. On the first floor, there were many people choosing weapons. Most of them were freshmen. After the freshman competition, Qianyu's popularity was even greater than Citilinu's. Many female students couldn't help but come over to talk to him. First place in the freshman competition is rewarded with 2 high-grade treasures. I'm so envious. I wonder when I can have a high-grade treasure. A student at the beginning stage of the Hotian realm sighed with envy. Under everyone's gaze, Qianyu came to the second floor. The second floor was filled with middle-grade treasures. Although there weren't as many as the first floor, it was still a dazzling array. Amidst the hubbub, Qianyu came to the third floor. The third floor of the demonic weapon pavilion stored high-grade treasures. There were only a few people here. Qianyu's arrival attracted the attention of 2 of them. Not paying much attention, Qianyu began to choose his treasures. The high-grade treasures were placed on display. Every display had a weak isolation array to seal the treasures. Up until now, Qianyu had only trained in fist and sword techniques. Therefore, his main target was the sword. The sword was the king of weapons. Many people preferred it. It was also the mainstream weapon and there were many of them. Ice Jade Sword, peak high-grade treasure weapon. It is made from 1,000-year-old profound ice as well as many precious jade materials. The sword is like jade, and it can condense ice. When attacking, it can release cold air that can freeze the enemy. If it causes damage to the enemy, it can also slow down the speed at which the enemy's chi circulates. Heavenly Edge Sword, high-tier treasure weapon. The sword is extremely sharp and can kill without leaving a trace. This sword can slightly increase one's attack speed and has a strong ability to pierce through Xiantianjin Qi. Meteor Sword, high-tier treasure weapon, forged from meteor stones and other precious materials. The sword light is like a meteor, and when attacking, it can create a meteor sword shadow that confuses the enemy. At night, it has a certain increase in power. After searching for a long time, although there were many sword-type weapons, none of them met Qianyu's requirements. After all, swordsmen were particular about sharpness and the speed at which they swung their swords. Very few people liked heavy swords. I'm used to using heavy swords, so it's awkward to use a light sword. Qianyu was slightly vexed. If that was the case, then he would have to return empty-handed. Furthermore, if he could not find a suitable treasure weapon, the profound heavy sword would not be able to be used for long. Could it be that he would have to change to another type of heavy weapon? At this moment, Qianyu's eyes lit up. On the last display stand of the sword-type weapons, there was an extremely unique sword. Gigantic Ruler Sword, high-tier treasure weapon. This sword does not have a sharp edge, and is extremely hard. It focuses on using its weight to suppress people. When fully activated, its weight will multiply. If it could be used to its full potential, it would be comparable to a high-tier king treasure weapon. There was very little information about this sword. Only in terms of its weight, it was extremely outstanding. One must know that normally, as long as a treasure weapon had a strong point, it would basically be stated to tempt the buyer. Qinyu extended his hand through the enchantment, holding the gigantic ruler sword. So heavy. Qinyu was greatly surprised. He once again activated his strength, suddenly picking up the gigantic ruler sword. Qinyu estimated that a normal early Xiantian master would not even be able to pick up a sword without using their qi. And with Qinyu's current strength, he could barely swing this sword. With a light wave, a heavy gust of wind whistled past, alarming the people on the third floor. What weapon is this? A stick? A person saw the weapon in Qinyu's hand, and even mistook it for a short stick. After all swords had a sharp edge, and it would not be so thick. I'll choose you. Qinyu was relatively satisfied. First of all, this sword was extremely heavy, in line with Qinyu's standards. Secondly, according to the description, if this sword was used to its full potential, it would be comparable to a high-tier king treasure weapon. After choosing the treasure, Qinyu thought for a moment, and did not choose anything else. After all, he was a body cultivator, and his defense was extremely good, especially since his copper statue dipper body had just broken through to the large success level. In addition, the beast skin armor on his body was also a high-tier treasure weapon. Therefore, Qinyu did not need to choose other treasures. I want this sword. Qinyu came in front of the counter. You want this sword? The black-clothed old man in charge of the third floor of the demonic weapon pavilion almost did not recognize that it was a sword. And when he recognized it, he looked at Qinyu with great shock. This sword wasn't something that anyone could easily pick up. The prices, the black-clothed old man was about to check the price. Qinyu immediately took out a small token. Oh? With this token, you don't need to pay anything else. The black-clothed old man took the token from Qinyu's hand, looking deeply at Qinyu. This kind of token was not something that could be easily obtained. According to what he knew, there were only a few that were given out in the recent freshman competition. In other words, the person in front of him should be one of the top 3 in the freshman competition. Normally, when people obtained this kind of token, they would exchange it for a top treasure weapon. But Qinyu had chosen a normal weapon that had been left here for tens of years. However, if one carefully calculated, the cost of this gigantic ruler sword was not any less than other high-tier treasure weapons. This sword had existed for a long time, and was forged by an extremely stubborn weapon master. It was said that at that time, this weapon refiner wanted to refine a high-grade king-level weapon, but in the end all his attempts failed, so he fused the remnants of his failed attempts together to forge this giant ruler sword. Therefore, the quality of this sword was not high, but the cost was astonishing. At this time, a green-robed male came from behind. I want this ice jade sword. The green-robed young man had a faint smile on his face. Ice jade sword, 9,000 low-tier primal stones, or 45,000 demonic points. The black-robed old man announced the price. The green-robed man took out an identity token from his storage pouch, and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Then he smiled guiltily. I'm sorry, I forgot. I just exchanged for a cultivation technique a few days ago, so I don't have enough demonic points. No problem, come again next time. The black-robed old man calmly replied. Junior brother, if I'm not wrong, you are Qinyu, the champion of this year's freshman competition. The green-robed man suddenly looked at Qinyu. That's right. Qinyu nodded his head. The black-robed old man in front also revealed a shocked expression. If I remember correctly, the champion of this year's freshman competition will be rewarded with 2 high-tier treasure weapons. You only took one, so there should be another quota left. Why don't you lend it to me? The green-robed man said with a sincere expression. Fine, this token can be exchanged for a high-tier treasure weapon, or even a top high-tier treasure weapon. I'll sell it to you for 50,000 demonic points. Qinyu said as he took out a token. His offer was slightly on the high side, but he was not familiar with the green-robed man. The fact that the green-robed man was willing to trade with him showed that he was being friendly. Sure, I'll definitely return it to you when I have enough. The green-robed man's lips curled up into a smile. You should still have some demonic points left, right? Transfer them to me first, and I'll pay for the rest next time. Chen Yu said calmly. The green-robed man was slightly startled, obviously not expecting Chen Yu to say such a thing. Don't bother, I'll give it all to you once I have enough. The green-robed man's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Forget it then. Chen Yu turned around and was about to leave. Junior brother, how can you be like this? You helped me today, but who knows if I'll lend you a hand the next time you need my help. The green-robed man immediately said. Chen Yu ignored him. From this point, he could tell that the green-robed man was not sincere at all, and was just trying to scam him. Perhaps after Chen Yu gave the green-robed man the token, the green-robed man would immediately go back on his word. I, Jiang Linjuan, am a righteous person, and I keep my promises. Why would I go back on my word? The green-robed man boasted with the appearance of a gentleman. Seeing that Chen Yu did not even turn his head and was so determined, the green-robed man's expression changed. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you're so great just because you won first place in the freshman competition. The green-robed man stopped acting, and his expression became gloomy, his voice hoarse. In reality, his token had demonic points, but at most, it could be exchanged for a superior treasure. It was because he saw Chen Yu and thought of Chen Yu's token that could be exchanged for a superior treasure for free, that he wanted to use this method to exchange for a superior treasure, the ice jade sword, that he liked and desired. At that time, he could just casually return some demonic points to Chen Yu. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu did not want to exchange directly, and wanted him to first pay a portion of the demonic points. Once he took out the token, the large amount of demonic points would be exposed, and his lie would collapse. I heard that the reward for first place in the freshman competition is a rising dragon pellet. The value of this pellet is not ordinary. Hee hee, kid, it's your bad luck to have offended me. The green-robed man sneered. He put back the ice jade sword, and chose a superior treasure weapon before leaving. After exchanging for the treasure, Chen Yu went to the Earth Demon Pavilion. Currently, he had more than 100,000 demonic points, and the secret technique, Berserk Shadow, had been cultivated to its peak, so he prepared to exchange for the second part. Secondly, Chen Yu also prepared to exchange for a sword battle technique. After a round of selection, Chen Yu exchanged for a battle technique called Berserk Demon Sword Technique. This battle technique was extremely explosive, and when cultivated to the Xiaoqing level, one could condense a sword of demonic qi. It was extremely powerful, and it was extremely compatible with the giant ruler sword. Immediately after, Chen Yu went to the demonic branch palace and handed over the giant demon tiger hunting mission to receive part of the reward. Then, Chen Yu went to the Evil Wind Valley. This time, he used his demonic points to exchange for a few months of cultivation time in the Evil Wind Valley. He rushed into the Evil Wind Valley and came to the previous cultivation place. After his cultivation and the copper statue gang body had a breakthrough, the evil wind here did not affect Chen Yu much, but considering that he was here to practice his sword, he did not go to the center. After spending some time to browse through the Berserk Demon Sword technique, Chen Yu took out the giant ruler sword and began to practice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a casual swing, Chen Yu felt a huge resistance. Chen Yu gripped the giant ruler sword in his hand tighter, and with all his strength, he swung it again. Boom boom boom, as he swung, the black evil wind around Chen Yu let out a shocking roar. Boom boom, boom boom, after practicing for a while, Chen Yu temporarily rested and meditated for a while. The giant ruler sword fell to the ground, making a loud sound. After a while of comprehension, Chen Yu swung the giant ruler sword again. 5 days later. Boom boom boom, a shocking black evil wind chi surrounded the giant ruler sword, flying back and forth rapidly with a terrifying momentum. Moreover, the evil wind chi vaguely formed a sword-shaped shadow. His progress was not bad. In just 5 days, Chen Yu's Berserk Demon Sword technique had reached the beginner level. Moreover, after practicing with the giant ruler sword for a long time in the Evil Wind Valley, Chen Yu's strength had increased a little, and he had completely adapted to this weapon. Before the freshman competition, Chen Yu had reached the late-stage Hotian realm. After the competition, he had gained a lot of insights. On top of that, he had just achieved a breakthrough in his copper statue divinity body, and he had also learned a new battle technique, the demonic demon sword art. As a result, Xianxia had spent the past few days cultivating and comprehending the demon sword art. His demon sword art had also improved further. Among them, Xianxia even attended a lecture from a mentor. During the lecture, the mentor would talk about his experiences in cultivation, then give pointers on the students' cultivation techniques and martial arts, and give some suggestions. Lu Xuanzong's explanation allowed Xianxia to have a deeper understanding of the demonic demon sword art, allowing him to avoid many detours. Xianxia also realized that although he was not accepted as a disciple by a mentor, Lu Xuanzong's care for him far exceeded the other students, second only to his disciple, Duan Hao. Soon, the lecture ended, and the students left. Have you heard? There's a private Dark Knight exchange in the Demon Free Academy tonight. I've heard about it too. It's a gathering among the elite seniors. I heard that those without the strength of the Xiantian realm are not qualified to participate. The students discussed excitedly, then shook their heads with sad expressions. The Dark Knight exchange was a private event, and the venue was small, unable to accommodate too many people. Therefore, there was a limit to the exchange, which required the strength of at least the Xiantian realm. Exchange? Now that Xianxia thought about it, Yang Zhang had mentioned this to him before. I can go and take a look. Xianxia was slightly interested. The level of the Dark Knight exchange was relatively high, and the strength of the participants had to be at least at the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, Xianxia had only used one of the spots to exchange for artifacts. He wanted to sell the other spot. Secondly, he had obtained many precious materials from hunting demonic beasts in the demonic bone wasteland, which could be sold. At that time, Xianxia might even come across some treasures. Even if he didn't buy anything, he would be able to meet the true elites of the academy. For example, during the freshman competition, although many seniors watched it, some geniuses who were focused on cultivation or some top geniuses were not interested in it. After all, it was already not bad if there were 3 early-stage Xiantian realm in the previous freshman competitions. For the true experts, such a competition was meaningless, so there was no need to waste time. After returning to the cave, Xianxia went into seclusion for a period of time. As night fell, Xianxia walked out of the cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he came out, Xianxia saw a lot of people, either alone or in groups. They were moving quickly towards a certain place, dragging a gust of evil wind and devil chi. All of them are Xiantian realm students. Xianxia could not help but be surprised. Usually, the students were either out on missions or cultivating in seclusion, so it was not easy to see them. Whoosh! Following these people, Xianxia soon arrived at a relatively short mountain peak. The mountain peak was shrouded in a dark purple mist, concealing everything. It was impossible to see the situation from the outside. Xianxia? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice of a young girl came from behind. Xian? Xianxia turned around and looked at the young girl in front of him. Her black clothes perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. In this dim and hazy purple night, it had a unique flavor. At the same time, Xianxia felt a strong fluctuation from Xian's body. Obviously, she had broken through to the Xiantian realm. I didn't expect that the champion of the grand competition would also come to participate in the exchange. Let's go together. Xian revealed a teasing smile. She was not convinced that she had been defeated by Xianxia, but she had no choice because Xianxia had finally won first place in the grand competition. Okay. Xianxia did not care about Xian's joke. Coincidentally, he did not know anything about this Dark Knight exchange. It was good to have someone with him, and it was such a beauty. Not long after, the two saw a pavilion connected to each other, with figures walking back and forth. Seeing Xian coming, the eyes of the two students at the entrance of the pavilion suddenly lit up. However, the two gatekeepers were only at the Hotian realm. They could only look at Xian a few times and did not dare to casually strike up a conversation. Hey, wait, boy, you haven't reached the Xiantian realm yet. One of the tall youth's eyes moved away from Xian and fell on Xianxia. He had gone to see the beauty just now and almost let this Hotian boy sneak in. If the organizer were to find out, he would have to bear the consequences. Boy, get out of here. Only Xiantian realm students are allowed to participate in the Dark Night exchange. The other student immediately shouted. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Qinyu was somewhat familiar. Qinyu and Xianxia were not close, so outsiders did not think that they were together. But these two were eager to show off in front of the beauty, so their attitudes were very low. How do you know that my strength hasn't reached the Xiantian realm? Qinyu sneered. Bang! A terrifying infernal energy burst out from Qinyu's eyes, faintly forming two swords of infernal energy. In front of him, the two Hotian realm students felt as if their minds had been pierced by something. They couldn't help but tremble in fear, their legs shaking. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange light. The freshman competition had just ended, but the infernal energy on Qinyu's body was even stronger and more condensed. He is this year's freshman competition's first place. Xianxia said. It's him. Qinyu. One of them seemed to have seen the freshman competition and remembered. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. The night was too dark, and his mind was focused on the beauty, so he didn't immediately recognize him. The other person cursed in his heart. Didn't they say that this year's freshmen were stronger than the previous years? How come the freshman competition's first place was won by a student who wasn't even at the Hotian realm? After intimidating the two, Qinyu and Xianxia walked in. All of them are Xiantian realm students. Qinyu's eyes swept over them. Among them, most of them were in groups of 3 to 5, talking and laughing. Some of them had already begun trading in private. Qinyu and Xianxia were both freshmen. There weren't many Xiantian realm students in their circle, so they came alone. Are you selling your ascending dragon pill? Xianxia took the initiative to ask. As an assassin, the requirements for one's physical fitness were extremely high. Therefore, she was also very eager for the freshman competition's first place ascending dragon pill. I've already taken this pill. Qinyu said frankly. At the same time, he was also wondering if this girl took the initiative to come with him for the ascending dragon pill. Xianxia didn't have much hope, so she wasn't disappointed and didn't ask further. Let's wait for a while. There will be some large-scale trading activities later. Xianxia said again. Therefore, the two of them strolled around the pavilion. Some places even provided free food and wine. Moonlight, fog, fine wine, and a beautiful woman. Qinyu felt pretty good about this. When the two of them passed by a pavilion. Xianxia, you're here? A voice came from the pavilion. A young man in white stood up and walked over quickly. I invited you here a few days ago, but didn't you say you weren't interested? The young man in white asked with a smile. I need some materials recently, so I'm here. Xianxia replied coldly. What do you need? Tell me, I'll ask around for you. The young man in white maintained a gentle smile, looking rather dignified. It could be seen that the young man in white was interested in Xianxia, but Xianxia wasn't interested in him at all. Eh? Who's this next to you? The eyes of the young man in white suddenly fell on Qinyu, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Xianxia wasn't interested in him, so she rejected him. But Xianxia actually came to participate with another man, which made the young man in white a little unhappy. Moreover, Qinyu didn't look like much. Could it be that Xianxia liked this kind of country bumpkin? I'm Qinyu, also a freshman. Qinyu replied. Xianxia, come over and have a seat. Tell me if you need anything. I have a lot of connections, I'll ask around for you. The young man in white took the initiative to invite her, ignoring Qinyu. In the pavilion. Qinyu, you're Qinyu from the freshman competition? A beautiful girl said. It's indeed him. A man with a hooked nose said. He had recognized Qinyu long ago. Huh? The young man in white thought for a moment. Could this boy have some sort of background? Suddenly, his eyes flashed. It seemed that the first place of the freshman competition was a student named Qinyu. No wonder junior apprentice brother could come in with a mere Hotian cultivation. So you're the champion of the freshman competition. You really can't judge a book by its cover. A Hotian martial artist actually won first place in the freshman competition, how surprising. You two, come over and have a seat. The young man in white invited the two. All right. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Xian had already refused the young man in white once. If she refused again, it would be inappropriate. Chinyu had nowhere to go, so he didn't refuse the young man in white's invitation. Besides him and Xian, there were a total of 5 people here. The young man in white had the highest status among the 5. The young man in white took the initiative to chat with Xian, but Xian had a cold expression. Junior apprentice brother Chen, I heard that the reward for the champion of the freshman competition is a rising dragon pill, is that true? The young man in white suddenly looked at Chinyu. Yes, junior apprentice brother, take it out and let senior apprentice sister see it. The beautiful girl's eyes lit up. The other 3 revealed looks of anticipation. I've already taken the pill. Chinyu chuckled. Hearing this, the others were suddenly unhappy. In their opinion, Chinyu just didn't want to take it out, so he used this as an excuse. The young man in white glanced at the hook-nosed young man. There's a rule in the Dark Knight exchange meeting. If 2 people agree to compete, the winner can buy something from the loser at a low price, or forcefully sell his own item to the loser at a high price. The hook-nosed young man suddenly said. Junior apprentice brother was able to win first place in the freshman competition, so your strength must be comparable to the early Xiantian realm. Why don't the 2 of us compete? If I win, I don't need junior apprentice brother to sell the rising dragon pill to me, just take it out and let us see it. The hook-nosed young man said with a smile. This idea came from the young man in white. Firstly, he wanted to suppress Chinyu and embarrass him in front of Xian. Secondly, he wanted to confirm if Chinyu had really taken the rising dragon pill. The hook-nosed young man was also at the early Xiantian realm, so it was not unreasonable for him to make such a request. He even seemed to be deliberately giving in to Chinyu. Yes, if junior apprentice brother loses, just take out the pill and let us see it. The beautiful woman chimed in. Oh? There's such a rule? It was Chinyu's first time participating, so he didn't know about it. That's right. If junior apprentice brother doesn't believe me, you can ask around. The young man in white said with a smile. Alright, I happen to have a lot of items to sell. I hope senior apprentice brother has enough primary stones. Chinyu smiled and accepted the hook-nosed young man's suggestion. Hee hee. The hook-nosed young man's expression turned stern as he sneered. Chinyu's confidence made him very unhappy. He had decided to humiliate him mercilessly. It had been more than a year since he reached the Xiantian realm, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the early Xiantian realm. Those students who had just reached the Xiantian realm could not even last 10 moves against him. Look, there's a spar over there. Eh? That kid is only at the Hotian stage. Nearby, many students looked at Chinyu and the aquiline-nosed man with great interest. The Dark Knight exchange meet did have a rule that one could trade using martial arts. The winner could buy the loser's item at a low price, or force the loser to buy their item at a high price. Of course, the premise was that both sides agreed to spar. If the difference in strength was too great, forced sparring was not allowed. In addition, the exchange had just begun, so sparring would not occur so soon. Therefore, the spar between Chinyu and the aquiline-nosed man was particularly eye-catching. Don't underestimate that youth. He's the champion of this year's freshman competition. It's probably Do Nanhua and the others who want Chinyu's prize. Sigh, how dirty. Is it good to bully a junior like this? Around the loft, people were talking and laughing. Chinyu's reputation gradually spread. The Do Nanhua they were talking about was the white-robed youth. This person was relatively young, but his cultivation had reached the mid-stage Khanate realm. His strength was extremely strong, far exceeding that of ordinary mid-stage Khanate realm cultivators. Hee hee, junior brother, I'm going to make my move. The aquiline-nosed man seemed to be reminding him out of goodwill. But as he reminded him, his figure had already rushed out. Whoosh, his palm was in the shape of a claw, and a layer of dark luster appeared on it, as if it was cast from copper and iron. A black shadow flashed, and the iron claw attacked. Chinyu's expression froze. He clenched his fist, and the ancient copper patterns on it shone, and a layer of astral force covered its surface. Clang, the fist and claw collided, and a sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out like metal colliding. the aquiline-nosed man felt as if his black gold claw had clawed at an iron wall, unable to penetrate at all. It had to be known that an ordinary early-stage connate realm cultivator would be left with a few bloody holes if they collided with his black gold claw. At this moment, not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also rebounded by the astral force on Xianyu's fist, causing his fingers to feel numb. At this moment, the power in Xianyu's fist was released, and the aquiline-nosed man's steel-like claws could not help but bend. What a strong force! The aquiline-nosed man's expression changed. Although he had underestimated the other party, he didn't think that the other party could be this strong. The other party had skin of copper and bones of steel, and possessed extraordinary strength. Xianyu is a body cultivator. Xian could not help but smile. In the grand competition, Xianyu had displayed astonishing strength. Situlinyu and Duanhao had both been defeated. Therefore, from the very beginning, Xian believed that Xianyu would not be defeated by the hook-nosed man, so she did not stop him. However, the hook-nosed man had underestimated Xianyu and clashed head-on with his fists and claws. One had to know that even the Herculean strength king, Hu Chong, was unable to shake Xianyu in a head-on confrontation. However, Xian felt that Xianyu's physical strength seemed to be stronger than before. Indeed, not long ago, Xianyu's copper statue or body broke through to the great success stage. Thud, in their first clash, the hook-nosed man was forced back half a step by Xianyu's strength. Whoosh, the huge ruler sword appeared. Xianyu leaped up and quickly launched an attack. He would not give his opponent time to react. After all, his opponent's strength was not weak. If the hook-nosed man reacted and attacked with all his strength, the battle would be much more troublesome. Boom! Boom! Around the huge ruler sword, black wind and fiendish chi gathered, and a huge fiendish chi sword shadow was faintly discernible. This was not the end. Xianyu injected his pure ferocious chi into the huge ruler sword. Apart from its weight, there was nothing else outstanding about this sword. When choosing a treasure, it had been mentioned that if the weight of this sword was fully exerted, the power produced would be close to that of a high-grade king-level treasure. When Xianyu's pure ferocious chi flowed into the huge ruler sword and activated part of the gravity-type inscription, the weight of the sword suddenly increased. What weapon is this? The hook-nosed man was slightly surprised, looking at the strange weapon in Xianyu's hand. Although the weapon was strange, the terrifying aura emitted from the weapon made him have no time to think about it. Whoosh, a ferocious black metal claw appeared on the back of the hook-nosed man's hand. Activating his true chi, he displayed the battle technique, Black Gold Claw. The hook-nosed man's claw swept out, causing a sharp and piercing sound of wind. At this time, the huge ruler sword of Xianyu descended. A terrifying force, bringing with it an astonishing fiendish chi storm, poured down like an avalanche. Boom! In an instant, the iron claw of the hook-nosed man was pressed down by the huge ruler sword. A terrifying force pressed down on the iron claw of the hook-nosed man, making it impossible for him to lift it up. No, impossible. The hook-nosed man's face was filled with shock. The power of Xianyu's sword was much stronger than he had imagined. Although his battle technique had torn apart the huge ruler sword, huge ruler sword, huge ruler sword. But the power of Xianyu's sword was too terrifying. He felt as if his claw had struck a small mountain, and it was a small mountain that fell from the sky. It was the same. On the huge ruler sword, there was a faint sort of fiendish chi that struck out, directly shaking the consciousness of the hook-nosed man, causing his mind to tremble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianyu's fist once again exerted force. Boom! The huge ruler sword slammed down, causing the hook-nosed man to retreat 20 to 30 feet. He could not stand steadily, falling on his butt. Ding! The huge ruler sword of Xianyu landed on the ground, emitting a loud sound that caused the entire pavilion to slightly tremble. It can't be, Li Jia was defeated like this? A new student has won. After a moment of silence, there was suddenly a flurry of discussion and uproar. At the beginning of the Dark Knight exchange, there were already people using martial arts to trade, but the result of the battle was unexpected. This person should be a body cultivator. In the first exchange, Li Jia was careless and fell into a disadvantageous position. Then Xianyu took the opportunity to attack. The reason why he was able to repel Li Jia in one move should be because of that weapon. Some of the older students with higher cultivation and sharp eyes could see some clues. Boy, that doesn't count, I haven't lost yet. The hook-nosed man jumped up, his face dark and ruthless, staring at Xianxia. He could not accept that he had lost to a new student, and this new student was only at the Hotian stage. What made him feel even more humiliated was that in front of so many people, he had been repelled by Xianxia's sword. As he finished speaking, the hook-nosed man activated his true qi, having the urge to fight again. Stand down. At this time, the white-robed youth Do Nanhua suddenly shouted. The Dark Knight exchange was held by the top geniuses of the academy. To cause trouble at their exchange was equivalent to splashing dirty water on their faces. Moreover, one of the organizers of the Dark Knight exchange was the #1 person of the Blood Fiend Peak, Jin Zhuofeng. As a student of the Blood Fiend Peak, he would definitely protect Xianxia. How could you lose to that boy? The other people in the pavilion immediately stepped forward. I was careless. This boy is a body cultivator, and his strength is shocking. Also, that weapon is very strange. The hook-nosed man's face was gloomy as he glanced at the weapon in Qianyu's hand. If it wasn't for Qianyu's sudden attack and the heavy weapon restraining his iron claws, he would not have lost like this. You lost. What treasures do you have? Take them out and let me see. Xianxia walked over and smiled proudly. The hook-nosed man had no choice but to take out some herbs, ores, and treasures from his storage bag. If he lost, he would be violating the rules of the Dark Knight exchange. Senior, you are too shabby. Xianxia swept a few glances and said with a look of disdain. You, the hook-nosed man's facial muscles twitched, wishing he could tear Qianyu's mouth apart. He did not take out the most precious thing, but what he had displayed was enough to move the expressions of Hotian and early Xiantian realm cultivators. Forget it. Senior, just buy one of my items. Xianxia thought for a moment and took out a blood-colored bandage from his storage bag. When he killed the blood demon hand, Xianxia had taken away his storage bag. Naturally, he would not let go of the blood demon hand's weapon. This blood-colored bandage was an excellent medium-grade treasure. It was unknown where the blood demon hand had obtained it. But it was said that the blood demon hand had obtained this treasure before he became famous in the Hotian realm. This medium-grade excellent treasure is very special. The material is very tough. I will sell it to you for 4,000 low-grade origin stones. Xianxia thought for a moment and said. What? You want 4,000 low-grade origin stones for a medium-grade treasure? The hook-nosed man immediately shouted. It had to be known that an ordinary medium-grade treasure was only 1,000 or 2,000 origin stones. 4,000 low-grade origin stones was enough to buy a medium-grade king-class treasure. Although he was unwilling, Xianyu's price was not too outrageous. The hook-nosed man could only take out some origin stones. In addition, bandage-type weapons were very unpopular weapons. It was hard to find a buyer, and even if one was found, it would not sell for much origin stones. In short, this transaction was a great loss for the hook-nosed man. At this time, the flow of people in the venue was even greater. Many people were walking around. I wonder which brother has heaven primal grass? The price is negotiable. A bow and arrow type high-grade treasure. It has a long range and a strong penetrating power. If you need it, you can chat with this little girl. Many people walked around and stated their needs or items they wanted to sell. Everyone, this is my first time participating in this exchange. I am very interested, so I will walk around first. Xianxia took the initiative to bid farewell. The exchange just now was destined to form a grudge with these people. There was no need to stay any longer. I have something to discuss with Brother Chen. I will also leave first. Nie Xian used Qianxia as an excuse to leave the white-cloaked man and the others. Brother Do, are we just going to let it go like this? The hook-nosed man's expression was cold. In reality, he had recognized Qianxia a long time ago. It was because someone had offered a reward of 100,000 devil points for discounting one of Qianyu's legs. But ever since Qianxia had gone to the Devil Bone Wasteland and returned on the day of the freshman competition, he had not found an opportunity. And after the freshman competition, the reward seemed to have been removed. Of course, we can't just let it go like this. The white-cloaked youth, Do Nanhua, stared at Qinyu and Xian leaving with a fierce glint in his eyes. In the crowd not far away, a green-robed man was watching all of this. This person was the green-robed man, Jiang Lingyuan, who had wanted to blackmail Qinyu at the demonic weapon pavilion not long ago. I didn't expect the first place of the freshman competition to have some value. It would be difficult for a peak early Khanate realm to kill him. Luckily, I did not act rashly. Otherwise, even I would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Lingyuan thought to himself. He was a middle Khanate realm cultivator and was much stronger than the hook-nosed man. However, if he were to fight with Qinyu, he would not use his full strength right from the start. If that was the case, he might also be at a disadvantage. Thinking of the rising dragon pills in Qinyu's hands and the free quota to exchange for high-grade artifacts, Jiang Lingyuan did not want to give up just like this. Let's observe first. If there was no other way, Jiang Lingyuan could go find the white-cloaked youth, Do Nanhua, and the hook-nosed man. At the Dark Night Exchange, Qinyu and Xian were walking in the crowd. In the surroundings, apart from the shouts, there were also sounds of fighting. It was obvious that many people had begun to trade martial arts. You're much stronger than you were in the competition. Xian's eyebrows became more solemn. She had once regarded Qinyu as a whetstone, but this whetstone had defeated her and won first place in the competition. She had thought that after breaking through to the Xiantian realm, her strength would be closer to Qinyu's. However, the strength that Qinyu had displayed just now was much stronger than before, which made Xian feel a little frustrated. It's alright, just that I changed my weapon. Qinyu grinned and said casually. Seeing that Qinyu was unwilling to talk about it, Xian did not ask further. You've already offended Do Nanhua and the others by defeating that person and forcing a trade. Be careful, they will take revenge on you. Xian reminded. Although Qinyu was strong, Do Nanhua and the others were on good terms. Do Nanhua and the beautiful lady were both at the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and Do Nanhua was very famous among the middle stage Xiantian realm. It's not that I offended them, but they offended me. Qinyu snorted. Xian's expression froze, and she was slightly speechless. If she was not used to Qinyu's arrogant character, she would have despised him. Eh? What's in that yard? Qinyu's gaze landed on a secluded courtyard in front of him. At the entrance of that courtyard, there were actually two Xiantian realm students standing guard. The purpose of the Dark Night Exchange is to exchange and trade. There's no place you can't go. Xian was also curious and walked over. When they reached the yard, the two Xiantian realm students who were chatting and laughing immediately looked at them. This is the secret exchange. You have to pay 300 lower-grade primordial stones to enter. One of them said calmly. Secret exchange? A look of surprise appeared on Qinyu's face. Just now, he saw a cloaked man walk into the courtyard, and that was why he was curious. He didn't expect that he would have to pay 300 low-grade primordial stones to enter the secret exchange. Compared to the entire exchange gathering, this place is of an even higher level. Furthermore, it's definitely safe. Normally, only the more precious items are traded in there. If you don't have enough capital, I advise you not to go in and embarrass yourself. The person continued with a slightly disdainful expression. Normally, those that entered the secret trading center were at the middle Xiantian realm, and there were very few early Xiantian realm martial artists. But, this boy in front of him seemed to be at the Hotian realm. You must be Qinyu, the champion of the freshman tournament. You should have quite a few demonic points on you, right? You can go in and take a look. Perhaps you might be lucky enough to find something you need. Another student recognized Qinyu and smiled. Hearing this, his companion was startled. He didn't think that this Hotian realm youth would actually be the champion of the freshman competition. Alright, I'll go in and have a look. Qinyu agreed immediately. In the freshman tournament, he had obtained 100,000 demonic points as a reward. In addition to the 50,000 he had obtained from killing the giant demon tiger, he had around 160,000 demonic points. But Qinyu had spent 40,000 demonic points to exchange for the second part of the demonic demon secret technique and another 40,000 for the demonic demon sword art. He had also spent some on cultivating in the cave mansion and Fiend Wind Valley. Currently, he had around 70,000 demonic points left. In addition, he still had many items that he could sell. Overall, he had enough capital. Alright, I'll go with you. Xian also chose to go with Qinyu. After paying the primordial stones, the two entered. The moment they entered the courtyard, the two felt as if they were far away from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The courtyard was very quiet and the environment was elegant. Two guests, this way please. A female servant took the initiative to lead the way for the two. After walking for a while. Two guests, please enter separate rooms. Qinyu and Xian glanced at each other. Following the rules, they chose two adjacent rooms. Guest, you only need to wait here. The transaction will begin soon. If you have any instructions, just call someone. After the female servant introduced them, she left. The layout of the room was very simple. There was a curtain in front. Opening the curtains, Qinyu took a quick glance and gained some understanding of the place. This was a large courtyard. There were many such small rooms around the courtyard, and each trader occupied a room. At the same time, Qinyu found that the situation outside the curtain could be seen from the inside, but the outside could not see through the curtain, and the spiritual sense could not penetrate it. In other words, if he did not open the curtain first, others could not see his clear appearance. Not long after, a cold voice sounded. Almost everyone is here. The transaction will begin. As usual, starting from the first room of the sky, state what you want to trade or what you need. This is a spiritual secret technique soul enchanting spell that I accidentally obtained. It requires the spiritual force of the late Khanate stage to fully display its power. A hoarse and deep voice came from the first room of the sky. It required the late Khanate stage to fully display its power. In other words, this spiritual secret technique corresponded to the late Khanate stage. From this, it could be seen that the grade of this secret technique was quite high. After saying that, the person in the room controlled a secret technique with true chi to float out and flip a few pages. In exchange for 50,000 demonic points or metal-type precious cultivation materials. The voice sounded again. 50,000 demonic points was a bit high, but it was not a big deal for someone who needed this secret technique. I have Xianxia grass. Do you want it? A loud man's voice rang out. Let me think. The person's answer was obviously a refusal, or maybe he was waiting. Maybe there would be something he needed next. Then, it was the second room of the sky. I have a defensive artifact that can resist spiritual attacks. It can withstand the full power of a mid-naturate stage spiritual force attack. A delicate female voice came from the second room of the sky. Then, a bronze ring floated out of the curtain under the control of true chi. This artifact can be exchanged for 5,000 low-grade primal stones. Artifacts that could resist spiritual attacks were very rare, so the price was even higher. I'll take it. A cold voice sounded. Me too. Another person said. If both of you want it, it goes to the highest bidder. The woman's voice was pleasant to the ear. It was obvious that this was the rule of this place. If many people wanted to trade an item, the auction would start, and the highest bidder would get it. 5,500 low-grade primal stones. 5,700. In the end, the soul defense artifact was bought by the first bidder at the price of 6,300 primal stones. Compared to the artifact itself, the price was very high. Then, the maidservant exchanged the items, and the transaction was completed. Compared to the outside, this secret exchange is much more formal and safe. The 300 low-grade primal stones protection fee was not in vain. Qinyu nodded. Then, in the third room of the sky. I have 3 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng. I'll exchange it for 4,000 low-grade primal stones or 20,000 demonic points. A loud and ear-piercing voice rang out. 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng? Qinyu was shocked. The ice and fire body tempering liquid that he had used before were all 200-year-old. Even 300-year-old ones were rare. But now, someone was selling 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng. The older the fire spirit ginseng was, the stronger its medicinal effect would be, and the better it would be for the copper statue divine body. I'll take it. Qinyu said. I want the fire spirit ginseng too. A deep male voice rang out. 25,000 demonic points. Xianxia directly added another 5,000 demonic points. Instantly, the person did not increase the price. Obviously, the person did not need the fire spirit ginseng. Then, the maidservant helped Xianxia make the transaction with the person who was selling the fire spirit ginseng. After confirming the age of the fire spirit ginseng, Xianxia put it away. May I ask, where did you get this 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng? Xianxia took the initiative to ask. Hee, if you want to know the answer, pay me 3,000 demonic points. The loud and ear-piercing voice laughed. Haha, Wei Bin, you're really shameless. Just this information alone is worth 3,000 demonic points. A loud laugh came from one of the rooms. Who is it? How did you recognize me? The loud and ear-piercing voice shouted angrily. Hee, with that voice of yours, it's impossible not to recognize you. The person sneered. Hee, Wei Bin, stop fooling around. Another gentle female voice was heard. Obviously, she also recognized the owner of the voice. Tell me your name if you're so capable. Wei Bin was a little angry and shouted. Brother, you must be in closed-door cultivation all year round, so you're not clear about some things in the academy. Common herbs like the fire spirit ginseng, but they're very old, usually come from special secret realms. If I'm not mistaken, the Academy's Red Earth Secret Realm and Fiery Sky Secret Realm both have relatively old fire spirit ginseng. The man who robbed Wei Bin of his fortune took the initiative to speak. Oh? Secret realms? Xianxia suddenly remembered some relevant information. When he first came to the academy, the teachers in the academy gave him some basic information, and one of them was foreign adventure. And the foreign adventure here referred to some secret realms, or even microworlds. Small-scale worlds. It was said that to enter such a secret realm or world adventure, one needed to pay a huge amount of magic points, so Xianxia ignored this point from the beginning. Thank you. Xianxia said with a smile. Then, it was the next person's turn. I have a small piece of ancient strange stone, black iron magnet. This stone is extremely useful to cultivators of mechanisms and puppets. Of course, the magnet can also be used to refine special treasures. The price is 3,500 low-grade primordial stones. Those with water attribute herbs or ores will have priority. An elegant man's voice sounded. The black iron magnet was indeed an extremely rare ancient strange stone, but because of its small size, the price wasn't high. Moreover, the use of this stone was relatively unpopular. 3,500 low-grade primordial stones, I'll take it. A low voice sounded. Xianxia felt that this voice was a little familiar. However, the other party should have changed his voice slightly, so he couldn't remember for a moment. In this kind of high-level trade fair, the things that appeared were all good, and the voice could also expose one's identity. Although it was absolutely safe in the trade fair, it might not be the case outside. Therefore, many people would even change their voice, but some powerful cultivators didn't care about this. Then, in the first earth room. I have an incubated egg here. According to the patterns on it, this is at least an ancient beast incubated egg. A clear female voice came from the first earth room. An ancient beast incubated egg. Many people around were shocked. Ancient beasts were extremely powerful, and most of them had the power of bloodlines. Ordinary cultivators of the same level were no match for them. If they were carefully nurtured from the incubation stage, their battle strength in the future would be even more shocking. Of course, this would also be a waste of resources. However, if he could obtain an ancient spiritual pet, it would all be worth it. Thump thump. Thump thump, suddenly, Xianxia's heart started beating faster, and a vague attractive force appeared. This is an incubated egg. Xianxia's eyes flickered. From the looks of it, what the woman said was true. That was indeed an egg hatched by an ancient beast. Moreover, the ancient beast inside definitely possessed some kind of powerful bloodline. Otherwise, why would Xianxu's heart have such a reaction? An ancient beast hatching egg. Whispers could be heard from the surroundings of the courtyard. It was obvious that the item was extremely tempting, causing everyone to be moved. Many of the students came from clans with vast resources. Raising an ancient beast would not be a problem for them. However, where were they going to find an ancient beast? Adult ancient beasts were extremely powerful. The chances of capturing them alive were extremely low, and taming them was also extremely difficult. However, there was no need to worry about the hatching egg. Let's take a look. A cold male voice could be heard. The owner of the voice was the person who had announced the start of the trade, the owner of the secret exchange. Many of the participants could not help but be shocked. It was said that the owner of the secret exchange was the #1 student of the Magic Wind Academy, Renhan, who was also known as the Mad Demon. Even the Mad Demon Renhan was interested in the egg. If they were to compete for it, the rest of the people here would not stand a chance. Everyone, please calm down. I'm not done yet. The voice of the owner of the egg was slightly weak. He was only trying to motivate the crowd, and had yet to explain the details of the egg. According to the Grandmaster Beast Tamer's judgment, this egg is of the fire attribute. When I accidentally obtained it, it was injured and invaded by the frost poison. Furthermore, the Grandmaster Beast Tamer also said that under normal circumstances, the egg should have hatched by now. This time, the woman explained the details of the incubation of the egg in detail. She was afraid that if she did not explain clearly, the egg would be obtained by the Mad Demon Renhan. So that's how it is. The fire attribute egg was invaded by the frost poison. Since ice and fire are incompatible, the young ancient beast inside is most likely dead. Even the Grandmaster Beast Tamer said that the egg should have hatched a long time ago. Since it hasn't hatched yet, it will never hatch. I was wondering why there would be an ancient beast hatching egg here. The crowd began to discuss. According to the description of the owner of the egg, there was a 90% chance that the egg was useless. The value of such an egg could not compare to a real ancient beast's egg. Thump thump. Thump thump, Xianyu's heart beat rapidly, emitting a weak attractive force. Is the ancient beast inside dead? Xianyu was slightly confused. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the mysterious heart. Suddenly. Thump. Dong, vaguely, Xianyu's senses actually felt a faint beating sound. Xianyu was inwardly shocked. Why did he feel this? He calmed himself down and carefully sensed it. He was almost certain that the beating sound came from the room where the owner of the egg was. Moreover, Xianyu had a strange feeling that this beating sound might be the weak heartbeat of the hatchling inside the egg. Dong. Dong, the faint beating sound came again. The ancient beast inside isn't dead. Xianyu's eyes shone brightly. At that moment, the woman used her true qi to control the hatching egg and sent it to the center of the courtyard for everyone to see. The egg was a bit bigger than the wine jar, and there were dense and detailed flame patterns on it. However, the bottom of the egg was dark blue and faintly emitted a trace of bone-chilling cold. Sigh, what a pity. This ancient beast egg is definitely useless. In the courtyard, everyone sighed. Name your price. Mad Demon Renhan said. This egg is priced at 6,000 low-grade primary stones, or 30,000 demonic points. The woman named her price. A real ancient beast had great growth potential, and its value was difficult to estimate. However, this egg was special, and the ancient beast inside had a slim chance of survival. Therefore, the woman only named a price of 6,000 low-grade primary stones. Even so, 6,000 low-grade primary stones was a huge sum for an early-stage Xiantian realm cultivator. After a moment of silence in the courtyard. I'll take it. I'm interested too. I'll bid 6,100 primary stones. I'd like to see what's inside the egg. 6,300 primary stones. Wei Bin, whose voice was loud and piercing, also made a bid. Hee hee. Xianyu could not help but chuckle. Previously, when people heard that there was something wrong with the egg, almost everyone said something negative. However, even after someone made a bid, there were still so many people who wanted it. This was because everyone was hoping for a fluke. What if the egg could hatch into an ancient beast? If an ancient beast really hatched, they could sell it for at least 10 times the price. 35,000 demonic points. Xianyu also made a bid. Others were willing to take a chance, but Xianyu was sure that the ancient beast inside was not completely dead. He would be an idiot not to make a bid. Furthermore, Qinyu did not have many primary stones, so he could only use demonic points. 7,300 low-grade primary stones. Someone else made a bid. 37,000 demonic points. Soon, the price of the useless egg soared to 85 million low-grade primary stones, which was equivalent to 48,000 demonic points. At this price, only a few people were left to compete. Most of them were not rich, so it was not worth it to waste so many primary stones on a useless egg. 50,000 demonic points. Mad Demon Renhan suddenly made a bid. Renhan made a bid. Many people were slightly surprised. The secret exchange had been held many times, but so far, Renhan had only made a bid once. And now, Renhan made a second bid. The few people who were competing immediately gave up and did not make another bid. The price was already high enough, so there was no need to offend Renhan by buying an egg that had a high chance of not hatching. 52,000 demonic points. Qinyu made a bid. As soon as the words came out, many people in the courtyard gasped and exclaimed. Who is this kid? How dare he compete with Renhan? Isn't he the one who bought the fire spirit ginseng? This guy must be in seclusion all year round, otherwise, how could he not know about the mystic realm? If that's the case, it's normal that he doesn't know the identity of the owner of this place. Hee, let's see how this kid is going to survive in the academy. In private, many people were gloating over Renhan's misfortune. 53,000 demonic points. Mad Demon Renhan made another bid. 54,000. Qinyu followed closely behind. Student, this is my last bid. 55,000. If you want it, take it. Mad Demon Renhan's bone-chilling voice came out, his words were full of threat and warning. Qinyu, stop bidding. Xianxia transmitted her voice to Qinyu. Even the usually calm and collected Xianxia could not maintain her composure, so she took the initiative to stop Qinyu. Stop bidding? For a real ancient beast's egg, this price is not even qualified to be the starting bid. Qinyu mumbled to himself. Of course, he would not tell Xianxia about this, or she would fight with him. 55,001. Qinyu thought for a while, then named a price that was 1 demonic point more than Renhan. Since he said it was the last bid, he would try his best to lower the price. Whoosh, however, as soon as the words came out, the courtyard was in an uproar. Almost everyone could not sit still anymore. Not only did Qinyu bid, but he was also 1 demonic point more than Renhan. Who is this guy? You don't even want to give face to Mad Demon Renhan? This guy is too arrogant. Hee, this is going to be fun. They were shocked, and they did not bother to hide it anymore. Qinyu, are you crazy? Xianxia transmitted her voice angrily. She had tried to dissuade Qinyu, but it was useless. Are you worried about me? Smirking, Qinyu asked through voice transmission. On the other side, Xianxia was stunned, and a hint of redness appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. Renhan? Qinyu learned the other party's name from the others, and he seemed to be very powerful. Whatever, buying this egg at the price of 55,001 demonic point is definitely a good deal. Qinyu couldn't help but grin. The egg was bought by the student? Even the owner of the incubated egg was secretly worried and did not want to sell the incubated egg to Qinyu. Hence, the tone of her voice was more like an inquiry. The secret exchange is absolutely fair and safe. Since this student bid higher than me, the egg is naturally his. Mad Demon Renhan smiled faintly. However, those who knew Renhan knew that Renhan was like a cold mountain, and he never smiled. When he smiled, it meant that Renhan had killing intent. Okay. The owner of the egg heaved a sigh of relief, but she felt sorry for Qinyu. In her opinion, this incubated egg was only temporarily placed in Qinyu's hands. Then, a female servant brought the egg over and took out a token to deduct 55,001 demonic point from Qinyu's identity token. Don't disappoint me. Qinyu glanced at the egg and put it into his storage bag. Although he had obtained the egg, he did not know what kind of egg it was. The ancient beast egg transaction was finally over. The transaction continued. I have 3 300-year-old fufu bamboos, priced at 35,500 low-grade primal stones. I have a high-grade axe. This axe is mainly made from demonic bone crystals and many demonic ores. It is the best weapon for demonic cultivators who specialize in axes. Priced at 7,500 low-grade primal stones, or a saber weapon of the same quality. Then, a large black crystal axe floated to the center of the yard under the control of True Chi. I want it. Someone immediately made a bid. I also want this item, 7,700 low-grade primal stones. Another person made a bid. In the end, the two raised the price to 8,300 primal stones, and the axe was won by the person who made the last bid. Mystic Room 1. Ren Han reminded. Because Qinyu was in the first room. I have a spot in my hand that allows me to exchange for a high-grade treasure at the demonic weapon pavilion for free. Qinyu said with a smile. Then, he circulated his pure aura qi and sent a small token out through a slit in the curtain. This is a high-grade exchange token. This person has such an item? How did he get it? Many people were surprised. It was obvious that high-grade exchange tokens were not easy to obtain. Usually, only special missions with high difficulty or large-scale events held by the Institute would give tokens as rewards. Those who could obtain such tokens were not ordinary people. Ren Han raised his eyebrows and stared at Room 1 with a cold and deep gaze. A serious expression finally appeared on his face. This token has a price of 8,000 low-grade primal stones. You can have the same amount of demonic points or older fire spirit ginseng or ice snow lotus. Qinyu stated his requirements. 8,000 low-grade primal stones, I'll take it. A steady male voice came out. I bid 8,200 low-grade primal stones. The owner of the hatched egg also competed. 8,400 low-grade primal stones. That Wei Bin was also a little interested and shouted loudly. The previous item was a high-grade axe that was very suitable for demonic path cultivators. The starting price was only 7,500 primal stones. Qinyu's high-grade token had a starting price of 8,000 low-grade primal stones. There were even more people competing for it. After all, one could freely choose from the MO weapon pavilion. As long as it was a high-grade treasure weapon, it could be exchanged for free. Of course, there were very few top treasures in the MO weapon pavilion. King-level treasures would not be placed in the MO weapon pavilion. I bid 8,600 primal stones. Another person called out. This person was the one that had robbed Wei Bin of his wealth and told Qinyu about the fire spirit ginseng. Hee, you want this thing? Wei Bin sneered. Previously, when he was about to extort 3,000 demonic points from Qinyu, that person had exposed him. The two of them had a grudge. 8,700 primal stones. Wei Bin immediately increased the price without thinking. 8,800. The two of them were very hostile and continued to increase the price. The others were very sensible and temporarily left. 9,300 low-grade primal stones. Wei Bin sneered and continued to increase the price. He had been interested in the high-grade token at the start, but now that the token had reached this price, he didn't need it anymore. The reason he kept increasing the price was to take revenge on others. 9,500 low-grade primal stones. That person gritted his teeth and said. 9,600. Hearing the other's tone, Wei Bin was secretly happy and continued to increase the price. 9,600, it's yours. That person snorted and then let out a faint laugh. 9,600 primal stones had already surpassed the value of the high-grade token. It was not worth it to continue to increase the price. Besides, he could tell that Wei Bin didn't really need this token. In this case, Wei Bin would probably die of anger if he got the token at this price. What? Wei Bin's relaxed expression suddenly changed. He thought that the other party would increase the price a few more times, but he didn't expect that the other party would stop in advance. The student in the Sky Room 3 has received a high-grade exchange token. The maid announced, took away Qinyu's token, and sent it to Wei Bin. Take it away, take it away. Wei Bin hesitated for a while before he took out the primordial stones and shouted. As the saying goes, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Using a large number of primal stones, he bought a high-grade exchange token. There were other good things that he did not have the ability to snatch. Hee. Qinyu smiled and put the primal stones into his storage bag. Buying the hatched egg just now cost a large number of demonic points, and Qinyu suddenly became poor. But in the blink of an eye, Weibing gave him nearly 10,000 low-grade primal stones. Qinyu was naturally happy. After Qinyu's items were traded, it was Xianxia's turn in the mysterious room too. Middle-grade superior artifact, Blood Sun Iron Halberd. Xian took out a mid-grade superior artifact. She didn't expect the secret exchange to trade like this. She didn't prepare anything, so she took out her previous spoils of war. In the Demon-Free Academy, mid-grade superior artifacts were not hard to obtain. Most of the people who traded here were top experts. Therefore, Xian's mid-grade superior artifact was directly bought by one person, and no one competed for it. Then, in the mysterious room 3. I have a demon cleansing pill here. For demonic cultivators, this pill is extremely valuable. It can condense demonic chi, and it has a strong healing effect on people whose consciousness has been invaded by demonic intent. A young voice came out. Then, a pill wrapped in chi was brought to the center of the courtyard. Demon cleansing pill, price 4,500 low-grade primal stones. The person quoted the price. Demon cleansing pill. Qinyu's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but think of what Lu Xuanzong had said to him during the teacher's lecture. Qinyu, your pure aura has been infused with too much demonic aura. At first glance, it seems that your chi is more powerful, but that is not the case. The power of demonic Dao is stronger than the aura of evil Dao. The two energies coexist, and it will make it harder for you to control them. You will unknowingly waste a lot of chi, and it will also affect your cultivation and future potential. At the same time, you don't cultivate demonic Dao techniques. Although there won't be any big problems when you try to comprehend and absorb demonic energy, it will still affect you. If you don't take care of it, the effect will become bigger and bigger. After that, Qinyu checked carefully and found that Lu Xuanzong's words made sense. When he advanced to the late stage of the post-liminary realm, the jet-black mass of chi in his body automatically absorbed all kinds of negative energies in the surroundings. At that time, he was in the demonic Bone Wasteland, and he was in the demonic Bone Cave. As such, his pure aura was infused with a lot of demonic aura. If he could control it, Qinyu would not be so bold as to absorb demonic aura. The effect of the demon cleansing pill was to condense demonic chi. When the demonic aura in the pure aura was condensed together, Qinyu could easily expel it. At the same time, the pill also had the effect of purifying demonic intent on the mental level. I'll take it. Someone said. 4,600 low-grade primary stones. Someone raised the price. There were many demonic Dao cultivators in the Demon-Free Academy. Hence, the demon cleansing pill was quite popular. 4,800 low-grade primary stones. Qinyu bid. After selling the high-grade exchange token, Qinyu had a lot of primary stones. After a round of competition, the demon cleansing pill was purchased by Qinyu for 6,000 low-grade primary stones. Although the price was a little high, Qinyu really needed the demon cleansing pill. To him, it was worth it. The transaction continued. After that, there was nothing that caught Qinyu's eye. However, Xian made a move and obtained a medicinal herb. At the end of the transaction, there was even a high-grade king-level treasure. This treasure is called Moon Hook. It's a high-grade king-level treasure. A hoarse voice gave a brief introduction. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a long, bright hook floating. There were mysterious lines and patterns on it, shining brightly in the night. High-grade king-level treasure. Unfortunately, it's a hook. What a pity, why isn't it a weapon that I use? Everyone sighed. Hook-type weapons were really rare. At least, there were so many people present, but no one used a hook. But even so, this high-grade king-level treasure was sold for a high price of 12,000 low-grade primary stones. Soon, the transaction was over. Everyone immediately got up and quickly left the courtyard. Humph, don't let me catch you. One of them was a tall, ugly man who moved rather slowly. As he walked, he looked around and let out a cold harumph. Listening to the voice, Qinyu knew that this person was Wei Bin. He seemed to be looking for the mysterious man who opposed him in the trading center. Without much thought, Qinyu and Xian quickly left. Hotian realm? Several people looked at Qinyu with surprise. In the depths of the courtyard, a young man in black looked at Qinyu. His eyebrows slightly moved before returning to normal. At this time, a female servant walked to the young man's side and whispered a few words. Suddenly, the young man in black looked at Qinyu again. A cold light flashed in his eyes and a strange smile appeared on his face. But in the next moment, Qinyu had already left the courtyard. The prey I've set my eyes on cannot escape, the young man in black said calmly. Then, the young man in black returned to the courtyard. After Qinyu and Xian left the courtyard, they quickly left. Are you crazy? Offending Renhan? Xian couldn't help but snort. Is Renhan so great? Qinyu couldn't help but ask. He is the #1 student of the Magic Wind Academy and is known as the Mad Demon. Xian said simply and then added, moreover, that courtyard is Renhan's territory. I'm afraid he already knows your identity. Looks like I have to be more careful these days. Qinyu thought. To be the #1 student in the entire branch, how could Renhan be simple? Brother Chen. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Kong Zhong. Qinyu recognized the voice. It seems that you are the one who won the black iron magnet in the secret trading center. Qinyu said with a smile. Brother Chen is really admirable. He actually dared to compete with Renhan of the Magic Wind Academy in the trading center. Kong Zhong shook his head and smiled. Hee, I didn't know his identity at that time. Qinyu grinned in response. That being said, the real reason was that he knew the hatchling in the egg was still alive. Otherwise, he would never compete with Renhan. Oh right, why didn't you participate in the freshman competition? Qinyu was a little curious. As a puppeteer, Kong Zhong's skills were extraordinary. His one-on-one combat ability was very strong. Moreover, Kong Zhong had long reached the peak of the acquired realm and was not far from the innate realm. With Kong Zhong's strength, if he participated in the freshman competition, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 10. Unfortunately, I was in Master Blackstar's mechanism castle at that time. Although I didn't participate in the freshman competition, I still gained a lot. Kong Zhong said with a smile, as if he didn't regret it at all. Mechanism castle? Xian said in surprise. Puzzled, Qinyu turned to look at the man. I heard that Master Blackstar's mechanism castle originated from the real ancient puppeteer sect. I didn't expect Master Blackstar to let you in. It seems that your talent in puppeteering has been recognized by him. You should have become his disciple. Xian looked at the ugly black-robed man in front of her seriously. Kong Zhong smiled and didn't say much. In fact, Qinyu's sword and shield puppet also originated from the real puppeteer sect. After Kong Zhong obtained the sword and shield puppet, he unearthed a small incomplete inheritance from it, and his puppeteering skills improved rapidly. After that, he was valued by Master Blackstar and accepted as his disciple. He entered Master Blackstar's mechanism castle. Brother Chen, you have offended Renhan. Be careful. Kong Zhong reminded him. At this moment, he didn't mind the conflict with Qinyu in the big hunting match. He knew that Qinyu won first place in the freshman competition, and the school should be paying close attention to Qinyu. Renhan wouldn't make a move openly. However, Kong Zhong was still a little curious. Why would Qinyu offend Renhan for a useless egg? The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Qinyu and Xian strolled around the Dark Night Exchange for a while. Among them, Qinyu was quite lucky and traded for 500 years of ice snow lotus. As time passed, the Dark Night Exchange was coming to an end. After Qinyu and Xian came out, they said goodbye. All in all, Qinyu had gained a lot from this Dark Night Exchange. Swoosh, Qinyu turned into a black shadow and rushed back. He couldn't wait to study the egg. 7 people were gathered in one of the rooms of the Dark Night Gathering. One of the young men gave off a cold and domineering aura. The other 6 stood below him as if they were following his lead. I didn't expect Qinyu to offend Senior Luo. He really doesn't know what's good for him. A green-robed young man said flatteringly. This person was Jiang Lingyuan, who wanted to blackmail Qinyu into exchanging tokens in the demonic weapon pavilion. Other than him, Qinyu knew the other 6 people. The muscular young man was Luo Haoyan, and the other 5 were Dou Nanhua, the hook-nosed young man, and the beautiful woman. Senior Luo, is it necessary to deal with that brat? The white-robed young man, Dou Nanhua, was confused. Don't underestimate this kid. He defeated Sita Lingyu from the 4 great clans, Duan Hao, Chao Zhongtian, Luo Yongguang, and others from the 10 great ancient clans. It's not as simple as you think. Luo Haoyan's face was dignified without being angry, emitting an invisible pressure. Is he really so difficult to deal with? Dou Nanhua found it hard to believe. He had planned to find a chance to meet Qinyu alone. But since Luo Haoyan said so, he had to reevaluate Qinyu. Then what does Senior Luo want us to do? The hook-nosed young man's eyes flashed. Listen to my arrangements. Luo Haoyan's expression was dark. After this is done, you will all be rewarded. Luo Haoyan added and waved his hand. Jiang Lingyuan, Dou Nanhua, and the others looked at each other, nodded, and left the place. They could tell that Luo Haoyan wanted to kill Qinyu, so they placed great importance on him. They could not act rashly and had to wait for the right time. Haha, this brat really knows how to cause trouble. Let's see how long he can last after offending Luo Haoyan. The hook-nosed young man laughed sinisterly. In the room. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Luo Haoyan sneered. After the freshman competition, Luo Haoyan had planned to deal with Qinyu personally. But inadvertently, he heard from an instructor of the Luo family that the Demon Free Academy's vice principal thought highly of Qinyu and paid close attention to him. This caused Luo Haoyan to dispel this thought. He didn't dare to offend the academy's vice principal. However, the more it was so, the more Luo Haoyan did not want Qinyu to continue growing. So, he could only rely on others. At that time, even if the vice dean blamed him, the ones who would suffer would be Jiang Lingyuan, Dou Nanhua, and the others. The night was pitch black. Whoosh, Qinyu returned to the cave dwelling, opened the barrier, and quickly entered it. Although the hatchling in the egg was not dead, it was not far from death, so Qinyu was very anxious. Whoosh, Qinyu took out the egg and examined it carefully. Dong dong. Dong, as he calmed his heart and sensed it, Qinyu's heartbeat became even stronger, producing a strange suction force. Very soon, Qinyu sensed the extremely weak heartbeat from the hatched egg again. What should I do? A trace of anxiety appeared on Qinyu's face. Although he had obtained the ancient beast's egg, if he could not save the hatchling, then he had spent so many demonic points to buy this item and offended Renhan. That would be a great loss. Right. I need to get rid of the frost poison first. Qinyu's gaze focused on the bottom of the hatched egg. It was dark blue and emitted a bone-chilling aura. This poison is not ordinary. Qinyu was inwardly shocked when he felt the warmth. But thinking about it, if the frost poison was so easy to get rid of, no one would sell it. But just because others could not get rid of it did not mean that Qinyu could not do it. He had the blood-glazed flame, which was ranked in the top 100 on the True Fire Spirit Flame list. Flame Spirit. Qinyu communicated with the flame spirit of the blood-glazed flame. Master. A childish voice came out. Let's work together to get rid of the frost poison. Try not to harm the hatchling in the egg. Qinyu immediately said. Yes, Master. The blood-glazed flame was extremely difficult to use, let alone such a delicate task. Qinyu had to work together with the flame spirit to minimize the risk. Swoosh, a ball of blood-glazed flame the size of a candle appeared in Qinyu's hand. Qinyu immediately used the flame control technique to control the ball of blood-glazed flame together with the flame spirit. Then, under the control of him and the flame spirit, the blood-glazed flame turned into a translucent web of blood-glazed flame and stuck to the bottom of the hatched egg. Bang! In an instant, the ice and fire came into contact, producing wisps of blue and red smoke that drifted away. To avoid harming the dying hatchling, Qinyu and the flame spirit were extremely careful, so their progress was much slower. 5 days passed. 60% of the frost poison on the surface of the hatched egg had been eliminated. During the past 5 days of refining, Qinyu's flame control ability had also improved. His mental strength had also grown. Qingyu felt that his mental energy had already reached the peak of the early stage, and it would not take long for him to break through to the middle stage of the Khanate realm. Let's continue. Qingyu started work immediately after he was done resting. 2 days later, the frost poison on the surface of the hatched egg had been completely eliminated. The next step is the trickiest part. Qinyu's face darkened. Since the frost poison on the surface of the hatched egg had been eliminated, what about the frost poison that had invaded the hatchling? He could not possibly break the eggshell. Qingyu had heard from the beast tamer that this method was not good for the hatchling. Not only would it affect the hatchling, but it would also lower its potential. Master, I have an idea. Judging from the patterns on the hatched egg, the hatchling must be a fire-type ancient beast. If that's the case, it might be able to absorb the blood-glazed flame to strengthen itself. That way, its resistance against the frost poison will be greatly enhanced. The flame spirit suddenly said. Qinyu's eyes lit up. It seemed like what the flame spirit said was feasible. However, this method is not very reliable. If the hatchling is too weak to withstand the blood-glazed flame, this method will only harm it and hasten its death. The flame spirit said again. In short, the success rate of this method was not high. If it failed, the hatched egg would be completely destroyed. Let's give it a try. After a long while, Qingyu made up his mind. In his opinion, the fire-type ancient beast hatchling should have a strong physique and a strong character since it was not completely dead after being corroded by the frost poison for a long period of time. After making up their minds, the two immediately took action. Buzz buzz, the blood-glazed flame surrounded the hatched egg. The fiery patterns on the eggshell flickered with a faint light as they gradually absorbed the faint wisps of the glazed blood flame. At this moment, Qingyu suddenly thought of something. Maybe it will work. Qingyu took out a jade bottle and poured out some sky bamboo shoot liquid and smeared it on the hatched egg. The sky bamboo shoot liquid contained a strong life force and had a heaven-defying effect. It could heal one's vitality and injuries in an instant. The hatchling inside was extremely weak. As long as the sky bamboo shoot liquid was absorbed by the hatchling, it would have a great effect. Thump thump. Thump thump, at the same time, Qinyu's heart began to beat in a strange rhythm. Faintly, Qingyu could clearly feel the heartbeat of the hatchling inside the hatched egg. Moreover, his heartbeat seemed to be able to affect the hatchling's heartbeat, making the hatchling's heartbeat a little faster and stronger. Qingyu could not help showing a hint of joy. Time passed. After the sky bamboo shoot liquid on the surface of the eggshell evaporated, Qingyu gritted his teeth and poured out a lot of sky bamboo shoot liquid and smeared it on. Master, I feel that a trace of my blood-glazed flame has been absorbed. The childish voice said. This suggestion was made by the flame spirit, but it did not expect that it would go so smoothly. At this time, Qingyu stopped smearing the sky bamboo shoot liquid, and there was only a little left in his hand. 10 days later. The speed at which the hatched egg absorbed the blood-glazed flame was much faster. And Qingyu could clearly feel the heartbeat of the hatchling inside, which was much better than before. Master, I feel that the ice poison in the hatched egg is gradually decreasing. The flame spirit said happily. A month later, Qingyu and the flame spirit stopped working. At this moment, the hatched egg was emitting an extremely high temperature, and it would shake from time to time. Haha, ancient beast. Qingyu could not help laughing. It was all worth it to spend so much effort. Ancient beast hatchling was less ferocious, and could basically be signed directly. If he could cultivate this ancient beast hatchling well, Qingyu would have a powerful helper. Setting the incubated egg aside, Qingyu took out a shiny black pill from his bag. After taking the demon cleansing pill, Qingyu sat down cross-legged. Buzz, a cool and quiet clear stream slowly spread, flowing all over Qinyu's body, and finally into his sea of qi. Immediately, the pure fiendish qi in the sea of qi stirred restlessly, and tiny wisps of black mist surged out. This was the demonic aura. Under the effect of the demon cleansing pill, the wisps of black mist gradually gathered. Thump thump, a familiar suction force came from Qinyu's heart. The effect of the demon cleansing pill was even more shocking as it acted on his sea of qi. The demonic qi gathered at an extremely fast speed. A black mist gradually formed above the pure fiendish qi, and it was filled with demonic aura. Following this, Qinyu used all his strength to control the force and moved it out. Whoosh whoosh, wisps of pure demonic energy were mobilized in his palm, and once again gathered together. Soon, all the demonic energy was extracted by Qinyu. To his surprise, the demonic energy gathered on its own, and finally formed a black mist bead. The moment he touched the bead, a domineering demonic energy surged over, causing Qinyu to shudder. Such powerful demonic energy. This thing should be very useful for demonic cultivators. It should be worth a lot of money. Qinyu guessed. Back when he broke through to late-stage Hotian, the black ball of qi had absorbed a lot of demonic aura. Now, these auras were all gathered together by the demon cleansing pill, but Qinyu felt that the mysterious heart played a huge role. After all, it was not the first time the heart had done something like this. I'll keep it for now. Qinyu put the black mist bead into his storage bag, and closed his eyes again. The demon cleansing pill's effect had not completely dissipated, and it was still working on Qinyu's mind, helping Qinyu refine the demonic will. The mysterious heart did not play any role in refining the demonic will on the soul level. A day later. Qinyu opened his bright eyes, and there was a dark light in them, giving off a demonic feeling. At this moment. Crack! Not far away, a crack appeared on the incubated egg, and it continued to spread. It's about to hatch. Qinyu was overjoyed, and he got up to go over. Crack! Whoosh! A fiery red tongue stretched out from the crack, and then a head suddenly popped out. That head was translucent like a piece of jade, and it gave off an exquisite feeling. There were 2 horns on it that looked like dragon horns. On the small head, a pair of light red eyes stared at Qinyu. Of course, Qinyu was also staring at it. What is this? With this small head, Qinyu could not recognize the breed of this little guy. Crack! Crack! The little guy ignored Qinyu, and it bit at the eggshell, and ate it. Gradually, the eggshell was eaten, and the little guy's body was completely revealed. Dragon horns, cow tail, horse hooves, and there were faint scales on its body. Master, this is a qilin, it should be an ancient beast, fire qilin, but it doesn't look like one. Yanling shouted in a childish voice. Master, this is a qilin. It should be a fire qilin, but it doesn't look like one. Yanling said in a childish voice. Qilins were sacred beasts, but there had never been a real sacred beast on the Kunyan continent. Most of them only had the bloodline of a sacred beast, so they couldn't be regarded as real sacred beasts. For example, the blood dragon that Qinyu had met before had a trace of the bloodline of a real sacred dragon. Ancient beasts were a general term. Some sacred beasts could be called ancient beasts, but ancient beasts couldn't be called sacred beasts. Master, I think this cub only has the bloodline of a sacred beast, qilin. It shouldn't be a real qilin. It should be a fire scale beast. Yanling analyzed. Qinyu nodded with a smile. He didn't care what kind of beast it was, as long as it was an ancient beast. So far, Qinyu had only met 2 people who had ancient beasts as pets. One was the mysterious man in a black robe who had a night lynx, and the other was the man from the Bloodwing clan who had a blood dragon. Both of these were existences that Qinyu currently could not reach. And now, Qinyu was about to have an ancient beast as a pet. On the ground, the fire scale beast had finished eating the eggshell. It looked better and its body was emitting a faint red light. Roar! The fire scale beast looked at Qinyu again and let out a roar, emitting the pressure of an ancient beast of the fire element. Little guy, you're still so fierce. Qinyu reached out and lifted the fire scale beast. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't get rid of Qinyu's bronze hand. Ancient beasts were violent and ferocious by nature, and they hated humans even more. This newly born ancient beast was no exception. Its flaming eyes emitted a sharp light as it stared at Qinyu. I'm your savior, do you understand? Qinyu slapped it with his other hand. Roar! The fire scale beast was confused by Qinyu's slap. But the fire scale beast didn't give up. It found an opportunity to bite Qinyu's arm with a cunning smile. However, the next second, the fire scale beast cried. Roar! The fire scale beast roared and let go of Qinyu's arm. How was this an arm? It was more like a thick steel bar. A trace of fear appeared in the fire scale beast's eyes. On the other hand, Qinyu revealed a delighted expression. From the bite just now, he had roughly confirmed that the fire scale beast's strength had reached the meridian opening realm. After all, the fire scale beast had just hatched, and its body was still weak. Its bloodline power had not yet fully awakened. If it was given time to grow, it was unknown how strong it would become. However, with this little fellow's current cultivation, he still can't sign a spiritual pet contract. I can only wait for him to grow for a period of time. Xinyu speculated. Ordinary demonic beasts and ancient beasts had to reach the Qi transformation realm before they could sign a spirit pet contract. Only a small number of mutated ancient beasts could sign a spirit pet contract before reaching the Qi transformation realm. Before signing a contract with the fire scale beast, Xinyu couldn't be merciful to this little fellow. He had to intimidate the fire scale beast and make it fear him. Otherwise, he didn't know how arrogant this little fellow would be. Of course, if he left it to a beast tamer, they would have a special way to tame an ancient beast cub. However, ancient beasts were too valuable. There was no way Xinyu would expose it so easily, or it might cause him to be killed. Clap, clap, Xinyu patted the fire scale beast a few more times, before putting it down. Then, he took out the sky bamboo shoot elixir and fed it to the fire scale beast. The fire scale beast had just hatched, so its body was still very weak. If it was accidentally left with a chronic disease, it would greatly affect its growth. Seeing the sky bamboo shoot elixir, the fire scale beast's expression changed. It stuck out its tongue and licked it. After drinking the sky bamboo shoot elixir, the fire scale beast's body instantly became bright and rosy. From time to time, a red flame would float out of its mouth. Roar! The fire scale beast looked at the jade bottle in Xinyu's hand, and its eyes flickered with greed. Behave yourself. Without saying a word, Xinyu slapped it again. This little fellow, after eating his sky bamboo shoot elixir, not only did it not know how to thank him, but it even behaved like this, which made Xinyu extremely angry. In addition, there was only a small amount of sky bamboo shoot elixir left, which was at most enough for one use. Now that the fire scale beast had recovered, it didn't need to drink the sky bamboo shoot elixir anymore. Roar! The fire scale beast climbed up and roared at Xinyu. It still stared at Xinyu fiercely, but it wasn't as fierce as before. The egg successfully hatched into an ancient beast. Xinyu's worried heart could finally be at ease. He took out a 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng and a 300-year-old ice snow lotus from his storage bag, preparing to concoct the ice and fire body-quenching liquid. Not far away. Roar! The fire scale beast stared at the fire spirit ginseng in Xinyu's hand with greed in its eyes. Here's one for you. Xinyu thought for a moment and threw out a set of low-aged fire elemental treasures. The fire scale beast was an ancient beast of the fire path, and it needed to swallow a large number of fire elemental treasures in order to grow. Xinyu was already mentally prepared for this. Right now, the fire scale beast's level was still too low, and the 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng was too powerful, so Xinyu took out other low-aged fire elemental treasures to feed it. Soon, Xinyu concocted an ice and fire body-quenching liquid. After swallowing it, Xinyu felt the intertwining of ice and fire in his body. He activated the bronze statue skill and began to refine his body. A moment later, Xinyu activated the flame control technique and extracted a trace of blood glass flame, attaching it to the surface of the bronze statue skill. When Xinyu used the blood glass flame to refine his body during the small Qing stage, he couldn't bear it. But now, the bronze statue skill had reached the large success stage, and there were improvements in all aspects. Bang! Crackle! In an instant, Xinyu's bronze statue skill was burned and corroded by the blood glass flame. In a short while, the blood glass flame broke through the defense of the bronze statue skill. In the distance, the fire scale beast, which was digesting the fire elemental treasures, was startled to see Xinyu like this. As an ancient beast, it could instinctively sense the power of the blood glass flame. But the human in front of it was using the blood glass flame to burn it. It was too cruel. Half a day later, the effects of the ice and fire body-quenching liquid gradually disappeared. Xinyu got up and prepared to go to the Evil Wind Valley to cultivate. This had become his daily routine. I can't bring this little guy out. Looks like I'll have to buy a pet bag. Xinyu glanced at the fire scale beast. A normal storage bag couldn't contain living beings, and the fire scale beast was too big to be put into the light silver crystal space. Keep an eye on him. With a thought, Xianxia took out the iron moon insect from the light silver crystal space. At this moment, the iron moon insect was dark blue and emitted a fierce and domineering aura. This was the result of swallowing the demon bone stone in the demon bone stone cave and being contaminated with the aura of the demonic Tao. The fire scale beast was too restless. Only with the iron moon insect watching it, Xianxia could leave it in the cave abode. Walking out of the cave abode, Xianxia planned to buy a pet bag. There was a student hiding behind a rock not far away. Whoosh, seeing Xianxia come out of the cave abode, he quickly left. Looks like there's going to be a lot of trouble. Xianxia sighed inwardly. His mental energy was only one step away from reaching the mid-stage Khanate, so he could naturally sense the person watching him. But he didn't know if it was Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buiqing, Do Nanhua, or the #1 cultivator of the Demon Wind Academy, Ren Han. If it's Ren Han, it'll be troublesome. Xianxia thought. As the #1 cultivator of the Demon Wind Academy, Ren Han's strength was unfathomable. Xianxia couldn't resist him at all. There was no point in thinking too much, so Xianxia quickly went to the Demon-less Branch Palace. Pet bags weren't very rare. Many students had all kinds of pets that could play different roles in battle. Compared to storage bags, pet bags were more expensive. The more space there was, the higher the price would increase. At the Dark Night Gathering, Xianxia bought the Demon Cleansing Pill and the 300-year-old Ice Snow Lotus. He didn't have many primordial stones left, less than 5,000 low-grade primordial stones. After some selection, Xianxia bought a relatively large pet bag, spending 4,500 low-grade primordial stones. Ancient beasts grew faster. Although the fire scale beast was the size of a kitten now, it might grow to the size of a tiger soon. After buying the pet bag, Xianxia also bought some low-aged pure fire elemental herbs. Then, he went to the Evil Wind Valley to cultivate. Inside the Evil Wind Valley, Xianxia took a few steps forward, and the black evil wind around him became more violent. Boom, boom. Xianxia held the giant ruler sword and waved it in the violent evil wind. The momentum of the sword was astonishing, and the evil chi condensed on it was even more powerful. After cultivating for a while, Xianxia felt someone approaching from behind. Looking closely, he saw an ugly young man with a bent left leg slowly walking towards him. This person was the Blood Eagle Leg, Yan Buiqing. He walked inside the Evil Wind Valley, his body covered in a layer of blood-red light, blocking all the evil wind outside. Junior brother Chen is really hardworking. You've been cultivating in seclusion in your cave mansion. Now that you've come out, you've come to the Evil Wind Valley. Yan Buiqing's ugly face showed a trace of a smile, looking a bit ferocious. What do you want? Xianxia asked directly. Haha, I'm just here to see if you've thought about what to do with the Rising Dragon Pill. Yan Buiqing didn't hide his intentions. I'm sorry, last time I participated in the Dark Night Gathering, a senior at the peak of the post-liminary realm bought this pill from me. Xianxia smiled faintly. If he said he had consumed it, Yan Buiqing might not have believed him. However, Xianxia's lies were more convincing. Moreover, when Xianxia said that he sold the pill to a senior at the peak of the post-liminary realm, it also became a deterrent to Yan Buiqing. Good, you brat. Yan Buiqing's eyes were filled with blood-red light and murderous intent. When he learned that Xianxia participated in the Dark Night Gathering, he was worried that Xianxia had sold the pill. However, he didn't hear any news about the Rising Dragon Pill at the gathering, so Blood Eagle Leg sent someone to keep an eye on Xianxia. When Xianxia came out of seclusion, he immediately rushed over to find out the truth. He didn't expect that Xianxia had really sold the Rising Dragon Pill. Of course, what angered him the most was that Xianxia had sold the Rising Dragon Pill to someone else and not him. The Rising Dragon Pill has been sold. Senior, you don't have to look for me in the future. Take care. Xianxia looked at Yan Buiqing and waved his hand. He wasn't worried that Yan Buiqing would attack him. The Evil Wind Valley was a special place for cultivation, and fighting was forbidden. Humph. The blood-red light in Blood Eagle Leg's eyes gradually disappeared. He waved his sleeves angrily and turned to leave. You think you're smart? I'll make you die a miserable death. After Blood Eagle Leg left, Xianxia didn't cultivate for long before he left the Evil Wind Valley. After returning to the cultivation cave abode, Xianxia took out some pure fire elemental treasures and fed them to the fire scale beast. He had bought them at the anti-magic branch palace. Next, Xianxia began a long period of seclusion. Blood Eagle Leg, Yan Buiqing, Do Nanhua, and the others would definitely cause trouble for him. There was also Mad Demon Renhan, whom Xianxia was most afraid of. As long as he was strong enough, all of this could be easily solved. After concocting an ice and fire body tempering liquid, Xianxia began to temper his body. As time passed, Xianxia had been in seclusion for a month. With the help of the high-quality ice and fire body tempering liquid, his copper statue body had improved greatly. During this period, the fire scale beast's body had grown a lot, and its strength had reached the viscera refinement realm. In a month's time, the fire scale beast had doubled in size. It looked even more ferocious, emitting an invisible fire elemental bloodline aura, causing the temperature of the entire cave abode to rise. Roar! The fire scale beast looked at Xianxia and howled, as if it was demanding resources. Why are you so fierce when you want to eat? Xianxia stretched out his hand. The fire scale beast immediately showed a look of fear and retreated a distance. During this period of time, it had already lost count of how many times Xianxia had slapped it. Well, that's more like it. Here's your reward. Xianxia took out a fire elemental treasure and threw it over. The fire qilin leaped up, swallowed the treasure into its mouth, and chewed. Sigh, the resources are almost used up. I can't last much longer. Xianxia sighed. Thinking back, he won first place in the competition and received 100,000 demon-less points. Together with the demon-less points and primordial stones he could be considered rich. Not long after, Xianxia only had a few demon-less points and primordial stones left. Of course, Xianxia's harvest was also extremely shocking. He had obtained the second part of the Devil Fiend's Shadow, the Demon Shocking Sword technique, the Profound Heavy Sword, the Demon Cleansing Pill, the Fire Scale Beast, and so on. His overall strength was also increasing rapidly. At this moment, a message appeared in Xianxia's identity token, urging Xianxia to complete the task entrusted to him. The Demonless Academy had a rule that every 3 months, one had to complete a task corresponding to one's cultivation. If the task was more difficult, one could rest for a period of time according to the difficulty of the task. It had been 9 months since Xianxia came to the academy. Very early on, he completed a giant demon tiger hunting task and received an extra 2 months of rest. Previously, he had received a message from the academy urging him, but at that time, he was in the Devil Bone Wasteland, so he did not pay attention to it. Now, the academy was urging him again. If I go out to do a task, they will definitely attack me, Xianxia frowned. Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buiqing was very vengeful and would not let it go so easily. According to Xianxia, Renhan also seemed to have the intention to kill Xianxia. As the saying goes, I'm in the light while the enemy is in the dark. If he was ambushed during the mission, it would be very disadvantageous to Xianxia. Moreover, the mad demon Renhan was so powerful. If he attacked head-on, even Xianxia would not be able to block it. Staying in the academy all the time is not a solution. Xianxia suddenly stood up. Currently, he did not have enough resources on hand. The 400-year-old fire spirit ginseng had already been used up. The growth of the fire scale beast required a large amount of fire elemental resources. There was also the iron moon strange bug. Recently, Xianxia had not killed much, and it had not eaten for a long time, so its strength was growing slowly. He himself also needed a large amount of resources to cultivate. If he was strong enough, he could easily solve many problems. In short, Xianxia was now poor and in urgent need of resources. Right, an adventure in the outer realm. Xianxia's eyes lit up. As one of the top 4 academies in Yunjiao Nation, the Demon-Free Academy had access to many mystic realms and micro-worlds. Any student who met the requirements could enter other mystic realms and micro-worlds for an adventure. Moreover, some mystic realms and worlds were very special. For example, the Red Earth Mystic Realm and the Fiery Sky Mystic Realm specialized in producing fire elemental resources. In other words, in this mystic realm, there was a wide range of fire elemental resources, and the quality was also very high. The other resources were relatively rare. Alright, an adventure in the outer realm. Xianxia made up his mind. Not only for resources, but Qinyu was also very curious about the outer realm. It was said that those mystic realms and micro-worlds existed in a separate space. It was only because they were very close to the Kunyan continent, and the space was damaged or unstable that the academy had a way to send students in for an adventure. In other words, those spaces were outside of the Kunyan continent and existed in unknown places. Let's go. Qinyu walked to the fire scale beast, picked it up, and threw it into the pet bag. Then, he left the cultivation cave. After he left, behind a rock not far away, a person quickly left the place. To participate in the Outer Realm adventure, one had to go to the Demon-Free Main Hall. In the center of the Demon-Free Academy, there was a mountain called the Demon-Free Peak. The Demon-Free Main Hall was located on it. After a while, Qinyu arrived at the Demon-Free Peak and found the Demon-Free Main Hall. The hall was extremely large, and one couldn't see the end of it. Not only were there places for trading and communication, but there were also competition stages and places for missions. It was the first time that Qinyu came to the Demon-Free Main Hall, so he still didn't know the location of the Outer Realm. After wandering for a while, Qinyu came to the place for missions. There's a mission for the Outer Realm. Qinyu's eyes glanced at a mission that was related to the Outer Realm. He had originally planned to go on an adventure in the Outer Realm, so he could accept a mission and get some rewards. Go to the Red Earth Mystic Realm and mine 10 kilograms of high-quality Fire Spirit Oregon. If you get the Fire Spirit Crystal Mine, the mission reward will be doubled. Joy appeared on Qinyu's face as he accepted the mission. What he lacked the most right now were fire elemental resources, so he was preparing to go to the Red Earth Mystic Realm or the Fiery Sky Mystic Realm. After accepting the mission, Qinyu continued to wander around and soon found the place for the Outer Realm. Compared to other places in the Demon-Free Main Hall, this place was extremely quiet. It was surrounded by layers of arrays and heavily guarded. Qinyu took out the token and quickly entered. There were many teleportation arrays inside the spacious hall, and there was a small twisting vortex on top of each array. On one of the arrays, whoosh, the twisting vortex on the array platform emitted a powerful spatial fluctuation. The vortex gradually expanded as it rotated, forming a dark gray tunnel. Then, 2 men and a woman stepped into the tunnel nervously. Then, the tunnel shrank and turned into a vortex. Just you? An old man with a long beard walked near the array platform with a hint of surprise in his eyes. People were always afraid of the unknown. But when going to the Outer Realm, everything was unknown, so most people went in small groups. Plus, entering the Outer Realm required a large number of demon-free points, so it was more worthwhile to earn as much as possible, so small groups had an advantage. Yes, just me. Qinyu nodded. Where do you want to go? The old man didn't say much. There is a simple description of all the secret realms here. You can take a look first. The old man pointed at the giant stone slab on the right side of the stone wall. All the secret realms and miniature worlds were recorded on it, including a small part of the information. Right now, Qinyu needed fire elemental treasures more. After all, he had the fire scale beast, and he had also accepted a mission related to the Scarlet Earth secret realm. Soon, Qinyu saw a simple description of the Scarlet Earth secret realm. This secret realm was extremely large. Completely different from the bloody burial garden that Qinyu had been to. It was countless times larger, and could be called a miniature world. Also, the Scarlet Earth secret realm was rich in high-quality fire spirit ores, fire crystals, and other resources. There were also old fire spirit ginseng, intense sungrass, and other resources. I'm going to the Scarlet Earth secret realm. Okay, 10,000 demon-free points and 2,000 low-grade primal stones. The old man told him the price. So expensive? Qinyu was slightly surprised. Ignorant. This is a teleportation array, and it consumes a lot of energy. Also, this kind of array can't be set up by any array master. The old man glanced at Qinyu. Okay. Qinyu took out his identity token, and there were 15,000 demon-free points left. In addition, Qinyu didn't have enough low-grade primal stones, so he used the demon-free points instead. After paying the fee, Qinyu was completely empty. There were almost no demon-free points or primal stones left. Kid, didn't you get first place in the freshman competition? Why are you so poor? The old man teased. There weren't many teachers and mentors in the academy, so information spread quickly. The old man just happened to know about Xianyu's situation. But I have to remind you, the Scarlet Earth's secret realm is quite dangerous. Some mid-stage Xiantian realm cultivators have entered, but they haven't returned yet. The old man reminded Xianyu. Xianyu nodded, thinking that it was a matter of course. If there was no danger, and there were so many special resources, students wouldn't fight to go to the foreign realm. This is a teleportation array plate. When you want to go back to the place you were teleported to and activate it. We will be able to open the passage again and bring you back. The old man took out a large and complicated metal array plate and handed it to Xianyu. That array platform. The old man pointed to a stone array platform not far away. The two walked over. The old man took out 10 mid-grade primal stones and 2 silver diamond-shaped crystals from his storage bag, and inserted them into the grooves of the array platform. Get ready, the old man said in a low voice. Xianyu quickly stepped onto the stone platform. Buzz, the patterns on the entire array platform flickered, and a dazzling silver crystal appeared, accompanied by a strong spatial fluctuation. The small vortex in front of Xianyu gradually expanded, and formed a gray spatial passage. At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. That person had a hideous face, and his left leg was bent. It was the blood eagle leg, Yan Buqing. Xianyu. Yan Buqing's face was gloomy and angry. He originally thought that Xianyu couldn't stay in the institute all the time, and would have to go on missions. But he didn't expect that Xianyu would choose the foreign realm. Senior, no need to send me off. Xianyu smiled, stepped into the spatial passage, and disappeared. Xianyu. Yan Buqing roared on the spot. The long-bearded old man's expression was calm. With his experience, he could guess what was going on from the two's expressions and the simple conversation they had. Are you going to the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm? The old man asked with a smile. No. Yan Buqing gradually suppressed his anger, and turned to leave. The cost of going to the foreign realm was related to one's cultivation. With his cultivation, entering the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm would cost at least 30,000 demonic points, and 6,000 low-grade primal stones. Moreover, the teleportation array was random, and the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm was shockingly large. He might not be able to find Xianyu. Hee. The old man laughed, and didn't bother too much. At this moment, he received a message. Emergency meeting? The old man's expression returned to normal, and he quickly left. Not long after, in a dim hall, a few mentors and the branch deans gathered, as well as a few array masters of the demonic academy. This meeting is about the foreign realm. An extremely experienced white-haired old man said. Could it be that a new mystic realm or world was discovered? The old man asked. No, it's about the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm. A mentor said, in the past year, the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm has become more and more unstable, and the death rate is extremely high, reaching 90%. 90%. The old man took a deep breath. Although he had been paying attention, he didn't expect the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm's death rate to be so high. So, I suggest that we temporarily close this mystic realm. The old man said solemnly. Entering such a dangerous mystic realm would be suicide, so it was better to close it. Yes, let's do it now. The mentors and array masters agreed. Oh no, Xianyu entered the Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm. The old man suddenly thought of something and blurted out. Oh no, Xianyu has entered the Red Earth Arcane Realm. The long-bearded elder blurted out as he thought of something. What did you say? Xianyu has entered the Red Earth Arcane Realm? The instructors who were present were all surprised. Xianyu was the champion of this year's competition. Not only was he talented, but he was also favored by the vice principal. A student like him would be famous in Yunjiao Nation in the future. But now, Xianyu had entered the Red Earth Arcane Realm, a realm with a sudden increase in the death rate. Moreover, he entered it alone. The long-bearded elder added. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped Xianyu. That way, he could have closed the Red Earth Arcane Realm before Xianyu entered. How could this be? Sigh, we should have started the meeting earlier and closed the Red Earth Arcane Realm. The people in the meeting could not help but sigh. The death rate in the Red Earth Arcane Realm had suddenly increased, and Xianxia had entered alone. The risk had increased again, and the chances of survival were extremely low. Close the Red Earth Arcane Realm immediately, the white-haired elder said solemnly, and then disappeared. After the meeting, the long-bearded elder and two array masters came to the teleportation point. "You're back." A young teacher looked at the long-bearded elder and said respectfully. When the long-bearded elder was not around, he was temporarily in charge of the place. "Did anyone enter the Red Earth Arcane Realm just now?" the long-bearded elder asked. "Unfortunately, 6 people entered the Red Earth Arcane Realm just now." The young teacher was surprised, but he still answered truthfully. "What? 6 students?" The long-bearded elder was shocked. This was another piece of bad news. But on second thought, 6 students together should be very strong, and the possibility of survival was slightly higher. If Xianxia could meet these 6 students, he might be able to return safely. Immediately stop the teleportation to the Red Earth Arcane Realm, and only receive the returning students. The long-bearded elder immediately ordered. The sun was high up in the sky, and the ground was a yellowish-brown. "What the hell is this place?" Xianxia could not help but grumble. All around him was the Gobi Desert, and the wind and sand billowed. Moreover, he had been walking for nearly 4 hours, and the scenery around him had not changed much. Apart from the occasional volcanoes, he did not see a single person. This made Xianxia wonder if the entire Scarlet Earth Mystic Realm was a desert. Roar, the fire Qilin followed behind, hooting happily. It had been trapped in the cave for a long time, and now that it was out for the first time, it was very excited. Plus, as a fire-type ancient beast, this place was extremely comfortable for it. Xianxia's keen senses detected a trace of abnormality. Whoosh, not far away, the ground suddenly exploded, sand and stones flew everywhere. Suddenly, a huge dark red figure leaped out. It was a huge lizard covered in red scales, and there was even a ball of flame on its tail. The lizard quickly closed in on the fire scale beast. It opened its huge mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. It was ferocious and terrifying, and its mouth was emitting a scorching heat. According to the lizard's judgment, the fire scale beast possessed a precious fire bloodline. If it could eat it, its strength would definitely skyrocket. Courting death. Xianxia let out a cold harumph. This lizard only possessed a cultivation of the intermediate Hotian realm. How stupid of it to attack him. Xianxia swung his arm and threw a punch forward. The punch landed accurately on the lizard's head at an incredible speed. Bang, bang, following a loud explosion, the lizard's head exploded, and its body was sent flying a few zhang away. Roar, the fire scale beast ran toward the lizard and started tearing it apart, devouring the fire-type beast core inside the lizard's body. It took a few more bites of the lizard's flesh, before continuing to follow Xianxia. After traveling for a short distance, the scenery in front of Xianxia finally changed. In the distance, it was no longer a desert. He could occasionally see a few thick trees and a barren grassland. Xianxia took a break after entering the wasteland. The aura of a beast. As a cultivator who cultivated the art of evil, Xianxia was extremely sensitive to the ferocious aura of beasts. As soon as he entered the wasteland, he immediately sensed that a beast was approaching. However, the aura wasn't strong, so Xianxia wasn't worried at all. If the beast attacked him first, he would kill it with a single punch. However, all of a sudden, Xianxia sensed something. Someone is approaching. Xianxia grabbed the fire scale beast and threw it into the pet bag. The fire scale beast was an ancient beast, and it even had the bloodline of a Qilin. It was better not to expose such a precious ancient beast. Besides, it was his first time coming to the Red Earth Mystic Realm, so he wasn't familiar with the local people. At the edge of the wasteland, a group of people was moving forward. "Yanqing, how was it? Was it fun outside?" At the front of the group, a well-built young man holding a huge bow looked at a woman behind him with a smile. "It wasn't fun at all. All the beasts were killed by Brother Changmu. The next time I see one, I'll kill it myself." The woman was wearing a flowery dress. Her expression and actions were cute and playful. "There's a beast." In the group, a middle-aged man with a long spear in his hand said with a glint in his eyes. Where? The flowery dress girl looked nervous and excited. She took out an arrow, put it on the bow, and pulled the bowstring. Only to see. From the hillside not far away, a huge rat covered in red scales suddenly rushed out. I see it, a fire rat. The flowery dress girl aimed the arrow at the huge rat and then released it. No. The middle-aged man was about to stop her, but the flowery dress girl had already shot the arrow. Swoosh, accompanied by the sound of the wind, the arrow flew out and suddenly turned red, emitting a burst of heat. However, ding, the fiery red arrow hit the fire rat's scales, but it only created a spark, left a trace, and bounced off. Suddenly, the fire rat glanced at the group fiercely and let out a low, ear-piercing hiss. How could this be? The flowery dress girl's face turned pale, and she was somewhat at a loss. Previously, when her brother killed the beasts, he killed them with one arrow, and the more powerful beasts were killed with 3 arrows at most. But her arrow couldn't even break the defense of the beast. Be careful, this fire rat's strength has reached the late stage of the Hotian realm. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted, holding the spear in his hand tightly. In their group, only the strong young man's strength had reached the late stage of the Hotian realm. Bastard, you're courting death. The strong young man shouted, picked up the big bow, and instantly shot a huge arrow. The moment the arrow was shot, it became incomparably fiery red and flashed with flames. Bang, the thick arrow fell and bombarded the fire rat's body, exploding and releasing a ball of raging fire. At the same time, the other people in the group shot arrows and threw spears, besieging the fire rat. Hiss, the fire rat kept hissing, its scales were broken, and blood was flowing out. Its eyes were blood red, and it stared at the strong young man and the others. Go to hell. The strong young man took out a few thinner arrows and shot them all. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, the arrows were like red rays of light that shot out with shocking penetrative power, piercing through the fire rat beast's body. Finally, the fire rat fell to the ground, motionless. Not far away, Jinyu quietly watched this scene. Brother Changmu is so powerful. The girl in the flowery dress was excited, and then she looked at Jinyu, who was not far from the fire rat's body. Who are you? Why are you here? The girl in the flowery dress slowly approached and asked. Later, the whole group walked over, and some of them went to dissect the fire rat and collect materials. You are here alone? I think your group encountered a powerful demonic beast, and you got separated from them. The strong young man looked at Jinyu and said calmly. The middle-aged man looked at Jinyu a few more times. He had noticed the demonic beast first, and then he noticed Jinyu. Maybe this young man was too inconspicuous. Yes, and you are? In order not to arouse the suspicion of the natives of the Red Earth's secret realm, Jinyu did not refute the strong young man's words. We are from the Black Iron tribe. The strong young man replied, and there was some arrogance between his eyebrows. After all, the Black Iron tribe was considered a strong tribe among the many tribes nearby. And this young man who got separated from the team must be from a small tribe. If we didn't help you just now, I'm afraid you would have been eaten by that fire rat. The sturdy young man added. In his opinion, Jinyu did not move just now because he was scared silly by the fire rat at the advanced stage of the Hotian realm. Jinyu was really lucky. When he was in danger, he happened to meet them. Otherwise, Jinyu would have become food in the stomach of the fire rat. Thank you. Jinyu smiled. With his strength, he did not need to worry about the fire rat. As long as the fire rat dared to come, he could kill it with one punch. However, compared to this, it was more important to contact the natives here and understand the situation in this world. It's okay. It's too dangerous for you to be alone outside. Why don't you go to the Black Iron tribe first, and then contact your tribe to take you back? The girl in the flowery dress said with a smile. It was the first time that she had left the tribe to hunt in such a distant place and saved someone. This made her a little happy. The strong young man was a little annoyed. Why did they help this outsider? But in front of the girl in the flowery dress, he could not refute. Just follow behind us. The strong young man glanced at Jinyu. This hunt has reached the standard. Let's go back. On the other side, the middle-aged man had finished dealing with the fire rat. go back so soon? The girl in the flowery dress was obviously a little unwilling. It's very dangerous around here. Not only are there dangerous places, but there are also powerful demonic beasts. I even heard that the people of the Green Mountain tribe encountered bandits some time ago. We were lucky today and did not encounter any accidents. Let's go back quickly, the middle-aged man advised. Yes, Xianxia, there have been a few bandits here recently. We'd better go back quickly, the strong young man also said. The girl in the flowery dress nodded, and then they were ready to return to the Black Iron tribe. In the team, many people looked at Xianxia. This kid is really lucky. Ordinary people are destined to become the food of the demonic beasts if they are separated from the team. It's all because Xianxia is kind and willing to take him with her. If it were me, I would not care about this kid. At the back of the team, several people were chatting in a low voice. But at this moment, woo-woo, a burst of chilling demonic beasts roared, accompanied by the sound of iron hooves. Immediately, the whole ground trembled slightly. The whole team showed a vigilant look, and many people were panicking. Oh no, it's the bandits! The middle-aged man's heart sank and his face became solemn. Boom, along with the billowing yellow dust, a group of black shadows appeared in everyone's sight. Xianxia's keen senses could clearly see that it was a group of more than 40 desert bandits. The three people at the front were riding giant red wolves and their cultivation had reached the late Hotian stage. The rest of them were riding horses and were probably at the early Hotian stage. In contrast, the strong young man, Chang Mu's team only had a dozen people, and the strongest among them was only at the late Hotian stage. There was no comparison between the two. Damn, they are desert bandits. The strong young man's expression changed. He had not yet realized the strength of the enemy, otherwise he would have been desperate. Let's go, the middle-aged man shouted. Xianxia's face was pale. This was the first time she had seen desert bandits, but she had heard rumors about them. Each of them was extremely vicious and committed all kinds of crimes. Let's go. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man and Chang Mu, the whole team flew back. However, how could they outrun the horses and the giant wolves? The desert bandits had already discovered the team and had taken the initiative to come here. The vibrations were getting closer and closer to the whole team. 40 to 50 people were circling around the strong young man and his team. Their eyes were full of ridicule, as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered. One of the long-faced young men riding a giant wolf looked the most proud. His eyes swept across the team and finally stopped on Xianxia, revealing a bit of evil greed. At this moment, feeling the strength of this group of desert bandits, Chang Mu and his team realized that all resistance was meaningless. With the strength of this group of desert bandits, it was too easy to kill them all. My lords, we are from the Black Iron tribe. This is the daughter of the Black Iron tribe's chief, Xianxia. We just happened to pass by this place. If you let us go, the Black Iron tribe will definitely send you generous gifts in the future, Chang Mu said nervously with a worried expression. The Black Iron tribe was one of the largest tribes in the area. He hoped to use this to deter the other party. Haha, the Black Iron tribe, is that so great? The long-faced young man riding the giant wolf looked even more playful. Ha ha ha, I don't know if you have heard of us, the Fire Demon Desert Bandits. On another huge wave, a tall and sturdy man laughed heartily. The desert bandits could naturally tell that Chang Mu was trying to intimidate them with his tribe. But from the looks of it, the bandits didn't seem to care at all. Fire Demon Desert Bandits. When the middle-aged man heard that, he thought about it for a moment, and then his face flickered, and his body began to tremble. What happened? Many young men in the group were confused. However, they could roughly guess that the Fire Demon Desert Bandits should be a very powerful bandit force. Fire Demon Desert Bandits. The most powerful bandit force in the Red Earth world. Haven't you been entrenched in the East? Why have you come here? Evergreen had a look of despair on his face as he voiced his doubts. Although he was young, he was one of the top Heaven's favorites in the Black Iron tribe, so he knew more than others. A very long time ago, the Fire Demon Desert Bandits were the largest bandit force in the Red Earth world. At that time, their ferocious reputation was simply like that of an evil spirit, and it caused people to tremble in fear. But later on, the number 1 tribe of the Scarlet Earth world attacked and repelled them. From then on, the Fire Demon Desert Bandits disappeared. As time passed, people gradually forgot about the Fire Demon Desert Bandits. Unexpectedly, the Fire Demon Desert Bandits reappeared today, and they even came to the west of the Black Iron tribe. What the hell was going on? Hearing this, the other people in the group instantly fell into despair. They didn't expect this group of bandits to have such a ferocious reputation. Young master, how do you think we should deal with this group of people? The tall giant looked at the group of weaklings in front of him with a faint smile. Hee, needless to say. This girl is a bit pretty and can be my 5th wife. The others are useless. Kill them all. The long-faced young man laughed evilly and stared greedily at Xianxia, completely ignoring the others. Hearing this, everyone in the group suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Xianxia's face was even paler. As the daughter of the tribe leader, she had never experienced this kind of thing. Moreover, the young man wanted her to be his 5th wife. Haha, brothers, have you heard young master's orders? The tall giant laughed wildly. Kill. Kill them all. Suddenly, all the bandits shouted wildly and showed the weapons in their hands. Hee, beauty, come over here. Be careful not to be hurt by them. The long-faced young man jumped from the giant wolf and quickly rushed towards Xianxia. Boom, Changmu and the middle-aged man were about to block him, but a violent and scorching wave of fire rushed out of the long-faced young man's body and instantly pushed them back. Xianxia. Changmu fell to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of anger. Xianxia was the woman he fancied. How could she marry a bandit? Let's go, beauty. The long-faced young man stretched out his slender palm and grabbed Xianxia. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Hotian realm, while Xianxia was only at the late stage of the Viscera refining realm. There was no way she could resist his pressure. Coupled with the fear in her heart, she couldn't move at all. At this moment, a low shout was heard. Stop. Xianyu said. He originally wanted to go to the Black Iron tribe to further understand the situation in this mystic realm. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. In this way, he had to reveal his strength. Oh? Boy, you're really brave. Is she your sweetheart? When the long-faced young man saw Xianyu speak, he was slightly surprised and immediately smiled. Regarding Xianyu's angry shout, he didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he was more interested and his palm continued to grab Xianxia. I told you to stop, are you deaf? Xianyu snorted and punched out. Boom, Xianyu's punch accurately hit the long-faced young man's wrist joint. Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His arm was flung out violently, dragging the long-faced young man to the ground. Ah, the long-faced young man screamed in pain, holding his wrist, his body trembling violently. Now scram. Xianyu warned. Although he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, Xianxia and the others treated him well. They treated him as someone who got separated from the team and brought him back to the tribe. Because of this, Xianyu wouldn't just watch them die and watch Xianxia be taken away by the bandits. Kill him, kill this kid. The long-faced young man screamed in pain, completely losing his mind. As a fire demon bandit, he had never been injured before. He must make Xianyu pay the heaviest price. Young master. How dare you attack young master? Kill him. The burly man roared in anger. Suddenly, more than 40 bandits stared at Xianyu fiercely. Courting death. Xianyu's face turned cold. Just now, he only attacked to teach the long-faced young man a lesson and let them retreat. Maybe it was because these bandits were used to being arrogant, but even so, they didn't put Xianyu in their eyes. After all, they had more than 40 people. Why would they be afraid of Xianyu? Boom, the black wind baleful chi erupted. Xianyu turned into a straight line and charged out with a terrifying baleful chi. Boom, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and screams, for bandits and their horses were directly sent flying by Xianyu. With Xianyu's current physique, these bandits' bones and internal organs were all crushed. There was no way for them to survive. Changmu looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Xianyu was like an unstoppable peerless beast. With a simple charge, he killed a few early-stage Hotian bandits. How could he be so strong? Changmu couldn't believe it. Not only him, but everyone in the group also couldn't believe it. They all thought that they were protecting Qinyu and sending him back to the tribe. But with Qinyu's strength, did he need their protection? Boom! After a straight-line charge, Qinyu changed his direction and charged out again. He was like a berserk beast. No one could stop him. The entire bandit group was instantly thrown into disarray. Countless bandits screamed in pain. Those below the late-stage Hotian realm couldn't resist Qinyu at all. Run, this kid hid his strength. Such a strong physique, he's simply a beast in human form. Two bandits riding giant wolves finally realized Qinyu's strength and immediately made a decision. The long-faced youth didn't care anymore. Their own survival was the most important thing. In the blink of an eye, those who could run had all run away. The rest were either dead or unable to run. The Black Iron tribe and the others stared blankly at this scene, their hearts beating wildly. Changmu was considered a first-class expert in the tribe. The long-faced youth could defeat him with a casual blow. But now, Qinyu alone had killed and intimidated the entire bandit group. You. The long-faced youth stared at Qinyu, his body trembling uncontrollably as fear spread in his heart. You dare to kill me? My father will never let you go. You will face the crazy pursuit of the demonic fire bandits. Looking at Qinyu slowly walking over, the long-faced youth roared in extreme fear, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He thought that it would be a good day when he went out to meet Yanqing, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. But he believed that Qinyu wouldn't dare to kill him. The demonic fire bandits were infamous, even some of the major tribes were unwilling to offend them. Pursue me? Qinyu couldn't help but smile. When he completed the mission and obtained enough resources, he would leave this world. How could the demonic fire bandits chase after him? Die. Qinyu's killing intent surged and he stepped out. This long-faced youth was so arrogant and threatening him. He was really stupid. Boom, Qinyu's foot landed on the long-faced youth's chest, leaving a bloody footprint. Blood gushed out and the long-faced youth died. After taking the long-faced youth's storage bag, Qinyu glanced at the bandits and found that there were very few who had storage bags. Come to think of it, everything in this small world was relatively backward compared to the Kunyan continent. Storage bags weren't very common and were extremely precious. Only a small number of experts could afford them. Brother Chen, how are you so powerful? After a while, Yanqing was the first to speak. Her eyes were filled with panic and respect. We have eyes but failed to recognize you. We didn't expect you to be so powerful. We sincerely invite you to be a guest in the Black Mountain tribe to thank you for saving our lives. The middle-aged man's face was solemn and his eyeballs moved slightly as he said respectfully. Let's go, I'm looking for a place to stay. Qinyu said calmly. The team moved once more, and everyone looked at Qinyu with reverence in their eyes. This world was too cruel and people naturally respected and admired the strong. Along the way, the people of the Black Iron tribe were extremely respectful to Qinyu. Those warriors who had ridiculed Qinyu earlier did not even dare to breathe loudly, fearing that Qinyu would pursue the matter. On the other hand, Yanqing was a little more open. She walked around Qinyu and introduced some things or asked some questions from time to time. In response, Qinyu did not put on airs and simply chatted with Yanqing. But as for his true origins, he was hiding it. According to the intelligence, the natives in the mystic realms were very hostile to creatures from the outside world, just like how they hated demonic beasts. Therefore, after Qinyu came in, he changed out of his academy clothes and put on simple clothes. As they moved forward, the surrounding scenery gradually changed. Soon, the group entered the forest. There were more and more trees, but even so, the weather was still hot. We're here, Brother Chen. The Black Iron tribe is in front. Yanqing smiled happily. This trip could be said to be extremely thrilling, and it was great to be able to return to the tribe. The Black Iron tribe was much larger than the small tribes that Qinyu had seen before. There were extremely high walls and fences around it, and there were people patrolling on them. Not bad, Changmu. Every time you go out, you have such a great harvest. Yanqing, how many demonic beasts did you kill? In the tribe, someone immediately came to welcome them. Changmu was one of the top warriors in the tribe, and Yanqin was the daughter of the tribe leader, so she had an extraordinary status. Changmu, who is this? Soon, everyone's eyes fell on Qinyu. This is a warrior we met when we went hunting. He is even braver than brother Changmu. Yanqin was more active and introduced. Even stronger than Changmu? Many people looked at Qinyu in surprise, some of them doubting his words. However, Changmu stood at the side and did not refute, which made them suspicious. Where is the tribe leader? The middle-aged man asked. This time, they had encountered the legendary fire demon bandits. This was important information that had to be reported to the tribe leader. Also, an expert like Qinyu had come to the tribe. They should also let the tribe leader know. The tribe leader is inside. Then, the group came to a huge stone fortress. Qiner, you're back. A tall and burly middle-aged man walked over. He was the chief of the Black Iron tribe. Father, I almost couldn't see you anymore. Yanqin immediately stepped forward and revealed a pitiful expression. What happened? The Black Iron patriarch's gaze swept across the dozen or so people in the group, finally stopping on Qinyu. The head of the Black Iron clan exuded the aura of the Xianxia realm. He could sense that Qinyu wasn't ordinary with a single glance. It's like this. When we were out hunting, we encountered the fire demon desert bandits. The middle-aged man who was in deep slumber in the team walked out and explained what had happened. As for the scene of him rescuing Qinyu, he had neglected it. They couldn't possibly say that they saved Qinyu first, and then were saved by Qinyu later, right? Wasn't that clearly saying that he was stupid, that he had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai? Fire demon desert bandits. When the Black Iron tribe leader heard these words, his pupils constricted. He had lived for a long time, so he had a clearer understanding of the fire demon desert bandits. Back then, the fire demon desert bandits were the strongest bandits in the red soil world. They did all sorts of evil and were feared by everyone. In the end, the number one tribe in the red soil world, the High Mountain tribe, took action and defeated them. A few days ago, teams from other tribes also encountered the fire demon desert bandits, and none of them survived. The Black Iron tribe leader said solemnly. He had only found out about this recently, and not many people in the tribe knew about it. How could that be? Could it be that the fire demon desert bandits are going to rise again? Changmu's heart turned cold. Chief, what should we do? If the fire demon desert bandits came, could the Black Iron tribe stop them? You guys killed the fire demon desert bandits. They won't let the Black Iron tribe off just like that. The Black Iron tribe leader looked worried. The people Qinyu killed were not ordinary people. The other bandits all addressed the long-faced young man as young master. In addition, the fire demon desert bandits had been appearing frequently recently, and they were extremely rampant. Many small tribes had already suffered. How could the Black Iron tribe resist the fire demon desert bandits? They were simply seeking death. Qiner, introduce this brave warrior to father. The Black Iron tribe leader suddenly looked at Qinyu. Father, he's called Qinyu. He's even stronger than brother Changmu. He defeated all the bandits with a single move. Yanqin introduced with a face full of joy and admiration. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. It's getting late, I'll get someone to arrange a place for you to stay. The Black Iron tribe leader looked at Qinyu and revealed a kind smile. No problem. Qinyu did not care about that. Afterward, the two clansmen led Qinyu to a courtyard with a comfortable environment. Qinyu did not bother much and settled down peacefully. Inside the house, Qinyu released the fire scale beast from his storage bag. The fire scale beast had a wild personality. Trapped in a small pet bag, it could not calm down for even a moment. Then, Qinyu took out the storage bag of the fire demon desert bandit's young master. As his consciousness entered, Qinyu couldn't help but smile. As a young master, he had plenty of good stuff in his storage bag. There were plenty of extremely precious fire-attributed ores, over a dozen 300-year-old herbs, and one 400-year-old fire-attributed herb. The fire spirit ginseng that Qinyu needed just so happened to be in there. For a normal late-stage Hotian realm cultivator, this was already very rich. Here, this is your reward. Xianxia took out a fire-attributed herb and threw it to the fire-scale beast. Compared to the outside world, the quality of the fire-attributed herb here was much higher, and it was easier to absorb. But in comparison, the other types of herbs were more common. Inside the storage bag, the young master carefully stored a few 2-year-old wood-attributed and water-attributed herbs as if they were treasures. The fire-scale beast immediately chewed and digested the herbs. Xianxia stretched out his hand and released the iron moon insect. He would not be careless in an unfamiliar place, so he planned to send the insect to collect information. Hiss, the iron moon insect did not leave immediately. Instead, it stared at the fire-scale beast, its body trembled, and it let out a low hiss. Xianxia was slightly surprised. It turned out that the iron moon insect felt uncomfortable seeing that Xianxia had been giving resources to the fire-scale beast, and that the fire-scale beast's strength was increasing rapidly. Ugh, Xianxia pondered for a moment. Compared to the iron moon insect, he did prefer the fire-scale beast. After all, this beast had a high bloodline and great potential, and it would be very useful to Xianxia. In addition, Xianxia had not killed many people recently, so he did not have anything to feed the iron moon insect. However, the iron moon insect had been with Xianxia for a long time, so he would not purposely not nurture it. This might be useful to you. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. The iron moon insect seemed to be able to eat moon spirit ores, but in Xianxia's fourth prescription, moon spirit ores were the main ingredient. However, when the iron moon insect collected the demon bone ores last time, it seemed to have eaten the demon bone ores, and it changed a lot after that, becoming even more ferocious. Xianxia immediately took out a black demon bone ores from his storage bag. Swoosh, the iron moon insect immediately flew out and landed on the demon bone ores, gnawing on them viciously. Xianxia did not bother about it. He ordered the iron moon insect to patrol around after it was full and ask about the situation. Xianxia also began to cultivate the primordial fiendish divine art and the copper statue or body. The progress of the primordial fiendish divine art was affected by Xianxia's aptitude, so it was slower. However, the progress of the copper statue or body was very fast. Compared to before, the fire spirit ginseng and the ice snow lotus in Xianxia's hands were greatly improved, and the ice and fire body tempering liquid was of high quality. In addition, Xianxia would occasionally use the blood-glazed flame to temper his body. The effect of the domineering flame on the copper statue or body was obvious when used with the ice and fire body tempering liquid. However, it was also more painful, which made Xianxia cry out every time. In addition, Xianxia's body had a strong self-healing ability, and the remaining rising dragon pills in his body would be stimulated in time to nourish his body. Under such circumstances, the progress of Xianxia's copper statue or body was very fast. Inside the stone castle. Patriarch, what should we do? The fire demon bandits will definitely come. Changmu was a little flustered. The fire demon bandits were too strong, and Changmu could not resist them at all. Fire demon bandits? It's not like we killed them. The Black Iron Patriarch revealed a profound smile. You mean, Changmu immediately understood the Black Iron Patriarch's intentions. The fire demon bandits have just risen, so they shouldn't be too arrogant. As long as we hand over the kid who killed them and give them some resources, I believe they won't become enemies with the Black Iron tribe. The Black Iron Patriarch expressed his thoughts. But that young man is very strong. Changmu was a little worried. He felt that Xianxia's strength was unfathomable, and if he was willing to help, the Black Iron tribe should be fine. However, Changmu instinctively hoped that Xianxia did not exist. Ever since Xianxia appeared, Yanqing rarely looked at him. That young man may be very strong, but how can he fight against the fire demon bandits? The Black Iron Patriarch said calmly. He felt that Changmu and the others had exaggerated the description of Xianxia's strength. In addition, he had an instinctive fear of the fire demon bandits, and had never thought of fighting them. On the third day, the shocking rumbling sound was accompanied by rolling yellow sand as they approached. More than 200 bandits arrived in front of the Black Iron tribe, exuding a violent and bloody aura. In the group, there were more than 10 people riding giant wolves, and there were 3 people riding giant tigers. These 3 giant tigers were different from other demonic beasts. They were tall and had fiery red bodies, burning with raging flames, like a giant flaming tiger. Why are there so many people? The Black Iron Patriarch's expression changed, and his heart trembled. The overall strength of the bandits in front of him was much stronger than the Black Iron tribe. This was something he did not expect. The other party would actually send so many people. Moreover, after seeing the 3 giant flaming tigers, many people revealed expressions of fear. Did someone from your tribe kill my son? The dignified man on the giant flaming tiger said angrily. No, respected Lord Bandit, your son was not killed by the Black Iron tribe, but by a person called Xianxia. He is in the tribe now. The Black Iron Patriarch immediately stood out and said respectfully. Father? Yanqing was shocked. Why would her father say such a thing? Xianxia was their savior. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. The Black Iron Patriarch rebuked. If they made the fire demon bandits unhappy, the entire tribe would be finished. Go, bring Xianxia out. The Black Iron Patriarch ordered Changmu. Under Changmu's lead, Xianxia left the house and went outside. Seeing this group of bandits, Xianxia was slightly moved. Among these 200 bandits, there were more than 10 late-stage postnatal realm experts and 3 Xiantian realm experts. Moreover, the early-stage Xiantian realm experts were much stronger than the Black Iron tribe leader. The strongest among the bandits was a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert. The strength of the bandits and the Black Iron tribe was on a completely different level. Respected Lord Bandit, your son's death has nothing to do with the Black Iron tribe. It was this person who killed your son and the other bandits. The Black Iron tribe leader said respectfully. Thinking of the fire demon bandits, he was still a little worried. As long as you let the Black Iron tribe go, the Black Iron tribe will be at your disposal in the future. As long as they were temporarily safe, they could leave the fire demon bandits in the future. Oh? If that's the case, kill this person. The dignified man on the flaming tiger had a playful look in his eyes. Simply killing was too boring. Let the tribe kill each other first to give them hope, then kill them all and make them feel pain and despair. Only then would it be interesting. You guys, do it. The Black Iron tribe leader ordered without hesitation. If not for Xianxia killing the young master of the fire demon bandits, the Black Iron tribe would not have fallen to such a state. He knew that Xianxia was strong, so he ordered the strongest warriors of the tribe to do it. Brother Chen, leave quickly. Yanqing said painfully. She did not expect things to turn out like this after encountering the fire demon bandits. Her father was actually going to kill her savior. She had grown up being pampered. Suddenly seeing the bloody side of the world, she could not accept it. In the next moment, 3 burly men walked toward Xianxia with weapons in their hands. Changmu, what are you waiting for? The Black Iron tribe leader shouted. Changmu had seen Xianxia fight before, so he had an invisible fear of Xianxia. He was afraid that even if he joined forces with 3 late-stage postnatal realm experts, they would not be able to defeat Xianxia. Therefore, Changmu was hesitating. At this moment, the 3 burly men attacked. One of them wielded a large saber and slashed out a blazing saber light. Another person wielded a long spear, the spear thrust out like a dragon, a flame spear light directly attacked Xianxia's face. The last person circulated his true chi and blasted out a powerful and domineering punch at lightning speed. The 3 huge men launched their attacks almost at the same time, besieging the young man from 3 directions. Ding! Pong! Suddenly, the blade light, the spear light, and the fiery fist landed on Xianxia's body at the same time. As if they could already see the scene of Xianxia being crushed, the corners of the bandits' lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. But in the next moment, their expressions froze. Xianxia stood on the spot, not moving at all. The attacks of the 3 burly men were shattered by an invisible force field when they landed on Xianxia's body. As for Xianxia, he was completely unharmed. His righteous body had broken through to the great success stage, and the attacks of Hotian realm could no longer cause any harm to Xianxia. The burly man who used his fist to attack Xianxia felt a terrifying rebounding force. He could feel his bones shattering, and he quickly retreated, howling. How is this possible? The Black Iron tribe leader was stunned, his heart trembling. The attacks of 3 late-stage Hotian realm cultivators could not harm Qinyu at all. He could clearly feel that Qinyu was only a late-stage Hotian realm cultivator. How could he have such a strong defense? Even some demon beasts could not compare to it. Humph, you can't even kill a single person, what's the use of keeping you? Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. On the flaming tiger, the dignified man's face was ferocious as he roared coldly. Things did not develop according to his expectations, and this made him very angry. Kill. Kill them all. Behind him, all the bandits roared and screamed. They rode on their fierce red horses, accompanied by a murderous aura, and charged towards the Black Iron tribe. The bandits were cruel and ferocious, and their living conditions were even worse. At the same level, the people of the Black Iron tribe were no match for them. Ah! Screams rang out continuously, and the people of the Black Iron tribe fell one by one. No, Lord Bandit, the Black Iron tribe is willing to surrender. We only ask that you let us go. Seeing his tribesmen being killed one by one, the Black Iron tribe leader trembled and roared. Ha ha ha, the dignified man and the other top bandits were indifferent to the pleas of the Black Iron tribe leader. Instead, they revealed cruel and mocking smiles. Leader, let me go cut off this kid's head. Beside the dignified man, a dark-skinned man said. The strength that Qinyu had displayed just now was not something that a normal Hotian realm cultivator could deal with, so he took the initiative to ask for permission. Go, don't let him die too quickly. The dignified man's face was cold. Qinyu had killed his son, so he would not let Qinyu die peacefully. Don't worry, I will first cut off his limbs, then his head. The dark-skinned man's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he licked the golden-red broadsword in his hand. Qinyu stood still, as if he did not hear their conversation. Instead, his eyes were on the 3 flaming tigers. These flaming tigers should be ordinary inferno tigers, but the flames on their bodies were a little unusual, wrapping around their entire bodies. It was very unusual, and the feeling that they gave Qinyu was much stronger than ordinary inferno tigers. Kid, where are you looking at? The dark-skinned man jumped off the flaming tiger and turned into a dark red whirlwind, sweeping over. Boom, a violent surge of fire attribute Xianxia true chi burst out, and the golden-red broadsword in his hand slashed out a net of saber light and fire, covering the sky and earth. Facing the fierce attack of the dark-skinned man, the bronze patterns on Qinyu's fist shone, and he punched out with the black wind evil chi. Boom, wherever the black fist passed, the net of saber light and fire was smashed. What a strong evil chi! The dark-skinned man was shocked, and his true chi surged as he slashed out again. At this moment, Qinyu moved. He was extremely fast, like black lightning. His palm quickly approached the dark-skinned man, and he grabbed the golden-red broadsword in the dark-skinned man's hand. Courting death. The dark-skinned man shouted coldly. This kid dared to grab his treasure, wasn't he courting death? But suddenly, Qinyu exerted force, and the dark-skinned man could not hold the broadsword in his hand. Whoosh, the broadsword left his hand and stabbed into the soil. And Qinyu's palm continued to move forward. No, feeling the threat of death, the dark-skinned man was terrified. He finally understood why Qinyu's expression was so calm from beginning to end. It was because Qinyu was much stronger than him, and there was nothing to worry about. The dark-skinned man's face was full of fear, and he immediately retreated, but Qinyu was even faster. In an instant, Qinyu directly grabbed the dark-skinned man's neck, and lifted him up. In just one move, he had subdued an early-stage Khanate dark-skinned man. This scene shocked everyone on both sides. Especially the Black Iron clan's leader, and the 3 who attacked Qinyu just now. Their hearts trembled. With Qinyu's strength, it was as easy as flipping his hand to kill them just now. This young man is actually so strong. The Black Iron clan's leader was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have teamed up with Qinyu to deal with the desert bandits. At this moment, not only had they angered the fire demon desert bandits, but they had also offended the powerful young man in front of them. Kid, put my 5th brother down. The leader of the desert bandits immediately roared. The other desert bandits also revealed fierce expressions, and they stared fiercely at Qinyu. They did not expect the dark-skinned man to be defeated so quickly, and they did not even have time to support him. Put him down? Qinyu sneered. Ever since he came into contact with the desert bandits, Qinyu had already understood the ruthlessness of this group of desert bandits. It could be said that they did all kinds of evil. There was no need to be soft-hearted towards them. Crack, Qinyu squeezed hard, and then threw the dark-skinned man's corpse to the side. Roar, the dark-skinned man's giant flaming tiger let out a roar, and a scorching wave of air swept out. With a flash of red light, the giant flaming tiger pounced over, and its claws were like red-hot steel, and it clawed at Qinyu's chest. Little B** starred, you're courting death. Qinyu laughed softly. Facing the ferocious giant flaming tiger, Qinyu was not the least bit afraid. He took the initiative and punched out. Boom, Qinyu's punch hit the giant flaming tiger's claws, and it shattered, and then landed a blow on its chest. Eh? Qinyu realized that his casual punch was not enough to kill this giant flaming tiger. Before he attacked, Qinyu was sure that this punch was enough to kill a late-stage postnatal realm giant flaming tiger. However, this giant flaming tiger was not only physically strong, but its defense was also extremely strong, which was beyond his expectations. Go to hell. The power in Qinyu's fist increased again. Boom, the giant flaming tiger's chest split open, and its body smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Roar, it roared miserably, and the flames on its body gradually extinguished. Its strong body instantly shrunk, and it became as thin as a match, like a pile of charcoal. The giant flaming tiger's way of death surprised Qinyu. Eh? Qinyu's spiritual sense suddenly sensed something. Boom, Qinyu struck out with his palm, setting off a strong gust of wind. The giant flaming tiger's charred body shattered, and a red crystal was revealed, emitting a scorching flame power. What is this? Qinyu released his true qi, and the red crystal was taken into his hand. This crystal was somewhat similar to a demon core, but there were some differences. Holding it in his hand, Qinyu felt a burning sensation. At the same time, in the pet bag, a strange emotion came from the fire scale beast, as if it was very eager for the red crystal. On the other side. Bastard, you killed my fifth brother. I want you to die without a burial place. The leader of the bandits roared angrily. The leader of the bandits, another early-stage Khanate expert, and a dozen late-stage Hotian experts all pounced on Qinyu, and were only a few meters away from him. This time, the leader of the bandits had mobilized all of his elite forces to surround and kill Qinyu alone, swearing to kill him. Behind him, the people of the Black Iron tribe trembled and retreated. The leader and the elites of the bandits had surrounded him, but Qinyu was still standing there, stunned. At this moment, they all hoped that Qinyu could kill the leader of the bandits, or the Black Iron tribe would be finished. Since you miss your fifth brother so much, then go and be buried with him. Qinyu's face turned serious. He put the red crystal into his storage bag, and took out the huge sword. On the huge sword, a black evil wind rose, and the evil intent condensed, like an illusory sword of evil spirit. Boom, the huge sword swept out, and the terrible black evil wind, carrying the sword of evil spirit, whistled out, setting off a shocking wave. Boom. Bang, the leader of the bandits and another Khanate expert were blocked by Qinyu's sword. Behind them, a dozen late-stage Hotian experts were all sent flying, spurting blood. Boom, Qinyu's sword was like an insurmountable moat that blocked all the bandits. Apart from the leader of the bandits and another early-stage Khanate expert, the rest were all injured by Qinyu's sword. Such a vicious and violent sword shocked the Black Iron tribe and the Fire Demon bandits. So strong. Changmu was in disbelief. Qinyu's sword had subdued him and made him respect him even more. Yan Qin also covered her mouth and exclaimed, amazed by Qinyu's sword. Impossible, how can this kid be so strong? The leader of the bandits finally showed a trace of panic. Men, surround and kill this kid. Another early-stage Khanate expert shouted. There were so many of them, why should they be afraid of this kid? Moreover, other than the bandits, they also had spiritual pets. Haha, to catch the bandits, first catch the leader. Qinyu chuckled and dashed out. There were too many bandits here. If Qinyu was caught in a group battle, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, killing the leader of the bandits first would make the rest much easier. Humph. The leader of the bandits snorted angrily. As a mid-stage Khanate expert, how could he tolerate being provoked by a Hotian expert, the leader shouted and took out a black halberd, sweeping out a scorching black stream. Facing a mid-stage Khanate expert, Jinyu did not dare to be careless. He mobilized his pure ferocious chi and waved the giant ruler sword to fight. Boom! Boom, with the two as the epicenter, a black heat wave swept out. The bandits who were too weak would not be able to interfere in the battle. The leader of the bandits is quite strong, Jinyu said to himself. To be able to become the leader of the bandits, he must have experienced many battles. At the same level, the leader's strength was no weaker than the genius students of the Demon-less Academy. Die, you bastard! The early-stage Khanate expert and several late-stage Khanate experts attacked together to assist the leader. Buzz, seeing this, Jinyu pushed the righteous body of the copper statue to the limit, and the invisible righteous body on the surface of his body became hard and thick. Boom! Bang! When the attacks got close to Chinyu's body, they were shattered by the energy field. Only the early-stage Xianxia bandit managed to break through the energy field and hit Jinyu. Ding! Jinyu had long been prepared for this. Relying on the beast skin armor on his body and the defense of his physique, he forcefully resisted the attack. What? Invulnerable? The bandits were dumbfounded. Withstanding the attacks of the bandits, the giant ruler sword in Chinyu's hands was surging with pure aura. Sword shocks the wind and cloud. Jinyu wielded the giant ruler sword, displaying the sword moves of the shocking demon sword technique. Boom, with a horizontal slash, it was as if a giant sword had descended from the sky. The surrounding wind, clouds, and dust were all dispersed. This sword was extremely shocking. The murderous aura on it rose into the sky. Before the sword descended, the great head's mind seemed to be struck by an illusory sort of baleful energy, causing his mind to tremble. Ah! The great head roared, and a black heat current suddenly surged out from the black halberd in his hand. Boom! Jinyu's shocking sword descended, completely dispersing the black heat current. As the sword descended, the leader of the bandits was sent flying 40 to 50 feet away. Puff! The leader of the bandits spat out a mouthful of blood, then bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Kill together. I'll kill you first." Jinyu's physical strength exploded, combining it with his true chi, displaying the berserk shadow of the demon. Roar! With an angry roar, Jinyu's figure instantly dashed out, and the next moment, he was in front of the great head of the bandits. So fast. The great head's face turned cold. Jinyu's speed was too fast, causing him to be in a panic. Kill! Jinyu activated his pure aura, fully activating the giant ruler sword. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded from Chinyu's body, and the black wind around the giant ruler sword became even more intense, spinning rapidly. In an instant, the evil aura on the giant ruler sword condensed into a sword of evil aura, more solid than before. At this moment, Chinyu's shocking demon sword technique had reached the Xiaoqing level. Dong dong, his heart exploded, and Chinyu struck out with his sword, displaying his strongest sword move. No, the bandit leader's face was full of fear. He frantically activated his true chi, waving the long halberd in his hand, displaying layers of black heat waves, protecting himself. Boom! Chinyu's sword swept out, directly cutting a gap in the black heat waves. The sword of evil aura on the giant ruler sword took effect first, blasting into the mind of the great head. Then, that unstoppable sword swept out, affected by the sword of evil aura. The great head's reaction was half a beat slower, and he managed to use his defensive means in time. Ding! The black long halberd of the great head was swept away by Chinyu's sword. Puff! The sword light continued to slash out, and with a splash of blood, the great head's head rolled several meters away. Great head! Impossible, the great head is dead. The bandits' faces were filled with fear. The great head was the strongest among them, a mid-stage Khanate cultivator. How could he be killed? Retreat, this kid is invulnerable, and he even killed the great head. The early-stage Khanate bandit immediately shouted. Once the great head was dead, how could he, an early-stage Khanate cultivator, be a match for Chinyu? Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Chinyu snorted, a smile appearing on his face. After killing the great head, the bandits were without a leader, and their battle power was greatly reduced. Of course, in order to kill the great head, he gave it his all, except for some of his trump cards. Boom, Xianxia was the first to attack the Great Head's mount. The bandits knew fear and escape, but the giant flaming tiger had low intelligence and slow reactions. Die. Xianxia wielded the giant ruler sword, stabbing at the giant flaming tiger. Boom, wielding the huge sword, he was like a black gust of wind, piercing through. Boom, a large hole was cut open on the giant flaming tiger's body, and fierce flames spewed out from within. Its entire body exploded, turning into a pile of charred bones. On the pile of charred bones, there was a red crystal that was exceptionally eye-catching. After Xianxia took it, he chased after the other bandits. The late-stage Khanate bandits all had storage bags, and there were many high-quality ores and precious materials in them. Die. Xianxia moved like the wind, appearing behind a Khanate bandit in an instant. Pfft, with a sweep of the sword, the bandit's body was cut open. Even the giant wolf he was riding on was killed by the aftershock of Xianxia's huge sword. After taking away the storage bag, Xianxia realized that after the demon wolf died, it did not turn into charcoal like the giant flaming tiger. Instead, there was an ordinary demon core in its body. Xianxia was slightly curious, but he did not pay much attention to it, and continued to kill. Run. Seeing this scene, the bandits who had brutally killed the Black Iron Tribe's tribesmen all retreated and fled. The Black Iron Tribe suffered heavy casualties, and in their anger, they counterattacked. After a while, dozens of bandits died, and the rest fled. Swoosh, after killing another bandit, Xianxia stopped. By now, most of the bandits had fled. After all, he was only one person, and it was impossible for him to kill more than 200 bandits. Moreover, the other party had vehicles. Warrior, the Black Iron Tribe will never be able to repay your life-saving grace. The Black Iron Tribe leader immediately bowed and said respectfully. The young man in front of them had even killed the leader of the fire demon bandits. His strength was obvious to all. Moreover, they had betrayed Xianxia previously. At this moment, they were filled with fear and worry, afraid that Xianxia would take revenge. Xianxia snorted coldly, but did not reply. The Black Iron Tribe leader's previous performance had disappointed him. Because of this, when the fire demon bandits massacred the Black Iron Tribe, he did not take action. This was also to teach the Black Iron Tribe a lesson. Later, when the fire demon bandits took the initiative to attack Xianxia, he officially took action. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yan Qin was extremely grateful. What's this? Xianxia took out a red crystal and asked. Before coming, he had only roughly looked at the Red Earth World's information and did not know much. This is the fire core of a fire beast. This core is transformed from a demonic core. The difference is that it contains pure fire energy, and it can even be directly absorbed by cultivators who cultivate the Tao of fire to increase their strength. The Black Iron Tribe leader immediately said. When he looked at the fire core, a trace of fire flashed in his eyes. Oh? What are fire beasts? Xianxia asked again. A long time ago, fire beasts existed in the Red Earth world, but they were relatively rare. Recently, however, fire beasts have appeared more frequently, and they are very powerful. When they travel together, they have killed many tribesmen. I didn't expect the fire demon bandits to be able to tame fire beasts. The Black Iron Tribe leader sighed. According to the tribe leader, those demonic beasts that were covered in flames and far more powerful than others of the same level were fire beasts. They did not know the specific origins of fire beasts, but they knew that the fire core was extremely precious and could quickly increase one's strength. It was what everyone wanted. However, fire beasts almost always appeared in groups, so hunting them was extremely difficult. Not long ago, a small tribe at the border was trampled by fire beasts. Where can we find fire beasts? Xianxia asked. He could feel the uniqueness of the fire core. In the pet bag, the fire scale beast also had a strong desire for the fire core. Xianxia was still thinking that this thing should be very valuable when he brought it back to the school. If he could get more of it, he would be able to solve his lack of resources. The fire beasts are all on the outskirts. It is said that there are the most fire beasts near the volcanoes. Also, the fire demon bandits can tame fire beasts, so they might know more. The Black Iron Tribe leader said after thinking for a while. Oh? Fire demon bandits? Xianxia thought for a while. The fire beasts were in the desert on the outskirts of the grassland, and the fire demon bandits were also on the outskirts. Indeed, the fire demon bandits might know more. Alright, then I will go to the fire demon bandits' lair, Xianxia said immediately. The leader of the fire demon bandits had already been killed, so there was nothing to be afraid of. And in the fire demon bandits' lair, there was no lack of treasures. There might even be fire beasts like this. Whoosh, Xianxia leaped out and rode on a red horse. Not long after the bandits escaped, Xianxia was able to track them and catch up. Thump thump, iron hooves rumbled as Xianxia rode away. Brother Chen, be careful. Seeing Xianxia leave, Yanqing shouted. Tribe leader, Xianxia is killing his way to the fire demon bandits' lair? Should we kill our way there too? Changmu clenched his fists. His family had just been killed by the bandits. There's no need. If I'm not wrong, this group of bandits is only one of the fire demon bandits' lair. There's no need for us to take the risk, the Black Iron tribe leader said solemnly. At their peak, the fire demon bandits were an extremely powerful force. Only the strongest high mountain tribe could contend against them. Moreover, the fire demon bandits' original lair was not here. Therefore, the Black Iron tribe leader guessed that the nearby fire demon bandits was only one of their lair. Hearing this, the other tribesmen felt a chill. Just one lair was enough to render them helpless. If not for Xianxia, the entire tribe would have been wiped out. Could it be that the fire demon bandits are preparing to rise again? Changmu could not help but think. Then wouldn't Brother Chen be in danger? Yanqing was a little worried. This is not something we can handle. I have to spread this news to the other major tribes as soon as possible. The Black Iron tribe leader walked back to the stone castle with a calm expression. After leaving the Black Iron tribe, Xianxia followed the tracks of the fire demon bandits. On the way, Xianxia released the fire scale beast from the pet bag. Now, the fire scale beast was at the middle stage of the organ's refining realm. Adding on its ancient beast body, its speed was not any slower than Xianxia's horse. Here. Xianxia took out a fire core from the storage bag. According to the Black Iron tribe's leader, the fire core could be directly absorbed by a fire cultivator to increase their strength. Under normal circumstances, it was not advisable to take too many herbs or elixirs that could directly increase one's strength. Otherwise, it would affect one's future potential. Xianxia was not a fire cultivator, so he could not confirm the effect and characteristics of the fire core. Therefore, he let the fire scale beast try. Moreover, the fire scale beast was extremely thirsty for the fire core. Roar, the fire scale beast revealed a look of longing. It jumped up and swallowed the fiery red crystal. The fire core shattered, and a large amount of pure fire energy burst out from the fire scale beast's body. A few wisps of flame spurted out from the fire scale beast's mouth. Roar, the fire scale beast let out a roar of excitement and pleasure. Red light flashed inside its body, and its whole body emitted a scorching heat. So fast? My strength has increased a lot, and I'm close to the late stage of the organ's refining realm. Xianxia was shocked. The fire scale beast's speed of growth was too fast. One fire core made it only one step away from the late stage of the organ's refining realm. But thinking about it, this fire core came from a late stage Hotian fire beast. After a while, the fire scale beast had almost absorbed the fire core's energy, and its body slightly expanded. Roar, the fire scale beast looked at Xianxia with a flattering look. Does this thing have any side effects? Xianxia was very curious, but he could not test the fire core's effect. Therefore, he fed the second fire core to the fire scale beast. Boom, after swallowing the fire core, the fire scale beast's body rumbled, and a strong aura of fire spread out along with the pressure of an ancient beast. The fire scale beast had reached the late stage of the organ's refining realm. The fire scale beast had swallowed 2 high-level fire cores, and it had not finished digesting the second one. In addition, Xianxia only had 2. Xianxia released his soul sense and carefully examined the fire scale beast, but he didn't find anything unusual. This fire core is actually so miraculous. It can rapidly increase the strength of fire-type cultivators and fire-type demonic beasts, and there aren't many side effects. If I have a large number of fire cores, I can increase the strength of the fire scale beasts in a short period of time. Xianxia was overjoyed. In order for an ancient beast to grow, it needed to consume a large amount of natural treasures. Even some small clans could not afford such an expenditure. And if a person were to feed an ancient beast alone, they would probably end up so poor that they wouldn't even have a pair of underwear to wear. But now, Xianxia found a treasure that could directly increase the strength of the fire scale beast. Go! Xianxia shouted, and the horse he was riding on sped up. Not long after, Xianxia saw the silhouettes of bandits in front of him. In the desert, there was a group of less than 100 desert bandits. At this moment, there was only one Xiantian bandit left in the team. Damn it, how could there be such a strong expert in the Black Iron tribe? The bald man on the flaming tiger cursed. Fourth leader, the first leader is dead, what should we do? One of the bandits looked worried. What can we do? We can only increase our strength as soon as possible, then go to other places to kill and plunder resources, and at the same time, expand our forces. The fourth leader's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. Fourth leader, that youth in beast hide armor, a bandit shouted in fear. Don't mention him to me. The fourth leader shouted angrily. Thinking of Xianxia, he felt a wave of fear. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been killed by Xianxia's sword. Fourth leader, that youth in beast hide armor is chasing us. The bandit finished his sentence. What? Damn it, run. The fourth leader's body quivered, and he slapped the flaming tiger. Rumble, the entire bandit group sped up and retreated as if they had seen a demon. If other tribes saw this scene, they would be scared silly. The infamous fire demon bandit was being chased by a youth. Hee, no hurry. Xianxia smiled and sped up. He still needed these bandits to bring him to their nest. But while Xianxia was not in a hurry, his fire scale beast was. Roar, the fire scale beast stared at the flaming tiger that the fourth leader was sitting on, and with a low roar, it sped up. This is, an ancient beast? The fourth leader was shocked when he saw the fire scale beast. In the Red Earth world, ancient beasts were extremely rare. If it was a fire-type ancient beast, it would be even more powerful in this environment. Boom, the fire scale beast's stomach expanded, and after a while, it suddenly spat out a ball of fire at the fourth leader's mount. The flaming tiger was at the middle stage of the Ho-Tian realm, so it didn't care about the fire scale beast's attack. However, boom, the fireball instantly exploded. Its power was far beyond the early stage of the Ho-Tian realm, and it burned the flaming tiger's leg. Because of this, its speed was slowed down. At the same time, the explosion of the fireball affected the other bandits nearby, causing them to either burn or fall off their horses. Don't even think about it. Since the fire scale beast had taken the initiative, Xianxia would not let go of this opportunity. His horse sped up. Spare me, warrior, spare me. Whatever you want, I will agree to it. Seeing that Xianxia was approaching, the fourth leader trembled and immediately begged for mercy. I will not spare your life. Xianxia's eyes were cold and determined. These bandits had done countless evil deeds, and keeping them alive would only bring harm to others. Roar, Xianxia stood on the horse, and the black wind around him exploded. His body suddenly leaped out, and the terrifying power caused the horse to fall to the ground. Using the fiendish shadow, Xianxia's speed doubled. Like a bolt of black lightning, his speed far exceeded the flaming tiger's, and he closed in on the fourth leader. No! The fourth leader screamed in fear. He had just escaped, and he did not think that death would come so soon. Boom, the giant ruler sword in Xianxia's hand carried a frightening killing intent, sweeping across with an incomparably ferocious momentum. Blood splattered everywhere, and a head flew off. Bang, after taking away the storage bag, Xianxia kicked the corpse away. Roar, the fourth leader's flaming tiger pounced at Xianxia, who was in midair. Go to hell. Xianxia activated the copper statue gang body, and as if he had turned into a bronze Buddha, he sat down. Boom, bang, the flaming tiger was pressed to the ground by Xianxia. Even though its body was covered in flames, it could not hurt Xianxia at all. With a sweep of the sword, the flaming tiger died. Its body exploded and turned into a pile of charcoal. Retrieving a fire core from the bag, Xianxia charged forward, killing a bandit in the blink of an eye and snatching a horse. Fourth leader. The fourth leader is also dead, run. With the death of the fourth leader, the group of bandits panicked and ran away. Xianxia was not in a hurry. He put the fire scale beast into the pet bag and followed behind. In less than half a day. Not far from the bandits, there was a village that was connected to a high slope. Is that the bandits' lair? The corner of Xianxu's mouth rose slightly. Huh? Something's wrong. Xianxu's senses were very strong, and he could see further. His heart could also feel a chaotic and powerful fluctuation of true qi in the bandits' lair, which meant that there was a battle going on inside. Inside the village. It was a mess, and there were many bandits' corpses on the ground. Bang! Bang, bang! 2 Xiantian bandits and 10 Hotian bandits were fighting with 2 young men. Haha, brother Beiling, these bandits are not bad. A young man in black laughed. He was fighting with 10 Hotian bandits, and he had the upper hand. The other young man in white was fighting with 2 Xiantian bandits at the same time. He looked relaxed, as if he was just playing. The bandits are back. Hurry up and finish them off. The young man in white said as he sensed something. Swoosh! 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 The young man in white's body shone with a faint starlight. His figure suddenly flashed, and the 2 Xiantian bandits missed their target. Swoosh! The young man in white's clothes fluttered, and his figure flashed behind them. Earth Star Finger. He pointed with his finger, and white starlight gathered on his fingertip, as if it had turned into a dazzling star, and shot out. Puff! The 2 Xiantian bandits' bodies were pierced, and they were sent flying a few feet away, dead. Then, the young man in white looked at the 2 flaming tigers. Without saying a word, he pointed with 2 fingers. Bang! 2 balls of starlight exploded on the flaming tigers' bodies, and they were sent flying. The flaming tigers' bodies exploded, and they turned into charcoal, with a red crystal inside. Huh? This is? The young man in white reached out, and the crystal was sucked into his hand. Brother Beiling, don't just stand there. Kill all these bandits, and all the treasures will be ours. The young man in black shouted. All right. The young man in white looked at the returning bandits, and with a cold expression, he dashed out. He was like a ray of starlight, and he blocked the path of the returning bandits. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, starlight flickered, and it was impossible to see how he attacked. Countless finger radiance shot out, and the bandits fell to the ground one by one. Last one, die. The young man in white looked at the youth at the back of the bandits, and pointed with his finger. He then turned around, as if he was certain that Xianxia would die. Ding! Xianxia took out the greatsword, and blocked the white-cloaked youth's finger attack. Huh? The young man in white was a little surprised that this mediocre bandit could block his finger. Die. The young man in white's face turned serious, and he pointed with his finger again. This time, the radiance was even brighter, and the power gathered on it was enough to kill an early Xiantian. Again? Xianxia was furious. He could tell that the young man in white was not a bandit, but the other party thought of him as one. The young man's attack failed, and he attacked again without saying a word. Bang! With a wave of the giant sword, the finger radiance was swallowed by the black wind. Oh? Interesting, you must be the leader of this group of bandits. The young man in white looked at Xianxia, and his interest was finally piqued. Just now, the 2 Xiantian bandits had threatened him, and if not for their leader, they would have killed him. Do I look like a bandit that much? Furious, Xianxia bellowed, hand over the crystal you just obtained. This guy not only tried to kill Xianxia, but he also humiliated him. Even if the young man in white was not a bandit, he had to pay the price. Behind the stronghold, there was a huge tunnel that led underground. Damn it, who are they? They actually came here. A wrinkled old man with a walking stick in his hand said, and his eyes flashed red. If this goes on, the secret of this place will be discovered. If that's the case, I might as well release the fire beasts and kill them all. The wrinkled old man's face darkened, and his killing intent surged. Hand over the crystal you've just obtained. Xianxu's face was slightly gloomy as he said forcefully. this guy not only wanted to kill him, but also insulted him. Chinyu would not let him off easily. You don't care about the lives of the bandits, but you care about that thing. The young man in white sneered. Idiot, you're courting death. Chinyu was completely enraged. He leaped out and the giant sword in his hand descended with a dark evil wind. At this moment, the power that Chinyu had erupted made the young man in white a little shocked. You called me an idiot? The young man in white's handsome face turned cold. As a member of the Fu family, one of the 4 super aristocratic families, his strength and talent were amazing, and he was also handsome. No one had ever called him an idiot. Swish, the young man in white rushed out, and the starlight between his fingers condensed into a huge white star. Bang, the white star fiercely shot out and bombarded Chinyu's giant sword, causing it to tremble and the dark evil wind to disperse. But Chinyu's momentum was heavy, and the sword whistled down. The young man in white frowned slightly, and his figure flickered, avoiding the sword. What a powerful attack! Chinyu's face turned cold. The young man in white's cultivation was as high as the middle stage of the primordial realm, but he was on a completely different level from the previous leader. On the other side, the young man in white was even more shocked. With his strength, he could easily crush an ordinary early-stage primordial realm expert, and an ordinary middle-stage primordial realm expert would not be able to withstand more than a few blows from him. He even had the record of killing a late-stage primordial realm expert. But this late-stage primordial realm young man in front of him could actually block his blow and launch an attack. However, it did not matter. Just now, this guy called him an idiot, so he must kill him. Swish, the young man in white's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Chinyu, and quickly pointed out with his finger. The whole attack was extremely fast. Roar, Chinyu did not hide his strength. He displayed the devil wild shadow, and his figure flashed away. The young man in white missed his attack, and again approached Chin. You. And after Chinyu dodged the attack, he suddenly turned around and attacked the young man in white. Boom, the black wind baneful chi collided with the starlight, and a terrifying storm swept out. Thud thud, the white-robed youth retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. As for Chinyu, he only took 3 steps back. After all, in close combat, Chinyu had the advantage. Furthermore, the weapon in his hand was incomparably heavy. Naturally, the white-robed youth was at a disadvantage. In the stronghold, the black-shirted young man happened to witness this scene. He opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Who is this kid? How can he block Brother Bailing? Fu Bailing was the #1 student of the Heavenly Star Academy in the past 3 years. If he was given some time, he would definitely be able to compete with the elite heavens chosen within the academy. On the other hand, a powerhouse like Fu Bailing had actually been obstructed by a kid at the advanced stage of the postnatal realm, and this caused the black-clothed youth to wonder if he was seeing things. Kid, you're not bad, but if I want to kill you, you'll die without a doubt. The white-robed young man, Fu Bailing, had a grim expression. He was too careless just now and suffered a loss when he fought with Chinyu in close combat. If he used his full strength, no matter how powerful Chinyu was, he would definitely die. Hee, you're just talking big. Chinyu mocked. Die. A cold light flashed in Fu Bailing's eyes as he prepared to attack. However, he suddenly felt that there was an extremely shocking and enormous fire attribute energy in the depths of the stronghold. Chinyu also sensed this and revealed a vigilant look. Roar roar roar, within the stronghold, roars could be heard as a fiery wave of air swept out. Within the fiery wave of air, a fire rat beast that was shrouded in flames suddenly rushed out. Following closely behind was a flaming horse, a flaming leopard, one after another, fierce beasts rushed out with their bodies covered in flames. At a glance, it looked like a vast sea of fire. This is? Fu Bailing was slightly stunned. Such strange fierce beasts, what was going on? Also, why were they hiding in the bandits' lair? On the other hand, Chinyu. Fire beast. Chinyu's eyes lit up. Each fire beast was equivalent to a fire core. If he could obtain all of them, the value would be unimaginable. Although Chinyu desired fire cores, he was still rational. Most of the fire beasts here had low levels, but there were too many of them. If they attacked in groups, it would be considered as a small wave of beasts. Roar roar roar, one by one, the fire beasts rushed out as if they had gone mad. Save me, Brother Biling. The black-robed young man who was fighting against the bandits was shocked. He was fighting in the stronghold and was too close to the fire beasts. Go, firebone bird. Fu Biling took out a spiritual pet from his storage bag. Swoosh, with a flash of red light, a 2-meter-long firebird flew out. The bones on its wings were clearly visible and it emitted the aura of the Xianxia realm. The firebone bird was extremely fast. It arrived above the black-robed young man, grabbed him and flew back. Although there were flying beasts among the fire beasts, they were not as fast as the firebone bird. Brother Biling, let's go. The black-robed young man had a fearful expression. Why were there so many fire beasts in this stronghold? Let's go. Fu Biling glanced at Qinyu and chose to retreat. If Qinyu came with so many fire beasts, they would not be able to handle it. Hey, don't go. Qinyu shouted. He needed a large number of fire cores, but it would be difficult for him to face such a large group of fire beasts alone. The two of them were quite strong. If they worked together, they might be able to win. You can't stop us if we want to leave. Fu Biling still regarded Qinyu as the leader of the bandits and shouted coldly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fu Biling and the black-robed young man quickly retreated. Helpless, Qinyu could only retreat. Behind them, the fire beast chased for a long time before slowly retreating. In the underground. Damn it, these people are too fast. Just these fire beasts are not enough to kill them. The wrinkled old man's face was gloomy. The matter has been exposed. Let's report this to Lord Gao first. The wrinkled old man raised the walking stick in his hands and it shone with a dark red light, emitting a strange soul fluctuation that spread into the distance. Lord, this place has been discovered. Although I sent out the fire beasts to chase them away, I'm afraid the secret has been exposed. The wrinkled old man spoke to the fire on the walking stick. Swoosh swoosh, the fire flickered and before long, a hoarse voice sounded from within with a hint of anger. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? How did you get forced to this state with so many bandits and fire beasts? I'm not sure either. The three of them are extremely strong. The bandits and fire beasts are no match for them at the same level. The wrinkled old man was filled with fear. Oh? Just 3 of them? The hoarse voice was surprised. After pondering for a moment, he harumphed coldly. Humph, they must be outsiders. The other stronghold has been discovered by a group of outsiders as well. Outsiders? The wrinkled old man was slightly shocked. After pondering for a moment, he nodded with a ruthless expression. Occasionally, some outsiders would enter the Red Earth world and they were not weak. These damned outsiders. They enter our world to plunder resources but they don't allow us to enter theirs. The wrinkled old man's hands trembled and his teeth chattered. Hee hee, that's our goal. The hoarse voice laughed. The wrinkled old man was excited when he heard that and a look of yearning appeared on his face. Since we've been discovered, we might have to bring forward our plan. The hoarse voice continued. In the desert. Qinyu chased after Fu Biling and Fu Biling. Kid, do you have a death wish? Fu Biling glared at Qinyu. The bandits and fire beasts had all retreated. Why would Qinyu chase after them alone? Hold on, you guys are from the 4 academies, right? Qinyu asked. The 2 of them were not like the natives here. They were fighting the bandits and they were extremely strong. Qinyu could only think of outsiders. In Yunzhao Nation, the other academies might have a way to send their students into the Red Earth secret realm. How did you know? Fu Biling and the young man in black were slightly surprised but they calmed down. It was hard for the natives to guess their identities but it was easier for them to guess since they were all outsiders. Fu Biling's expression was a little unnatural. He had thought that Qinyu was the leader of the bandits. You're from the No Demon Academy? Fu Biling looked at Qinyu. The skill that Qinyu had just used was the Tao of Malice. Among the 4 academies, only the No Demon Academy was the most proficient in it. But why didn't he know that there was such a person in the No Demon Academy? I have a business deal. I wonder if the 2 of you would like to take it. After revealing his identity, Qinyu stated his purpose. Speak. Fu Bailing said simply. They had all come to the Red Earth world for an adventure. Qinyu might have found some treasures. It was normal for him to need their help because he was not strong enough. Don't you think that the bandit lair is strange? Why are there so many fire beasts? Qinyu asked again. Fu Bailing and the young man in black nodded. How could there be so many strange beasts in a bandit lair? It was indeed suspicious. I suspect that there must be some treasures in the bandit lair. So I suggest that the three of us work together to kill our way back. Qinyu told them about his business deal. Oh, how are we going to split the treasures? Fu Bailing asked. He had fought with Qinyu before and acknowledged Qinyu's strength. There was no problem in working together. But the biggest difficulty in working together was the distribution of resources. They had to discuss it before working together. There are 2 of you and only 1 of me. If there are treasures in the bandit lair, you guys get 60% and I'll get 40%. Qinyu answered seriously. Why are the 2 of us only getting 60%? The young man in black was unhappy. After arguing for a while, Qinyu made a big concession. You 2 get 70% and I'll get 30%. Is that enough? Fu Bailing and the young man in black nodded in satisfaction. Then, the 3 of them came up with a battle plan. Those fire beasts only attacked us and didn't hurt the bandits. This means that someone is controlling them. So, this brother and I will be in charge of restraining the fire beasts. I'll have to trouble Fu Dadian to enter the tiger's lair and get rid of the mastermind. Qinyu told them his plan. According to the agreement, Fu Bailing and the young man in black would get 70%. So, the task of entering the tiger's lair was left to them. All right. Fu Bailing nodded. In his opinion, such a task was naturally suitable for the strongest person. Besides, the treasures here must be hidden in the cave. If he let Qinyu complete this mission, he wouldn't be at ease. The students of Demonless Academy were vicious and had many tricks up their sleeves. He was worried that Qinyu would hide the truth and take the treasures for himself. The plan was completed. That night, the 3 of them approached the bandit lair. Swoosh, a dark blue dot streaked across the night and pierced the necks of 2 guards. The poison spread and the 2 guards fell to the ground dead. At the same time, Qinyu and the young man in black approached at an extremely fast speed and jumped over the high wall. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Inside the stronghold, shadows and flames darted around. An atmosphere of panic spread. In the tunnel behind the stronghold. These outsiders actually dare to come here. Since that's the case, they'll stay here. The wrinkled old man was exasperated. Then, he revealed a ruthless expression. Enemy attack. The fire demon bandits were in a mess inside the village. In recent days, the 5 Khanate cultivators had all been killed, causing the remaining bandits to be shrouded in a layer of fear. Now that there was an enemy attack, the fire demon bandits were even more panicked. Kill. The moment Qinyu charged in, he turned into a ferocious beast and covered a distance of tens of feet. Boom. Boom, everywhere it passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet and miserable cries sounded out. Those below the Xianxia realm were practically incapable of causing any harm to Qinyu. Meanwhile, Qinyu relied on his superior movement technique and physical strength to fight like an unstoppable beast. This guy is inhuman. The young man in black looked at Qinyu and was shocked. Brilliant light fist. The young man in black did not show any weakness in front of the students of the Demonless Academy and used his best technique. His fist shone with a white light, like the brightest star in the night. The light was so bright that it hurt people's eyes. Boom, bang, the fist was dazzling and shot out like a falling star. A large pit appeared on the ground and several bandits were sent flying, their bodies broken and scattered. The bandits who had lost their Khanate cultivators could not affect Qinyu and the young man in black at all. But at this moment, the 2 of them had a solemn expression. Whoosh, behind the village, a powerful aura fluctuated and at the same time, a scorching and evil flame was released. Roar accompanied by endless roars and cries, a group of fire beasts charged out as if they were stepping on a sea of fire. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Here comes the main show. Qinyu's face darkened and his eyes flickered. On the other side, the young man in black took a deep breath and his expression was extremely solemn. According to the plan, the two of them had to stop the entire group of fire beasts. But luckily, Fu Bailing had lent his spiritual pet, the firebone bird, to the young man in black. Otherwise, he would not dare to take on this task. Roar! The fire beast charged over with ferocious momentum. The young man in black trembled slightly and felt a little weak. He had lost to the fire beasts in terms of momentum. On the other hand, Xianxia. Kill! With a low roar, he took out the giant ruler sword, gathered his strength, and fiercely raised it. Boom! A shockingly huge black gale swept out with terrifying power, approaching the middle stage Xiantian realm. Among the group of fire beasts, most of them had low cultivation bases. Xianxu's attack was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, instantly killing more than a dozen fire beasts. This guy. Seeing that Xianxu was not afraid at all and was even excited, the black-clothed youth felt a little ashamed. Immediately, he displayed his movement technique. His fists shone brightly as he faced the fire beast in front of him. In the sky, the firebone bird was like a dazzling flame as it took the initiative to attack the flying fiery beasts in the sky. In comparison, there were fewer bird-type fire beasts, and the firebone bird was more than enough to deal with them. Whoosh! Whoosh! While the two of them were fighting the fire beasts, Fu Bailing swiftly circled around them at a speed that was difficult to capture and entered the cave. Haha, so many fire cores. After killing more than 10 flame beast flames with one sword strike, Xianxu had an excited expression on his face as he quickly collected the fire cores. Although the fire beasts' levels were low and the quality of their fire cores was not high, they had the advantage in numbers. However, there were still some fire cores that Xianxu did not have the time to collect. These fire cores were devoured by the other fire beasts, causing them to undergo some changes and increase their strength. But then again, it made sense. If others could increase their strength through the fire cores, so could the fire beasts. Roar! A loud roar came from the group of fire beasts. With a flash of red light, a ferocious-looking cheetah leaped out. Its aura had reached the Xiantian realm. Moreover, the fire beast's strength far surpassed ordinary demonic beasts of the same level. With a flash of red light, the cheetah instantly appeared in front of Xianxu and swiped its sharp claws at him. Clang! Xianxu swung his sword at the Xiantian realm cheetah's claws, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The cheetah quickly retreated after the attack. At the same time, the fire beasts and bandits around him attacked. Buzz! Xianxu circulated the bronze statue art with all his might. The surface of his body shone with ancient bronze patterns and a thick layer of earth energy appeared. Before the attack could get close, it was shattered by the earth energy field. On the other side, the cheetah launched another thunderous attack. Shattering Nebula Sword. Xianxu waved the giant ruler sword in his hand and a sword of evil chi condensed on it. Bang! With a thrust of his sword, the black-winged baleful chi and the baleful chi sword collided and exploded, turning into a black cloud of baleful chi. Xianxu's demon-frightening sword incantation had reached the Xiaoqing level and its power had increased by another level. Boom! Roar! The cheetah's head was blasted by Xianxu's sword and fell to the ground. The cheetah roared a few times and the fire on its body was extinguished, turning into a pile of charcoal. The fire core of the Xiantian realm. Xianxu's eyes shone with a fiery light and his strength exploded. He turned into a black wind and shot out. If the fire core of the Xiantian realm was swallowed by other fire beasts, it would only be more disadvantageous to Xianxu. Roar! Xianxu had already touched the 4th level of the Devil Shadow. His speed was so fast that he arrived in an instant and took the fire core. On the other side. What's this red crystal? The fire beasts became stronger after swallowing it. The young man in black was shocked. The fire beasts he had encountered before were generally of low cultivation. But now, he felt that the strength of some fire beasts had increased a lot and the pressure was increasing. On the other side, Xianxu killed more and more fiercely as if he didn't know exhaustion. Let's retreat for a while first. The young man in black felt that he couldn't hold on anymore and took the initiative to retreat, attracting a group of fire beasts. I hope Brother Bailing can finish it quickly. The young man in black thought to himself. Once Fu Bailing finished off the person hiding in the dark, the fire beasts wouldn't be so united. Secondly, Fu Bailing could also join the battle. It would be much easier for the three of them to deal with it together. In the underground, the wrinkled old man observed the battle outside through the vision of one of the fire beasts. Damn it, this kid isn't here to attack this place. He's here to hunt fire beasts. The wrinkled old man glared at Xianxia with a grim expression. If Xianxia did not take away a large number of fire cores, even if he killed the fire beasts, it would only strengthen the strength of the other fire beasts. With that, Xianxia and the young man in black would have no chance of winning and would definitely die. However, right from the start, Xianxia's target was the fire cores. That was something the wrinkled old man had not expected. Right then, the wrinkled old man sensed a strange fluctuation. Swoosh, in a pitch-black space, a dazzling starlight finger beam shot towards the glabella of the wrinkled old man. The wrinkled old man moved his head and dodged it. Do you think I'm not prepared? The wrinkled old man chuckled softly. During the day, there were a total of 3 people. But now, only 2 appeared. He thought for a moment and guessed the reason. Your defense is useless. Fu Bailing harumphed coldly and shot out 2 finger beams as he charged. Fu, lad, you're too inexperienced. The wrinkled old man leaped and dodged the attack. Rumble, the ground shook and surging flames spewed out. Then, a ferocious lion-tiger-like fire beast with a single horn on its head rushed out. Kill! The wrinkled old man landed on the fire beast and shouted. The lion-tiger unicorn's cultivation was at the peak early-stage Khanate level. It also had some ancient beast blood flowing in its body, so it was extremely powerful. The wrinkled old man's strength was also at the mid-stage Khanate level. The 2 of them together could defeat a late-stage Khanate level. I'll kill you first. A hint of seriousness flashed in Fu Bailing's eyes, but he did not back down. Swish! His figure flashed and he leaped towards the wrinkled old man. Get lost. The wrinkled old man's walking stick flashed with a dark red light and released a layer of dark red flames. Outside, Xianxia suddenly felt that the fire beast's attacks were not as crazy and intense as before. On the other side, the pressure on the young man in black also decreased. However, the fire beasts were constantly getting stronger and should not be underestimated. Come out. Xianxia released the fire scale beast. With Fu Bailing and the young man's strength, they would not be able to steal his ancient beast. Moreover, the fire scale beast was not weak, so it could share a lot of the pressure with them. Roar, the fire scale beast roared. Inside its translucent body, flames flashed, emitting a terrifying ancient beast blood pressure. The blood of the fire qilin flowed in its body, which was very intimidating to fire elemental beasts. Nearby, those whose cultivation was lower than the fire scale beast crawled on the ground, shivering. Even those whose cultivation was higher than the fire scale beast were greatly affected, and their strength was suppressed. This is an ancient beast? In the distance, the young man in black widened his eyes in disbelief. The fire scale beast's eyes lit up and it took the initiative to attack. It pounced on a fire rat, opened its mouth, and tore apart its armor. It cut open its stomach and swallowed its fire core. Kill! Xianxia swung the giant sword and easily killed the fire beast. The fire scale beast ran around, devouring the fire cores that Xianxia had missed. These fire cores were relatively low-grade, so it didn't take long to digest them. It could swallow a lot of them in a short period of time. I've been tricked. These red crystals are the real treasures. Combining all these phenomena, the black-clothed youth suddenly understood. He had thought these red crystals were ordinary demon cores. Plus, the fire beast's cultivation was not high, so the demon cores were not that valuable. Also, he was busy fighting, so he didn't pick them up. This brat is so cunning. The young man in black cursed. After fighting for half a day, Xianxia had already gained a lot, while he had gained almost nothing. Kill! The young man in black was furious, and he used his fist technique. After killing a late-stage Hotian fire beast, he immediately took its fire core. The 2 didn't fight for long. Boom! Boom, the fire beast's attacks became more chaotic, and many bandits were suddenly killed by the fire beasts. Looks like Brother Bailing is about to succeed. The young man in black was overjoyed. Once Fu Bailing took care of the person behind the scenes, the two of them could work together to get more fire cores. Otherwise, Qingyu would take all the benefits, and the two of them would suffer a great loss. Underground. The wrinkled old man was lying on the ground with many holes on his body. At the side, the liger fire beast, which had part of the ancient beast bloodline, was dying. The wrinkled old man looked at Fu Bailing with a fearful expression. He didn't expect that he and the liger fire beast would be no match for Fu Bailing. I've said it before, all your defenses are useless. Fu Bailing's handsome face was cold. It's too early to say that. Even if I die, I won't let you outsiders off easily. The wrinkled old man glared at Fu Bailing, his eyes filled with hatred. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the liger fire beast at the side, and a strange suction force came from his arm. Wing hoo hoo, as the liger fire beast roared, the flames on its body shifted towards the wrinkled old man. The wrinkled old man roared ferociously, and all the meridians in his body turned fiery red. The flame power on his body became more and more terrifying. In a moment, the liger fire beast turned into a pile of charcoal. The wrinkled old man grabbed a fire core and pressed it on the walking stick in his hand. Boom, a terrifying flame power erupted from the walking stick, igniting a huge fireball. The walking stick also transmitted a wave of flame power into the wrinkled old man's body. In an instant, the wrinkled old man's body was blazing with flames, as though he was bathed in flames. Fu Bailing froze for a moment, also shocked by this scene. Deep in the pitch-black underground, the wrinkled old man's skin was crimson red and his entire body was burning with flames, as though he had turned into a man of fire, emitting a terrifying heat. Kid, didn't I tell you not to speak too early? The wrinkled old man had a pained expression as he stared at Fu Bailing with a sinister smile. Earth Star Finger. Fu Bailing channeled his true chi and starlight gathered on his fingertips, shooting out two fingers like lightning. Destroy. The wrinkled old man waved his walking stick and released a crimson flame wave. Boom, the flame wave swept out and collided with the finger light. After a momentary stalemate, it was destroyed and continued forward. This person's strength has increased by so much. Fu Bailing was slightly shocked. If it was in the past, the wrinkled old man would not be able to withstand his peak finger, but now he could easily block it. Swish, he leaped up and avoided the wrinkled old man's attack. Outsider, you can't escape. The wrinkled old man stretched out his arms and the flame power on his body surged. Boom, red flames suddenly rose on the ground and soon, the entire underground was ignited, as though it had turned into a flaming hell. This old man can actually communicate with the flame power between heaven and earth and borrow its power. Fu Bailing felt that it was unbelievable. Communicating with the power between heaven and earth was not something that a chi transformation realm could do. There might be some other reason. Die. The wrinkled old man grunted and the flames on the ground instantly condensed into several fire snakes that attacked Fu Bailing. Swish. Swish. Swish, Fu Bailing's movement technique was extremely brilliant and he was like a flickering star, escaping around the cave. However, the entire cave was almost ignited and there were fewer and fewer places to stay. I can't fight for long. Fu Bailing made up his mind and immediately retreated. The wrinkled old man's strength soared and he could borrow the flame power nearby, so Fu Bailing could only temporarily avoid it. Outside the stronghold, the fire beast's attacks became extremely chaotic and disorderly. Qingyu and the black-robed youth had a fire scale beast and a fire bone bird respectively. After a period of fighting, they became relaxed. Although there were many fire beasts, there were only a few left. However, their overall strength had greatly increased. At this moment, a white figure dashed out from afar. It was Fu Bailing. Brother Bailing. The black-robed young man was overjoyed. If Fu Bailing joined them, they would be able to annihilate all the fire beasts very quickly, and they could also seize the opportunity to obtain more fire cores so that they wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. But before the young man in black could finish his sentence, he sensed that something was wrong. Hoo-hoo, behind him, a wave of fire surged out, and a black-red shadow of fire leaped out. What is this? The black-robed young man's pupils constricted and his heart trembled. An old man with scarlet skin and protruding meridians was covered in flames. He looked like a ferocious ghost from hell. Chen Yu was also shocked by the wrinkled old man's appearance. He only knew that demonic beasts could transform into fire beasts, but he didn't know that humans could also transform into fire beasts. Outsiders, all of you must die. The wrinkled old man's ferocious gaze swept over the three of them as he waved his walking stick. Roar, roar, roar! The few remaining flame beasts in the vicinity were immediately controlled, and the chaotic flame beast horde became orderly. Kill this person first. Otherwise, if he controls the fire beasts, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. Fu Bailing immediately shouted. He had just experienced the wrinkled old man's strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have temporarily avoided him. Okay. Chen Yu replied. He could also see that the wrinkled old man was very difficult to deal with. I'll try my best to lure the flame beasts away, the black-robed man said. Even Fu Bailing was repelled, so one could imagine how strong the wrinkled old man was. If the wrinkled old man and the flame beast joined forces, they would probably be even more terrifying. Falling sunlight. The black-robed man clenched his fists, and the light on his fists combined into one, turning into a giant star shining with endless white light. Boom, both fists fell, and a ball of dazzling true chi fiercely rushed into the flame beasts, crushing several flame beasts to death, almost attracting the attention of all the flame beasts. After this attack, the black-robed man was slightly tired, and he turned around and retreated. On the other hand, the fire-bone bird also launched an attack in the sky, attracting many flame beasts away. Under Chen Yu's command, the fire-scale beast let out a deep roar, releasing a powerful ancient beast pressure, shocking the flame beasts' minds, and cutting off their connection with the wrinkled old man. Die. Fu Bailing attacked first, using a sharp finger aura, and a white light flashed, stabbing at the wrinkled old man. On the other side. Kill. Chen Yu held the giant ruler sword, rushing at the wrinkled old man, slashing back and forth with the giant sword. Boom, in the air, a cross-shaped baleful chi black wind whistled. The wrinkled old man shouted, and the walking stick in his hand burst out more turbulent waves of fire. With the walking stick as the center, a fire vortex formed, stirring up the dust. Boom, the white finger aura and the baleful chi slash bombarded on it, stirring up a terrifying storm, sweeping in all directions. Swish. Swish. Swish, Fu Bailing used a secret movement technique, and his speed was shocking, making it difficult to catch up. On top of that, rays of light were fired from the fingers at tricky angles. On the other side, Chen Yu used the fiend berserk shadow, his straight-line speed was shocking, and from time to time, he would set off a shocking wave of baleful chi. Boom. Bang, bang. The two surrounded the wrinkled old man, constantly attacking. The two geniuses worked together, restraining the wrinkled old man. Gradually, the wrinkled old man's performance became weaker. This person must have used some secret technique to temporarily increase his strength. He won't be able to last long. Fu Bailing said. Any secret technique that increased strength couldn't last long, and there would be side effects. Compared to the beginning, the wrinkled old man was clearly not as good. Roar, the wrinkled old man roared, and a huge wave of fire appeared around his body, annihilating the two. Swish, he turned into a black and red shadow, darting down towards a few fire beasts. Boom. Poof. The wrinkled old man stretched out his walking stick, instantly killing the fire beasts and taking their fire cores. The walking stick in his hand seemed to be able to embed fire cores and absorb their power. In an instant, the wrinkled old man's condition recovered. Let's not delay anymore, let's kill this old monster. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed. Originally, the two of them planned to kill the wrinkled old man, but the wrinkled old man changed his strategy and took the initiative to kill the fire beasts to replenish his strength. Okay. Fu Bailing nodded. Roar, activating Berserk Shadow, Chen Yu transformed into a black gust of wind and flew toward the wrinkled old man. However, the wrinkled old man was extremely strong at the moment, and his speed wasn't slow either. Dong, Chen Yu's internal organs suddenly erupted, causing his speed to increase, and he instantly approached the wrinkled old man. Get lost. The wrinkled old man was slightly surprised. He let out a low roar, pointed out his walking stick, and released a ball of fire light, rushing out. Chen Yu. Fu Bailing couldn't help shouting. Even he didn't dare to fight the wrinkled old man head-on. Although at the moment, the wrinkled old man was no longer in his peak state. Sword-shattering nebula. Qinyu waved the huge ruler sword in his hand, and a sword of murderous chi condensed on it. At the same time, he slightly activated the blood-glazed flame. Suddenly, the surface of the murderous chi sword light of the huge ruler sword was burning with a layer of dark red flame. Qinyu had merged a part of the blood-glazed flame with the murderous chi and used it in his combat skills, which was difficult for ordinary people to detect. Boom, the sword stabbed out, and the murderous chi sword light and the dark red flame collided, exploding violently, turning into a cloud of black fiery mist. As the two collided, the flames of the wrinkled old man seemed to be suppressed, and its power was weakened. Boom! Boom, boom! The wrinkled old man's attack was destroyed, and a storm of black fiery chi swept out, blasting the old man dozens of feet away, leaving many burn marks on his body. How could this be? The wrinkled old man spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of disbelief on his face. Even Fu Bailing was extremely shocked. At that moment, the power that Qinyu had exploded out was extremely terrifying, and it had a certain suppressive effect on the wrinkled old man's flame attack. However, this was not the time to be amazed. Green radiant star. Fu Bailing's hands formed a strange posture, and specks of light appeared around him. Between his fingers, the white specks of light merged, and a trace of green light gradually appeared in the center. Swoosh, a pale green starlight several times thicker than before shot out, like an aurora, and bombarded the black-robed old man's chest. After being hit by the two's ultimate attacks, the wrinkled old man became even weaker, and his strength slowly fell back to its original state. Kill him while he's weak. Qinyu and Fu Bailing attacked together again. The two blocked the wrinkled old man, and attacked from both sides. Gradually, the flames on the wrinkled old man's body dimmed, and his red skin turned black in several places. Ah, I can't accept this, the wrinkled old man struggled, knowing that he was about to die, and he couldn't help roaring. Die. Fu Bailing's earth star finger pierced through the wrinkled old man's chest. At the same time, Qinyu's giant ruler sword cut off his head. Boom, the flames on the wrinkled old man's body shrank back into his body, and his body exploded. The way he died was exactly the same as the fire beasts. Qinyu also used his spiritual sense to check if there was a fire core in the wrinkled old man's body, and the result was somewhat disappointing. The reason why the fire beasts had fire cores was because of the transformation of their demon cores. Brother Bailing, come quickly, I can't hold on any longer. In the distance, the black-robed young man and the fire-bone bird retreated while restraining many fire beasts, and both of them were injured. Okay. Fu Bailing immediately rushed over. Although he had experienced a great battle and consumed a lot of energy, it was more than enough to deal with these fire beasts whose cultivation was not high. On the other hand, Qinyu, after the battle with the fire beasts and the wrinkled old man, still looked ready, as if nothing had happened. As the two joined the battle, the fire beasts were gradually surrounded and wiped out. Brother Bailing, this fire core is the real good stuff. That kid is too cunning. The black-robed young man immediately complained. Fu Bailing stared at Qinyu with a gloomy face. This time, he had indeed been tricked. There seemed to be no treasures in the bandits' lair, and the resources that they had plundered were probably used to cultivate the fire beasts. As for the fire cores, the black-robed young man and him added up was not even a quarter of what Qinyu had. It was equivalent to the two of them getting 20%, and Qinyu getting 80%. How could he not be angry? We had an agreement. You guys should hurry up and search. Maybe you'll find a lot of resources. You guys get 70% and I'll take 30%. We won't go back on our words. Qinyu said shamelessly. Fu Bailing and the black-clothed youth stared at Qinyu for a while, but there was nothing they could do. They did have an agreement beforehand, and Qinyu didn't break any of it. Then, the three of them began to search the bandit nest carefully. After a while, all the resources and precious materials were sorted out. The number was much less than expected. It was already late at night. Qinyu, Fu Bailing, and the others stayed in the bandit nest to rest. There was a mysterious ancient palace in the Gobi Desert, far away from here. The ground of the ancient palace was fiery red, like a fiery hell. In the center of the palace, an old man in a dark red robe sat cross-legged in this fiery hell, unaffected by the flames at all. In front of him, there was a fiery red ball of fire, emitting a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the ball of fire in front of him jumped. Dead, this is the second one. The red-robed old man seemed to sense something and frowned. According to the relevant information, the red-robed old man could guess that these two strongholds were destroyed by outsiders. After all, the outskirts of the Red Earth world were all weak tribes that didn't have the strength to fight against the fire demon desert bandits. These damned outsiders, how dare they cause trouble at this critical time? If that's the case, let's start the plan. The red-robed old man suddenly stood up, a trace of madness flashing in his deep eyes. He slowly stretched out his hands, releasing a strange flame power into the red ball of fire in front of him. Gradually, the flames on the ground of the entire palace rolled up, looking extremely strange. Rumble, soon, the entire palace shook slightly with the rolling flames, as if a terrifying force was about to rush out. Bzzz, with the ancient palace as the center, the entire Gobi Desert slowly shook. Many volcanoes in the Gobi Desert rumbled, and thick smoke rose from them. The demon beasts in the Gobi Desert seemed to sense something and panicked, fleeing to the grassland in the distance. In a luxurious room in the village. Boom, the fire scale beast's bloodline aura caused the temperature in the room to rise. In the previous battle, the fire scale beast had swallowed a large number of fire cores. Although the quality was not high, there were a lot of them. At this moment, the fire scale beast's cultivation had already reached the peak of the viscera refinement realm. It was only a step away from the chi transformation realm. Roar, the fire scale beast roared again and again, demanding the fire core from Qinyu. I will only give you the fire core after you sign the spiritual pet contract. Qinyu suddenly said. The fire scale beast was intelligent and understood Qinyu's meaning. It immediately took a few steps back, its face full of vigilance and anger. Once the contract was signed, its life and death would be in the hands of Qinyu, and it could only obey any order from Qinyu. A trace of the fire Qilin's bloodline flowed through its veins, so how could it be willing to let a mere human control its life and death? However, it hated and feared Qinyu at the same time. If you don't want to, I'll kill you. I can totally change to another spiritual pet. With the fire core in my hands, I can easily raise it. Qinyu's face was cold and his aura was terrifying. The murderous aura in his eyes condensed into two swords of murderous aura, which went straight for the fire scale beast's mind, making it even more afraid. Buzz, the fire scale beast couldn't help but activate its bloodline. Its aura rose, and the surface of its body was surrounded by red flames. Bloodline? Qinyu couldn't help but smile. Buzz. Buzz, Qinyu's body also emitted a terrifying bloodline. A layer of blood-red scales appeared on the surface of his body, making him look majestic and domineering. The powerful bloodline power suppressed the fire scale beast. Under Qinyu's various methods, the fire scale beast finally yielded. In fact, the quality of Qinyu's dragon scale bloodline might not be as good as the fire scale beast's bloodline, but Qinyu had extracted the bloodline of an origin realm blood dragon, and the fire scale beast's cultivation was still too low. Buzz, the blood of Qinyu and the fire scale beast formed a complicated blood pattern in the air. The blood pattern rippled and gradually faded into the body of Qinyu and the blood scale beast. Suddenly, Qinyu felt that there was a connection between him and the fire scale beast. Through this connection, he could greatly affect the fire scale beast, and he could even kill it directly. It's finally done. Qinyu let out a sigh of relief. If it was an adult ancient beast, it would be almost impossible to sign a contract with it. Those prideful ancient beasts would rather die than have their lives controlled by someone else. After signing the contract, Qinyu took out a Hotian realm fire core and fed it to the fire scale beast. Goohoo, the sound of rolling flames came from the fire scale beast's body. Its body became brighter, and it seemed to expand. Not long after, the fire scale beast digested the energy of the fire core, and its aura instantly increased, reaching the chi transformation realm. But it wasn't over yet. The fire scale beast's body continued to change. For example, the fur on its head and tail started to burn with red flames. Flame patterns appeared on its scales, and its limbs became thicker, On the other side, Jinyu took out the demon bone stone and fed it to the Iron Moon insect. Although the Iron Moon insect didn't benefit as much as the fire scale beast from the previous battle, it still benefited a lot. It was originally at the peak of the Hotian realm, and after this battle, it broke through to the Xianxia realm. Chi-Chi, the Iron Moon insect quickly made a hole in the demon bone stone and drilled into it, devouring the essence of the demon bone stone. At this moment, thump thump. Thump thump, Chinyu's heart started to beat violently without warning, sending Chinyu a warning. What danger is approaching? Chinyu immediately walked out of the house. He completely trusted his heart's warning. The ground trembled slightly. Boom, in the distance, in the pitch-black night sky, a ball of fire suddenly erupted. A volcano eruption? There was some distance from the volcano. Even if the volcano erupted, it wouldn't affect Chinyu much. But the warning from his heart hadn't disappeared. Chinyu's sense of danger was getting stronger. He suddenly felt that there was an extremely powerful energy underground. What's going on? Fu Bailing and the black-shirted young man also came out of the house. What's that? The three of them looked at the volcano in the distance at the same time. They saw many huge fire beasts charging at them from the bottom of the volcano. Those with better senses could clearly see that these fire beasts had rushed out of the crater as the volcano erupted. In the dark night, there was a small sea of fire that was unusually dazzling. Everywhere it passed was crimson. A horde of fire beasts. The three of them were slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, in addition to the fire beasts in the bandit lair, there were also fire beasts hidden in the volcano behind. Could it be that the real habitat of the fire beasts is the volcano? Chinyu suddenly thought of something. As the natives of the Black Iron tribe, they didn't know where the fire beasts were hiding. They only knew that there were more fire beasts near the volcano outside the Gobi Desert. It was indeed difficult to find fire beasts living in volcanoes. Moreover, the Black Iron tribe's leader had said that fire beasts rarely appeared. They had only appeared recently. But now, all these fire beasts had rushed out of the volcano. Why? Let's retreat. These fire beasts are much stronger than before. The black-shirted young man panicked. There weren't many fire beasts that came out of the volcano. They weren't as strong as the group of fire beasts that the three of them had faced before. But they were generally larger, and their cultivation was at least at the Hotian realm. They were a level stronger than the group of fire beasts they had encountered before. Moreover, there were some fire beasts that had an unusually strong aura. They had reached the Xiantian realm and were equivalent to the beast king of the entire fire beasts. As a result, the danger level of the fire beasts increased again. Not to mention the black-shirted young man, even Fu Bailing and Chinyu had no desire to fight against such a group of fire beasts. Let's go. The three of them immediately made a decision. Chinyu recalled the Iron Moon bug and the fire scale beast and hurried on his way. Just then, he saw a crimson flame erupt in another direction. Needless to say, that was a volcanic eruption accompanied by a large number of fire beasts. What's going on? The black-shirted young man's scalp went numb. The volcano erupted at the same time, and a large number of fire beasts rushed out. This was all too abnormal. Tung! 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 Without thinking any further, the three of them hurried on their way. Along the way, Fu Bailing and the black-shirted young man didn't say much and parted ways with Chinyu. After all, the two of them didn't have a deep friendship, and Chinyu had cheated them. The bandits' lair was quite far from the tribe. When Chinyu rushed over, it took him more than half a day to arrive on horseback. Thinking of this, Chinyu released the fire scale beast from his storage bag. The fire scale beast's strength had increased along with its size. At this moment, it could barely carry one person. Sitting on it, Chinyu ordered the fire scale beast to hurry on. The fire scale beast had already reached the Qi transformation realm, so its speed was quite fast. On the way, Chinyu saw many beasts that were also running away. The fire scale beast gave off a powerful ancient beast bloodline pressure, which made these beasts avoid it, not daring to offend it. In less than half a day, Chinyu returned to the green forest. Just as Chinyu had expected. At this moment, the tribes and the beasts had already started fighting. What's wrong with these beasts? They seem to have gone crazy and are attacking our tribe. Defend, we can't let them invade our tribe. On the way, Xianxia saw many small tribes that had already started fighting with the beasts. The Black Iron tribe was located deep in the forest, so nothing had happened yet. Sir, you're back. The leader of the Black Iron tribe welcomed Xianxia personally. This is? The leader of the Black Iron tribe looked at the fire scale beast next to Xianxia, feeling the powerful bloodline pressure, and was shocked. The other tribesmen also looked at the fire scale beast. Most of them were fire elemental cultivators, so they could feel the powerful fire elemental bloodline in the fire scale beast. This is an ancient beast spirit pet that I took from the bandit's lair. Xianxia panicked. Normal people would never have the chance to get such a spirit pet. If the fire scale beast's origin was not explained properly, Xianxia's identity would be suspected. Therefore, Xianxia attributed the fire scale beast's origin to the fire demon bandits. After all, the power and terror of the fire demon bandits were deeply ingrained in the tribesmen's hearts. The situation is not peaceful right now, Warrior Chen, go in and rest. The leader of the Black Iron tribe immediately invited Xianxia inside. He had already received many distress messages from the tribes. This time, the beast tide was more powerful than the ones in the past. It wouldn't be long before the Black Iron tribe also faced the beast tide. Therefore, he hoped that Xianxia could stay. The Black Iron tribe was a large tribe nearby. With the help of Xianxia, even if the beast tide came, it wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, the chief of the Black Iron tribe wanted Xianxia to stay. Wait. Xianxia didn't move. Warrior Chen, do you need anything else? The chief of the Black Iron tribe asked anxiously. In his opinion, Xianxia might have to leave, but he was willing to pay a price to keep Xianxia here. It's a beast tide now. It won't be long before the fire beasts come. The Black Iron tribe should be prepared. Chen. You told the chief of the Black Iron tribe. What? The chief of the Black Iron tribe was shocked. A normal beast tide would be fine, but a fire beast tide would be terrible. The chief of the Black Iron tribe couldn't help but tremble at the thought. Warrior Chen, take a rest. Tell me if you need anything. The chief of the Black Iron tribe said solemnly. If there was a fire beast tide, even the Black Iron tribe wouldn't be able to fight back. Even if they moved now, it would be too late. Therefore, Xianxia became his only hope. Yes, I do need some things. Xianxia didn't hesitate. He was alone, so he didn't need to worry. Even if the fire beasts came, he could escape. Therefore, staying in the Black Iron tribe was not a big deal. Then, Xianxia asked for fire spiritual ores, fire spiritual crystals, and high-quality fire spiritual ginseng. The Black Iron tribe has a small fire spiritual mine. The fire spiritual ores are easy to find, but only those large fire spiritual crystals have better fire spiritual crystals, the chief of the Black Iron tribe said apologetically. Xianxia didn't say much. The fire spiritual ores and fire spiritual crystals were the requirements of the task. Mining 20 kilograms of high-quality fire spiritual ores was the basic task. If he could get a fire spiritual crystal, the reward would be doubled. After returning to his residence, the chief of the Black Iron tribe sent someone to deliver the fire spiritual ores and fire spiritual ginseng. The amount of fire spiritual ores exceeded the requirements of the task. There were 6 fire spiritual ginseng. 4 of them were 300 years old, and the other 2 were 400 years old. Xianxia concocted a portion of the ice and fire body tempering liquid. After consuming it, he began to cultivate the copper statue aura body. The previous battle with the group of fire beasts had a certain tempering effect on Xianxia's copper statue aura body. After taking the potion, Xianxia found that the tempering effect was very good. After absorbing the medicinal effect, the copper statue's energy shield improved significantly. After that, Xianxia began to cultivate the primordial fiend divine skill. Compared to the cultivation cave abode of the non-demon academy, the Red Earth World's heaven and earth yuan qi could be said to be poor and exhausted, and the cultivation progress was extremely slow. This was also the reason why the top experts in the Scarlet Earth World did not have high cultivation bases. Although this earth fire attribute treasure was old, the heaven's essence energy was too poor. Here, the effects of physique training are better, but cultivation techniques are very slow. That being the case, in the Red Earth world, Xianxia would focus on body tempering. When he returned to the Non-Demon Academy, he would focus on cultivation techniques and improve his cultivation. However, Xianxia did not cultivate for long before he was disturbed. Warrior Chen, the tribe leader wants you to help the Black Iron tribe solve the crisis of the beast tide. A tribesman's voice was heard. Okay. Xianxia was slightly surprised that the beast tide had attacked so quickly, and it seemed that the Black Iron tribe could not resist it. Since he had received benefits from others, Xianxia would naturally do something. As soon as he walked out of his residence, he heard the sound of fighting outside. He saw a large group of beasts outside the Black Iron tribe attacking in a frenzy. Warrior Chen, you're finally here. The tribe leader of the Black Iron tribe was immediately happy to see Xianxia. He had underestimated this beast tide, which could be said to be the most powerful in the past 100 years. The small tribes nearby had already lost and moved to the Black Iron tribe. Otherwise, with the strength of the Black Iron tribe, it would have been difficult to resist the attack of the beast tide. This is the guest of the Black Iron tribe? He's only in the late stage of the acquired stage. The elders of the Black Iron tribe must be muddled. When the overlords of the other tribes saw Xianxia, their eyes were filled with doubt, then they shook their heads with disappointment. If the Black Iron tribe was defeated, they could only escape from the beast tide and escape to a more powerful tribe, begging them to take them in. Swish, Xianxia's body flashed past and came to the stone wall in front of him. What is he doing? Is he going to fight alone? The other tribes couldn't help but sneer. In the beginning, they all thought that the guest of the Black Iron tribe was an overlord who would lead the army to fight the beasts together. It was obvious that this young man did not know this, so what was he going to do? Buzz. Whoosh, he squatted down and ancient bronze patterns appeared on the surface of his body. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. His abdomen expanded like a small water tank, and the wind around him roared. The expressions of the people behind him gradually returned to normal. They could all feel that an extremely powerful force was brewing in Xianxia's body. Thump thump. Thump thump, Xianxia gathered power in his heart and stimulated the potential within his body, multiplying his explosive power. Get lost. Suddenly, Xianxia roared. A thunderous roar that shook the mountains reverberated in the mountains, like the roar of an ancient giant beast. A layer of dark and distorted sound wave, visible to the naked eye, swept forward and gradually expanded. Behind Xianxia, a group of people felt a slight tingling in their internal organs and eardrums. Those with lower cultivation even cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Of course, this was because they were behind Xianxia. Straight ahead. Bang! 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 Countless demonic beasts were swept by the layer of distorted and dim light wave. Their bodies were sent flying and exploded in the air, like blooming blood flowers. Even a natural expert could not bear the bronze lion roar that Xianxia launched with all his strength, let alone these demonic beasts with low cultivation. However, this bronze lion roar had a large range and its power was relatively scattered. Even so, it was enough to deal with the current situation. What came into view? The demonic beasts on the sides and behind suffered less damage. Most of the demonic beasts were bleeding from their ears and noses, and they were in a trance. After the roar disappeared, the air was filled with a layer of blood mist, and the smell of blood was strong. Behind him, many people of the tribe were shocked to see this scene. Just a roar contained such power. It was simply a monster. What are you waiting for? Attack! Xianxia couldn't help but yell, which woke everyone up. His bronze lion roar only killed some demonic beasts, and most of them were only affected by the aftermath. Yes, attack! Kill, don't let go of this opportunity. Everyone cheered up, throwing stones and shooting arrows. Then, many people rushed out and fought with the demonic beasts. The battle quickly reversed. In the tribe, the way everyone looked at Xianxia changed again. No one dared to underestimate him. Warrior Chen, you just killed too many demonic beasts. After we finish counting, we will offer the demonic cores. The leader of the Black Iron tribe said respectfully. Xianxia's combat power was too strong, and they had to offer enough benefits to keep this overlord. Exchange the demonic cores for precious materials. Xianxia said. Gradually, the Black Iron tribe gained the upper hand and repelled the demonic beasts. Everyone cheered in surprise. Only Xianxia looked calm, and the leader of the Black Iron tribe looked a bit gloomy. At the moment, only the two of them knew that the fire beasts were coming. At this moment, whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! A group of people came from behind. This group of people was tall and strong. There were 30 people in total, including 2 mid-stage Khanate cultivators, 3 early-stage Khanate cultivators, and the rest were late-stage Khanate cultivators. They are the people of the High Mountain tribe. The people of the Black Iron tribe recognized the origin of this group of people. The High Mountain tribe was the top tribe in the Red Earth world. Many tribes of all sizes around it relied on the High Mountain tribe to survive. What happened? Why are the people of the High Mountain tribe here? Everyone was very confused. They usually didn't have any contact with the overlords of the High Mountain tribe. Even if there was a beast tide, the High Mountain tribe would not take the initiative to help. Even the leader of the Black Iron tribe was very puzzled. He did send a message for help, but he only sent it to the big tribes above and not to the High Mountain tribe. Eh? You guys actually blocked the attack of the demonic beasts. A middle-aged man in black leather armor and the team glanced at the situation outside the Black Iron tribe with a slightly surprised expression. The fire beasts are coming. From now on, all of you are to listen to my orders. The middle-aged man in black armor came to the top of the mud wall and looked down at everyone. What? Fire beasts? There was an uproar. The terror of the fire beasts was deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was hard to imagine what a fire beast tide would be like. However, now that the High Mountain tribe had sent people to the front line to fight, they should be able to stop the fire beast tide. Great, the High Mountain tribe sent people to help us to deal with the fire beasts. The leader of the Black Iron tribe immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this High Mountain tribe is stronger than I thought. Xianxia speculated. He only knew about the fire beast tide when he rushed back from outside. However, the High Mountain tribe was in the center of the green field and they also noticed it. Then, under the command of the middle-aged man in black armor, the whole defensive measures were rearranged. In order to prevent his identity from being discovered, Xianxia also followed the arrangements. The women and children who were not good at fighting began to organize themselves and moved to the back. Not long later, a fiery red shadow appeared in the distance. Rumble, the ground trembled and a scorching hot aura hit them in the face. Looking at the sea of fire in the distance, everyone was shocked. If not for the help of the High Mountain tribe, they would have run for their lives. The arrival of the fire beasts made the demonic beasts even more frenzied. After all, they were not in the same camp. When the fire beasts came to a certain distance, catapults, crossbows, attack! The middle-aged man in black armor shouted. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth and had a calming effect. A group of burly men pulled open the crossbow bed and shot dozens of giant crossbows at once. On the other side, the catapults started to move. Huge rocks were thrown out and smashed into the distance. A kick landed on the mud wall. So many fire beasts. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had almost used up all of his primal stones and demonic points. The purpose of coming to the Red Earth world was to plunder some resources. The value of fire cores was many times higher than the demonic cores of the same level. If he could get more, he would not have to worry about primal stones when he returned to the academy. Moreover, the strength of the fire scale beast also needed a lot of fire cores. Xiao xiao, in the sky, the fire beasts were the first to arrive. Xianxia smiled, picked up a large javelin beside him and weighed it with his hand. This kind of javelin was a weapon used to deal with large vicious beasts. For him, the weight was not bad. Xianxia landed safely with a few more fire cores in his hand. Many people exclaimed. Whoosh, Xianxia killed the last few birds in the forest. The fire beasts seemed to be endless, their numbers did not decrease, and their cultivation was getting higher and higher. It won't be long before we attack the Alpine tribe, and then you will be able to come out. Attack! A muffled howl of wind rapidly approached it. Many people looked at Xianxia with envy and jealousy. Therefore, the entire tribe had to take turns. If the javelin carried the body of the Iron Eagle and fell into the group of fire beasts, then it would be difficult for Qinyu to get the fire core. In this way, the people in the tribe felt more at ease. However, these fire beasts did not seem to be tired, they attacked day and night. In the end, I can only follow the people of the Alpine tribe to the Alpine tribe. After refining the fire core, Qinyu stopped. The arrow pierced through the layers of fire waves and was about to kill a flaming bird. The Iron Eagle flaming bird's hair stood on end as it felt a deadly chill. The middle-aged man in black armor immediately ordered. Qinyu's face was calm. Those with strong defense and higher cultivation were also suffering. The iron claws and beaks seemed to have hit an iron wall, they trembled violently and could not penetrate. Boom, whoosh, at this moment, the fire beasts on the ground rushed over. Whoosh, even if this place was breached, he could retreat safely. He had already aimed at this flaming bird. The reason why he did not attack at the beginning was to adjust the angle. Taking out the profound heavy sword, Qinyu rushed into the group of fire beasts and practiced the demon shocking sword incantation. The small flame flashed, and a deep and hoarse voice came out. Well, once I come out, I will take you out of the red earth world. Rumble, at night. But it was too late. The strength and speed of the javelin were too terrifying. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Qinyu released the fire scale beast from his storage bag. Die. Currently, to him, the power of the blood-glazed flame was just right. If it was too strong, it would be difficult to control. After seeing Qinyu jump into the sky, the other fiery birds hovering in the sky immediately screeched and collectively attacked Qinyu. The black-armored middle-aged man glanced at Qinyu, a look of appreciation on his face. The charred body of the Ironhawk firebird fell to the ground. Inside a house, Qinyu rested for a while before starting to cultivate. Changmu of the Black Iron tribe pulled his bow to the limit and shot out a huge arrow. After half a month of fighting, the fire scale beast's cultivation was approaching the middle stage of the Ho Tian realm. Its body had grown bigger, and it finally had the demeanor of an ancient beast. But at this moment, Qinyu jumped up and smashed the Iron Eagle's corpse with a punch, taking out the fire core inside. A flaming bird's sharp beak rapidly pierced towards Qinyu, as if it wanted to pierce through him. After succeeding, the Iron Eagle could not help but let out a cry, appearing rather pleased with itself. The flame spirit had suggested using the fire core as nourishment for the blood-glazed flame, back in the bandit's lair. I won't let you down. He wanted to ensure that he could obtain the fire core after killing the firebird. In the center of the hall, the red-robed elder sat peacefully, a small ball of fire burning in front of him. Go. Kill. Ding, it flapped its wings and tried to fly away. The terrifying evil chi was like a black fog, shrouding around Qinyu like an invisible deterrent. The red-robed elder smiled lightly. He felt that the Alpine tribe might know something, otherwise they would not have known in advance that the fiery beasts were coming and sent reinforcements. One of the Iron Eagles was completely red, and its aura had reached the Xianxia realm. Its huge steel claws swept across, leaving a few traces of red flames. But, this kid is too impulsive. Many people nearby exclaimed. What a terrifying evil chi. The 3 Xiantian experts of the Alpine tribe and some of the Xiantian leaders of the Alpine tribe attacked the Xiantian beasts separately. The tribe had been breached, and without any defensive measures, it was even more disadvantageous for them. Qinyu took out a fire core from his storage bag with his other hand. Then, one day of cultivation, the second day of battle. Many people looked at Qinyu with fear in their eyes. The firebirds were good at speed, and the sky was wide, so they had more freedom, so they were one step ahead of the Black Iron tribe. As a result, everyone's combat power was greatly reduced, and they fell into a passive situation. The ground, which used to be raging like hell, was now only burning with a faint flame. Then, he went into the battlefield of the fiery beasts. Without any worries, everyone killed more fiercely, and for a while, they were able to block the fiery beasts. There is a layer of strong force field on the surface of his body, which can reflect the enemy's attack. The cultivation of the fiery beast was low, and its defense was also weak, so it was killed by the rebound. The red flames fell, and 3 or 4 warriors were torn to pieces. Swoosh! Swoosh, half a month later, the Black Iron tribe was finally defeated by the fiery beasts. Jinyu smiled faintly, and activated the copper statue body of righteousness. A layer of shiny bronze patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and an invisible force field was formed. Then, Jinyu's hand slowly approached, and traces of blood-red glazed flame spread up, wrapping around the fire core. At this moment, Jinyu killed the innate level fiery beast with a javelin, which shocked everyone again. The fiery eagle's eyes flashed fiercely, and it took the initiative to rush out, and with a swipe of its iron claws, it shattered the giant arrow. What's going on? Whoosh, gradually, the fiery beasts in the sky became more cautious, and didn't dare to attack carelessly. Some of the weaker arrows couldn't hurt the fiery beasts unless they hit their weak points. The middle-aged man in black armor shouted. Retreat! It's him. Humans didn't have such good stamina, and their essence chi couldn't last that long. There were very few ancient beasts in the Red Earth world, and the number of beasts that could be tamed as spirit pets could be counted on one hand. Moreover, the fiery scale beast was a top existence among the ancient beasts. Many squads were fighting around the Black Iron tribe. Hearing this, the red-robed elder was extremely excited. Boom! Not good. It won't be long before this place is breached. A voice came out from the flames. Huh? Not bad. After absorbing all the medicinal effects, Jinyu stopped refining his body. Whoosh, Yan Ling's childish voice was heard. 5 giant fiery beasts swooped down with a wave of heat. At the same time, the other fiery beast's attacks also fell on Jinyu. Jinyu jumped on the fiery scale beast and ran in front of the group. After half a month of fighting, he had completely become famous, and his prestige was equivalent to that of the captain of the High Mountain tribe. If he had to face the fiery beasts on the ground and the fiery beasts in the sky at the same time, it would be too easy to be distracted. In a battle, any small detail could determine the outcome, not to mention being distracted. The scene of Jinyu killing so many beasts with a roar was still imprinted in their minds. Haha, you're courting death. In the Gobi Desert, in the mysterious ancient palace, a dark red light flashed. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. After swallowing it, Jinyu began to refine his body. Jinyu thought. Boom, dong, the people of the High Mountain tribe immediately looked over, their eyes flashing. The black-armored middle-aged man stared at Jinyu with sharp eyes. A heavy black shadow flashed, stirring up a shocking black wind, and pierced through a fiery bird. As a connate spirit flame, the blood glass flame was extremely powerful. Not everything could become its nourishment, which showed how extraordinary the fire core was. Compared to the fiery birds, there were more fiery beasts, and more of them had reached the connate level. The red-robed elder looked respectful and sincere. Master, this fire core has a certain effect on the blood glass flame. Those with weaker cultivation were directly killed by the recoil, just like the fiery bird. Whoosh, many archers pulled their longbows and shot out fiery red arrows. He had 2 goals for staying here. First, to collect resources. Second, to learn the Yuan Fiend Divine Skill and Shocking Fiend Sword Incantation through a large number of battles. The flames in front of him disappeared, and so did the flames in the palace. Everything returned to darkness and silence. These were special arrows. They had strong penetrative power and were not affected by the wind, but normal people would find it difficult to shoot them. After the flames dimmed, one could clearly see that the entire smooth mirror-like ground was covered in complicated and precise patterns, like the patterns of an array formation. Jinyu took out the fire spirit ginseng, ice snow lotus, and moon spirit ore to make the ice and fire body refining liquid. Only now did Jinyu start. A thick javelin fiercely hit the body of the iron hawk fiery bird and pierced through its body. Someone shook his head with a smile. Although the fire core could directly increase cultivation without any side effects, Jinyu wasn't in a hurry to increase the fire scale beast's cultivation. He hoped that the fire scale beast could experience a large number of battles to increase its strength and skills. But the blood-glazed flame in his hand had not completely disappeared. A black wind howled, and a huge sword of killing intent fell, tearing 5 or 6 fire beasts to pieces. The battle continued. Chirp, this is an ancient beast, the fire scale beast. Every time Qinyu attacked, a bird would be killed. Moreover, the bird would fall within the tribe's territory, and Qinyu could easily obtain its fire core. Before, their targets were the other Hotian stage fiery birds, but someone had killed a Xianxia stage fiery bird with a single javelin. It was really exciting. How could one survive being surrounded by fiery birds in the air? Who threw this? Secondly, the High Mountain tribe was the #1 power in the Red Earth world, so it should be the safest. Even the Xiantian masters of the High Mountain tribe felt their hearts sink. Moreover, he used a trace of the blood-glazed flame to refine his body. Retreat to the High Mountain tribe. Once we get there, these fiery beasts won't be able to take another step forward. Compared to the fiery beasts, the fiery birds in the air were more troublesome. Qi transformation realm martial artists couldn't fly, so it was difficult to hit the fiery birds. The black-armored middle-aged man shouted. But the fiery birds circled in the air, creating a strong wave of heat that interfered with the arrows, greatly reducing their accuracy. However, to everyone's surprise, the instant this flaming bird collided with Qinyu's body, its body abruptly exploded, turning into a cloud of sparks. Before, they had all been thinking of taking Qinyu's spiritual pet, but now that Xianxia was fighting, they temporarily gave up on that idea. Of course, only high-quality fire cores would have a weak effect. Ordinary fire cores weren't very obvious. Well done. I used too much power. I'll sleep for a while. I hope that when I wake up, you will give me good news. The Black Iron tribe fell, and everyone began to retreat. On the way, when they passed by some large tribes, they found that there were almost no people inside, almost empty. The attack of the fire beasts is omnidirectional, and the people of these large tribes have also been dispatched to various areas to participate in the battle, the middle-aged man in black armor said. Among them, only half of the team he led were from the High Mountain tribe, and the rest were experts from other large tribes. Everyone shuddered when they heard this. Many people thought that only this area faced the fire beast tide. It turned out that the entire tribal area was facing the attack of the fire beast tide in all directions. Moreover, the tribes in other directions not only faced the attack of the fire beast tide, but also the desert bandits, among which there were people who could command the fire beasts. The attacks these tribes faced were even more fierce, and the battle situation was tragic. Some of the tribal women and children did not have time to retreat before they fell. They kept retreating, and some had already returned to the High Mountain tribe. The Black Iron tribe was the place that had been guarded for the longest time. In this way, it was all Qinyu's credit. If he, Fu Bailing, and the others hadn't annihilated the bandits' lair, killed the wrinkled old man, and slaughtered all the fire beasts there, the Black Iron tribe would have ended up like the other tribes in the other regions. These fire beasts should be controlled by someone behind them. Moreover, the fire demon bandits actually colluded with the fire beasts. Many people were worried. The fire demon bandits were incomparably powerful. Although they had been defeated by the tribes once, now they actually joined forces with the fire beasts to fight against all the tribes. In less than half a day, everyone finally arrived at the High Mountain tribe. What was strange was that halfway through, the fire beast stopped its pursuit. The High Mountain tribe was like a country standing on a high slope, majestic and extraordinary. Team 13, return. The middle-aged man in black armor said loudly. Open the city gate. In front of the city wall, the huge city gate slowly rose. After entering the High Mountain tribe, everyone couldn't help but relax. After everyone was settled, the middle-aged man in black armor and the others left. Qinyu strolled around and observed the first tribe of the Red Earth world. This was no longer like a tribe, but a small country. Qinyu estimated that even if all the other tribes added up, they could not compare to the High Mountain tribe. Walking into the trading market of the High Mountain tribe, high-aged fire attribute precious materials could be seen everywhere. Due to the special times, the prices of these precious materials were higher, but even so, they were much cheaper than those on Kunyan continent. Buying fire cores, late Hotian stage fire cores, 100 gene of fire ironstone. Buying early Hotian fire cores. Other than that, the most popular item was the fire core, whose value continued to soar. After all, the fire core could directly increase the strength of a fire Dao cultivator. In such a special period, if one could increase their strength a little, they would have a higher chance of survival. So high. Xianxia was a little tempted. However, he still held back. He believed that as the war began, the value of the fire core would only increase. After strolling around, Xianxia returned to his residence. Warrior Chen, the clan leader wants to see you. A member of the High Mountain tribe had been waiting for a long time. Oh? Xianxia was a little surprised. The summons of the High Mountain tribe's chief was no small matter, so he had to be cautious. Then, under the guidance of others, Xianxia arrived at the core area of the Alpine tribe. Come in. When Xianxia arrived outside the main hall, an old and loud voice came from inside, causing Xianxia to be moved. Entering the main hall, Xianxia saw a white-haired elder sitting at the top. He wore a white robe, had a stern expression, and his eyes were shining. He must be the chief of the High Mountain tribe. Origin realm. Xianxia could feel the chi presence from this person. Other than the High Mountain chief, there were quite a number of people here. Most of them were at the late stage of the Xiantian realm, and the weakest was at the middle stage. Among them, the black-armored youth who once helped the Black Iron tribe defend against the fire beasts was at the lowest position. What Xianxia didn't expect was that he not only saw Fu Bailing, but also some unexpected acquaintances. Beside Fu Bailing, there was a white-robed youth and a green-robed youth. These two were Dou Nanhua and Jiang Lingyuan from the Demon-less Academy. Although Xianxia was surprised, he immediately understood the situation. These two must have known that he came to the Red Soil world and followed him here. Hee. Jiang Lingyuan and Dou Nanhua both stared at Xianxia with smiles on their faces. They were ordered by Luo Haoyan to come to the Red Soil world to kill Xianxia. But their luck wasn't good and they didn't meet Xianxia. They actually hoped that Xianxia would die in the attack of the fire beast tide, so that they could save themselves some trouble. Now that they saw Xianxia, although their hopes were dashed, they were still very happy. Wasn't it better to kill Xianxia with their own hands? Moreover, Xianxia had a lot of treasures on him. On the other side, Fu Bailing looked at Xianxia and revealed an unnatural expression. Xianxia, over here. The black-armored middle-aged man called out. Xianxia came to his side and found a place to sit. Chief, this person contributed the most in this fight against the fire beast tide. The black-armored middle-aged man said respectfully. Good, I didn't expect the tribe to suffer such a disaster, but to have so many brave warriors. If the few of you perform well in this battle, you will be able to enter the High Mountain tribe directly after the battle. The High Mountain chief said solemnly with a smile. Enter the High Mountain tribe directly? Many people present were secretly shocked. It was extremely difficult for people from other tribes to join the High Mountain tribe, let alone become an internal member of the High Mountain tribe. Thank you, Chief, for your kindness. We will do our best. Dou Nanhua said humbly with a warm smile. He wasn't interested in these things at all. This was just to avoid being recognized. Next, the High Mountain tribe discussed the war strategy, such as the distribution of combat power and so on. And Xianxia was actually assigned to Dou Nanhua's team. Soon, the meeting ended. Xianxia, why don't you look happy to see your senior? Dou Nanhua took the initiative and said with a smile. Now that the Red Soil world is in chaos, we are all from the same academy, we can only survive by helping each other. Jiang Lingyuan also said with a smile. Ignoring the two of them, Xianxia returned to his residence. There's only one ice snow lotus left. Xianxia took out the ice snow lotus, moon spirit ore, fire spirit ginseng and other precious materials to concoct an ice-fire body tempering liquid. After swallowing it, Xianxia began to temper his body. Then, he mobilized a trace of blood-glazed flame to temper his body. After a period of time, the medicinal effect was exhausted. Feeling his copper statue righteous body, Xianxia's eyes lit up. My copper statue righteous body has reached its peak. It won't be long before I can advance to the copper statue righteous body. Half a month later. Woo-woo-woo within the High Mountain tribe, the roar of a ferocious beast could be heard. Let's go, the battle is starting. The bandits and fire beasts are attacking. The entire tribe's combat personnel were all mobilized. Coming to the city wall, Xianxia saw countless fire beasts and bandits surrounding the entire High Mountain tribe. Fortunately, the High Mountain tribe's terrain was high, so they had the advantage of defense. Qinyu, this is the place we are defending. Not far away, Do Nanhua shouted. At a glance, other than Do Nanhua and Jiang Lingyuan, the hook-nosed man and the beautiful woman who were with Do Nanhua at the Dark Night Gathering were also there. The battle was fierce, but for the elites of the Demon-Free Academy, they could still deal with it easily. And Qinyu did not hide the fire-scale beast, he let it out to help in the battle. After a day, Do Nanhua and the others did not find a chance to deal with Qinyu. After all, their main strategy right now was to defend themselves. They couldn't attack Qinyu openly, right? This kid is really lucky. I heard that he obtained an almost useless hatched egg at the Dark Night Gathering. I did not expect it to hatch a fire-scale beast. Do Nanhua stared at Qinyu's mount with envy and jealousy. Once he is dead, the fire-scale beast will be ours. Jiang Lingyuan snorted. Half a month passed quickly, the High Mountain tribe and the fire beasts consumed each other, and there were countless casualties. In the wave of fire beasts, many fire beasts swallowed a large number of fire cores, and their forces continued to transform. On the High Mountain tribe's side, the people also quickly increased their strength through the fire cores. As for Qinyu, he cultivated the demon shocking sword art through killing while defending the city, and when he was resting, he cultivated the copper statue divine body. Without the ice snow lotus, Qinyu could only concoct other medicinal liquids to temper his body. Although the effect was not as good, it was better than nothing. One day, Qinyu found out that by grinding the fire core and putting it into the medicinal liquid, it could greatly enhance the body tempering effect. As such, Qinyu was confident that before leaving the red soil world, he could cultivate the copper statue divine body to the copper statue divine body realm. The battle was getting more and more intense. Boom, in the distant sky, dark red clouds rolled, and a scorching wave of fire came crashing towards the High Mountain tribe. What happened? Qinyu, who was cultivating, was alarmed and walked out of his house. Vaguely, he could see a red figure in the dark red clouds, emitting a shocking aura. Origin realm. Qinyu's expression turned serious. At the same time, two figures flew out of the High Mountain tribe, both of them were in the origin realm. One of them had light red hair, and the other was the High Mountain tribe leader. Kiki, elder brother, we meet again. From afar, the red-robed elder laughed evilly and looked at the High Mountain tribe leader. Dao Yunyun, you actually colluded with the fire beasts. The High Mountain tribe leader had a face of anger. I have said it before, he is beyond saving. If you had hardened your heart, this wouldn't have happened. The red-robed elder said to the High Mountain tribe leader. Previously, Dao Yunshan colluded with the bandits to attack the High Mountain tribe, but they failed. In the end, the High Mountain tribe leader showed mercy and let him live. This time, I will definitely kill him. The High Mountain tribe leader stared at the red-robed elder with a deep gaze. High Mountain tribe. What a sin. Dao Yunshan and the tribe leader were brothers, but they walked on the opposite path. The upper echelon of the High Mountain tribe side. Qinyu was also stunned. He didn't expect the leader of the fire demon bandits to be a member of the High Mountain tribe and the blood brother of the High Mountain tribe leader. What made the red-robed elder walk on the opposite path and become enemies with the High Mountain tribe? Becoming enemies with his own brother? Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me. The red-robed old man's expression was stern. He looked at the Gaoshan tribe leader with a trace of pity in his eyes. Huff huff, waves of fire rolled around him, and suddenly, a fire beast appeared. This fire beast had a huge body and a face like a lion. Its fiery red body was covered with mysterious golden lines. Its tail was actually a red snake that was hissing. It was only in the late stage of the Xiantian realm, but the ancient beast aura it emitted wasn't any weaker than an origin realm expert. Ancient beast, snake-tailed lion. The High Mountain tribe leader was stunned. Roar, the snake-tailed lion let out a deafening roar and turned into a golden-red shadow that pounced at the old man. On the other side, the red-robed elder and the High Mountain tribe leader attacked at the same time. In a split second, a region of the sky was engulfed by the surging fire waves. Loud noises could be heard continuously and shook the earth. The origin realm battle was about to begin. From afar, the firestorm created by the battle caused the people on the city wall to be alarmed. Suddenly, dozens of fireballs flew out from the firestorm towards the tribe and the fire beast wave. Dodge. The city wall was in chaos. Wherever the fireball landed, it formed a firestorm that destroyed all living beings. Hotian realm experts would die if they touched this flame. Even Xiantian realm experts wouldn't dare to get close. This battle lasted for a long time and caused great damage to the tribe, fire beasts, and bandits. Finally, both Origin realm experts suffered some injuries and the battle came to an end. 1 month later, the Origin realm experts from both sides started fighting again. This time, the High Mountain tribe used a formation to repel the red-robed elder. Since then, the fire demon bandits were at a disadvantage. The High Mountain tribe changed from defending to attacking. Chief Gao Shan and another Origin realm expert personally chased after the red-robed elder. Secondly, the tribe sent out a large number of troops to kill the fire beasts and bandits. In the desert, the wind and fire howled and covered the sky. You are already on the path of devotion. The gray-haired elder laughed. Gao Yunshan, this time, I will take your life personally. Chief Gao Shan had a serious expression. The red-robed elder looked at the two of them and suddenly revealed a smile. Haha, you really think you won? Hearing this, Chief Gao Shan and the gray-haired elder frowned and had a bad premonition. I think you should know that the underground of this world is a huge seal, and the High Mountain tribe is at the core of the seal. The red-robed elder asked. So what? You will never be able to break through the High Mountain tribe. You won't have the chance. Chief Gao Shan said calmly. What Gao Yunshan said was the biggest secret of the Red Earth world. Basically, only the High Mountain tribe's chief and a few elders knew. Haha, is there no one else among the elders who has the same idea as me? The red-robed elder laughed. What? Chief Gao Shan and the gray-haired elder were shocked. According to what Gao Yunshan said, there must be a traitor in the High Mountain tribe. At this moment, the Gao Shan tribe had turned out in full force, all for the sake of killing the fire beasts, the desert bandits, and Gao Yunshan. There was only one elder in the tribe, and they had very few troops. Furthermore, all of this seemed to be part of Gao Yunshan's plan. Perhaps that Doyan was the traitor. Stop them! Gao Yunshan shouted in a low voice and attacked at the same time with the snake-tailed lion. Previously, they were just pretending to be weak to lure the two Origin realm experts from the High Mountain tribe over. Right now, he and the snake-tailed lion were going all out. They were confident that they could stall the two Origin realm experts. Gaoshan tribe. It's finally over. Qinyu sighed. This war had lasted for nearly 3 months, and it was finally coming to an end. During this period of time, Qinyu had successfully leveled up his fiend's shocking sword technique through the battles on the battlefield. His bronze statue skill had also reached its peak, and he was only 1 step away from the highest level, bronze statue true body. In addition, within 3 months, the price of fire cores had soared to an extremely high level. Taking this opportunity, Qinyu sold a batch of fire cores in exchange for plenty of high-quality fire-type materials. He also obtained a fire spirit crystal mine. Tonight, I will attempt the bronze statue true body and prepare to leave this place. Qinyu had made up his mind. At night, the High Mountain tribe was unusually quiet. Qinyu took out 2 innate realm fire cores, crushed them, and put them into the medicinal liquid. After swallowing the medicinal liquid, Qinyu felt as if his body was on fire. Endless flames were burning his organs, meridians, and bones. At the same time, he activated the blood-glazed flame and attached it to the surface of his body, coordinating with the medicinal liquid. Within his body, the last remaining medicinal effect of the Rising Dragon Elixir was activated. Buzz buzz, the ancient bronze patterns on Qinyu's body were constantly vibrating, and new patterns were extending out. The layer of divine force on the surface of his body was actually shrinking and fusing with the surface of his body. At this moment, Qinyu was at the final juncture of attempting the bronze statue true body. His body was constantly expanding, and there was a tearing pain. At a certain moment, Qinyu felt that his spiritual consciousness seemed to have a closer connection with his body. A layer of bronze light shone from his body, accompanied by a kind of spiritual pressure. At this moment, Qinyu looked as if he had turned into a real bronze statue, giving off a solemn feeling. Buzz boom, an astonishing physical strength was emitted from Xianyu's body. His body suddenly expanded, and the surface of his body was covered with even more intricate bronze patterns. From the inside out, he emitted a domineering and solemn aura, as if he was a living Buddha. Success! Xianyu opened his eyes, which flashed with an ancient yellow light. After achieving the bronze statue true body, Xianyu's most intuitive feeling was that his spiritual consciousness could form a connection with his body. Previously, his spiritual consciousness had already reached the middle stage of the innate realm. If it was combined with the bronze statue true body, it could almost reach the late stage of the innate realm. It's so magical. Xianyu was greatly surprised. I wonder what level my strength and defense have reached. Xianyu was slightly excited, and he had the urge to stretch out his hand. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Second team, 6th team, 12th team, gather. As soon as they came out, they saw a senior member of the tribe standing on a high place shouting. There are fire beasts underground, trying to sneak into the High Mountain tribe. All teams guarding the High Mountain tribe, attack and annihilate them. A purple-faced old man shouted. This person was the elder of the High Mountain tribe, and his cultivation was in the late stage of the innate realm. After the tribe leader and some of the elders killed their way out, this elder had the highest status in the tribe. There are still fire beasts underground? Looks like the fire demon bandits were preparing to ambush us, but they were discovered. The fire demon bandits are doomed. This time, the tribe leader and the others will definitely kill them. Everyone discussed. In the end, the 5 teams gathered and immediately set off. The team arrived at the back of the tribe's mountain and entered a mine. After entering the underground cave, everyone came to an extremely spacious mine. They didn't walk far. Boom, the wall in front of them suddenly shattered, and fire beasts rushed out. These fire beasts were the type that were good at digging tunnels. Kill. The 5 teams immediately attacked. If there's a chance later, kill Xianyu. In the team, Donanhua communicated with the other members. All this time, they hadn't had a chance. This underground battle might be an opportunity. Jiang Lingyuan, the hook-nosed man, and the others nodded and paid attention to Xianyu's movements. However, at this moment, at the back of the team, the purple-faced elder and a few elders suddenly attacked the tribe's team. Instantly, more than 10 people screamed and died. In addition, there was another team that suddenly attacked the other 4 teams. There were fire beasts in front and traitors at the back. The group was suddenly surrounded. Moreover, the ones who rebelled were a grand elder and several elders. Their cultivations were profound and their strength was great. The fire beasts on the other side were also extremely powerful. Elders, why are you? Why, one by one, the tribesmen died with grievances. What's going on? Donanhua and the others were stunned. How did things turn out like this? Xianyu's expression darkened. He vaguely felt that the battle seemed to be not over yet. I'll leave these people to you. Behind the fire beasts, a few elders in red robes walked out. They didn't participate in the battle, but quickly rushed to every corner of the space and took out many array tools from their storage bags. Obviously, they were setting up arrays. Kid, die. An elder in a gray robe launched a sneak attack on Xianyu. Xianyu was quite famous in this battle, and he had a spiritual pet like the fire scale beast, which was his main target. Swoosh, the elder in a gray robe held a long sword in his hand. The sword was surrounded by burning flames and turned into layers of red sword shadows. Eat my fist. Xianyu activated the bronze statue true body and instantly turned into a bronze man. His body emitted a faint bronze glow, giving people a solemn feeling. Die. The elder in a gray robe sneered. Xianyu actually used his fist to touch his sword. Clang, the fist and the sword collided. The elder in a gray robe suddenly felt a strong force. His arm trembled, and the sword in his hand fell to the side. On the other hand, only a sword mark was left on Xianyu's fist, which healed in an instant. How is this possible? The elder in a gray robe couldn't believe it. As a mid-stage Khanate being, he suddenly attacked Xianyu, but Xianyu knocked his weapon out of his hand with one punch. Eat my fist again. Xianyu smiled and rushed towards the elder in a gray robe. The elder in a gray robe reacted, but it was too late to dodge. He could only use his true chi to block Qianyu's fist. He didn't dare to underestimate Qianyu anymore. He used all his true chi to form a fire-patterned light shield around his body. Break! The shining bronze fist emitted a faint bronze glow and hit the fire-patterned light shield. Crack! Almost instantly, the fire-patterned light shield shattered, and the fist landed on the elder's chest. Bang! The elder in a gray robe's body hit the wall like a cannonball, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The clothes on his chest were torn, and even the inner armor inside was completely damaged. What? The other elders and the purple-faced elder were shocked when they saw this scene. Hee, not bad. Qianyu chuckled. When he reached the bronze statue real body, he could use his full strength to attack, and the power would reach the mid-stage connate being. Let's go. Qianyu pushed back an elder and quickly looked for a way out. Humph, no one can leave. The purple-faced elder's body swayed, and he stood in front of Qianyu. He stretched out his palm, and a reddish-purple flame appeared on it, emitting a faint light, and emitting a frightening aura. Late-stage connate being. Qianyu's face froze, and the bronze glow on the surface of his body became even brighter. Evil chi materialized, circulating his pure aura chi. Qianyu's fist glowed with a copper light, and a black wind howled, instantly forming a jet-black python. The python's scales glowed with a dark yellow luster, giving off a metallic feeling. Bang! The fist and the palm collided, and a dull sound was heard, and a gust of flame and black wind exploded. Qianyu and the purple-faced elder took a few steps back at the same time. This kid. The purple-faced elder looked surprised, and he stared at Qianyu in disbelief. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous exchange, the power that burst out from Qianyu's fists was enough to numb his palms. The purple-faced old man revealed a strange expression as he stared at Qianyu in surprise. Although he did not use his full strength, Qianyu was only at the advanced stage of the Hotian realm. The power that burst out from his fist made his palm numb. On the other side, Qianyu waved his hand and put out the purpline fire on his fist. What? The purple-faced elder was shocked again. Even if it was an expert of the same level, he would not be able to get rid of the purpline fire so easily. Hee. Qianyu couldn't help but grin. After the bronze statue's skill broke through the bronze statue true body, his strength and defense had been greatly improved. Especially in terms of defense, it had a strong resistance to all evil things. Kill. Kill. The surroundings were in chaos as the two sides clashed with each other. Everyone was fighting desperately, trying to break out of the encirclement. Not many people noticed that Qianyu and the purple-faced old man had clashed head-on. No one knew that there was a pair of eyes watching everything from the depths of the ground. Eh? This little guy is not bad. His strength and defense are so strong. If only his cultivation was higher. What a pity. His cultivation is too low and he is a body cultivator. He is not suitable to be my body. Hee, you have no way out. One of the elders said with a laugh. The traitorous elders had the upper hand in terms of cultivation, and they were attacked by the powerful fire beasts. The tribe was in a disadvantageous situation, and they were killed one by one. What should we do? The hook-nosed man looked at Do Nanhua. No one had expected that this would happen. Facing the alliance of traitors, bandits, and fire beasts, even the elites of the Magicless Academy would not be able to escape. We surrender, we are willing to serve the elders. Do Nanhua looked at the others, blinked his eyes, and then said loudly. I surrender too. Jiang Lingyuan, the hook-nosed man, and the others immediately followed Do Nanhua and chose to surrender. As long as they could stay alive for the time being, they could find a chance to leave the Red Earth world. There was no need to fight for a moment and lose their lives. Qianyu was also stunned. He did not expect these people to have no bottom line. Humph, cowards. Many warriors looked at Do Nanhua and the others with disdain. Oh? You want to surrender? But how do I know if you are really surrendering or not? The purple-faced old man and a few elders looked at Do Nanhua and the others with interest. Do Nanhua rolled his eyes. Immediately. Swish, his figure flashed out, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out a gorgeous sword mark, which rushed out like a gust of wind. Puff, a late-stage post-liminary realm cultivator who was trying to resist, was unaware. A wind-shaped sword wound slashed across his neck. Blood spurted out and he fell to the ground dead. Douyu, the others immediately reacted and used their methods to attack the group that was resisting. Huh. You, the elders and other traders laughed. Do Nanhua and the others were extremely powerful. Now that all of them had betrayed the tribe was in an even more difficult situation. They had almost reached a dead end. Do Nanhua, if you kill Qinyu, I will recognize your sincerity and give you a chance to live. Do Nanhua, if you kill Qinyu, I will recognize your sincerity and give you a chance to live. The purple-faced elder said loudly, staring at Qinyu. Do Nanhua and the others looked at each other and immediately agreed. They had long since wanted to make a move against Qinyu. However, they had never found an opportunity to do so. Let's attack Qinyu together. Let's attack together. Do Nanhua said secretly. Through this period of time, they had a clearer understanding of Qinyu's strength. Any one of them was no match for Qinyu in a one-on-one fight. But they believed that Qinyu would die if the 6 of them attacked at the same time. Kill. Do Nanhua's group of 6 quickly moved, spreading out from 6 different directions to attack Qinyu. Among them, there were 3 middle-stage Xiantian experts and 3 early-stage Xiantian experts. In addition, after staying in the Red Earth world for a period of time, their strength had improved a lot. Oblique wind sword technique. The long sword in Do Nanhua's hand danced and slashed out elusive wind-shaped sword marks. Jiang Lingyuan took out a snow-white long sword and stabbed out hundreds of snowflake sword shadows towards Qinyu. The hook-nosed man's eyes flashed and the metal claws in his hands tore out a chaotic black magic mark. For a time, the 6 people's powerful skill shrouded Qinyu from all directions. There was no way out. Die, Qinyu. Do Nanhua laughed sinisterly. Do you really think you can kill me with just the 6 of you? Qinyu sneered. These 6 people wanted to kill him, and Qinyu also wanted to kill them. Bronze statue true body. Qinyu activated the bronze statue true body with all his strength. The sophisticated and simple bronze patterns on the surface of his body bloomed with a solemn bronze light. At this moment, the attacks of the 6 people came at the same time. Boom, a huge and terrible storm exploded and engulfed Qinyu. Humph, you're dead. Do Nanhua snorted coldly. You guys are really boring, letting 6 Xianti on stage to deal with 1 Hoti on stage. An old man in a long robe who was setting up an array smiled disdainfully. However, at this moment, buzz, in the dust of the explosion, an even more brilliant bronze light bloomed. Suddenly, a huge bronze arm stretched out from the dust and smashed towards the hook-nosed man. What is this? No, the hook-nosed man was horrified. He had never seen such a huge arm before. What the hell was going on? Boom, with a punch, the hook-nosed man's body was directly blasted away and exploded into several pieces. One punch killed an early Xiantian stage expert. Boom, the dust spread outwards and dissipated into thin air. A huge bronze statue stood in place, blooming with a sacred and solemn light, becoming the most dazzling existence here, giving people an endless sense of oppression. And the face of this Buddha statue was exactly the same as Qinyu. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Lingyuan's eyes widened and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, Qinyu's body size had increased by at least 3 times. His body was like bronze and iron, solemn and dignified, giving people a feeling of powerlessness. Damn, where did this Buddha statue come from? That kid, transformed? Many people nearby were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Die. Qinyu, who had turned into a huge Buddha statue, spat out a word. After the bronze statue technique broke through the bronze statue true body, he had a special ability that could make his body bigger, increasing his defense and strength. At the same time, the huge bronze Buddha statue's every move produced a huge pressure, suppressing and deterring the enemy's body and mind. Boom, he threw a thunderous punch towards the other 2 early Xiantian stage experts in Do Nanhua's team. The 2 looked at the huge bronze Buddha statue and endless fear rose in their hearts. Their bodies could not help but tremble, and they did not even have the thought of resisting. Boom, Qinyu's huge palm directly slapped the 2 away, smashing them into the wall, leaving 2 human-shaped dents. It's your turn now. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly stared at Dou Nanhua, Jiang Lingyuan, and the beautiful girl. When he saw Qin Yu's eyes, Jiang Lingyuan's heart trembled, feeling like he was being looked down by a giant. At this moment, a yellow light flashed, and Qin Yu's fist descended. Jiang Lingyuan cursed in his heart. He waved the white longsword in his hand, displaying layers of ice sword shadows. Ding! Bang! That huge fist forcefully resisted Jiang Lingyuan's attack, shattering all the sword shadows and slapped towards Jiang Lingyuan. How can this be? Jiang Lingyuan was even more afraid, and he switched from offense to defense. Boom! Qin Yu directly slapped over, sending Jiang Lingyuan flying to the side. Seeing that he was not dead, Qin Yu circulated his pure aura qi and punched. Crack! Cracks appeared on the wall, and blood splattered out. Jiang Lingyuan, dead. Killing a Xianxia stage expert was so easy. At this moment, the ground trembled slightly. The array formation is done. One of the array masters said. Countless runes on the ground connected, forming a complicated fire array that enveloped everyone inside it. As the array was formed, the soil on the ground suddenly exploded, and a layer of scorching flames surged out. Eh? Qin Yu looked under his feet, and was slightly surprised. When the soil on the ground exploded, he found that the floor was made of a special material. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there were extremely complicated black array patterns on it, giving off a mysterious feeling. Under the black array was a sea of fire, and one could not see the situation clearly. Haha, soon, I will be out soon. A strange laughter came from the sea of fire, but the people on the ground could not hear it at all. Within the fire pattern array, the flames burned fiercely, giving off a scorching heat. Around them, the corpses on the ground lost their vitality rapidly, and eventually turned into a pile of charred bones. Kill them all. A few array masters shouted at the same time. Instantly, the killing became more intense, and there were only a dozen people left resisting. Let's kill this guy together. A white-haired old woman, holding a red fire staff, led a few fire beasts to kill Qin Yu. Kill Qin Yu, and I will let you live. The purple-faced old man looked at Dou Nanhua and the other woman. Hearing this, Dou Nanhua and the remaining woman's gazes instantly turned ferocious. If they wanted to live, there was only one way left. Haha, elder, is it good to deceive these children like this? A red-haired elder smiled and said. Humph, a group of outsiders, why not let them kill each other? The purple-faced old man snorted. It turned out that after a period of contact, the elders of the Gaoshan tribe had already determined that Dou Nanhua and the others were outsiders, and the Gaoshan tribe leader had decided to personally kill the outsiders after the war. Although the purple-faced old man was a traitor, they also hated outsiders. Therefore, he purposely left Dou Nanhua's team to guard the Alpine tribe so that he could kill this group of outsiders at the same time. Kill! Dou Nanhua and the beautiful woman immediately rushed out. Behind them, the red-haired old woman and a few fire beasts rushed out and surrounded Qin Yu. Suddenly, the gigantic Qin Yu's body flashed with a bronze light, and his body quickly shrank, returning to his normal size. As his body suddenly shrank, he dodged most of the attacks from the besiegers. Roar! Qin Yu's body roared, turned into a black shadow, and pounced towards Dou Nanhua. Die! Qin Yu's arm flashed with a bronze light, and a layer of black fiend qi wrapped around it, forming a black python. No, seeing Qin Yu approaching, Dou Nanhua was scared out of his wits, and he was terrified. The breakthrough of the bronze statue skill made Qin Yu's devil fiend shadow even faster, and at such a close distance, Dou Nanhua could not dodge at all. Boom! A black shadow fiercely crashed into Dou Nanhua, and the black evil wind raged. Dou Nanhua's body fiercely fell backward, blood spurting out, and then became silent. With just one strike, Qin Yu had killed Dou Nanhua, who was famous among the middle-stage Khanate cultivators. With the bronze statue skill, Qin Yu had achieved the bronze statue true body. With the help of the mysterious heart, Qin Yu's physical strength was equivalent to the attack of a middle-stage Khanate cultivator. When he used the pure ferocious qi to manifest the ferocious qi, the power of this strike would be even stronger. After all, Qin Yu had already comprehended the true meaning of ferocious qi. The power of the ferocious qi manifestation was also stronger than before. With the help of the ferocious shadow, Qianyu's strike could even move a middle-stage Khanate cultivator. Do Nanhua's death was not unjust. After Do Nanhua's death, only a beautiful woman remained amongst the 6 senior students that had come here. Deep underground. This kid is not ordinary. But go to hell. I can only come out when all of you are dead. Curses echoed in the sea of fire. There was a huge seal under the Red Earth world, and the core of the seal was under the High Mountain tribe. These formation masters were using the formation to absorb the energy of the dead to increase the power of the formation and shake the seal underground. The more dead, the more power the spell master would have, and the faster the seal would be broken. If it weren't for these idiots who wasted so much of my power, I could have broken the seal. The curses continued. Kill them all. Kill this outsider. The purple-faced elder roared. Do Nanhua and the others were really useless. So many of them had joined hands, but they couldn't do anything to Qianyu. At this moment, there were only less than 10 people left in the spell master. As for the enemies, they had almost no losses. There were 4 elders, about 10 Khanate cultivators, and more than 20 Khanate cultivators. As soon as the purple-faced elder's voice fell, almost all the people and fire beasts attacked. Most of them attacked Qianyu. His identity as an outsider attracted too much hatred. Of course, the beautiful woman was also attacked by several Khanate cultivator fire beasts. A bunch of ants. Qianyu stood at the center of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings fearlessly. Buzz, his bronze statue true body was once again pushed to its limits, and the mysterious patterns on it emitted an ancient bronze light that illuminated the surroundings. Within this layer of light, Qianyu's body expanded once again, turning into a small giant. Qianyu opened his mouth and inhaled. Strong winds howled around him. His stomach gradually expanded like a Buddha with a big belly. However, Qianyu did not have the benevolence of a Buddha statue. Instead, he had a fierce look on his face. Dong dong. Dong dong, the mysterious heart suddenly exploded. Kill. Qianyu opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. The power of the bronze lion roar had reached an unprecedented peak. At this moment, Qianyu was in his gigantic form, causing his stomach to suck in an extremely large amount of air. Moreover, he had also infused his killing intent into his stomach. Kill. 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 A layer of dark and distorted sound waves accompanied by a baleful wind swept out, shaking the surroundings. Thump. 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 The experts and fire beasts that besieged from all directions fell to the ground one after another, bleeding from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Even their minds were injured. Bang. Bang. All the acquired stage cultivators' internal organs directly exploded, and they died a miserable death. An early-stage Khanate cultivator also spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Several elders at the middle stage of the Khanate realm, even though they had activated their natural qi in time to protect their ears, noses, and internal organs, their blood and qi were still tumbling like a tsunami. In the periphery, several weaker array masters were all killed. Most of the fire beasts were strong, but they still felt uncomfortable. They fell to the ground, struggling and roaring. In addition, the friendly troops that were relatively close to Qianyu were also affected by the shockwave and collapsed to the ground. Rumble, the entire underground shook because of Qianyu's roar, and boulders fell one after another. Kill. Qianyu, in his enlarged form, swung the greatsword and attacked fiercely. The giant ruler sword was huge to begin with. Adding on the fact that there was a sword of evil qi on its surface, it looked like a giant sword. It was a perfect match for the enlarged Qianyu. At the same time, Qianyu released the fire scale beast from the pet bag. Now, the fire scale beast's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the acquired stage, but as an ancient beast with a holy beast bloodline, its strength was stronger than ordinary Khanate cultivators. Boom, Qianyu jumped out, and the black sword swept across. An amazing evil qi whistled out and pierced the bodies of 2 elders. Puff. They had just experienced the bronze lion roar, and before they could react, they were cut in half by Qianyu's sword, and blood spurted out. When he landed, Qianyu's huge bronze foot, which was surrounded by pure aura qi, stomped down, killing a fire beast. On the other side, the fire scale beast pounced on a fire beast and bit it. From its mouth, hot flames rushed into the body of the fire beast through the wound, and it was burned into a pile of charred corpses. Sword evil chi everywhere. The giant ruler sword in Qinyu's hand danced in the air, unleashing a wave of sword chi that covered a large area. Boom! Boom! Layers of frightening sword chi spread out in all directions. Many people were hit by this move, and their physical injuries worsened. The master and the pet flew underground, taking lives one after another. And the surrounding formation, because the formation master was dead, was easily destroyed by Qinyu. Deep underground. The sea of fire was silent for a moment, and then suddenly began to boil. Boy, don't ruin my plan. You are at the acquired stage, how can you kill so many Khanate cultivators? Can't you be a little more normal? You, stop it. In the sea of fire, a very uncalm voice roared. Qinyu killed the formation master, and the formation was broken. How could he calm down? Unfortunately, Qinyu above the seal couldn't hear it. Stop, Qinyu. The purple-faced elder roared and rushed directly to Qinyu. He never thought that by giving Qinyu an opening, Qinyu would be able to instantly reverse the situation. Boom! Boom! Around the purple-faced elder, there was a layer of terrible purple flames. He waved his hand, and a huge purple flame palm blasted at Qinyu. Good. Qinyu turned to look at the purple-faced elder, waved the evil chi giant sword in his hand, and destroyed the purple flame palm. At this moment, Qinyu was not afraid to fight with a late-stage Khanate cultivator. This boy, I can't let him live. The purple-faced elder was shocked. Qinyu's monstrous talent caused fear to rise in his heart. Boom! Bang! The purple-faced old man struck out with both of his palms repeatedly. Boundless waves of purple flames surged out of his palms and rushed toward Qinyu like a tidal wave. What a powerful flame! Qinyu's complexion turned solemn. Although he had reached the bronze statue real body, the purple-faced elder was a late-stage Khanate cultivator, and he had a deep understanding of fire, so his attack power was very terrible. After a long time, his bronze statue real body couldn't bear it, and felt a corrosive burning. Whoosh! Qinyu stretched out his other hand, and a ball of blood-colored flame abruptly burst out of it. The moment this flame appeared, the purple-faced elder's heart skipped a beat, and the flame power he released trembled slightly. The seal under Qinyu's feet suddenly burst into flames. Khanate spiritual flame. It's the blood glass flame. If I can swallow this flame, my cultivation will recover a little faster after the possession. In the sea of fire under the seal, the voice was extremely excited. Qinyu's hand that was holding the blood glass flame suddenly grasped the dark heavy sword. Boom! Suddenly, a layer of dark red flame was ignited on the black giant sword. Kill! After using the blood glass flame, Qinyu waved his sword and slashed out a dark blood flame sword light. Boom boom boom, the sea of purple flames in front of him was split in half by the dark blood flame sword beam. The remaining power of the sword light flew towards the purple-faced elder. Not good. The purple-faced elder revealed a look of fear. He immediately took out an ancient shield from his storage bag. Activating it, a layer of dark red heavy light wall extended out, like a tall wall, blocking in front of the elder. Boom, the light wall shattered, and the purple-faced elder was pushed back dozens of steps. At this moment, the battle between Qinyu and the purple-faced elder was close to the origin realm, and no one else could get close. Plus, the entire underground was collapsing, and those who were still alive were quickly evacuated. The fire-scaled beast retreated to the edge, watching Qinyu's battle. Kid, let's see how long you can last. The purple-faced elder wasn't in a hurry to attack. At this moment, Qinyu was displaying extraordinary combat power, and he concluded that Qinyu couldn't last long, and would fall into a period of weakness afterwards. He guessed correctly. The bronze statue's true body was huge, and it was a huge burden on the body. Plus, Qinyu was using the giant sword, a heavy weapon, and the blood glass flame, a spiritual flame, so he couldn't use it for a long time. You won't have the chance to see how long I can last. Qinyu's eyes were cold. Suddenly, on Qinyu's bronze body, translucent blood-colored scales condensed, emitting a powerful ancient dragon aura. At this moment, a layer of flashing blood-colored scales appeared on his shining bronze body. He looked extremely strange, like an evil Buddha statue. This is the power of the bloodline. The purple-faced elder's blood trembled. In the Red Earth world, there was no powerful bloodline, which was why the purple-faced elder was so shocked. Die! Qinyu roared, and the giant sword in his hand stabbed out. Because it was in the secret realm, Qinyu didn't have to worry about exposing his trump card, so he attacked with all his strength. Boom! A huge dark flame sword light whistled out, accompanied by a dark red dragon pattern that let out a dragon roar. The purple-faced elder lost his voice in fear. Qinyu's attack reminded him of the returning Origin Realm Patriarch Gao Shan, which made him feel the threat of death. He trembled all over, picked up the shield, and activated it. Crack! As soon as a light wall appeared, Qinyu's ferocious sword slashed through it, shattering it into pieces. No, the purple-faced elder opened his eyes wide, resentful and unwilling. Even the Patriarch didn't notice their plan, and they were only one step away from success. But in the end, because of Qinyu, they were destroyed. How could he be willing to die? He could not die in peace. Boom, a gust of blood flame fiendish wind exploded, destroying the purple-faced elder and the nearby corpses. The entire underground trembled even more violently, and countless rocks fell. Under the underground seal. Rumble, boundless flames constantly attacked the seal above. Just a little bit more, and I can get out. No. I spent all my strength to plan everything, is it going to be destroyed? Little bastard, if I get out, I will skin you, drink your blood, and use your head as a wine cup. The voice was extremely angry and excited, and it kept roaring. No, there is still hope. This ancient fire Qilin beast has absorbed a lot of my strength, and that kid's blood-glazed flame, if I can use these two forces. In the sea of fire, a translucent fireball appeared. Success or failure depends on this. Flame resonance. The transparent fireball emitted a wave of unfathomable flame ripples. In the end, a small part of it went through the black seal. The translucent fireball shrunk a little and became dimmer. At the same time, Qinyu suddenly felt that the blood-glazed flame in his hand jumped uncontrollably. On the other side, the body of the blood Qilin beast suddenly exploded with a blazing flame energy. After killing the purple-faced elder, Qinyu thought that everything was finally over. But suddenly, the blood glass flame in his hand jumped uncontrollably. This ball of blood glass flame had already been completely refined by him. Qinyu did not even need to activate it, but the blood glass flame moved on its own. Oh no, Master, a powerful figure is using a secret technique to activate the power of the blood glass flame. The voice of the flame spirit came immediately. What? Qinyu was slightly shocked. The flame spirit of the blood glass flame was not ignorant. If it was called a powerful figure, then how could the other party be simple? At this moment, the body of the blood scale beast in the distance suddenly burst out with a scorching hot flame power. Roar! The fire scale beast screamed in fear. Obviously, it was terrified at this moment. The power in its body was about to burst out uncontrollably. Boom! The flame power in the body of the fire scale beast erupted again and turned into a huge ball of flame, hitting the black seal on the ground. What's wrong? Qinyu looked at the fire scale beast. Through the contract, Qinyu could feel the fear of the fire scale beast. He had spent a lot of effort on the fire scale beast. At this moment, the fire scale beast seemed to have gone crazy, so Qinyu was naturally very concerned. Master, don't be distracted. The flame spirit exclaimed. However, it was too late. Boom! The blood glass flame in Qinyu's hand jumped out uncontrollably and turned into a stream of fire, rushing to the ground. The blood glass flame and the flames that gushed out of the fire scale beast intertwined, forming a fire vortex on the ground, constantly hitting the smooth black seal. At the same time, boom! The ground shook violently, as if it had been hit by something. Endless red flames seeped out from the ground. Under the attack of the flames, a thin crack finally appeared on the smooth mirror-like seal. Boom! Endless raging flames spewed out from the crack, and within it, there was a translucent little fireball. Haha, success, I'm out. In the sea of fire, a chaotic soul voice sounded. Little bastard, you almost caused this king's plan to fail. Inside the translucent fireball, a pair of blurry eyes appeared and stared at Qinyu. Previously, he had used Gao Yunshan to send out all of his power to create a large number of fire beasts to wage war against the High Mountain tribe. It was all to weaken the seal and break out. However, Qin Yu's appearance almost caused his plan to fail. One had to know that he had used up all of his energy. Once he failed, it would be even more difficult for him to get out. At the last moment, he gave it his all and fought for a chance of survival. What happened? Qin Yu suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by something. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. After carefully scanning with his soul sense, Qin Yu confirmed that it was a small ball of fire that was hard to see clearly. Surprisingly, it was emitting a powerful spiritual aura. How could a ball of fire have a spiritual aura? This bastard, he killed all of them. The body I wanted to possess is gone. An angry voice came from the fireball. Previously, he had been observing the battle outside and carefully observed everyone. He had also chosen a few suitable bodies to possess. In the end, all of them died in the hands of Qin Yu. This king is too weak now. It's not appropriate for my soul to be exposed for a long time. Forget it, I'll make do and borrow this kid's body. The eyes in the fireball stared at Qin Yu with greed. A soul that had lost its body couldn't exist alone for a long time. Moreover, his power had been exhausted. Just now, he had used a secret technique at all costs. At this moment, he could be said to be extremely weak. His soul power was only at the perfected innate realm. Oh no, master, someone is trying to possess you. The flame spirit said anxiously. Possession. Qin Yu was shocked. He had read in ancient books that some peerless experts' souls could still survive after death. They could survive by devouring other people's souls and taking over their bodies. This method was called possession. Once the body was possessed, it was equivalent to being dead. Swish, the dim fireball flickered slightly. The small transparent fireball flew towards Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed. Thump thump. Thump thump, the mysterious heart suddenly beat, giving him a strong premonition of danger. How did this happen? Qin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He was scared out of his wits. If he was possessed and died, his body would become the other party's. Everything in his hands would become the other party's. Qin Yu would never allow such a thing to happen. Buzz, Qin Yu activated the bronze statue real body with all his strength and maintained the size. His brass Buddha-like body emitted an even more dazzling yellow Buddha light. At this moment, Qin Yu's spirit and body were almost integrated. They strengthened each other and strengthened each other's defense. This kid is only at the postnatal realm. How could his soul become so powerful after using a secret technique? The fireball paused for a moment, and a surprised voice came from within. However, at this moment, only Qin Yu was left. He had no other targets to possess. Moreover, he was confident that he could defeat Qin Yu's soul in a battle of souls. Flame spirit! Qin Yu shouted. Wuxi activated all the blood-glazed flame in his body. In an instant, a layer of blood-glazed flame ignited on Qin Yu's bronze statue body. At this moment, Qin Yu seemed to have transformed into a blood-glazed Buddha statue. It was strange and abnormal. This kid, the little fireball, panicked when it saw the scene. It could be seen that he was slowing down, but it was too late. Boom, the translucent fireball hit Qin Yu's body, and was instantly repelled by some of the blood-glazed flame. Ah, it hurts. Screams came from within the fireball. The blood-glazed flame was ranked in the top 100 on the True Fire Spirit Flame list. It was a rare spirit flame that could attack both the physical and spiritual worlds at the same time. The soul within the little fireball was already weak, and after being burned by the blood-glazed flame, it was injured again. Damn it, this little bastard actually used such a method. Panicked curses came from within the fireball. Covering the surface of the body with the blood-glazed flame, to prevent the soul from being possessed, was not a method that ordinary people could think of. And ordinary people would not dare to do this, because they would be burned to death before they could be possessed. Damn it, the soul is so weak. If this continues, I might even fail to possess an early Khanate expert. Inside the fireball, the voice was slightly nervous and panicked. So far, everything that had happened was beyond his expectations. There's no other way, I can only borrow the body of this ancient beast. A helpless voice came from within the fireball. Whoosh, the translucent fireball instantly arrived in front of the fire scale beast, and with a whoosh, it drilled into the body of the fire scale beast. At this moment, the massive black seal beneath Xianyu's feet began twisting and turning. What's going on? This scene shocked Xianyu. Whoosh whoosh, the huge black seal emitted a forbidden aura that could suppress everything. Countless black patterns twisted and quickly shrank, forming a small talisman that floated out. Whoosh, the black talisman instantly came around the fire scale beast and wrapped it up. In an instant, countless black patterns spread out and completely covered the fire scale beast. A moment later, the complex and cryptic patterns disappeared. This is the soul sealing technique. You still have this up your sleeve. A strange roar came from within the fire scale beast's body. Roar, the fire scale beast itself was also crazily roaring and struggling. Fire scale beast. Xianyu looked at the fire scale beast with a worried expression. What had happened? Suddenly, Xianyu felt that the spiritual pet contract between him and the fire scale beast became blurry. At this moment, Xianyu could also feel that the soul of the fire scale beast was rapidly weakening. When Xianyu arrived next to the fire scale beast, his soul connection with the fire scale beast was completely cut off. Did that person possess the fire scale beast? Xianyu was stunned. At this moment, the fire scale beast glared at Xianyu fiercely, and then jumped away. Stay here, Xianyu shouted. The fire scale beast was something that Xianyu had taken great risks to nurture. At this moment, Xianyu's fire scale beast was possessed by someone else, and it was no longer his spiritual pet. Whoosh, the fire scale beast's body released a layer of flame power, and under its exquisite control, it burst out with a shocking speed. Roar, the black wind around Xianyu's body roared as he turned into a shadow and immediately chased after the fire scale beast. Luckily, the fire scale beast's cultivation was not high, it was only at the middle stage of the Ho Tian realm. Xianyu kept approaching it. Kid, are you chasing after me? The fire scale beast suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. At the same time, a terrifying flame pressure emitted from its body, and formed a giant flame beast in the sky, overlooking everything. At that moment, Xianyu was really shocked by the fire scale beast's power, and his mind was slightly shaken. But soon, he realized that the fire scale beast was only at the middle stage of the Ho Tian realm. Even if it had a stronger soul, its body was still at the middle stage of the Ho Tian realm. How much power could it exert? You dare to possess my fire scale beast, you deserve to die. Xianyu was very angry. He fiercely rushed out, clenched his fist, and punched towards the fire scale beast. Whoosh, instantly, the terrifying aura in the sky disappeared. Kid, how dare you offend me? The fire scale beast shouted, and then quickly ran away. Xianyu did not let it go. He used the devil wild shadow, and like a black wind, he chased after the fire scale beast. Bang, he punched again, and the fire scale beast was sent flying dozens of feet away, and smashed a hole in the wall. How dare you hurt me? I will not forgive you. The fire scale beast was extremely angry, and its eyes fiercely stared at Xianyu. It was so powerful when it was at its peak, but now, it was like a tiger in the plains, being bullied by a little Ho Tian realm. King my ass! Xianyu cursed. An ancient spirit beast was so valuable that even a second-class family would crazily fight for it. Moreover, the fire scale beast had the bloodline of the Qilin Saint Beast, which was a top existence among ancient beasts. If it was exposed, even the super families and the 10 ancient clans would be tempted. How could Xianyu not be angry that such a precious spirit beast had been possessed by someone else? Bang, Xianyu punched again, and this time, it was on the fire scale beast's head. His spirit beast had already been possessed, and it no longer belonged to him. If that was the case, he might as well just kill the person who had possessed it. Impudent, how dare you hit my face? Xianyu did not care about the fire scale beast's words, and continued to hit it. Bang! This king will definitely not forgive you, little friend, let's talk this out, you are too rude, the fire scale beast cried for mercy. At this moment, its face was swollen, and its body was covered in wounds. Its aura was weak, and it could not resist. How about, you become my spirit beast? An idea suddenly popped up in Xianyu's mind. Why don't you become my pet? This idea suddenly popped into Qianyu's mind. After all, the fire scale beast was not dead yet. It was just a different soul. Since it was still an ancient beast, why couldn't it become a pet, however? Hearing this, the fire scale beast's expression froze. After a while, its face suddenly turned red, and its eyes became bloodshot, as if they were about to spit fire. Little bastard, what did you say? You want me to be your pet? The Red Flame King glared at Qianyu, as if he wanted to skin Qianyu alive. He had never been humiliated like this since he was born. Qianyu also felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that the person who had taken over his body must have been very powerful at his peak. The fire scale beast was originally my spirit pet. You seized my spirit pet's body. I thought it was because you liked me as your master and wanted to be my spirit pet. Qianyu said shamelessly. Hearing this, the Red Flame King almost fainted from anger. Back then, he had no choice but to take over Qianyu's body. Since there were no other creatures nearby, he chose to take over the fire scale beast. Of course, what he didn't expect was that the person who sealed him had set up a second seal. Once he broke through the seal and was reborn, the second seal would be activated. The second seal was the soul sealing technique. Originally, he only wanted to temporarily borrow the fire scale beast's body, and then take over a more suitable body. However, with the soul sealing technique, his soul couldn't leave the fire scale beast's body. Unless his cultivation grew to a very high level, he could break the seal. Never! Qianyu yelled and threatened. He didn't care if it was suitable or not. He only knew that if he let the fire scale beast go, it would be a big loss. Moreover, the Red Flame King's peak cultivation was hard to estimate. If he recovered his cultivation, he might come back to kill him. Qianyu had already made a decision. Either the other submitted to him, or he would kill the fire scale beast. Little bastard, you're looking for death. How dare you insult me like this, the Red Flame King cursed. He, the dignified Crimson Flame King, had actually been asked by a little fellow at the late stage of the Hotian realm to never submit. He even had the thought of fighting to the death with Qianyu. Unfortunately, he was covered in injuries and couldn't win at all. Return this king to this king. You are now a demonic beast. Even if you don't follow me, you won't have a good ending if others see you when we go out, Qianyu started to reason with him. After all, if he could really convince the fire scale beast, he would only make a profit. They dare? Give this king some time, the Crimson Flame King said arrogantly. Boom, Qianyu punched the Crimson Flame King's head. Don't talk nonsense. I'm only asking you if you're willing to be my spiritual pet. Otherwise, I'd rather kill you than leave a future trouble like you alive. Qianyu was a little angry and shouted. The Crimson Flame King's eyes darkened slightly. He knew that even if he promised that he wouldn't come back for revenge in the future, Qianyu wouldn't believe him. At the same time, he also noticed that Qianyu did not have much patience. If he stubbornly refused, Qianyu would most likely kill him. You only have two choices now. The first choice is to obey me, and the second choice is to die. You have to think carefully. Since you've fallen to such a state, you should have enemies. If you choose the second choice, you still have a chance to return to your peak. Seeing that the Crimson Flame King had calmed down a little, Qianyu said seriously. Even if this king dies with grievances, I will not be your spiritual pet and be insulted by you. The Crimson Flame King said arrogantly after thinking for a moment. At his peak, Qianyu's cultivation was like an ant in his eyes. Even if he wanted to live, there were still things he had to do. But he also had a proud character. How could he let his life and dignity be controlled by an ant? How about this, I won't ask you to sign a spiritual pet contract with me. You only need to sign an equal contract. Qianyu thought about it and saw that the possessor was very arrogant, so he lowered his conditions. To let a peerless expert be his spiritual pet, work hard without complaint, and control his life and death, even if it was Qianyu himself, he would not agree, let alone the Crimson Flame King. Oh? The Crimson Flame King glanced at Qianyu. He did not expect Qianyu to make such a request. One had to know that this equal contract did not have a clear distinction between master and servant. In other words, the Crimson Flame King could reject some of Qianyu's requests. At the same time, this kind of contract also came with a certain risk. The Crimson Flame King could even use certain methods to harm Qinyu. Therefore, when Qinyu made this request, the Crimson Flame King was a little surprised. "This is my minimum. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Qinyu's expression froze, and a murderous aura surrounded his bronze fist. If this punch landed, with the fire scale beast's current condition, it would definitely die. "Alright, an equal contract." The fire scale beast gritted its teeth and nodded. Subsequently, Qinyu signed another contract with the fire scale beast. The spiritual level of the two instantly established a connection. "Although it is an equal contract, if I find out that you have any ulterior motives, I will not let you off easily." Qinyu's eyes froze. If it was a spiritual pet contract, then Qinyu could rest assured that the Crimson Flame King would grow stronger. The stronger the Crimson Flame King, the more help it would be to Qinyu. But if it was an equal contract, he would have to restrict the Crimson Flame King's growth and be wary of it. He believed that even if the fire scale beast changed into a stronger spirit soul, its growth in cultivation would not go against common sense. Without resources, it would be hard for its cultivation to increase quickly. "Humph." The Crimson Flame King snorted in disdain. "Let's go. With such a huge commotion, if the High Mountain tribe returns, we will be finished." Qinyu picked up the Crimson Flame King and prepared to throw it into the pet bag. His identity as an outsider had been exposed. If he was caught by an Origin Realm expert, he would definitely die. Moreover, Qinyu's purpose of coming to the Red Soil world had been achieved. It was time to leave. "You actually want this king to enter the pet bag?" The Crimson Flame King stared at Qinyu. He had just escaped from the seal and was now desperate for freedom. Plus, he was extremely against the pet bag. "If you don't enter the pet bag, if you return to my school and are seen by others, they will definitely try to snatch you. If you fall into the hands of those big families, I don't need to say more." Qinyu rolled his eyes at the Crimson Flame King. The value of the fire scale beast was too high. Previously at the school, Qinyu didn't even expose it. "This is a small matter, this king can solve it myself," the Crimson Flame King said after thinking for a while. "Oh?" Qinyu was a little curious. The Crimson Flame King closed his eyes and his fiery red translucent body gradually dimmed. The ancient beast bloodline pressure he exuded gradually faded away. After a while, the fire scale beast in front of him looked sickly, which was even more different from the mighty Qilin. Carefully sensing it, the bloodline didn't seem to be very strong. In short, it should be the lowest grade among the ancient beasts. Of course, this was just a superficial judgment. Qinyu nodded and didn't bother with the Crimson Flame King anymore. He collected the spoils of war around him and quickly left the place. After leaving the High Mountain tribe, Qinyu hurried on his journey based on his memory. Before heading to the Devilless world, the long-bearded elder once said that when he wanted to return, he just had to go to the starting position and activate the array board. "Kid, what is the name of the world you are in?" the Crimson Flame King asked. "Kunyan Continent," Qinyu answered. "Never heard of it." "It should be a small place," the Crimson Flame King said proudly. "Oh, from what you said, you seem to be very powerful in the past. What was your cultivation level at your peak?" Qinyu was speechless at the Crimson Flame King's arrogance, but at the same time, he was curious. "Humph, when this king was at his peak, I could kill you countless times with a single breath." "You wouldn't understand even if I told you," the Crimson Flame King bragged, pretending to be an expert who couldn't be bothered with Qinyu. Just 4 hours after leaving the High Mountain tribe, there were pursuers. However, if Qinyu and the Crimson Flame King worked together, as long as it wasn't an Origin Realm expert, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. After a round of killing, the pursuers were utterly defeated and suffered heavy losses. The remaining dozen of them fled. One day later, Qinyu arrived at the location where he was teleported. He took out the array board and injected qi into it, activating the array board. "When we return, don't open your mouth," Qinyu warned. "You even restrict this king's speech?" The Crimson Flame King was very dissatisfied. "You are now an ancient beast." Devilless Academy, in the Foreign Domain Adventure Hall, a teleportation array suddenly flashed with light. The returnee of the Scarlet Earth Hidden Domain. The long-bearded elder's eyes flickered. The Scarlet Earth Hidden Domain had been closed due to the high mortality rate. But before it was closed, a total of 7 students entered. Among them, Xianxia was chosen by the vice dean, and the other 6 were all Xiantian realm. It had been 3 months, and there was no reaction. He even suspected that the 7 people were all dead. It seems that the 6 people are back. The long-bearded elder guessed. After all, Xianxia was alone, and it was too dangerous. He tapped his finger repeatedly, activating the array board. Wang, a space vortex appeared on the array board and gradually expanded, eventually forming an unstable space passage. Swish, in the next moment, 2 figures stepped out from it. Xianxia? The long-bearded elder was slightly surprised. This result was somewhat out of his expectation. Immediately, he looked at the more eye-catching fire scale beast and was even more surprised. Even if the fire scale beast was camouflaged by the Crimson Flame King with a special secret technique, it was still incredible for an ordinary Hotian realm student to own an ancient beast. The Crimson Flame King glanced at the long-bearded elder, revealing a disdainful expression, and then looked elsewhere. Xianxia, the long-bearded elder was very dissatisfied with the Crimson Flame King's attitude. Haha, I got a useless egg from the Dark Knight Exchange. I was lucky enough to successfully hatch it, but this guy is not very obedient. Xianxia explained with a smile. After that, Xianxia patted the Crimson Flame King's head. It's good that you're back. Did you meet any other students of the Demon-Free Academy? The long-bearded elder no longer cared about the Crimson Flame King. No. Xianxia said flatly. After answering, he was ready to leave. Wait, I still need to verify your identity. The long-bearded elder stopped Xianxia. Xianxia was a little surprised and nodded. After verifying his identity, if he was not the real Xianxia, he would probably die. Otherwise, the natives of the Red Earth world wouldn't hate outsiders so much. The long-bearded elder first checked Xianxia's identity token, then took out a special instrument to check Xianxia's body and soul, and finally checked Xianxia's pet bag. Okay, no problem. After checking, the long-bearded elder said. May I ask why the natives of the secret land aren't allowed to enter our world? Xianxia was a little curious. This is an order issued by the Yunjiao royal family. I don't know the specific reason. The long-bearded elder said. The Yunjiao royal family? Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't expect that even the Yunjiao royal family would interfere with the management of the secret land in the academy. Without asking any more questions, Xianxia left the place. Haha, for the Kunyan continent, those small spaces and small worlds are equivalent to the world of slaves. Without permission, how can the people in the world of slaves go to a higher world? The Red Flame King said with a smile. The world of slaves? Xianxia was shocked. He didn't expect the Red Earth secret land to have such a relationship with the Kunyan continent. That's right. Maybe the Kunyan continent is also a world of slaves. The Red Flame King continued. Impossible. Xianxia didn't believe it. The Red Flame King never made a draft when he was bragging. Next, Xianxia went to the Mission Commission office and handed over the task of the Red Earth world. 10 pounds of fire spirit ore was considered to have been completed. If he got the fire spirit crystal mine, the reward would be doubled. Therefore, Xianxia received 30,000 demonic points and 3,000 low-grade primordial stones. These demonic points and primordial stones are not enough. I have to find a chance to trade the resources I have. In the Red Earth world, Xianxia obtained a large number of fire cores, high-quality fire elemental ores and precious materials. In the last battle, he also looted a lot of storage bags. Most of the items were very precious. It would be better to wait for a special time to trade them. Then, Xianxia returned to his cultivation cave abode. He immediately began to cultivate in seclusion. The primordial chi in the Red Earth world was thin and the effect of cultivation was low. With Xianxia's talent, it was even more difficult for him to make any progress. Therefore, he had been refining his body in the Red Earth world. Now that he had returned to the academy, he had to make up for it and improve his cultivation level. As he circulated the primary fiend divine skill, Xianxia's mind and body could not help but release an astonishing murderous aura. In the Scarlet Earth world, Jinyu had spent his days in slaughter. The number of flame beasts that had died at his hands was uncountable, and his baleful aura was even greater. Wang hu hu, inside the cave, a strong murderous aura was rumbling. 10 days later, the baleful aura transformed into a sinister python. It twisted and coiled around, looking extremely terrifying. Compared to before, Jinyu's current baleful aura was more condensed and did not pose any threat to his body or mind. Secondly, the condensation of fiendish qi would also amplify his fiendish skills. After refining and condensing the infernal energy, Jinyu began to absorb the huge amount of essence qi in the cave abode. At the side, the iron moonstrange insect dug a hole in the demon bone stone and absorbed the essence of the demonic Dao aura. At present, the iron moonstrange insect had been feeding on the demon bone stone, and its cultivation was close to the middle stage of the Xianxia realm. Moreover, it was even more violent and aggressive than before. As for the Scarlet Flame King, he seemed to be sleeping, but in fact, he was also cultivating. His body formed an essence qi whirlpool that was larger than Qinyu's, and a large amount of essence qi constantly flowed into his body. Demon Fire Peak. Swish, a figure quickly darted inside and entered a room. What's the matter? In the room, a burly young man opened his eyes. Senior Luo, Jinyu is back. The man bowed and said. What? Luo Haoyan suddenly stood up, and a domineering and tyrannical aura exuded from his body, causing the entire space to be extremely oppressive. Didn't that group of idiots come back? Luo Haoyan's face was gloomy. He had sent 3 middle-stage Xiantian realm and 3 early-stage Xiantian realm into the Scarlet Earth Mystic realm to kill Jinyu. But in the end, Jinyu came back alive. How could Luo Haoyan not be angry? No, the death rate in the Scarlet Earth Mystic realm has been extremely high recently. If they don't come back in a month, they should have died in there. You can leave first. Luo Haoyan waved his hand. It stood to reason that even if the death rate in the Scarlet Earth Mystic realm had increased, the possibility of a team of 6 Xiantian realm cultivators dying was still very low. The Scarlet Earth Mystic realm was not big, but it was not small either. It was impossible for Do Nanhua not to find Jinyu in 3 months. In this way, there was another possibility: Do Nanhua and the others met Jinyu, and in the end, Jinyu came out alive, but they died. On the other side, Demonic Qi Pool of Demonic Qi Academy. Outside the Demonic Qi Pool, there were students at the late stage of Hotian realm and early stage of Xiantian realm. They were all absorbing the demonic aura in the Demonic Qi Pool. The closer to the center, the more violent the demonic qi in the black liquid, and the fewer students there were. It could be seen that there was only one person near the center. This person's face was as cold as a knife. Around him, the black liquid was boiling, and a trace of black water rolled up from the pool, covering his body. The whole person looked like an evil and cold demon. This person was the #1 person of the Wind Demon Academy, Ren Han, known as the Mad Demon. Senior Ren, Jinyu is back. Not far away, a Demon Wind Academy student shouted in a low voice. He was at the middle stage of Hotian realm, so he did not dare to go to the center. Oh? He's back? Ren Han opened his cold and dark eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved up into a faint smile. At the same time, many mentors also received the news. After all, Jinyu was this year's freshman competitions champion, and he was the focus of attention. As soon as Jinyu returned, he began to go into seclusion. Cultivation had always been his shortcoming, and this seclusion lasted for 3 months. Inside the cave. Buzz. Buzz, with Jinyu as the center, the spiraling python slowly twisted and disappeared little by little, as if it had drilled into Jinyu's body. The peak of the Hotian realm, only 1 step away from the Xiantian realm. Jinyu opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Perhaps it was because he had stayed in the Red Earth world for too long, but after returning to the Demon-Free Academy, with such abundant yuan qi, Jinyu felt that his cultivation was especially smooth, and he was advancing rapidly. If he wanted to, he had a high chance of advancing to the Xiantian realm after a period of seclusion. But Jinyu decided to slow down first. This guy's cultivation is already close to the late stage of the Hotian realm. Jinyu glanced at the Scarlet Flame King. One should know that this was the Demon-Free Academy's Blood Fiend peak, and the cultivation environment was suitable for cultivators of the Blood Dao and Evil Dao. But the Scarlet Flame King cultivated the Fire Dao, and under such an environment, his cultivation speed was not any slower than Qinyu. That's good, it saves me a lot of resources. Qinyu curled his lips. Little bastard, what did you say? When the Scarlet Flame King heard Qinyu's words, he ended his cultivation and shouted in a low voice. Why don't you hand over all the fire cores you obtained in the Red Earth world, and let this king quickly improve his cultivation? At that time, with this king protecting you, you don't have to be afraid of anything in this academy. The Scarlet Flame King stood up and said arrogantly. All the fire beasts in the Red Earth world were transformed from demonic beasts that absorbed the Scarlet Flame King's energy. Therefore, the fire energy in the fire cores was actually the Scarlet Flame King's energy. If the fire cores were handed over, the Scarlet Flame King could absorb them directly, and his cultivation would increase rapidly. Qinyu naturally wouldn't believe the Scarlet Flame King's words, and he wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. Aren't you very powerful? Do you have any way to quickly increase my cultivation strength? Only when my cultivation is high, then I will be assured to let you increase your cultivation. Qinyu smiled and said. When the Scarlet Flame King was at his peak, he must have been extremely powerful. His memories were a treasure trove. With your innate spiritual physique, it would be a gift from the heavens if you could cultivate to the origin realm in this lifetime. The Scarlet Flame King mocked without holding back. If it was in the past, Qinyu might have nodded in agreement when he heard this. But now, he wouldn't. His master, Mao Qiuyu, once said that with his innate talent, reaching the Qi transformation realm was an extravagant hope. But now, not only had Qinyu advanced to the Qi transformation realm, he was only one step away from the Xiantian realm. He believed that everything depended on human effort. Without wasting any more time with the Scarlet Flame King, Qinyu ended his seclusion and left the cave abode. When the bronze statue technique reached the bronze statue true body, the fourth ice and fire body tempering formula was basically useless. He had to change to a higher grade formula. The fifth formula recorded in the book mainly used the power of lightning to temper one's true body. Qinyu named it the lightning formula. The main ingredients of the lightning formula were the thunder echo rock, electric fluid, and thunder metal claw. Among them, the thunder echo rock was the most important ingredient. Because it was too rare, it could be replaced with the slightly more ordinary thunder luster grass. But Qinyu unexpectedly obtained a piece of thunder echo rock from the puppet master Kong Zhong. And the thunder metal claw could also be replaced with other hard parts of the body of a lightning-type demonic beast. Qinyu did not have most of the ingredients in the fifth formula, and the value of these ingredients was a level higher than the fourth formula. He planned to go to the anti-magic branch palace to take a look. Just as he left the cave abode, Qinyu saw a figure not far away. This person had an ugly face, and his left leg was bent. It was the blood eagle leg, Yan Buqing. Qinyu, you coward. You're finally willing to show yourself. Yan Buqing coldly snorted. Who's hiding from you? Qinyu disdainfully smiled. The reason he went to the Scarlet Earth secret realm was to hide from Renhan. Hehe, you don't want to admit it. If you have the ability, then come to the life and death arena and fight me. Yan Buqing laughed loudly. From the freshman competition until now, he did not get a single chance. He had already determined that Qinyu was scared to death, and that was why he was hiding from him. But Qinyu did not admit it, which made Yan Buqing feel that Qinyu was too cowardly. Alright, then I'll play with you. Qinyu was expressionless. Eh? Yan Buqing was stunned. He said that he would go to the life and death arena casually. He was sure that Qinyu was afraid of him. Since Qinyu did not admit it, he wanted to use this sentence to force Qinyu to admit it. As a middle-stage Xiantian expert, he could not force a Heaven Stage Academy student to go to the life and death arena. He never thought that Qinyu would actually take his joke seriously and even agree to it. Alright, this is what you said. Yan Buqing was overjoyed. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm very busy today. Qinyu said expressionlessly. Alright, kid, this is what you said. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Yan Buqing was infuriated by Qinyu's attitude. But when he thought that Qianyu had already agreed to go to the life and death arena with him, it did not matter anymore. This time, Yan Buqing was in a good mood and did not linger. "Little bastard, you're bullying me again." The Crimson Flame King glanced at Qianyu. "He begged me to bully him. Look how happy he is." Qianyu spread out his hands. There was actually nothing going on between him and Blood Eagle Leg. It was all because Blood Eagle Leg was aggressive over a small matter. The more Qianyu backed down, the more he pressed. In that case, Qianyu would fulfill Blood Eagle Leg's wish. Then, Qianyu rushed to the Demonic Branch Palace. After walking around, Qianyu only bought a part of the ingredients for the Thunder and Lightning Elixir. Just a small part, and Qianyu had almost used up the 30,000 demonic points and 3,000 low-grade primordial stones. Right, I can get a lot of demonic points from the Myriad Demons Tower. I only got to the 20th level last time. Thinking up to this point, Qianyu hurried toward the Myriad Demon Tower. Last time, he only got to the 20th level, and he got nearly 50,000 demonic points. Now that he did not have enough demonic points, he decided to try again. The Myriad Demon Tower was one of the symbols of the Demon-Free Academy. The Myriad Demon Tower's assessment was not only to prove the students' strength, but it also allowed them to obtain a large number of demon-free points. Every day, hundreds of students would gather near the Myriad Demon Tower. When Qianyu arrived, someone was challenging the Myriad Demon Tower. While waiting, Qianyu's gaze landed on the Myriad Demon Stone tablet. At this moment, his name was still at the bottom of the Myriad Demon Stone tablet, and it showed that he had passed the 20th level. However, there were nearly 1,000 names on the Myriad Demon Stone tablet. After a quick glance through the list, Qianyu found several familiar names. Situ Linyu, 30th level. Duan Hao, 30th level. The 30th level of the Myriad Demon Tower represented the highest difficulty for a mid-stage Xiantian realm cultivator. However, considering the exhaustion from passing more than 30 levels, Situ Linyu and Duan Hao's strength should have exceeded the mid-stage Xiantian realm, and they might even be close to the late-stage Xiantian realm. In addition, no one knew when they had left this ranking. For example, Qianyu's record on the Myriad Demon Stone tablet was that he had only passed the 20th level. Apart from that, Qianyu also discovered that the puppet master, Kong Zhong, had passed the 28th level. One must know that Kong Zhong's talent and family background were far inferior to Situ Linyu and Duan Hao. However, in terms of passing levels, he was not far off from them. To a certain extent, Kong Zhong's identity as a puppet master gave him an advantage in the tower. Using puppets to pass the levels did not consume much energy in the early stages, and they were more adept in group battles. "Brother Chen, you're back?" Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. This person was the only student on Blood Fiend Peak who had a good relationship with him, Yang Zhang. "I just passed the Myriad Demon Tower, but unfortunately, I only passed the 21st level." Yang Zhang shook his head and sighed. Yang Zhang's cultivation talent was better than Qianyu's, and he had already broken through to the Xiantian realm. An early-stage Xiantian realm cultivator reaching the 21st level was indeed an average result. "Brother Chen, you must have come here to challenge the Myriad Demon Tower. You passed the 20th level on your first attempt. What level do you plan to reach this time?" Yang Zhang asked with interest. Qianyu was number 1 among the freshmen and was the center of attention. Although Duan Hao's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds under Lu Xuanzong's guidance recently, he believed that Qianyu's improvement was definitely not small as well. "I don't know either," Qianyu answered honestly. The reason why he came to challenge the 10,000 Devils Tower was because he lacked devil points, not because he wanted to challenge the tower. "It's Qianyu, the champion of the freshman competition." Many people nearby paid more attention to Qianyu. Although Qianyu was famous, he rarely showed his face. Usually, he was either in seclusion or in the Arcana realm. Ever since the grand competition, there was very little news about him. He actually took first place in the freshman competition? But Situ Linyu and Duan Hao have already reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Why is Qianyu still at the late stage of the Hotian realm? Although he won first place in the competition, his cultivation talent and family background can't compare to Situ Linyu and Duan Hao. He doesn't have enough talent, and he doesn't have the resources from his family. It's not bad for him to reach the late stage of the Hotian realm in half a year. Gradually, more and more people started to pay attention to Qinyu, and they started to discuss him. I estimate that he should be able to reach the 27th level, or at most the 28th level. Someone guessed. This evaluation was already overestimating Qinyu's strength. The 26th level corresponded to the middle stage of the Xianxia realm, and Qinyu was still at the late stage of the Hotian realm. No, Qinyu has a spiritual pet with him. According to its appearance and bloodline aura, it should be an ancient beast. With the help of an ancient beast, Qinyu's chances of passing the 28th level should be higher. At this moment, a man and a woman walked towards Qinyu. Qinyu. The woman in green took the initiative to speak. She had a delicate face, and there was a seductive look in her eyes. She had a good figure, and it was very attractive. Why are you looking for me? Qinyu carefully sized up the man and woman, and he was sure that he had never seen them before. You must be the one who bought the incubated egg from Qing'er at the gathering. Next to the woman in green was a tall man with a square face. He puffed out his chest and looked down at Qinyu. It's her. Qinyu suddenly realized. So this woman in green was the one who sold the incubated egg at the gathering. That's right, what's the matter? Qinyu took the initiative to ask. He was somewhat grateful to the woman in green. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to obtain an ancient spiritual pet like the fire scale beast. Qinyu, this must be an ancient beast that hatched from my incubated egg, right? The woman in green looked at the fire scale beast, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Deep down, she regretted taking out the hatched egg to trade. The main reason was that she had taken a fancy to a bejeweled artifact, and she didn't have enough points, so she took it out to trade. She didn't expect that an egg that was almost impossible to hatch would successfully hatch into an ancient beast in Qinyu's hands. Although this ancient beast looked sickly and its bloodline wasn't high, it was still an ancient beast. You used 55,001 devil points to buy the egg from Qing'er. Considering that you nurtured this beast for a few months, I'll give you 100,000 devil points to exchange for the ancient beast spirit pet in your hands. The square-faced man smiled. Brother Chen, this is Shang Honglan from the Shang family. Yang Zhang looked at the square-faced man with fear, and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Not for sale. Qinyu's eyes turned cold. Qinyu, you've offended Ren Han by buying the incubated egg. Selling the ancient beast to Big Brother Shang is beneficial to you. Moreover, Big Brother Shang is willing to pay 100,000 demonic points, which is 40,000 higher than your original price. The woman in green raised an eyebrow and said. I said, not for sale. The gratitude that Qinyu had for the woman in green disappeared instantly. Nearby, many people gathered around, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Isn't that Shang Honglan? The woman next to him must be his new lover. They want to buy the ancient beast from Qinyu, but 100,000 points is too low. Hehe, Shang Honglan is from the Shang family, one of the 4 great families. They are famous for looking down on commoners, but Qinyu seems to be a tough nut to crack. This is going to be a good show. From the discussions of the crowd, Qinyu learned that the square-faced man was from the Shang family, one of the 4 great families. However, he seemed to be a branch family of the Shang family. Brother Shang. The woman in green looked at the square-faced man with a pitiful expression. Junior, don't be so stubborn. 150,000 points. Give me, Shang Honglan, some face. Shang Honglan glared at Qinyu and said his name. If you sell the ancient beast to me, I can ask someone to put in a good word for you to Ren Han. Shang Honglan continued, using Ren Han as a threat. As long as Qinyu traded the ancient beast, not only would he get 150,000 points, he would also be able to get rid of Ren Han, who was a threat to him. You 2 deaf people, I already said I'm not for sale. Qinyu coldly glanced at the 2 of them once more. As soon as Qinyu said those words, Yang Zhang's legs trembled, and he broke out in cold sweat for Qinyu. How dare you call me deaf? Do you know the price of insulting me, Shang Honglan? Shang Honglan was enraged. He unleashed a powerful aura towards Qinyu. If Qinyu insulted him, he would have a reason to attack Qinyu. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished if he forcefully bought the ancient beast and attacked it. Moreover, Qinyu had won first place in the competition, so the school would definitely pay close attention to him. You want to fight? A ferocious glint flashed in Xianxu's eyes. After going through so many fights, his temper was much stronger than before. Yo, you're just a new student. So what if you got first place? I, Shang Hanlan, don't need 10 moves to beat you up like a dog. Shang Hanlan sneered when he saw Xianxu's reaction. In his eyes, although Xianxu had won first place in the competition, he was still in the advanced Hotian stage. He was probably limited by his talent and potential, so his progress was slow. Shang Hanlan looked down on people with limited talent and was a commoner. At this moment, the 37th level of the Myriad Demons Pagoda lit up. Someone exclaimed. From the 36th level onwards, one would be at the peak of the Xiantian realm. However, an average peak Xiantian realm expert would have to expend too much energy to pass the 35th level. Soon, the 38th level lit up. Not long after, the 38th level was extinguished, which meant that the person had only passed the 37th level. Haha, I passed the 37th level. A loud laughter rang out at the exit. Hearing this ear-piercing voice, Xianxu found it somewhat familiar. When he saw the figure, Xianxu remembered that it was Wei Bin, the student who sold him the fire ginseng at the Dark Night Exchange. It's Wei Bin. He has passed the 37th level. If he works a little harder, he might even be able to participate in the Yunzhao Nation School competition. Many people were discussing. After Wei Bin came out, this round of challenges in the Wanma Pagoda had ended. Xianxu stepped forward and was ready to enter. Hee, kiddo, why are you in such a hurry to escape? Shang Hanlan said disdainfully. Escape? Haha, if you want to fight so badly, why don't we have a match in the life and death arena tomorrow? Xianxu said, finding the situation funny. He had a match with Blood Eagle Leg the next day anyway. It wouldn't make a difference if he had another match. But as soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Once on the life and death arena, life or death was up to fate. No one had expected that Xianxu would propose a match in the life and death arena. Although Shang Hanlan was a playboy, he had been stuck at the peak of the Khanate level for a long time and had passed the 31st level of the Wanma Pagoda. But Xianxu, a Hotian advanced stage cultivator, wanted to fight Shang Hanlan in the life and death arena. Was there something wrong with his head? Brother Chen, Yangzhang was speechless. Xianxu was too impulsive. Even Shang Hanlan was taken aback. He had often seen people fight to the death in the life and death arena, but he had never been on it. But now that he was being challenged by a Hotian advanced stage cultivator, he would lose face if he refused. Haha, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. But if you die in the life and death arena, your spiritual pet will be mine. Shang Hanlan was still thinking about the spiritual pet. The Shang clan that he belonged to was one of the strongest amongst the many branches. If he were to offer this ancient beast to the main clan, his branch might even be able to integrate into the main clan. His status in the branch would also rise greatly. No problem. Xianxu replied in a carefree manner. Then, he entered the Wanma Pagoda. Not long after, another 2 people entered the Wanma Pagoda. The first round of the Tower Challenge had officially begun. Kid, you're acting like a pig to eat a tiger, just like me in the past, the Crimson Flame King said after entering the first level. Why were you so stupid back then? How could you sell the egg to Xianxu? Shang Hanlan looked at his woman with disdain in his eyes. She was just his new lover. He would throw her away after he got bored of her. What he didn't expect was that this woman had once sold an egg of an ancient beast. This way, as the male companion of the woman in green, he had a reason to redeem it. I didn't have a choice back then. The woman felt wronged. Firstly, she didn't have a point back then. Secondly, someone had their eyes on her egg. If she kept it for too long, her life would be in danger. At the same time, she also hated that ancient beast egg that should have been impossible to hatch had actually hatched in Xianxu's hands. But it doesn't matter. This kid is too arrogant. I can't believe he wants to fight me on the life and death platform. Once he dies, the ancient beast will be mine. Shang Hanlan revealed a cruel smile. Xianxu is simply too arrogant. He challenged Shang Hanlan, so Shang Hanlan definitely won't show any mercy and will take his life. Qin is like this. You don't know how arrogant he was during the competition. Everyone sighed. They were already used to Qin arrogant personality, so they didn't find it strange at all. Wanma Tower. The moment Qin entered, he started the challenge. On the first floor, his opponent was a black-armored demon. Killing intent gathered in Qin eyes, forming two swords of killing intent. He glared at it. Bang, the black-armored demon couldn't withstand the killing intent and collapsed. The first floor was over. The second floor began. The killing intent was still there. With a glare, the opponent couldn't withstand it and disappeared. Then, the third floor. The fourth floor. The fifth floor. The light on the Wanma Tower rose at an alarming speed. In just a few breaths' time. So fast. This climbing speed. Many people were shocked when they saw this. They saw that Qin was the first to start the challenge. Therefore, it must be Qin who was climbing at such a fast speed. However, the first 5 floors were only for early-stage Hotian realm cultivators. It was easy to begin with. Buzz, the 6th floor lit up. The 7th floor. At the 8th level, his speed did not decrease at all. When Qin reached the 15th level, the other 2 challengers had just reached the 10th level. The 11th to the 15th floor corresponded to the late Hotian stage. However, Qin's cultivation was at the late stage of the Hotian realm. So, his speed was still very fast. He almost instantly killed the black-armored devils. Humph, to be able to pass through so quickly, he must have used his movement skill or some special skill. Consuming his Xianxia and physical strength like this, I want to see what he can do next. Shang Honglan snorted in disdain. Most challengers would try their best to reduce their energy consumption and advance steadily. In fact, some of the challengers even brought some Xianxia and vitality recovery medicine with them. Whoosh, a figure scuttled over. It was the Blood Eagle leg, Yan Buqing. Because Qin had accepted his challenge, he had spread the news. His goal was to embarrass Qin. But just now, his friend sent him a message telling him that Qin was challenging the Myriad Demon Tower. So, Yan Buqing came over to take a look. Through the narration of the crowd, he learned that Qin was currently the fastest person to clear the trial. The 16th level. In front of Qin, a black-armored devil appeared. It was 3 meters tall, had a thick body, and was covered in scales. It also had a thick and strong long tail. Whoosh, Qin instantly appeared in front of it and punched out. Boom, a big hole appeared in the chest of the black-armored devil, and its body quickly dissipated. A punch instantly killed a peak Hotian black-armored devil. In principle, the peak Hotian realm still belonged to the late Hotian realm, but because there were many people at this level, the difference in strength was very big. So, there were 5 levels in the Myriad Demon Tower that corresponded to this level. Then, the 17th level. 18 floors. The 20th level. There were 5 peak Hotian black-armored devils on the 20th level, representing the highest strength of the peak Hotian realm. Last time, Qin did not use his trump card, and it took him a long time to pass this level. Whoosh, Qin's figure swept out and approached a black-armored devil. Boom, he punched out and killed one. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared on the other side. Bang! 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 Bang, 4 consecutive turns, 4 consecutive punches, and 4 black-armored devils were easily killed. Then, Qin came to the 21st level. The black-armored devil on the 21st level had a qualitative increase in strength compared to the previous ones. This black-armored devil not only had outstanding strength and defense, but it also had a faster speed. The battlefield on the 21st level was filled with chaotic negative auras. There was the domineering aura of demons, the aura of blood, and the eerie aura of ghosts. Compared to the previous levels, from the 21st level onwards, the environment of the Myriad Demon Tower was more suitable for students to cultivate and comprehend. Back then, it was a little difficult for Qin to pass the 21st level without using his trump card. But things were different now. Die. Qin's speed increased slightly, and he turned into a rapid gust of wind, attacking the black-armored devil. A trace of copper appeared on his arm, and the power of his punch instantly increased. Boom, bang, the entire head of the black-armored devil was blasted into smithereens by Xianxia. 21st level, passed, the layers of the myriad demon tower lit up. 22nd level, in an instant, Xianxia reached the 25th level. In the outside world, the crowd was shocked by the shocking speed at which Lin Fan cleared the trial. He's already at the 25th level. He'll definitely pass this level. I don't think he'll stop at the 28th level. The student who previously said that Xianxia would at most reach the 28th level changed his words. He's indeed a little too fast. He's at the late stage of the postnatal realm, and the 21st to 25th levels are at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, but he passed so easily. The sound of discussion gradually increased. This, on the side, Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buiqing's expression stiffened. This kid is so strong, no wonder he accepted my challenge. One had to know that he had only reached the 29th level a while ago. However, this kid must have used his full strength to pass the level so quickly. He'll probably slow down later, and with his physical strength and true qi consumption, he'll probably reach the 28th level at most. Yan Buiqing thought. On the other side. It seems that this kid has some strength. Otherwise, it would be too boring to be my opponent. Shang Honglan snorted. If Xianxia dared to challenge him, he must have some ability or a trump card, otherwise, there must be something wrong with his head. However, Shang Honglan's cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-stage Xiantian realm, and he had passed the 31st level corresponding to the late-stage Xiantian realm, proving that his strength was definitely at the top of the mid-stage Xiantian realm, and he had the qualifications to challenge those of a higher level. Now that Xianxia had only reached the 25th level, he didn't care much. Was the 26th level lit up? Not long after. The 27th level lit up again. Moreover, the interval between these two levels was not long. As a result, the people near the Myriad Demon Tower no longer dared to rashly guess Xianxia's specific results. Yan Buiqing's heart suddenly tightened. How could Xianxia be so strong? The 26th to the 30th level corresponded to the mid-stage Xiantian realm. Xianxia was only at the late-stage Xiantian realm, and his speed was still very fast. On the 27th level, Xianxia faced two black-armored demonic beings at the mid-stage Xiantian realm, which was not difficult for him. But at this level, Xianxia no longer pursued speed. The environment after the 21st level of the Myriad Demon Tower was special, suitable for cultivation. Moreover, Xianxia found that the Xianxia qi in his body had almost completely transformed into Xianxia qi without him realizing it. Ordinary people would need to spend a lot of time to transform Hotian qi into Xiantian qi from the Hotian realm. But Xianxia had almost completed the transformation before he reached the Xiantian realm. It should be much easier for me to break through to the Xiantian realm. Xianxia thought to himself. He had been stuck at the late-stage Xiantian realm for almost almost a year. With such a long time, and with the transformation of Xiantian qi in advance, Xianxia had no difficulty in breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Since that's the case, I will use these guys in the Myriad Demon Tower to temper my qi and transform it all into Xiantian qi. Xianxia made up his mind. Suddenly, the bronze runes on the surface of his body gradually disappeared. He removed the enhancement from the bronze statue art and used his qi to fight the enemies. As a body cultivator, he gave up the advantage of his body, which was equivalent to suppressing his strength and fighting with his disadvantage. Xianxia punched out with both fists, carrying Xianxia qi and a small amount of Xianxia qi. Boom, the palms of the two black-armored demonic beings clashed with Xianxia. Xianxia felt the powerful strength of the black-armored demonic beings, but he didn't take half a step back. Now, my Xiantian qi is stronger than the mid-stage Xiantian realm. Xianxia's Xiantian qi was Xianxia qi. In the Red Earth world, he had experienced a lot of killing, which greatly improved the quality of his qi. Without using his physique, Xianxia could still fight against the two top-tier mid-stage Xiantian realm demonic beings. Again. Xianxia used his qi again and attacked with both fists at the same time. The black-armored demonic beings didn't show any weakness. The two of them joined forces and used their martial skills to launch fatal attacks on Xianxia. In the distance, the Crimson Flame King stood on the side. This kid isn't mediocre. He knows how to improve himself through his enemies. The Crimson Flame King commented casually. He had long noticed that Qianyu's qi was very strong and had reached the Xiantian realm, so he wasn't too surprised. And as far as he knew, it wasn't rare for Hotian realm cultivators to have Xiantian qi. Boom! Bang, bang! Qianyu fought with the two black-armored demonic beings. He didn't use any other power, only using his qi and battle experience to fight. After a long time, he finally defeated the two black-armored demonic beings. When he returned to the pagoda, Qianyu wasn't in a hurry to enter the next level. He sat down cross-legged and used the Xianxia divine art to cultivate for a while. I feel like I've reached the threshold of the Xiantian realm. Qianyu suddenly opened his eyes and stepped into the 28th level. In the outside world, Qianyu has stayed on the 27th level for so long. He won't fail, right? A student thought it was very strange. At the beginning, Qianyu's speed was amazing, but after reaching the 27th level, he suddenly slowed down. The difference was too big. It was as if he had taken medicine at the beginning, but the effect of the medicine had worn off at the end, and he could not take it anymore. Hee, like I said, this kid passed the levels too quickly and used up a lot of his qi. If he doesn't have the strength to continue, I think it won't be long before he comes down. Shang Honglan smiled brightly. On the other side, Blood Eagle Leg also let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the 28th level lit up. Blood Eagle Leg immediately took a deep breath. He had already reached the 28th level. If Qianyu could reach the 29th level, it would be hard to say who would win the battle between him and Qianyu. However, in the Wanma Pagoda, Qianyu didn't think that much. The 28th level. Once again, Qianyu dispelled the bronze statue arts buff and relied solely on his true qi to fight the three black-armored demonic creatures. He felt that he was only a small step away from the Xiantian realm. On the 28th floor. Boom! Bang! Qianyu was having a hard time fighting the three black-armored demonic creatures at the same time. Even when Qianyu was on the 27th floor, it had taken him a very long time to clear it. The 28th floor was even more difficult for Qianyu. However, the more difficult it was, the more effective it would be. Under the pressure, Qianyu became more proficient in using his true qi, and his true qi became more cohesive. Occasionally, he would be injured by the black-armored demonic creatures, but he had a strong physique, so these small injuries were negligible. The remaining Xianxia true qi in his body was slowly transforming into pure aura qi. Outside the tower, countless people were staring at the 28th floor. Sito Lingyu and Duan Hao passed the 30th floor when they just broke through to the middle stage, but Qianyu passed the 27th floor and reached the 28th floor when he is only in the late stage of the postnatal realm. No wonder he is the #1 freshman. I wonder if Qianyu can pass the 28th floor. Even if he can't, he is still a monster with such a result. Unfortunately, he challenged Shang Honglan to the life and death ring. Shang Honglan wants to kill Qianyu, and even the mentors have no right to stop her. There were exclamations of surprise and pity. How could a genius be so impulsive? The 26th floor to the 30th floor represented the highest difficulty of the middle stage of the postnatal realm. Blood Eagle Leg, who had been stuck in the middle stage of the postnatal realm for a long time, only reached the 29th floor. Although Shang Honglan had not broken through to the late stage, she had reached the 31st floor. Her strength was almost invincible among the middle stage postnatal realm. This kid is so monstrous. Fortunately, he is going to die in my hands soon. Shang Honglan laughed in her heart. The 28th floor was still lit, and there was no movement for a long time. Everyone was starting to get impatient. After such a long time, he still hasn't passed the 28th floor. It seems that Qianyu can only pass the 27th floor at most. Passing the 27th floor at the late stage of the postnatal realm is already dazzling enough. Many students began to come to a conclusion. Qianyu's speed was too fast. Now that he had slowed down, everyone felt that Qianyu was about to die. Not far away, Blood Eagle Leg heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed the 29th level some time ago. If Qianyu only passed the 27th level, he would definitely win. Don't underestimate the gap of 2 floors. The Blood Eagle Kick was confident that he could defeat someone who had only passed the 27th floor within 10 moves. Suddenly, buzz, the 27th floor of the Myriad Demons Tower lit up. There were a total of 3 people challenging the tower. Previously, Xianxu's speed far surpassed the other 2 and was far ahead of him. But now, the other 2 had almost reached the 27th floor at the same time and were about to catch up to Xianxu. I know the 2 people who challenged the pagoda with Xianxu. They are seniors of the Demon Fire Academy. They are very strong. Last time, they passed level 29. This time, they might be able to enter another level. An hour later. The light on the 27th floor dimmed. Only the 28th floor of the Myriad Demon Tower was lit up. This meant that the 3 people challenging the tower had all reached the 28th floor. Haha. What's the use of rushing ahead? You'll still be caught up to in the end. Shang Honglan couldn't help but ridicule Xianxu, thinking that he was too stupid. The others weren't optimistic about Xianxu's actions either. Inside the Myriad Demon Tower, Xianxu was sweating profusely. He was only using his true qi and no other abilities. It was extremely difficult for him to fight the 3 black-armored demonic creatures. After such a long time, he finally killed 2 of them. There was only 1 left. But at this moment, the pure fiendish qi in Xianxu's body completely transformed into pure fiendish qi and began to circulate rapidly. Crimson Flame King, help me hold this guy back. Xianxu suddenly said. He flashed to the side and sat down cross-legged. After a long period of training, Xianxu suddenly felt that he had touched the doorstep of the Khanate realm. This kind of chance to naturally touch the doorstep was very rare, and the success rate was very high. But once he succeeded, he had to continue challenging the next floor. He couldn't cultivate in seclusion alone. Therefore, he could only let the Crimson Flame King hold off the last black-armored demonic creature. You little bastard. The Crimson Flame King immediately cursed. Although he was cursing, he immediately attacked. I'm really not used to only having legs but no hands. After the Crimson Flame King complained, his whole body ignited in flames like a scorching fireball, smashing towards the last black-armored demonic creature. The fire scale beast's bloodline was already extraordinary, and at this moment, the Crimson Flame King's soul was inside. With his peak Hotian middle stage cultivation, he didn't fear the Khanate middle stage black-armored demonic creature at all. Moreover, the Crimson Flame King only needed to hold off this demonic creature. He didn't need to kill it, which made things even simpler. Whoosh, the Crimson Flame King's 4 feet formed a stream of fire that spun at a strange angle, making him extremely agile. The black-armored demonic creature's attack was extremely fierce, but it couldn't even touch a hair on the Crimson Flame King's head. Just like this, the Crimson Flame King leaped back and forth around the black-armored demonic creatures with a calm expression, easily holding them back. Outside, 2 hours later. The 29th floor of the Myriad Demon Tower lit up. On the Myriad Demon Steel, Xianxu's ranking didn't change, which proved that it was the 2 seniors who entered the 29th floor. Another 2 hours passed. The 30th floor of the Myriad Demon Tower lit up. The 30th floor. On the Myriad Demon Steel, a senior's name changed, advancing by around 60 ranks. The ranking of the Myriad Demon Steel was based on the number of floors passed, followed by the time passed. The shorter the time passed, the higher the ranking of the same floor. Not long later. At the entrance of the Myriad Demon Tower, a person walked out. This person was the senior who passed the 30th floor. Congratulations, Brother Liu. Many people who recognized this person came over to congratulate him. Junior sister Yun should be able to reach the 30th floor. The youth surnamed Liu glanced at the Myriad Demon Tower. Jinyu actually reached the 28th floor? It was already very terrifying for a late-stage Hotian realm cultivator to reach this floor. Unfortunately, there was a battle between Qingyu and Shang Honglan on the life and death platform. If Shang Honglan was ruthless, a genius of this generation would fall. As expected. Not long later, the 30th floor lit up again, but it quickly dimmed again. At the entrance of the Myriad Demon Tower, an alluring woman in black walked out. Only Qingyu is left. Why is he still on the 28th floor? How long has he been here? Many people started to complain. When Qingyu reached the 28th floor, the 2 seniors from the Demonic Fire Academy were still on the 25th floor. In the end, the two seniors from the Demonic Fire Academy finished, but Qinyu was still on the 28th floor. Another 2 hours passed. The 28th floor was still lit up, and there were no changes. Many people were getting impatient. If the first round of the tower wasn't over, the other students couldn't enter the tower. That brat most likely died on the 28th floor. Something must have happened to the Myriad Demon Tower, and they didn't send his body out. Shang Honglan laughed and joked. No one left. All the students waited here, wanting to see what Qinyu was up to. Another 2 hours passed. It must be as Brother Shang said, that brat most likely died on the 28th floor. Something must have happened to the Myriad Demon Tower as well. Someone couldn't help but say, agreeing with Shang Honglan's joke. Something must have happened to the Myriad Demon Tower. Why don't we inform the teachers? Another student joked. The others couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. Normally, students would have used up their true qi after such a long time. Without true qi, a martial artist's strength would decrease sharply. How could they resist the enemies in the Myriad Demon Tower? Qinyu, what are you doing? Yang Zhang was also waiting anxiously. Inside the Myriad Demon Tower, the Crimson Flame King was still jumping around the black-armored demonic creature, playing with it. Brat, are you done yet? This king is about to die of boredom. The Crimson Flame King's tone was very direct. Seeing that Qinyu didn't reply, the Crimson Flame King shook his head slightly. Sigh, since that's the case, let this king lend you a hand. The Crimson Flame King's figure suddenly paused, and then he dashed towards Qinyu. The black-armored demonic creature didn't react at all, and was a bit slow. Pung! Pung! The Crimson Flame King arrived behind Qinyu, and its two claws tapped on his acupuncture points. Qinyu and the Crimson Flame King had signed an equal contract. The Crimson Flame King couldn't harm Qinyu openly, so Qinyu wasn't too worried about the Crimson Flame King's actions. Qinyu felt a warm current enter his meridians, continuously unblocking and dividing, guiding Qinyu's true qi to circulate. This guy really has some ability. Qinyu thought. He was already at the final juncture, and he didn't dare to be careless, carefully taking each step. In the end, the Crimson Flame King suddenly interfered, forcibly guiding Qinyu's true qi to circulate. The pure aura qi in his body quickly contracted, becoming more condensed, and rapidly circulated in his meridians. Boom! Qinyu's body trembled slightly, feeling the pure aura qi in his body increase by a lot, becoming more powerful. In the distance, the black-armored demonic creature was no longer restrained by the Crimson Flame King, and instantly attacked. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly stood up. He raised his arm, but didn't circulate the bronze statue technique. Buzz, a layer of pitch-black true qi gathered on the surface of his arm, faintly forming a layer of python scales. Boom, bang, with a punch, the pure aura qi fiercely rushed out, smashing the black-armored demonic creature's head into pieces. Such powerful Xianxia true qi. Qinyu was pleasantly surprised. After breaking through to the Xianxia realm, his pure aura qi once again rose to another level, almost reaching the late stage of the Xianxia realm. He didn't use the aura manifestation, but the pure aura qi gathered on the surface of his arm, faintly forming a layer of blurry snake scales. TSK, not bad. You just reached the Xianxia realm, and the form of your true qi has already changed. The Crimson Flame King slightly praised. Is that so great? Qinyu asked. Nonsense, this king's standards are very high. To be able to receive this king's praise, you should be ecstatic and grateful, but you actually dare to doubt. The Crimson Flame King was somewhat dissatisfied, and he looked at Qinyu with disdain. In the outside world, there were already people preparing to leave. Qinyu had stayed on the 28th floor for too long, so long that they didn't know what to do standing outside. The 28th floor is extinguished. Someone shouted. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. This kid is finally willing to come out. However, at the next moment, the 29th floor lit up. Impossible. Blood Eagle Leg Yen Butching instantly exclaimed. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. He had stayed on the 28th floor for a long time, and logically speaking, his true qi should have been depleted. How could he have passed? It must be an accident. That's right, the Wanma Tower is probably broken. However, the discussion didn't last long. Buzz, the 30th floor of the Wanma Tower suddenly lit up. Although it was night time, there were more students gathered around the Wanma Tower than during the day, and most of them had been standing there for half a day. When the light on the 28th floor went out, the 29th floor lit up, and not long after, the 30th floor also lit up. This scene made the nearby spectators dumbfounded and incredulous. Everyone thought that Jinyu would at most pass the 28th floor, and that he might not even pass it. Unexpectedly, after a long period of silence, Jinyu recovered his clearing speed and reached the 30th floor in one go. The 30th floor represented the highest level of difficulty for a mid-stage Khanate cultivator. Situ Lingyu and Duan Hao had only reached the 30th floor when they reached the mid-stage Khanate cultivator. Jinyu was only at the late-stage Khanate cultivator now. Could it be that the Wanma Tower was malfunctioning? Impossible. Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buiqing's face darkened. He had only passed the 29th floor, and now, Jinyu had also passed the 29th floor and reached the 30th floor. However, Jinyu's speed of passing the 29th floor was too fast, 2 to 3 times faster than him. If this was Jinyu's true strength, he would definitely lose. Even Shang Honglan, who had always been calm and collected and didn't take Jinyu seriously, had a gloomy expression on her face. What kind of trick is this kid playing? Shang Honglan couldn't help but curse. If Jinyu was really capable, then why did he purposely stay on the 28th floor for so long? Was he playing with them, inside the Wanma Tower? In front of Jinyu, 5 black-armored demonic creatures of the mid-stage Khanate cultivator level appeared. However, these enemies were a piece of cake for the current Jinyu. The strength of his true chi alone was comparable to a late-stage Khanate cultivator. If he added the bronze statue skills physique, Jinyu's strength should be at the peak of the Khanate cultivator level. However, Jinyu's true chi had greatly improved after reaching the Khanate cultivator level. He didn't use all his strength, but rather familiarized himself with his pure aura chi. Swoosh, Jinyu dragged a layer of black aura wind and attacked. On the other side, 5 black-armored monsters pounced at him. Jinyu punched out, and a pitch-black stream of true energy with faint scales on its surface shot out. The 2 black-armored monsters attacked at the same time. Evil true chi surrounded their claws. Boom, Jinyu's fist landed on the black-armored demonic creature's claw. Even though they had joined forces and relied on their powerful defense and strength, they were still pushed back 2 steps by Jinyu. At the same time, Jinyu faced the other 3 black-armored monsters. Boom! Bang! Explosions rang out incessantly. Powerful baleful auras and demonic auras spread out in all directions. Feeling the powerful true energy coursing through his veins, Jinyu fought to his heart's content. Die! Jinyu seized the opportunity and quickly punched one of the black-armored monsters. His speed was faster than the black-armored demonic creature, and he could kill it with a single strike if he seized the slightest opportunity. Soon, the remaining 4 black-armored monsters were dealt with one by one. He passed the 30th floor. When the 31st floor of the Myriad Demon Pagoda lit up, the outside world was in an uproar. Damn, he actually passed the 30th floor. That's too fake. With his strength, let's not talk about passing the 30th floor so quickly. It's impossible for him to pass the 30th floor. Everyone found it hard to believe. Jinyu didn't use his full strength, and it took him some time to pass the 30th floor. But for others, Jinyu's speed of passing the 30th floor was already very fast, and ordinary mid-stage Xiantian beings couldn't catch up. Therefore, the other students felt that it was fake. Cheating, he must be cheating. Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buiqing shouted. He didn't believe that Jinyu had such strength. He still had a life-and-death battle with Jinyu tomorrow. With Jinyu's strength, he could basically defeat him in 10 moves. Jinyu just brought a spiritual pet. Maybe he's a beast tamer and has a lot of spiritual pets in his pet bag. A student guessed. Beast tamers and puppet masters had a great advantage in the 10,000 Demons Tower. Their levels were a reflection of their overall strength, and didn't represent their own strength. Many people gradually accepted this theory. There were cases like this in the past, where some students prepared a few puppets or spiritual pets and achieved excellent results. At this moment, buzz, the 32nd floor lit up. he passed the 31st floor. Does he have a late-stage Xiantian spiritual pet? Exclamations continued. The 31st floor required the strength of a late-stage Xiantian being to pass it. Considering the consumption of 30 floors, even a late-stage Xiantian being might not be able to pass it. The 32nd floor lit up for a moment, and then quickly went out. At the exit of the 10,000 Demons Tower, Qinyu and the fire-scale beast slowly walked out. With Qinyu's true strength, it was impossible for him to stop at the 32nd floor. But his performance was already dazzling enough. If he went all out, the entire school, and even the 4 schools, would be shocked, and that wouldn't be a good thing. The 4 schools were competing with each other, and Qinyu was too monstrous. The other schools might secretly make a move against him. Outside, almost everyone's eyes were on Qinyu, because his performance was too dazzling. Even if Qinyu was suspected of using a spiritual pet to pass the floors, having a late-stage Xiantian spiritual pet was also a kind of ability. Brother Chen, you broke through? Yang Zhang felt the powerful aura from Qinyu's body, and his expression froze. The others also noticed this, and they couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. One had to know that there was no time to cultivate when one was challenging the tower. After passing a floor, one couldn't rest for too long, and had to immediately move on to the next floor. In addition, breaking through from Hotian to Xiantian was a huge project, and it required all the Hotian Qi to be converted to Xiantian Qi. It would take 3 to 4 days at least, and a month at most. The 10,000 Demons Tower wouldn't give the challengers such a long time to cultivate, but Qinyu actually broke through in the tower, which was incredible. Many people even thought that Qinyu was a Xiantian from the beginning, and had concealed his strength before. Qinyu, you used a spiritual pet to challenge the tower, and you only passed the 31st floor. Do you also want to use a spiritual pet to fight with me? Shang Hanlan immediately asked, and then said in a rich and overbearing manner, if you really want to do so, I will immediately borrow a spiritual pet from my family, and I will let you see tomorrow. Qinyu, I was wondering why you agreed to my challenge, so you have a powerful spiritual pet, humph. Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buqing immediately said, a trace of disdain on his face, deliberately provoking Qinyu. At the same time, he glanced at the fire-scale beast, and found that the beast's cultivation was relatively low. The late-stage Xiantian spiritual pet must be hidden in Qinyu's pet bag. At this moment, Yan Buqing was extremely regretful. There was no clear rule that spiritual pets couldn't be used in a life-and-death duel. Even if Qinyu used a spiritual pet to defeat him, it was completely in line with the rules. Qinyu, don't listen to them, they are trying to provoke you. Yang Zhang immediately said. Forget it, I don't think you have the guts to compete with me without a spiritual pet. In that case, I will immediately send a letter back to borrow a spiritual pet. Shang Hanlan smiled with a disdainful look. Haha, I did use a spiritual pet to challenge the tower, but I am more than enough to deal with you. Qinyu smiled lightly. When he was challenging the tower, he did let the fire-scale beast help him delay for a while, so that he could successfully break through to the Xiantian realm. How arrogant. How can he be a match for Shang Hanlan without a spiritual pet? Blood Eagle Leg is enough to crush him. Shang Hanlan and Yan Buqing are obviously trying to provoke him. Qinyu is really stupid, he actually said such words. I think he has reached the 31st floor, and his self-confidence swelled and he has lost his mind. Many people nearby couldn't help shaking their heads. Even if Qinyu used a spiritual pet to defeat Yan Buqing and Shang Hanlan, no one would say anything. But Qinyu was provoked by Shang Hanlan and Yan Buqing and said such words recklessly. It was really stupid. On the other side, Shang Hanlan and Yan Buqing were overjoyed. Well, Qinyu, if you don't use a spiritual pet to fight me, even if I win, I will let you die with dignity. Shang Hanlan laughed loudly. Even if it was him, it would cost a lot to borrow a spiritual pet at the late Xiantian stage from his family. Qinyu didn't care much and was ready to leave. After all, the battle on the life and death platform was scheduled for tomorrow. Qinyu, it's already late at night, less than an hour before tomorrow, why don't we end this battle now? Shang Hanlan said with a smile. As soon as she said this, the rest of the people immediately showed a look of contempt. Qinyu had just passed the Wanma Tower, so his physical strength and true qi should be exhausted. A martial artist without true qi and physical strength couldn't even exert 20% of his peak strength. How could Shang Honglan be so shameless as to say such a thing? However, Chen Yu's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Okay. Chen Yu said calmly. It was good to get rid of these two flies as soon as possible. When he broke through the tower, his true qi had increased a lot, and he passed a few levels later without consuming much true qi. As for physical strength, it was needless to say. Chen Yu, why did you agree? Yang Zhang was stunned and dumbfounded. In such a situation, no one would agree to such a condition. Yet, Chen Yu had agreed to it. Is this guy crazy? He's courting death. The others couldn't help but say. Even Shang Honglan was stunned. He was just joking casually, he didn't expect Chen Yu to really agree. In this case, even if Chen Yu took out a pet of the Khanate level, Shang Honglan was confident that he could win. Okay, let's go to the life and death ring. Shang Honglan seemed to be afraid that Chen Yu would return and immediately said. Then, Chen Yu and Shang Honglan left the Wanma Tower and headed to the life and death ring. The Demon-less Academy was extremely large and divided into many branches, so there were many life and death rings. The two immediately left and headed to the nearest life and death ring. Chen Yu is finished. He's too arrogant and will die sooner or later. What a pity for such a genius. Almost all the students near the Wanma Tower followed. Although the result of this battle seemed to be decided, it was not bad to witness the fall of a genius. No, I have to tell Mr. Liu, or Brother Chen will be killed by Shang Honglan. Yang Zhang whispered and quickly left. Soon, Chen Yu and Shang Honglan arrived at the life and death ring. There were more and more students watching the battle. They could see that many people were rushing over from afar. Yan Buqing, why don't we end our battle today? Chen Yu glanced at Yan Buqing. You guys can start first. If you win, you can fight with me. Yan Buqing's ugly face was full of smiles. He wasn't sure of Chen Yu's true strength, so it was hard to say who would win. But Shang Honglan was strong and would definitely be able to kill Chen Yu. That way, he wouldn't have to take the risk. Don't bother, you two can come at me together. Chen Yu said nonchalantly. The onlookers were shocked, then shook their heads and sighed. They were used to Chen Yu's arrogance. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Buqing immediately regretted and jumped onto the life and death ring with an evil smile. When Chen Yu and Shang Honglan rushed to the combat ring, the news spread quickly. Although Chen Yu was the champion of the competition and Shang Honglan was from a super family, they weren't famous in the Demon-Free Academy. What caught people's attention was the huge difference in strength between them. Before the challenge, Chen Yu was only at the late stage of the acquired realm, while Shang Honglan was at the peak of the middle stage of the Khanate realm. Of course, some people were interested in the two of them. After hearing the news, Luo Haoyan rushed over as soon as possible. He needed to figure out Chen Yu's current strength. Ren Han also came. Swoosh, Blood Eagle Leg Yan Buqing leaped onto the combat ring. Hee hee. Shang Honglan smiled. For him, it didn't matter if Yan Buqing went up or not. Swoosh, many freshmen from the Blood Evil Academy rushed over. He's already so strong? Duan Hao looked indifferent, but he was surprised. He thought that Chen Yu wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident about. To defeat Shang Honglan and the Blood Eagle Leg, he needed to be at least at the late stage of the Khanate realm. Chen Yu, you asked for it. Today, I'll let you witness this young master's strength. Shang Honglan laughed. Boom, a layer of violent black mist appeared on the surface of his body. It gave off a powerful demonic aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Shang Honglan's tall and strong body and ferocious laughter made him look like a peerless demon. Shang Honglan's strength has basically reached the late stage of the Khanate realm. Outside the academy, ordinary late-stage Khanate realm cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand more than 20 moves from him. A senior from the Magic Wind Academy said. Chen Yu, it's not too late to admit defeat. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Give me the ancient beast and I might spare your life. Shang Honglan stared at Chen Yu majestically. In his eyes, killing someone was more interesting than humiliating someone. Even if you admit defeat now, I won't spare your life. Chen Yu sneered. Brother Shang, let me have some fun first. Otherwise, you can kill him directly. With an evil smile on his face, Yan Buqing took the initiative to step forward. Previously, he wasn't sure of Qin Yu's strength, so he didn't want to take the risk. But now that Shang Hanlan was here, even if he couldn't defeat Qin Yu, Shang Hanlan would be able to turn this situation around in time, so he had nothing to worry about. Whoosh, after saying that, Yan Buqing bent his legs and instantly bounced up. Blood Eagle Kick. Yan Buqing let out a low growl. Blood flowed around his left leg as he stabbed at Qin Yu with astonishing speed. Although his left leg was deformed, it was his strongest weapon. His nickname, Blood Eagle Kick, was because he had cultivated the combat skill, Blood Eagle Kick, to its peak. Xiao, Yan Buqing seemed to have transformed into a blood eagle as he swooped down. His left leg was like a sharp eagle claw as he attacked Qin Yu. Boom, with a loud bang, Yan Buqing kicked Qin Yu's right arm. I kicked him. Yan Buqing's face was filled with joy. He had used his killer move right from the start, showing no mercy. However, in the next moment, Yan Buqing's face instantly stiffened, and a sense of danger spread throughout his body. He saw. Qin Yu's bronze arm was surrounded by a layer of pitch-black true qi, and he did not move an inch. On the other hand, Yan Buqing's left leg was actually trembling, and the true qi on it had completely dispersed. How is this possible? Yan Buqing's Blood Eagle Kick has reached its peak, but it was actually blocked by Qin Yu's arm. One of them exclaimed, and the rest of them had a strange look on their faces. Oh no, I've underestimated this guy. Shang Honglan, who was at the back, saw this scene and immediately dashed out. A black halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd shone with a black light, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Get over here. After Qin Yu's arm blocked Yan Buqing's attack, he dashed forward and punched out fiercely. This punch, Qin Yu did not show any mercy, and he used the bronze statue skill and true qi. Boom, the punch landed on Yan Buqing's chest, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yan Buqing's eyes widened, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Under Qin Yu's great strength, Yan Buqing's body was like a sandbag, smashing towards Shang Honglan. Get lost. Shang Honglan roared, and the black halberd in his hand waved. A black and domineering scratch was blasted out, and Yan Buqing was sent flying out of the challenge stage, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yan Buqing's appearance had only lasted for one round, and he was already in such a miserable state. Boom, Shang Honglan instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu, and the halberd in his hand swept out. Surging black true qi whizzed out, as if it wanted to drown everything. Eat my fist. Qin Yu's eyes focused, and he mobilized his true qi, and punched out with all his strength. Boom, the true qi that Shang Honglan released was instantly dispersed by Qin Yu. A huge force traveled through the black halberd, and into Shang Honglan's arm, tearing the web between his thumb and index finger. Thud thud, Shang Honglan took 4 steps back, and only then could he stabilize himself. The crowd was silent, and everyone held their breath. He had easily blocked the Blood Eagle Kick, and now he had forced Shang Honglan back with a punch. Everyone could not believe that Qin Yu was only at the early stage of the innate realm. This kid's true qi is even stronger than my black wave true qi. How is this possible? Shang Honglan was horrified. Qin Yu had just broken through to the innate realm, and he had been stuck at the middle stage of the innate realm for a long time, but the strength of his true qi was actually not as strong as Qin Yu. Moreover, the confrontation with Qin Yu made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Without waiting for Shang Honglan to think, Qin Yu came in front of him. Boom, another punch was thrown out. This punch was stronger than the previous one. Shang Honglan's face was full of fear, and he had no intention to fight. He held his weapon horizontally, and tried to block Qin Yu's punch. Boom, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and Shang Honglan, along with his weapon, was sent flying by Qin Yu's punch. It was not over yet. Qin Yu instantly jumped up, and the pure aura qi lingered on his bronze feet, and he fiercely stomped on the ground. Boom, Shang Honglan spurted out blood from the corner of his mouth, and his figure was like a meteorite, landing heavily on the combat ring of life and death. The surroundings were in dead silence. Many people had expected the battle to end quickly, but the result was the opposite of what they had expected. With a few punches and kicks, he had killed 2 people, and the battle had ended. Not far away, a black figure dashed over, and it was the mentor of Blood Evil Peak, Lu Xuanzong. Why is this kid so impulsive? Even our mentors can't interfere in the combat ring of life and death. Lu Xuanzong looked slightly anxious. Qinyu was a good seedling, and it would be a pity if he died. Oh no, it has already started. Lu Xuanzong looked at the combat ring of life and death. However, the next moment, his expression changed. In his vision, Qinyu stomped down, and Shang Honglan fell onto the ring. This kid, Lu Xuanzong took a deep breath, and felt that he had worried too much. Soon, Yang Zhang rushed over. Mentor Lu, the battle hasn't started yet, right? Yang Zhang immediately asked. When he saw the situation on the ring, his expression instantly froze. On the combat ring of life and death. Qinyu, don't kill me. Shang Honglan slowly got up and spoke with difficulty, and he even coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. If I lose, will you spare my life? Qinyu sneered. Why would he show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him, suddenly? A pleasant voice drifted over from afar. Qinyu, you've won this battle. Let's end it like this. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful white figure landing in the forest. The woman's black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her facial features were exquisite. She raised her head high, exuding a noble and cold aura. She was extremely dazzling in the night. Shang Han. Shang Han from the Shang clan, one of the 4 great clans. So beautiful, no wonder she's the #1 beauty in the school. Many male students' eyes lit up. Most of the male students in Demon Free School were male, and even if there were females, their looks were average. However, Shang Han was different. Her looks, talent, and family background were impeccable. She was simply the goddess in the hearts of the male students. I'll decide his fate on the combat ring of life and death. Qinyu glanced at Shang Han and said coldly. The reason why he initiated the combat ring of life and death was because he wanted to establish his authority through Shang Honglan. But after he defeated Shang Honglan, another lady came out and forced Qinyu to lower his head. You wouldn't dare. Shang Han raised her head high and said confidently. Shang Honglan's performance today had brought shame to the Shang clan. He could be sentenced to death, but the Shang clan should be the one to deal with him. Letting an outsider kill Shang Honglan would only bring shame to the Shang clan. He believed that Qinyu would give him face and spare Shang Honglan's life. Qinyu couldn't help but sneer. He walked towards Shang Honglan and kicked him in the heart. Boom! Boom! Shang Honglan's figure rolled off the combat ring, and she was no longer breathing. The surroundings were dead silent. You will pay for what you've done today. Shang Han stared at Qinyu coldly. As soon as these words came out, many people looked at Qinyu with pity in their eyes. As the prettiest girl in the academy, Shang Han was powerful. It would be easy for her to kill Qinyu. In addition, not only was she beautiful, but she was also from the Shang clan. She had countless suitors. As long as she nodded, there would be people who would kill Qinyu for her. Among the crowd, there were already a few people with killing intent. It seems like I don't have to do anything. Luo Haoyan couldn't help but smile. Among the rocks, a young man in black stood like a ruler. Such strength. Interesting, interesting. The young man in black, Ren Han, stared at Qinyu with a smile on his face. The killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. He had a grudge against Qinyu, and Shang Han was also the girl he was pursuing. He had decided to take action personally. Suddenly, Ren Han's brows twitched and he turned around. Unknowingly, an ordinary-looking young man in yellow had appeared on his left. Yuan Chen. Ren Han's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. Long time no see. Your strength has increased by quite a bit. Perform well in the upcoming academy tournament. The young man in yellow, Yuan Chen, said calmly and walked forward. Among the crowd, not many people noticed Yuan Chen. Only a few people's expressions changed when they saw Yuan Chen. Senior Yuan. Shang Han's eyes lit up and she revealed a smile. Qinyu couldn't help but stare at the young man in yellow. This person's aura was calm and unfathomable. If one didn't pay attention, it would be easy to overlook him. If it wasn't for Shang Han taking the initiative to greet him, Qin Yu wouldn't have paid attention to him. Furthermore, Qin Yu felt that Yuan Chen was here for him. Could it be Yuan Chen? The number one of the demon-free academy, Yuan Chen. Many people exclaimed as they recalled the name. Yuan Chen. Qin Yu also recalled that he had seen this name on the myriad demon stone steel in the past. Chen Yu, come with me. My master wants to see you. Yuan Chen revealed a faint smile. Chen Yu, come with me. My master wants to see you. Yuan Chen wore a faint smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. Not only was Yuan Chen the top student in the Devil-Free Academy, he was also one of the top geniuses in the entire ancient country. Yet, someone like him had taken the initiative to talk to Qin Yu. That being said, what shocked them even more was Yuan Chen's words. Yuan Chen's master, the vice principal of the Devil-Free Academy, wanted to see Qin Yu. How is this possible? Yuan Chen's master. Shang Han's beautiful face was filled with astonishment as she stared at Qin Yu. The vice principal would not want to see a student for no reason. There must be something going on here. However, she had just said that she wanted Qin Yu to pay the price for his actions. Could it be that she was going to back down now? Ren Han's eyes widened. Could it be that the vice principal has his eyes on Qin Yu? The murderous intent in Ren Han's eyes disappeared as he squinted his eyes. Sure. Qin Yu nodded. Regardless of who Yuan Chen's master was, Yuan Chen alone was not someone he could disobey. Come with me. Seeing that Qin Yu had agreed, Yuan Chen turned around and left. Whoosh, Qin Yu immediately followed. Instructor Liu, is it because Qin Yu killed Shang Honglan that the academy's upper echelons are looking for trouble? Yang Zhang asked worriedly. That won't happen. In the future, not many people in the academy will dare to look for trouble with Qin Yu. Lu Xuanzong wore a smile and left. The principal had not shown himself for decades, but the vice principal would occasionally appear. He could be considered as the person with the most authority in the academy. Lu Xuanzong believed that the vice principal wouldn't be looking for Qin Yu for a simple chat. Following the departure of Qin Yu and Yuan Chen, the crowd around the battleground of life and death dispersed. However, the news spread like wildfire. Yuan Chen's speed wasn't fast. Qin Yu could easily keep up with him. Just call me second senior brother. Along the way, Yuan Chen suddenly spoke. Second senior brother? Qin Yu was stunned. He suddenly realized that Yuan Chen's master wanted to take him in as a disciple. Since Yuan Chen was able to become the number one student in the Demon-Free Academy, his master was definitely not simple. And now, Qin Yu was about to become his master's disciple. Perhaps one day, Qin Yu would also be able to possess Yuan Chen's current brilliance. Junior brother is only at the Qi transformation stage, yet he has such a spirit pet. Even senior brother is very envious. Yuan Chen glanced at the fire scale beast and revealed a faint smile. I was just lucky. I bought a useless hatched egg, and it hatched successfully. Qin Yu smiled. The origin of this ancient beast's bloodline is not ordinary. However, the bloodline in its body is too thin. If I can find some precious materials that can enhance the power of the bloodline, its strength will increase greatly. Yuan Chen said after observing the fire scale beast for a while. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Qin Yu nodded. He suddenly remembered that he had a stalk of black blood strange grass. Tong Yuling had once said that this strange grass could enhance the awakening and stimulation of the power of the bloodline. Its value was immeasurable. But then he thought about it. The fire scale beast's bloodline was not thin, but it was suppressed by the Crimson Flame King. And the Crimson Flame King was too stingy. So far, he had only helped Qin Yu a little. Such a precious black blood strange grass would not be given to the Crimson Flame King easily. In the Demon-Free Academy, there were many forbidden areas that students were forbidden from entering. Now, under Yuan Chen's lead, Qin Yu entered one of the forbidden areas. Black fog swirled in front of him, greatly hindering his vision. There was a rugged mountain in front of him. It was very steep. Whoosh whoosh, Yuan Chen leaped into the air and occasionally tapped the cliff with the tip of his foot, climbing up with ease. Qin Yu immediately used Demon Fiend Berserk Shadow. Every time he jumped, he would be able to rush up a great distance. Although the cliff was smooth and there was no foothold, Xianxu's palms and feet were like hooks that could be embedded into the cliff. Although Xianxu's method of climbing was a little rough, it was very effective. The Crimson Flame King's body was abnormally agile, and its control of true qi was very delicate. It jumped back and forth on the cliff, constantly climbing. Yuan Shen looked at his junior brother and spiritual pet and nodded with satisfaction. As soon as he reached the top, Xianxu saw a strange man in a black cloak standing on a rock in the distance. He seemed to be overlooking the scenery in the distance, giving people a feeling of loneliness and evil. And on a round rock next to him, there was a gray lynx sleeping. It's him. Xianxu suddenly remembered that the person in front of him was the strange man in the black cloak who had recommended him to the Demon-Free Academy. Xianxu, are you willing to become my disciple? The strange man in the black cloak suddenly looked at Xianxu. His eyes were as deep as a black hole, like a bottomless pit, causing Xianxu's mind consciousness to involuntarily sink into it. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianxu broke free. After breaking through to the inborn level, his mind power had improved a little, and now it was a little stronger than the average middle stage inborn level. I am willing. Xianxu immediately bowed to acknowledge him as his master. He had previously dueled with Shang Honglan and Yan Buqing to establish his prestige and awe others. In the end, it seemed that it didn't work, and he had provoked Shang Han, who was even more troublesome. But now, there was an expert in the academy who wanted to accept him as a disciple, which naturally couldn't be better. My surname is Yi, and my full name is Elan Tian. The strange man in the black cloak said calmly. Master, may I ask which faculty you are from? Xianxu asked cautiously. He chose the Blood Evil Academy, but he had never heard of such a person in the Blood Evil Academy. If it was another faculty, it would be difficult for him to give much help to Xianxu in cultivation. Haha, junior brother, Master is the vice president of the academy. Yuan Shen smiled faintly. Vice president. Xianxu's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect that the person who wanted to accept him as a disciple was actually the vice president. With such a powerful backer, he would basically be able to do whatever he wanted in the academy in the future. Moreover, to be able to become the vice president of the academy, his strength and experience would definitely far surpass the mentors and the presidents of the various faculties. I originally wanted you to gain more experience, but your performance was a little too much. The strange man in the black cloak, Elan Tian, stared at Xianxu, and there was a hint of admiration and helplessness in his words. Hee. Xianxu smiled. He felt that his performance was not too much at all. Show me your true strength. Elan Tian said. Okay. Xianxu nodded. As the vice president of the academy, Elan Tian had such a high position and not anyone could become his disciple. Elan Tian must have seen that he was extraordinary, which was why he was willing to accept Xianxu as his disciple. Now that he was the master, he wanted to see the true capabilities of his disciple. Junior brother, attack me with all your might. Yuan Shen understood what his master meant and took the initiative to speak. Buzz, Xianxu did not say much. A layer of simple bronze patterns appeared all over his body, and a layer of bronze radiance bloomed, making him look solemn and dignified. As the number one person in the academy, Xianxu did not have to worry about Yuan Shen at all. He could just attack without worry. Buddhism? Yuan Shen revealed a strange expression. Demonic cultivators in the demonic academy were basically all demonic cultivators, but Xianxu had actually cultivated in a Buddhist body tempering technique, which surprised him very much. Buzz. Buzz, pure malevolent qi was mobilized and circled around his arm, and a layer of python scales faintly appeared on the pitch-black true qi. Elan Tian and Yuan Shen's eyes were filled with surprise when they saw this scene. Malevolent qi manifestation, strong winds held on Xianxu's body as he charged out like a cannonball and punched out. Boom, the pitch-black true qi rapidly changed between his fist and arm, condensing into a lifelike pitch-black giant python, and a layer of bronze metallic luster appeared on its scales. From the start, Xianxu used the bronze statue skill, Devil Fiend Wild Shadow, and the ultimate skills of evil qi manifestation. This powerful punch was about to land in front of Yuan Shen. Suddenly, Yuan Shen's figure leaped up without warning. Under such circumstances, Xianxu could not change his direction in time, and his punch missed. Again. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. Although he knew that Yuan Shen was incomparably powerful, his attack just now had not even touched the hem of the other's clothes, and was easily dodged. This aroused Qin Yu's competitive spirit. Buzz. Buzz, Qin Yu pushed the real body of the bronze statue to the limit, and the intricate patterns on it emitted a simple bronze light, illuminating the surroundings. In a layer of bronze light, Qin Yu's body suddenly enlarged, turning into a bronze Buddha giant. Taking out the giant ruler sword and mobilizing the pure malevolent qi, Qin Yu attacked Yuan Shen again. Boom! With a sweep of the sword, a huge sword wave of evil qi whistled past, setting off a gust of black wind. Swish! Yuan Shen's figure disappeared and reappeared on the other side. Sword evil qi in all directions. Qin Yu stared into the distance, the giant ruler sword in his hand waving crazily, displaying a huge wave of sword qi, stirring up a shocking storm of evil qi. In the face of such a violent large-scale attack, even Yuan Shen could not so easily dodge, and retreated a distance. Sword-shattering nebula. Qin Yu held the sword with both hands, and the evil qi on the giant ruler sword became more condensed. Boom! As the sword stabbed out, the evil qi and pure malevolent qi on the sword suddenly exploded, forming an exploding black nebula. His own pure malevolent qi was extremely strong, comparable to the late primordial realm. Now that the real body of the bronze statue had enlarged, he displayed the killing move of the demon shocking sword technique. The power of this sword had reached the peak of the primordial realm. Moreover, the timing of Qin Yu's attack was extremely ingenious, and the attack range was large. Yuan Shen might not be able to dodge it completely. Not bad, you can force me to attack. Yuan Shen's face was calm. He stretched out his palm, on which a ball of white liquid was flowing, emitting a bright light. This is? Qin Yu was shocked, as he felt the terrifying power in Yuan Shen's hand. Yuan Shen simply struck out with his palm, and an extremely cold force suddenly appeared, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. A solid shield of ice formed between his palms, blocking all of Qin Yu's attacks. Xianxia, I have already condensed some true essence, although it is not complete yet. Yuan Shen smiled indifferently. True essence, the power of an origin realm expert, was many times stronger than qi. The power of Yuan Shen's true origin could only be considered half-step true origin at most. But still, it should not be underestimated. Don't think that he had only used a little bit of half-step true essence. Even if an early primordial realm expert condensed all his qi into true essence, it would only be that little bit. Hence, the difference between the origin realm and the qi transformation realm was huge. A normal origin realm expert could almost instantly kill a late primordial realm expert, or even a peak primordial realm expert. Xianxia is so young, and yet you can condense half-step true essence. Junior brother admires you. Qin Yu sighed. At this moment, he had displayed almost all his strength. Other than the dragon scale blood meridians and the blood-glazed flame, there was no need to continue. Junior brother is even more surprising. You have just broken through to the primordial realm, and you can already make your senior brother use true essence. Yuan Shen smiled. The person that his master fancied was indeed not simple. When he was at the early primordial realm, he didn't even have the same strength as his junior brother. Yuan Shen was the top student of the No Demon Academy and ranked third on the Sky list. He represented the top talents of Yunzhao Nation. He surpassed Qin Yu in every aspect. As soon as his ethereal force was unleashed, Qin Yu's killer move disintegrated in an instant. He's too strong. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Even if he used the blood-glazed flame and the dragon-scale bloodline, Yuan Shen would still be able to defeat Qin Yu easily. As the top student of the No Demon Academy, Yuan Shen must have some trump cards. The Crimson Flame King also took a few more looks at Yuan Shen. Not far away, Elan Tian nodded. Qin Yu's performance was beyond his expectations. He was only at the early Khanate stage, but he was able to unleash the power of a peak Khanate expert. It was indeed amazing. He was even more powerful than Yuan Shen. However, Qin Yu's spiritual body was far inferior to Yuan Shen's, and the path of physical cultivation was even more difficult. Master, with junior brother's strength, he should be able to participate in the college tournament in a year's time, right? Yuan Shen asked. Elan Tian narrowed his eyes. He was silent for a moment, but did not answer. college tournament? Qinyu did not know much about it. However, looking at his master's expression, it seemed that his current strength was not enough to participate in the college tournament. The college tournament is jointly organized by the 4 major academies of Yunjiao Nation. All the academies in Yunjiao Nation are allowed to participate. Yuan Shen explained a little when he saw the puzzled look on Qinyu's face. All the academies in Yunjiao Nation are allowed to participate? Qinyu was taken aback. There were at least 300 to 400 academies. It seemed that he had underestimated the college tournament. 300 to 400 academies, and all the academies would be sending out their elites. What a grand occasion it would be, Qinyu's blood boiled. He could not help but look forward to it. Qinyu, if you can withstand 20 moves from Yuan Shen in a year's time, I will allow you to participate in the college tournament. Elantian suddenly said. He had not expected Qinyu to be so strong, so he had never thought of letting Qinyu participate in the academy tournament. In addition, Qinyu was still young, so he could wait for the next academy tournament. At that time, Yuan Shen would not be able to participate, and Qinyu would become the strongest representative of Demon Free Academy. However, Qinyu's performance had exceeded his expectations. He had already reached the threshold to participate in the academy tournament. Therefore, he made a request to Qinyu. If Elantian's disciple were to participate in the grand competition, he could not be overshadowed. As the number 1 student in the academy, Yuan Shen had high hopes of obtaining first place in the tournament. If Qinyu could withstand 20 moves from Yuan Shen, his results in the tournament wouldn't be too bad. Yuan Shen was slightly taken aback. Was his master too strict with Qinyu? As the number 1 person in the Demon Free Academy, his goal was to become number 1 in this year's academy tournament. Just now, as soon as he used his half-step true essence, he could almost defeat Qinyu. It was easier said than done for Qinyu to withstand 20 moves from Yuan Shen. Moreover, as Qinyu improved, Yuan Shen was also improving. All right. Qinyu nodded. Elantian was strict with him, which meant that Elantian thought highly of him and did not want Qinyu to become cannon fodder in the grand competition. Little junior brother, you have to work harder. Yuan Shen smiled calmly and did not discourage Qinyu. Instead, he encouraged him. If I want to improve my strength, which aspect would be more effective? Qinyu took the initiative to ask with a serious expression. It was definitely not an easy task to catch up with senior brother Yuan Shen's footsteps. In the next year, he had to work harder. It might be better if he had a focus. You are very balanced in all aspects, and you have no shortcomings at all in terms of mental strength, Elantian pondered. Thinking about it carefully, this disciple of his was very outstanding in all aspects and had no clear shortcomings. However, since his disciple had asked, he had to give an answer. Your secret movement technique, battle technique, and cultivation technique are all compatible with each other. Only your body tempering technique is out of the 3. Elantian said calmly. There was a certain connection between Qinyu's devilish berserk shadow, demonic demon sword art, and primordial fiend divine skill, and they could complement each other. Although there was no conflict between the bronze statue skill and these 3 martial arts, there was not much of a connection between them. Relatively speaking, the bronze statue skill was the problem. However, Elantian could tell that Qinyu was the most talented in body cultivation, and the bronze statue skill was more profound than the other 3 martial arts. This was a little difficult. Bronze statue skill? Qinyu did not expect the problem that his master pointed out to be in this. Elantian was not saying that the cultivation technique was not good, but he was saying that if Qinyu changed to a more suitable body tempering technique, there would be more room for improvement. Master, junior brother's talent in body tempering is so strong, he might be able to cultivate that mystical technique in the academy. Yuan Shen thought of something and said in an inquiring tone. Qinyu's eyes moved slightly. He had already guessed it. Before choosing the academy, he had heard that there was a supreme mystical technique in the Demon Free Academy that was known as the number 1 defensive cultivation technique. However, given his identity at that time, he did not have the authority to see this cultivation technique. The academy has a supreme mystical technique that combines the devil Dao and the Dao of body cultivation. It is indeed suitable for you, but the difficulty of this cultivation technique is extremely high. Since ancient times, only a few people have managed to cultivate it completely. Almost all of them gave up halfway, and there were many who suffered from qi deviation. Xianxia said seriously. Chen Yu was shocked. He had some desire for this powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. This was also the reason why he had chosen the Demon-Free Academy. Among all aspects, Chen Yu had the highest talent in body tempering. He did not want to give up on such a powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. At the side, the Scarlet Flame King revealed a look of disdain. He did not believe that there would be any powerful cultivation techniques in this small place. It's a pity that I don't have any body-tempering cultivation techniques in my memory. Otherwise, it would definitely be more powerful than this so-called #1 defensive cultivation technique. If that's the case, I can negotiate with this lad. The Scarlet Flame King sighed and thought to himself. Xianxia's eyes moved slightly and he glanced at the fire scale beast. Yuanchen also looked at the fire scale beast again. Not only could this spiritual pet understand their conversation, but its expression was also very strange. Its intelligence should be very high. Chen Yu, you have such a spiritual pet. If you cultivate it well, it will be a great help in the future. Xianxia said. On the side, the night lynx opened its sleepy eyes and glanced at the fire scale beast. It did not care and continued to sleep. This little guy actually looks down on me. The Scarlet Flame King was very annoyed and glared at the night lynx. Suddenly, the night lynx felt a little uneasy. Its sleepiness disappeared and it looked at the Scarlet Flame King seriously. Little junior brother's spiritual pet is not ordinary. Even Master's lynx attaches so much importance to it. Yuanchen smiled. Usually, this cat was not interested in anything and only knew how to sleep. Chen Yu laughed dryly and secretly sent a voice transmission to the Scarlet Flame King to behave. If it was seen through, it would be bad. Xianxian also felt strange and looked at the fire scale beast a few more times. If you want to cultivate it, prepare 500,000 demon points. I can help you exchange for the first 3 levels. Xianxian could see from Chen Yu's previous expression that Chen Yu was very interested in this mysterious art. 500,000. Chen Yu's body trembled slightly. Even when he was at his richest, he only had 170,000 demon points. Master said that 500,000 could only exchange for the first 3 levels of this mysterious art. Haha, little junior brother, this mysterious art is one of the top 10 ancient mysterious arts. It combines physique cultivation, demon path, and combat skills. It is equivalent to an inheritance. Its value is immeasurable. If you are not a student of the Demon Academy, you can't buy it no matter how many primordial stones you have. Yuanchen smiled. 500,000 demon points was indeed a lot, but it was not expensive at all. Okay. For the time being, Chen Yu gave up on this idea. Chen Yu, you may be my disciple and no one in the academy dares to provoke you. But once you leave the academy, you will be in greater danger. Let Master give you a gift. Xianxian suddenly said and then waved his sleeve. Swish, without seeing Xianxian's action, a black and purple bead flew over. This bead contains Master's G-Force. Its power can severely injure or even kill a normal origin realm. Yuanchen smiled and said. Back when he became Xianxian's disciple, he had also received this bead. Chen Yu solemnly stored it away. This was a life-saving trump card that his master gave him. If he used it well, it was even possible to kill an origin realm expert. Let's stop here for today. Now that you are my disciple, you can have your own courtyard. You can go to the Demon-less branch hall to choose. Xianxian said. After that, Chen Yu and Yuanchen left the place. Junior brother, Master is very secretive. If you need anything, you can look for me directly. Yuanchen had a smile on his face and was very caring towards Chen Yu. Definitely. Chen Yu didn't stand on ceremony. After leaving the restricted area, Chen Yu immediately went to the Demon-less branch hall of Blood Fiend Peak. First, he received the rewards for challenging the tower. From level 21 to level 31, Chen Yu received 100,000 demon points as a reward. If I sell all the resources that I have plundered from the Red Earth world, I should be able to gather 500,000 demon points. This matter was put aside for now. Immediately after, Qinyu chose an individual courtyard. The cultivation effect of a private courtyard was better than Qinyu's cultivation cave abode, and the environment was good. After moving to the new residence, Qinyu immediately went into seclusion for a period of time. After all, he had just broken through to the innate realm not long ago. The effect of his cultivation was better now. 10 days later, Qinyu came out of seclusion. He decided to wait for someone in the academy to hold a private trade fair before going to exchange resources for demon points. Currently, he could earn demon points by completing tasks. Moreover, he received a message on his token. It was the academy urging him to accept tasks. After arriving at the Demon-less branch hall, Qinyu accepted 3 tasks at once. These 3 tasks were of varying difficulty, but they were close to the academy, and the targets of the tasks were all in the Poison Fog Forest. On the same day, Qinyu set off for the Sky River Prefecture's Poison Fog Forest. Although the Poison Fog Forest was not as dangerous as the Devil Bone Wasteland, it was shrouded in poisonous miasma all year round. Some areas would even suddenly produce special toxins that were impossible to guard against. It was also quite famous in the Sky River Prefecture. Fortunately, Qinyu's physique was strong. After taking the antidote, he was basically immune to the poisonous miasma. After 3 days, Qinyu completed the first collection task. After another 5 days, he completed the second demonic beast hunting task. The third was a bounty task. The target was a ruthless wanted criminal nicknamed Poison Dragon. After searching for 10 days, there was still no clue. However, in these 10 days, Qinyu collected many precious herbs. Found it. Suddenly, Qinyu, who was in the middle of collecting precious materials, stopped his movements. Through the vision of the Iron Moon strange bug, he saw a cave with a figure inside. The figure was very similar to the description on the bounty. In the dark cave, there was an ordinary jade stone for illumination. A burly scarred man sat cross-legged on the ground, grinding the powder. The poison produced by the scarlet poisonous flower combined with the cold fufu bamboo is even more ferocious. Even a late-stage congenital realm expert would feel as if his body was being burned by raging flames upon coming into contact with a little of it. His mind would be tortured by the extreme cold, and it would be worse than death. It's also extremely poisonous to peak congenital realm experts. The scarred man laughed sinisterly. When I'm done, I'll make those who want to kill me pay the price in blood. The scarred man's eyes glowed with a cruel light. Soon, the scarred man finished refining the poison and placed it in a small black bottle. Who is it? The scarred man's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the cave. Soon, a young man in beast skin armor came into view. The one who will take your life. With a calm expression, Qinyu smiled confidently. Haha, you're so young, but you're so arrogant. The scarred man laughed after hearing this. Outside the cave, there is the illusionary soul-bewildering powder that I have set up. Every inch of the cave is covered with a strong poison that I have scattered. The deeper you go, the stronger the poison. I'm afraid that you can already feel discomfort in your body, and the pain and itchiness are unbearable. Whether you can walk to me is a problem, The scarred man looked at Qinyu as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't care and said all this so that Qinyu would die knowing. I'm not feeling any discomfort, Qinyu said honestly. After cultivating to the bronze statue, he had a strong resistance to fire and water poisons. Moreover, he had taken an antidote before entering the Poison Fog Forest. You're quite good at pretending. If you're so capable, then continue walking, the scarred man smiled disdainfully. You're about to die, yet you're still pretending. Walk? Qinyu revealed a playful smile. Boom, he stomped his right foot and a pit appeared where he was standing. His body leaped out and headed straight for the scarred man. What? The scarred man's expression changed. Logically speaking, after Qinyu was poisoned by him, it should be difficult for him to circulate his true qi, and he should not be able to exert much power, but how could Qinyu's speed be so fast? Could it be that the other party wasn't poisoned? It seems like you have a poison-repellent treasure on you. The knife-scarred man was certain of this. Otherwise, a mere early-stage Xiantian like Qinyu wouldn't be able to get within 30 feet of him. Boom, the knife-scarred man immediately stood up and punched out. His arms were colorful, and there were many scars and pustules on them. They looked extremely disgusting. Boom, the knife-scarred man's arm collided with Qinyu's shining fist. With a caw-caw sound, the knife-scarred man's fist and arm felt the pain of broken bones. He himself was also pushed back by a huge force and hit the mountain wall, causing some rocks to fall. How is this possible? The scarred man looked at Qinyu in disbelief. He was at the late stage of the Xiantian realm, but he had actually been forced back by a little guy at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Although he hadn't used his full strength in that punch, but it was enough to instantly kill an ordinary early-stage Xiantian realm expert. The little guy in front of him was shockingly strong. You should be a genius of the academy, but you will die here in the end. My nickname is Poison Dragon. This does not refer to my name, but to my hand. Those who are touched by my hand will be infected with hundreds of poisons. The knife-scarred man looked at Qinyu and laughed evilly. Qinyu was so young, and his strength was shocking. He must be a genius of the academy. But these geniuses were inexperienced, arrogant and ignorant. They were easier to deal with than the Sky River Prefecture's soldiers. However, when the knife-scarred man looked at Qinyu's fist, his laughter stopped abruptly. He saw that Qinyu's fist seemed to be cast from copper and iron. It was covered with ancient copper patterns and emitted a faint yellow light. There were no signs of poison invading his fist. Damn it. The knife-scarred man's face darkened. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. Die. The knife-scarred man's figure fiercely pounced out, filled with killing intent. But when he was about to reach Qinyu, his figure suddenly changed, avoiding Qinyu and escaping towards the entrance of the cave. He never fought with people head-on, unless he had great confidence in killing the other party. Before escaping, the knife-scarred man's other hand suddenly opened a small black bottle and sprinkled a red and blue mist powder. Hee, have a taste of my new poison. The knife-scarred man laughed cruelly and continued to retreat. But at this time, he felt a sharp pain from the bottom of his feet, as if he had stepped on a nail. Swoosh, a dark blue dot of light passed through his feet and quickly flew away. On the other side, a giant sword appeared in Qinyu's hand. With a fierce swing, a fierce wind howled and the red and blue mist powder in front of him immediately dispersed. Die. Qinyu's figure fiercely rushed out and slashed with his sword. No, the knife-scarred man cried out in fear. Qinyu's current burst of speed was even faster than before, and he arrived at the scene in an instant. Puff, with a slash of the sword, a head flew out and rolled far away. Indeed, I can't underestimate these evil people who live on the edge of death. Compared to cultivators of the same level in the college, the evil people outside were weaker, but they were ruthless and experienced. If one was careless, they would fall for their tricks. If not for Qinyu's bronze statue true body's strong resistance to poison, it would be difficult to deal with the poison dragon. Bang, Qinyu's body was stained with a lot of poison powder, and it constantly corroded his body. But fortunately, there was only a small amount of poison powder. Qinyu activated his true body with all his strength and quickly expelled all the poison. This poison is not bad. Even Qinyu's bronze statue true body was not completely immune to this poison. It was clear that this poison was strong, and it was no weaker than the poison of the green moss toadstool. Qinyu took the black bottle from the knife-scarred man's hand and his storage bag. Hee. Qinyu couldn't help but grin. Although the bounty mission was dangerous, the rewards were bountiful. Once he killed the target, he could obtain the target's belongings. The knife-scarred man's storage bag contained all sorts of poisonous herbs. Aside from that, there were 7,000 or 8,000 inferior-grade essence stones, many precious jades, and martial techniques. After that, Qinyu placed the knife-scarred man's head into his storage bag. After leaving the cave, Qinyu prepared to return to the college. However, at this moment, Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sense of danger, and a chill ran down his spine. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind Qinyu, two shadowy figures appeared out of nowhere, each holding a dagger and stabbing it at Qinyu's neck. Even at that moment, the two assassins did not make much noise as they stabbed their daggers towards Kirin. Scram! Qinyu shouted and circulated his bronze statue true body, circulating his pure aura chi. Bang, bang! The bronze radiance and the black aura chi exploded along with the pressure of his physique. Yu's body instantly enlarged, turning into a bronze Buddha giant. Ding! After his body enlarged, the two assassins stabbed at Yu's back with their short blades. One of the gray short blades only left a shallow mark on Yu's back, while the other black short blade cut through Yu's true body defense and stabbed into Yu's flesh. Late-stage Khanate realm. Yu's face froze. One of the assassins had just reached the late-stage Khanate realm, while the other was at the pinnacle of the Khanate realm. Their strength was not any weaker than the same rank experts from the 4 colleges. Moreover, as assassins, their explosive power was extremely strong. When they attacked, it would be a fatal blow. Even if Yu was caught off guard, he would still be in such a situation. If he had not cultivated the bronze statue true body and could enlarge himself, he would have been dead by now. The two assassins were shocked at the same time. Who sent you to assassinate me? Yu's face was cold as he asked coldly. From their voices and figures, one could tell that they were a man and a woman. Go ask Hades. The male assassin said in a calm and cold voice. As a pinnacle Khanate expert and a top assassin, he had actually failed to kill an early-stage Khanate kid. This was a disgrace in the history of assassination. Yu snorted coldly. He had not felt such a sense of crisis for a long time. He could not let these two assassins go so easily. Moreover, he had to find the mastermind. Rumble, taking out the giant ruler sword, Yu swung it fiercely and slashed out a huge black evil sword slash. Swish, the male assassin's movement technique was exquisite and his dodging ability was strong. He jumped and dodged the slash. Not simple indeed. The male assassin felt the power of Yu's slash and said in a low voice. He was not surprised. Swish, his body was like a spring as he charged at Yu and stabbed out with the black dagger in his hand. Behind him, the female assassin attacked again. Yu did not swing his sword. He reached into his storage bag and took out a black medicine bottle. Whoosh, the medicine bottle was opened and a red and blue mist floated out and spread in all directions. This was the poisonous powder that the knife-scarred man had used on Yu. Not good, junior sister, step back. The male assassin immediately shouted. The two stopped and retreated, but they were still covered with a lot of poisonous powder. They took out a medicine bottle at the same time and swallowed the antidote. What kind of poison is this? It's so strong. After the woman swallowed the antidote, she still let out a low hiss. At this moment, her body was hot as if she was being roasted by fire, but her spirit and soul seemed to be in an ice house. Sword evil 4 directions. After sprinkling the poisonous powder, Yu waved the giant ruler sword and performed the demon shocking sword technique. Layers of sword chi. Billowed out, sweeping in all directions. Swish. Swish, the two assassins immediately retreated and were injured by the aftershock of Yu's demon sword. The female assassin was weaker. After being injured by Yu, the poison further invaded her body, and her battle strength decreased again. On the other hand, the male assassin had retreated early, so he wasn't too badly injured by the poison powder. Junior sister, let's go. The male assassin immediately shouted. However, in the next moment, the male assassin turned into a black shadow and attacked Yu. The black dagger in his hand carried a fatal cold light and stabbed towards Yu's throat. Die. Yu's face was gloomy. Boom, his body suddenly emitted the aura of an ancient dragon. A layer of transparent blood scale patterns formed on the surface of his body, like an evil copper Buddha. In this poison fog forest, Yu was not afraid of anything. Moreover, he planned to kill these two assassins, so he did not hesitate to use his trump card. This is a bloodline. The male assassin revealed a look of surprise. The information did not mention this. Boom, Yu raised the black sword in his hand and a layer of dark red demon sword wind roared out, startling all directions. Boom, Yu raised the black sword in his hand, and a layer of dark red sword wind whizzed out, shocking the surroundings. After activating the dragon scale bloodline, his strength and defense increased exponentially. The power of this sword had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. The male assassin was frightened by Yu's sword and immediately switched from offense to defense. Boom, his body was thrown back and smashed into an ancient tree. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although the male assassin was also at the pinnacle of the innate realm, he was better at assassination. His combat ability was poor. Even if they clashed head-on, the dagger in his hand would only make him weaker than the giant sword. "Senior brother." The female assassin could not help but exclaim. It was hard to imagine that the target in front of her was only at the early stage of the innate realm. How could he detect the two of them and even defeat her senior brother? After defeating the male assassin, Xianxia stopped his transformation. Roar! A black wind burst out from his body. He, who had used his secret movement technique, was extremely fast. He was closing in on the male assassin. Between the two assassins, the male assassin posed a greater threat. Hence, Xianxia attacked him first. "Junior sister, I'll hold him back. Pretend that you're poisoned and can't attack. Wait for an opportunity to kill him." The male assassin transmitted his voice to her. Although the difficulty of this assassination mission had exceeded his expectations, he did not choose to retreat. He was at the pinnacle of the innate realm. If he failed to assassinate an early-stage innate realm, how would he be able to face others in the future? "Okay," the female assassin replied. At this moment, some of the poison in her body had been expelled. The remaining poison had been suppressed, but she could only exert 70% to 80% of her strength. Boom! Xianxia's sword descended, and soil and wood flew everywhere. Swoosh! In the dust, the male assassin fled. After activating the bloodline, Xianxia was extremely powerful. The male assassin did not dare to fight him head-on. At this moment, the male assassin seemed to have sensed something. Swoosh! A dark blue dot flew past. However, the male assassin stopped in time and dodged the sneak attack of the Iron Moon strange bug. He's not an ordinary assassin. His observation skills are sharp and his reflexes are fast. Xianxia thought to himself. Up until now, there weren't many people who could dodge the sneak attack of the Iron Moon exotic insects in such a manner. Even in the academy, this person's aptitude could be considered top-notch. Although the Iron Moon strange bug's ambush failed, it caused the male assassin to pause for a moment. Roar! Xianxia raised his movement secret art to the next level, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rapidly approached the male assassin. Boom! The greatsword pierced out, and a sword of evil energy condensed on its surface. It was aimed at the male assassin's face. The male assassin's nerves were taut, but he managed to react in time. He tilted his body slightly and dodged Xianxia's powerful strike. Xianxia deeply felt that the male assassin was difficult to deal with. Not only was his movement technique profound, but his body was also extremely agile. He immediately sheathed his sword and punched the male assassin with his other hand. Whoosh! The male assassin tiptoed and retreated backwards. Because he sheathed his sword midway and changed the direction of his punch, it was difficult for it to burst out with much speed. Even if the assassin retreated, there was still some distance between Xianxu's fist and the target. But at this moment, a translucent dark dagger appeared in Xianxu's hand without warning. What? The male assassin's expression changed abruptly, and his heart was beating wildly. He was more cautious in his actions, and he was sure that Xianxu's punch would not hit him. But Xianxu actually conjured a dagger in front of him. This was simply cheating. Whoosh! The dagger in his hand shot out, turning into a dim light as it flew out. The male assassin let out a low roar, and a mass of dark genuine qi burst out of his body, blocking in front of him. But Xianxu's dark snake sword was a high-grade king-level sword. Under Xianxu's great strength, its penetrative power was extremely strong. Puff! The layer of genuine qi was pierced, and the dark snake sword sank into the male assassin's chest. Cough, cough. The male assassin's body was pierced, and he immediately coughed out a large mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. He was ready to escape immediately, but at this moment, he was injured, and there was still poison spreading in his wound. His speed was no longer as fast as Xianxu. Boom! Catching up with the male assassin, Xianxu kicked his butt, sending him flying into the grass at the side. The male assassin stared at Xianxu. As an assassin, he had always come and go without a trace, and his attacks were fatal. Even if he did not succeed, with his movement skills, he could come and go freely. His enemies could not even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone hurt him. but this time he was actually kicked there. Of course, this was not the time to be thinking about this. Speak. Who sent you here? Qinyu came in front of the male assassin, and the giant sword was placed on his neck. Haha, death was approaching, but the male assassin was not afraid. Instead, he laughed. He laughed because he also had times of failure, and he had lost in the hands of an early-stage Khanate. However, he did not lose unjustly. This young man could actually conjure a short sword out of thin air, which went against common sense. The next moment, black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his head tilted to the side. Obviously, he had hidden poison in his mouth and committed suicide. Removing the black cloth on his face, Qinyu found that he did not know him, so he did not care much. He took the dark snake sword and the other party's storage bag, and quickly chased to the other side. If the other party had refused to answer just now, Qinyu would have killed him with a sword, because he could not waste too much time. He could not let the other female assassin go. When the dark snake sword appeared in Qinyu's hand and stabbed the male assassin, the female assassin had already escaped. However, the iron moon strange bug also followed. The light was dim, and the fog was hazy. An exquisite and slender female assassin shuttled through the crowd with incomparable agility. Behind her, a dark blue dot quickly shuttled back and forth, closely following her. Although the female assassin was a late-stage Khanate cultivator and extremely fast, the iron moon strange bug was also strong in speed. It was small in size and had a strong penetrating power. It could almost move in a straight line, and there was no need to turn. In addition, the female assassin was still suffering from the poison, so she could only use 80% of her speed. Damn it, get out of here. The female assassin blasted out with her palm, and a dark palm wave was formed. However, the iron moon strange bug directly burrowed into the ground. The ground had become its best defense. Moreover, it had an extremely strong resistance to true qi. In the ground, the iron moon strange bug's speed was not much slower, and it still followed the female assassin. Roar! Suddenly, a wind roar came from behind. The female assassin knew that it was caused by Qinyu's secret movement technique. It's coming. The female assassin shuddered. Her senior brother had died in the hands of Qinyu, so how could she be a match for Qinyu? Roar! 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 The wind roar became more and more intense, and it contained the domineering demonic aura. It was like the roar of a peerless demon, and it constantly tortured the female assassin's mind. Sir, please spare my life, the female assassin immediately begged for mercy. Qinyu was indifferent. He would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. At this moment, a huge wave of true qi came from ahead. There's someone in front. The female assassin rolled her eyes, and she immediately took off the black clothes she was wearing. She was wearing a simple blue and white dress, and after taking off the clothes, she instantly became a gentle and pitiful woman. Help, save this little girl's life. The female assassin cried out in a tender voice, and her voice was pitiful. With her strength, it was impossible for her to get rid of Qinyu, and it was only a matter of time before she was killed. Hence, she chose this strategy. The few people in front seemed to be hurrying, and the two sides soon got closer. The leader was dressed in blood-red clothes, and he had a cold face, exuding a terrifying bloody aura. The man in blood-red clothes looked at Qinyu and that woman, and he leaped over. There's hope! The female assassin was delighted. The three people in front of her were pretty strong, especially the man in blood-red clothes. His aura was terrifying, and he seemed to have the intention of saving her. However, when she saw the face of the man in blood-red clothes, her face instantly turned pale. Swoosh! The man in blood-red clothes suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a wave of blood flowed out. In the next moment, a stream of blood appeared around the female assassin, binding her body, and she couldn't move at all. Senior Jean. Qinyu looked at the man in blood-red clothes. He was the number one person in the Blood Evil Yard, Jin Shuofeng. When he went to take on the mission for the first time, he had seen Jin Shuofeng once. Hence, he had an impression of him. Junior Chen, what's going on? Jin Shuofeng asked. She's an assassin. Qinyu explained. Otherwise, it would indeed cause misunderstandings if he chased after a woman for no reason. However, Qinyu found it strange that Jin Shuofeng knew him. Although the news of him being taken in as a disciple by the vice president had spread, Jin Shuofeng should have just returned to the school after his adventure. This meant that he wasn't in the school previously. However, the two of them were in the same school, and it wasn't strange for Jin Shuofeng to know Qinyu. At this moment, the female assassin, who was bound by Jin Shuofeng, had black blood oozing out from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had committed suicide by biting the poison pill in her mouth. Dead. Jin Shuofeng said calmly and threw the corpse aside. Junior Chen, who did you offend? An assassin tried to assassinate you? Jin Shuofeng asked. This? I'm not sure. Qinyu had offended too many people, and there were many possibilities. If you have nothing to do, you can come with us. You'll be safer. Jin Shuofeng took the initiative to say. The other two students were a little surprised. Jin Shuofeng was usually a man of few words, and he wouldn't take the initiative to talk to weaklings. I'm about to return to the school as well. Qinyu nodded. He wasn't sure if there would be more assassins on the way, so it was fine to return to the school with Jin Shuofeng. 3 days later, Qinyu arrived at the school. First of all, he had completed the mission and received a total of 35,000 magic points. The other two missions were relatively simple. The main thing was to kill the poison dragon, which gave more magic points. In addition, killing the two assassins and the poison dragon gave Qinyu a lot of extra rewards. On the same day, Qinyu went to find his senior brother Yuan Chen. You encountered an assassin? Yuan Chen was a little surprised. He expected that Qinyu would encounter danger when he went out, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Are there any clues? Or any suspects? Yuan Chen asked. None. Qinyu shook his head. He didn't find any obvious clues in the storage bags of the two assassins. If someone posted a bounty on you in the dark forces, you might encounter another assassin next time. Yuan Chen's expression turned cold. In such a situation, the best solution was to kill the person who posted the bounty and increase his strength. If the difficulty of the assassination mission exceeded the bounty, no one would accept this mission again. But there's another possibility. You haven't offended anyone, and the assassin isn't after you because of the bounty. Yuan Chen's expression turned solemn, and his voice grew softer. Qinyu was shocked. He hadn't offended anyone, and it wasn't because of the bounty, but someone was still trying to kill him. Senior brother Yuan Chen, you're not joking, are you? Qinyu laughed dryly. No one would go against him for no reason and send someone to kill him. Now that you're the Vice Dean's disciple, you might become a powerful figure in Yunjiao Nation in the future. That's why you're a potential threat to some forces. Yuan Chen explained slowly. Some forces? Qinyu seemed to understand something, and he was very surprised. If he were to become a powerful figure in Yunjiao Nation, he would be a threat to some forces. In that case, those forces would be standing against Yunjiao Nation's enemies. The entire Yunjiao Nation was now under the rule of the emperor. Who would have the guts to stand against Yunjiao Nation? In the past, this ancient nation was ruled by the sect. Yuan Chen said in a meaningful tone. Qinyu understood in an instant. Although the first emperor of Yunjiao Nation had swept across the land, cleansed the sect in blood, and unified the ancient nation, the sect was extremely powerful. However, the sect back then was also incomparably powerful. How could it be eradicated? Many sect members compromised with the emperor, and some went into seclusion in the mountains. There were even some who hid in the dark and carried out certain activities. The ancient nation has been peaceful for 10,000 years. The emperor is no longer as domineering as before, and the internal situation is not peaceful either. The remaining sect forces are growing and multiplying tenaciously. Many prodigies in the past have been killed by them in secret, Yuan Chen sighed. He had faced such assassination attempts in the past. Now that he was powerful, he would have to pay a high price to assassinate Yuan Chen. Those hidden sect forces would not be so brazen. Looks like I'll have to keep a low profile. Qinyu smiled. If what Yuan Chen said was true, then the other side knew of Qinyu's whereabouts and had ambushed him. Didn't this mean that there were spies from the remaining forces of the sect within the Demon-Free Academy who had tipped them off? If junior brother has any suspicions, you can tell me. Who knows, I might be able to catch a spy. Yuanchen smiled. The remaining spies of the sect's forces hid very well and were extremely difficult to discover. Under normal circumstances, they would leak information to others and would rarely take action themselves. If he could catch one, he would be rewarded handsomely. After chatting for a while, Jinyu left. He went to the Soulless Branch Hall and the Soulless Main Hall to collect the materials needed for the fifth recipe. The other supplementary materials were still manageable, but the key was the three main materials. Among them, Jinyu had the Thunder Echo Stone, but he lacked the Electric Liquid and the Thunder Iron Claw. Among them, the Thunder Iron Claw could be replaced by other hard materials from the body of the Thunder Beast. After a day of traveling, with great difficulty, Jinyu managed to collect a small portion of the Electric Liquid and the half of the Thunder Iron Bull's Thunder Horn. He barely managed to gather a portion. Moreover, he also exchanged some items for demon-free points and primal stones. After returning to his residence, Jinyu started to concoct the Thunder Lightning Body Tempering Liquid. Little guy, you were assassinated as soon as you left. Hurry up and increase this king's strength. When the time comes, this king will protect you and no one will be able to harm you. The Scarlet Flame King raised his head and said arrogantly. You can't be the one who tipped me off, right? Jinyu teased. The Scarlet Flame King indeed had a reason to harm him, but due to the contract, he couldn't openly harm Jinyu. This king also wants to. The Scarlet Flame King opened his mouth and said, then went silent. He had indeed thought about it, but he was a late-stage Hotian ancient beast. Wouldn't it attract more attention if he spoke in front of others? Even if he could get rid of Jinyu, he would also be exposed, which would only be more dangerous. I'll bring you along on the next mission. If I die, I'll be satisfied with the Scarlet Flame King accompanying me. Jinyu teased. Not long after, he successfully concocted a portion of the Thunder Lightning Body Tempering Liquid. After consuming it, Jinyu suddenly felt a powerful and violent wave of lightning explode in his body, spreading along his tendons, veins, and organs before spreading to his skin, flesh, and bones. Compared to the fourth formula, the third Thunder Lightning Body Tempering Liquid had a qualitative leap in medicinal efficacy. Jinyu felt as if his body was being bitten by countless ants, causing him pain and numbness. However, under the stimulation of the Thunder Lightning Body Tempering Liquid, Jinyu's body also underwent a shocking transformation. Buzz, the surface of the bronze statue true body would occasionally sparkle with lightning. With the help of this medicinal efficacy, Jinyu cultivated the bronze statue technique, continuously tempering his body. It was the first time he had consumed this liquid, and the main ingredient was the Thunder Resonating Stone, so the medicinal efficacy was extremely strong. Jinyu consumed it in 3 portions and used it up in half a month. Half a month later, Jinyu felt that his bronze statue true body tempering liquid had greatly improved. After all, the main ingredient was the Thunder Resonating Stone. However, there was still a small distance for him to reach the Xiaoqing realm. Coincidentally, after coming out of seclusion, Jinyu heard that there was going to be a private meeting in the college. It was similar to the Dark Night meeting he had attended previously, but it was held by another group of overlords. Great, I can sell my resources. Jinyu's face lit up with joy. On the night of the second day, he participated in the exchange meeting. By now, the news that he had been accepted as a disciple by the vice college master had already spread. Everyone in the college knew who Jinyu was. Most people would greet Jinyu politely when they saw him. At the meeting, Jinyu met many people, including the puppet master Kong Zhong, Duan Hao, Nie Xian, and other students of the Blood Evil Institute. However, he didn't see Situ Linyu. After asking around, he learned that Situ Linyu had gone on an adventure in a foreign land and hadn't returned yet. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to become the disciple of the vice college master. Kong Zhong said enviously. He was also glad that he didn't choose to be Jinyu's enemy after the hunting competition. Jinyu, let's compete in the college competition in a year's time. Duan Hao was full of fighting spirit. The fact that Jinyu had become the disciple of the vice college master had further stimulated him. In recent days, he had made great progress. Sure. Jinyu nodded. Duan Hao was extremely talented and he had already reached the mid-stage of the Khanate realm. If Qinyu didn't work hard, he might really be surpassed. The college competition? I hope I can participate in it. Kong Zhong was also very interested in it. However, compared to Duan Hao, Nie Xian, and the others, his cultivation talent wasn't high. He was good at puppets. Perhaps because of the upcoming college competition, there were many people participating in this exchange, and many precious treasures appeared. That night, Qinyu and his group of friends ate and drank, and then carried out some transactions. Kong Zhong was very interested in the high-quality fire elemental ores in Qinyu's hands, and bought a large batch. Then, Qinyu set up his own stall. In the Red Earth world, he killed many desert bandits and Qi transformation realm experts, and had a rich harvest. Among them, the elders of the High Mountain tribe had the most good things in their storage bags. Secondly, Qinyu killed the poison dragon and the 2 assassins, and also obtained a lot of good things. These things were too messy, and by setting up a stall, Qinyu sold a lot of them at once, and made a lot of money. Next, Qinyu participated in a high-end trading place. In the high-end trading place, Qinyu sold a few superior-grade treasures, and even took out a few high-quality fire cores. The appearance of the fire core immediately caused a frenzy among the fire elemental cultivators. After all, this thing could be directly consumed to increase one's strength, and it was very tempting for students who wanted to compete for a place in the college competition. In the end, Qinyu sold 5 high-quality fire cores, and exchanged them for 150,000 magic points. As the conference was coming to an end, Qinyu began to collect the materials for the 5th recipe, and bought many precious materials at a low price, including a thunder light grass. Excluding the consumption of resources, I still have 400,000 magic points left, 100,000 short. Qinyu felt a headache coming on. However, he had already collected 400,000, and the remaining 100,000 was not difficult. After returning to his residence, Qinyu made another lightning body tempering liquid. The Thunder Echo Stone from last time was not completely used up. This time, the main material was still the Thunder Echo Stone, but the quality of the supplementary materials was higher, and the medicinal effect was better. Due to the appearance of the assassins, Qinyu did not go out for a while, and had been concentrating on seclusion. 3 months later, Qinyu drank the last portion of the lightning body tempering liquid. Finally, one night, Qinyu's bronze statue true body had broken through to the Xiaoqing realm. Activating the bronze statue true body, one could see a trace of lightning flowing on the surface of Qinyu's shiny bronze body. Finally, Qinyu heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of seclusion, Qinyu had used up a shocking amount of resources. Thunder-type precious materials were rare, and the price was even higher. Just the Thunder Echo Stone alone was worth a lot. Fortunately, it was all worth it. The bronze statue true body had broken through to the Xiaoqing realm, and Qinyu could rely on this technique alone to fight against a normal late-stage Khanate being. Of course, during this period of seclusion, Qinyu's primary fiendish divine art did not fall behind, and he had made significant progress. Now that Qinyu's strength had risen to another level, his self-defense ability was even stronger. That day, Qinyu brought the Crimson Flame King to the demonic central palace to entrust a mission. I still need 100,000 demonic points to exchange for a cultivation technique. Qinyu murmured in his heart. When he accepted missions, he would choose the ones with the most demonic points. At this moment, 3 people walked over from behind him. Junior Chen, the 3 of us have accepted a difficult mission, and we're short of 1 person. I wonder if you're interested. Among the 3 of them, a cold-faced young man in a crimson outfit walked over. Senior Jean. Qinyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jean Zhuofeng to take the initiative to invite him. What mission? Qinyu asked. Jean Zhuofeng was powerful, so the difficulty of the mission would definitely be high. Similarly, the rewards would be more generous. Hunting the ancient beast Fiery Lizard in the Fiend Bone Wasteland. As the disciple of the Vice Dean, you defeated Shang Honglan a few months ago, so your strength should be at the late-stage Khanate being. When the time comes, we can definitely complete this mission with Senior Jean around. A slender woman at the side took the initiative to speak. Back in the Poison Fog Forest, she had seen Qinyu before, but she didn't speak to him. After she returned, she found out that Xianxia had been accepted as the disciple of the vice dean. 250,000 demonic points. After taking a look at the mission list, Xianxia's expression changed. The fiery lizard was an ancient beast and lived in the Fiend Bone wasteland. It was powerful and had reached the origin realm. One more thing. After killing the fiery lizard, the materials had to be handed over. Apart from 250,000 demonic points, there were also 30,000 low-grade essence stones and some elixirs. All in all, the rewards were quite generous. All right. Xianxia agreed immediately. He had a good impression of Jin Shuifeng. There were 4 of them, and with the addition of Jin Shuifeng, they had a high chance of winning against an ancient beast that was close to the origin realm. Alright, since Junior Chen wants to join us, let's set off now. Jin Shuifeng revealed a smile. At the Mission Commission office, many people looked at Xianxia enviously. The treatment of becoming the Vice Dean's disciple is really different. Even an expert like Jin Shuifeng has taken the initiative to invite him. That's right. The Devil Bone Wasteland has become more dangerous over the past year, and the rewards have increased tremendously. Without a strong team, who wouldn't dare to take the risk? Some students murmured. The Devil Bone Wasteland was far away, but fortunately, Jin Shuifeng had a flying mount that could accommodate 5 or 6 people. Among the 4, Jin Shuifeng was a peak stage Khanate cultivator, but as the number 1 in the Blood Evil Yard, his strength was hard to estimate. The other 2 were a slim girl and a long-haired young man. Both of them were late-stage Khanate cultivators, but their auras were extremely stable. Obviously, they were not ordinary late-stage Khanate cultivators. Junior Chen, your strength is comparable to a late-stage Khanate cultivator now, and you've been taken in as the Vice Dean's disciple. Your strength should be growing very fast. Maybe you'll have a chance to participate in this year's competition. The slim girl took the initiative to talk to Xianxia. That's what I was thinking too. Xianxia didn't hide it. The competition was held once every 5 years. If he missed it this time, he might have to return to the Chu country in a few years and wouldn't have a chance to participate in the next competition. Therefore, Xianxia was eager to participate in this competition. In addition, he heard that the competition itself was also an opportunity, and there would be generous rewards at the end of the competition. If he could achieve good results on these 2 points, Xianxia's future would be even smoother. Hehe, Junior Chen, you have to work hard. The long-haired young man smiled and then looked at the fire scale beast. Xianxia could see the disdain in his expression, and the long-haired young man paid more attention to the fire scale beast. If your mount can grow quickly, its overall strength will be even stronger. You might be able to achieve a good result in the competition. The slim girl looked at the fire scale beast enviously. Not everyone could get an ancient-level spiritual pet. She had also heard about the origin of Xianxia's ancient beast and couldn't help but praise Xianxia's luck. Mount? The Crimson Flame King raised his eyebrows and glanced at Slim Girl. Every time he heard this word, he would think back to when he was beaten up by Xianxia. This was his greatest humiliation. The Scarlet Flame King was furious, but he had no choice but to restrain himself. Seeing the fire scale beast's fierce eyes, the slim girl didn't think much of it. Junior, why didn't you put the mount into the pet bag? Slim girl asked curiously. Because of the fire scale beast, the burden on the flying mounts was quite heavy. It is afraid of the dark. Xianxia stroked the fire scale beast's head. The Crimson Flame King was so angry that he was speechless. In less than 10 days, the group of 4 arrived at the Devil Bone Wasteland. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the air was filled with a heavy and desolate demonic aura. If it was an ordinary team, they would definitely not dare to fly in the sky when they came to the Devil Bone Wasteland, because there were demonic birds in the sky, or even groups of demonic birds. If he accidentally fell to the ground, he would be smashed to pieces, but Jin Shuifeng was wearing a blood-red robe and standing at the front. His body was emitting a monstrous bloody aura, and no demonic birds dared to come close to him. No wonder he is the number 1 of the Blood Evil Institute. Such strength is very close to the origin realm. Xianxia evaluated Jin Shuifeng's strength in his heart. The origin realm had true essence, which was a huge difference from the Qi transformation realm. To be able to have strength comparable to the origin realm when one was below the origin realm was indeed terrifying. In addition, Qinyu realized that the Devil Bone Wasteland gave him a very different feeling from the previous time. After advancing for a long time, there were more and more demonic birds in the sky, and their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, the group of 4 got off the demonic birds and hurried on the ground. Not long later, the group of 4 encountered a situation. Hiss hiss, they saw a dozen black giant fat insects in front of them. There were also a few other types of beetles that emitted powerful demonic aura. Most of them were in the middle stage of the innate realm, and there were a few in the advanced stage of the innate realm. These insects all had a common characteristic. They were completely black and looked like bones. Isn't this? Qinyu was stunned. The last time he came to the Devil Bone Wasteland, he dug out a devil bone insect in a devil bone cave. It was exactly the same as the black fat insects in front of him. In his memory, these devil bone insects were much more ferocious than other demonic beasts of the same level. Junior Chen, be careful. The current Devil Bone Wasteland is very different from before. Many strange demonic beasts have appeared, and the demonic beasts that live here seem to be affected and have become stronger. The slender lady reminded. Kill. Jin Zhuofeng grunted and turned into a streak of blood light, flying out rapidly. A layer of red blood waves appeared around his body, turning into red blood claws that grabbed at the surrounding demonic beasts. This blood claw could quickly absorb the vitality of the enemy. However, these special devil bone insects had no vitality in their bodies, so the effect was greatly reduced. Buzz buzz, the blood claw turned into a circle of blood flow, binding the devil bone insect fiercely. It kept shrinking and finally cut the devil bone insect into 2. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Qinyu and the other 2 also attacked at the same time. The slim girl was a blood cultivator, and the long-haired youth was a demonic cultivator. Both were very strong. Let's try Xiaoqing's bronze statue true body. Qinyu immediately activated his true body. The surface of his body turned copper yellow, and a layer of yellow light appeared. He punched out. Boom, a demon bone worm that was rushing over was stopped by Qinyu's punch. Its body cracked open and turned into a pile of rubble. Among the rubble, there was a demonic core. It was black and exuded a strong demonic aura. As expected, the power is comparable to a late-stage Khanate attack. Qinyu's face was filled with joy. Of course, the devil bone insect's defense and vitality were very strong. There was another reason why Qinyu could kill it in one blow. His bronze statue true body contained a trace of lightning power. Only when the enemy was in close contact would the lightning power be effective. The power of thunder and lightning was extremely effective against evil beings of the demonic path like the demon bone insects. On the side, the slim girl saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Against these devil bone insects, blood cultivators didn't have the advantage, and were even at a disadvantage. But Qinyu killed one with one punch. In terms of performance, he was even better than the slim girl with high cultivation and strength. Jin Zhuofeng also looked at Qinyu from time to time. Boom. Bang, bang. Qinyu was getting more and more excited. His fists exploded with terrifying power and clashed with the devil bone insects. In a short while, the group of devil bone insects was finished by the 4. If you need anything, you can use these demonic cores to exchange with me. The long-haired youth smiled. These demonic cores contained pure and powerful demonic chi, which was very helpful to demonic cultivators. The group continued forward. As an ancient beast, the Devil Inferno lizard had reached the origin realm and naturally lived in the Devil Bone Wasteland. Along the way, the group encountered many demonic beasts with demonic chi. Among them, they even met a human. Most of his body was pitch black and hard as bone. His eyes were pitch black, leaving only a crazy killing intent. This demonic man didn't hesitate to attack the group, but was finally killed by Jin Zhuofeng with one strike. Sigh, the Devil Bone Wasteland has changed. The demonic chi has become extremely dense. Many demonic cultivators came here to cultivate, but ended up going mad and became like this. The slim girl sighed. Hee hee, the will is too weak, not suitable for the demonic Tao. The long-haired youth didn't think so. He was also a demonic Tao cultivator. After a period of time, the group suddenly felt the surroundings were very quiet, and the temperature had risen. The Devil Inferno lizard is here. Jin Zhuofeng transmitted to the group. The other three immediately got ready. The Devil Inferno Lizard was an ancient beast, and its strength was almost at the origin realm. Qinyu didn't hesitate to take out the giant ruler sword. The long-haired youth held a long saber, and the slim girl had a blood whip in her hand. Whoosh! Jin Zhuofeng was scouting ahead. Suddenly, boom, the gravel on the ground exploded, and an extremely huge figure appeared. It was a 5-feet-long lizard. Its body was covered with scales that looked like a snake or a dragon. There were fiery red patterns on the scales, and it was emitting the powerful aura of an ancient beast. The moment the Devil Inferno Lizard appeared, it spat out a dark red fireball towards Jin Zhuofeng. Break! Jin Zhuofeng yelled, and the blood spear in his hand struck out. Only to see hundreds of sharp blood spear shadows whizzing out. Boom, a wave of fiery red blood exploded. Jin Zhuofeng's figure flashed, dodging the explosion's range. In a head-on battle, he alone couldn't defeat the ancient beast Devil Inferno Lizard. Dong dong, Qinyu's heart beat and emitted a suction force, but it wasn't as strong as the previous few times. Kill! Qinyu, Slim Girl, and the long-haired youth had already arrived at 3 different directions and attacked at the same time. Qinyu slashed out with his sword. Boom, a black wind sword was launched, and it slashed on the Devil Inferno Lizard's scales, leaving a shallow blood mark. What a strong defense! The power of Qinyu's sword had reached the pinnacle of the inborn realm under the bronze statue's power, but it could only cause such little damage to the Devil Inferno Lizard. On the other side, the slender girl and the long-haired youth's attacks had also reached the pinnacle of the inborn realm. Blood God Spear. With the 3 of them restraining the Devil Inferno Lizard, Jin Zhuofeng took the initiative to attack and used his combat skills. Boom, a huge blood spear aura emitted the smell of blood, and it struck out towards the Devil Inferno Lizard's head. Feeling the threat, the Devil Inferno Lizard roared, and a fiery bloodline aura was emitted from its body. The scales on its body shone brighter, and there were traces of flames. Sensing the difficulty of the enemy, it did not hesitate to activate its bloodline power. Roar! With a roar, the Devil Inferno Lizard opened its mouth and spat out a dark red fireball. Watch out! The slender girl warned. The group couldn't help but retreat a distance, and fought with the Devil Inferno Lizard. While fighting, Jin Zhuofeng approached Qinyu. At this moment, boom, a thick dark red shadow swept over with a shocking wave of fire. It was the Devil Inferno Lizard's tail. Its tail was extremely thick, like a huge python, and it had a wide range. Although this attack was aimed at Jin Zhuofeng, it also affected Qinyu. Junior brother Chen, watch out! Jin Zhuofeng couldn't help but exclaim. The slender girl also revealed a look of horror. If he was hit by this attack, Qinyu would definitely die. Roar! Qinyu's heart jumped, and the black wind around his body roared. He used a secret movement technique to retreat. However, the Devil Inferno Lizard's tail was extremely thick, and it was as fast as lightning. Qinyu shouted, and the bronze statue's real body was pushed to the limit. Buzz! In a layer of solemn and bright bronze light, Qinyu's body suddenly grew bigger. His real body became bigger, and Qinyu's defense was improved. Boom! A part of the giant tail swept past and brushed past Qinyu's chest. The purplish-green light film released by Qinyu's beast skin armor shattered, and his body was thrown back a few meters. Junior brother Chen, are you okay? After Jin Zhuofeng dodged this attack, he immediately looked at Qinyu's position. At this moment, Qinyu got up and patted the dust off his body. I'm actually okay. Jin Zhuofeng's eyes sank. Amidst the yellow sand, Qinyu patted the dust off his body and stood up. His bronze statue true body had broken through to the Xianxia realm. With the addition of his true body, his defense had reached a terrifying level. The demonic blaze lizard's tail only brushed against him, and the damage wasn't as high as expected. But if it was a normal initial stage Xiantian, he would have been dead by now. Junior Chen, are you alright? Jin Zhuofeng had an anxious expression. Just a scratch, nothing serious. Qinyu said calmly. His intuition told him that Jin Zhuofeng was approaching him on purpose and wanted to use the demonic blaze lizard to kill him. But Qinyu and Jin Zhuofeng didn't seem to have any grudges. Why would Jin Zhuofeng want to harm him, Previously in the poison fog forest, Jin Shuofeng took the initiative to capture the female assassin. This made Qianyu have a good impression of this senior. Kid, this guy is obviously trying to harm you. From afar, the Scarlet Flame King transmitted a message. As this battle was close to the origin realm, Qianyu didn't let the Scarlet Flame King participate because the fire scale beast was only at the peak of the Hotian realm. This was under the condition that Qianyu didn't give the Scarlet Flame King any cultivation resources. If the Scarlet Flame King had a large amount of resources, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass Qianyu. The Scarlet Flame King was observing the battle and could see the situation more comprehensively. Plus, he was an old monster that had lived for God knows how long. Qianyu nodded. Since the Scarlet Flame King said so, he was sure that Jin Shuofeng did it on purpose. But there was no need to point this out now. After all, he didn't have any evidence to prove it. As the battle continued, Qianyu became more cautious. That's great. Let's continue and kill the demonic blaze lizard. Jin Shuofeng said seriously, leading the team. From afar, Senior Jin, why don't we just kill this kid? The long-haired youth transmitted a message to Jin Shuofeng. No, this kid's defense is strong and he isn't weak either. He might have a trump card given by the vice principal. If we aren't careful, we might die. Jin Shuofeng immediately rejected. Kiki. The long-haired youth sneered disdainfully, thinking that Jin Shuofeng was too cowardly. Don't worry. I promised Luo Haoyan that I will do my best. Jin Shuofeng transmitted his voice once more. In the academy, he had a good relationship with Luo Haoyan. The Luo clan was one of the top clans in the 10 great ancient clans, while the Jin clan he belonged to was only a second-rate clan. His family had recently encountered some trouble, and if the Luo family was willing to help, they would be able to tide through it. When he had gone to beg Luo Haoyan previously, Luo Haoyan had asked him to kill a student from the Blood Evil Institute. At that time, Jin Shuofeng did not pay much attention to it, thinking that it was just a small matter. However, after the news of Qianyu being taken in as the vice principal's disciple spread, he realized how troublesome this matter was. Although Jin Shuofeng said this, how could he risk his life to do something for Luo Haoyan if Qianyu had any trump cards in his hands? Or if the fact that he had killed Qianyu was exposed, he would most likely die. I hope Senior Jin can handle this matter well. The long-haired youth said with a smile. Of course. If we don't handle this well, both of us will die. There was a hint of warning in Jin Shuofeng's words. The long-haired young man was Luo Haoyan's man, and he had volunteered to help Jin Shuofeng deal with Qianyu. However, to Jin Shuofeng, he was sent by Luo Haoyan to keep an eye on him. Jin Shuofeng couldn't care less. If he wasn't 100% confident, he would rather not do it. Junior Chen, I'm glad that you're alright. The slender lady on the other side said. The fiendish fire lizard had a huge body and strong defense. It was unrealistic for the four of them to kill it together. They could only kill it when its blood was depleted and it was in a weakened state. Without Qianyu, it would be even more troublesome for the three of them to deal with it. Boom! Bang! The four of them continued to attack the fiendish fire lizard. The fiendish fire lizard was furious and it attacked crazily. However, Jin Shuofeng didn't fight it head-on, and it was easier for him to deal with it. Qianyu, the slender lady, and the long-haired young man were further away from the fiendish fire lizard. As long as the fiendish fire lizard didn't attack any of them with its full strength, they would have time to react and retreat. At a certain moment. Blood attraction skill. Jin Shuofeng waved his other hand and suddenly struck out with his palm. A red illusory palm shadow collided and exploded on the right side of the fiendish fire lizard. In an instant, blood flowed out of the wound on the right side of the fiendish fire lizard. The fiendish fire lizard had a strong defense and recovery ability. As long as the injury wasn't serious, it could recover quickly. However, Jin Shuofeng cast the blood attraction skill to restrain the fiendish fire lizard's recovery ability and forcefully drew out more blood. Roar! The fiendish fire lizard roared angrily. It wasn't low in spiritual intelligence and knew that it might not be a match for these humans. Rumble! The patterns on its scales emitted scarlet flames and turned into a stream of fire that gathered in the mouth of the fiendish fire lizard. At this moment, a violent flame aura was emitted within a radius of tens of feet. Oh no, this beast is going berserk. Jin Shuofeng shouted. Other than Jin Shuofeng, who was the strongest, the other three felt a strong sense of danger. When the fiendish fire lizard went berserk, it was preparing its strongest attack range, which was enough to kill ordinary and born experts nearby. Huh? Jinyu realized that Jin Shuofeng was approaching him again. This time, Jin Shuofeng was the main force in the hunt for the fiendish fire lizard. Therefore, the fiendish fire lizard hated him the most. Therefore, the fiendish fire lizard's main target was definitely Jin Shuofeng. Boom! The flames in the fiendish fire lizard's mouth were monstrous and spewed out violently. It turned into a dark red flame tornado that enveloped a large circular area and set off a blazing storm. Senior Jin, save me. Without saying a word, Jinyu executed his secret movement skill and approached Jin Shuofeng quickly. Didn't Jin Shuofeng want to get close to Jinyu so that Jinyu could take more attacks from the fiendish fire lizard? In that case, Jinyu might as well take the initiative to approach Jin Shuofeng. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place might also be the safest place. Roar! After executing his secret movement skill, Jinyu flew behind Jin Shuofeng like a black gust of wind. If Jin Shuofeng didn't save Jinyu could accuse Jin Shuofeng of murdering his teammate and not helping him in times of danger. If Jin Shuofeng took this opportunity to attack Jinyu, he would not hesitate to use the life-saving trump card given by his master to kill Jin Shuofeng. What? Jin Shuofeng was stunned. He didn't expect Jinyu to do this. As a team member, he had the obligation to protect his teammate. If he abandoned his teammate now, it would be equivalent to confessing his intentions. If Jinyu didn't die, things would be troublesome. Damn it. Jin Shuofeng's thoughts paused for a moment before he realized that there was no time for him to think too much. Boom, he slapped out a palm and a surging wave of blood surged out. At the same time, he waved the blood-colored spear in his hand and stabbed out a large number of blood-colored spear shadows. However, Jin Shuofeng's strength was obviously not comparable to the frenzied fiendish fire lizard. Boom, a wave of flames bombarded Jin Shuofeng's body and sent him flying a few feet away. Jinyu was still fine. He had been hiding behind Jin Shuofeng and his bronze statue true body was extremely resistant to flames. Although he was also sent flying, his injuries were not worth mentioning. Humph, the long-haired youth glanced at Jin Shuofeng. In his opinion, it was a great opportunity to kill Jinyu just now, but Jin Shuofeng actually didn't make a move. Wasn't he being too cautious? Junior Chen, are you alright? After Jin Shuofeng got up, he looked at Jinyu. He knew that Jinyu should have noticed something. Next, he would be more careful. If the opportunity wasn't good, he would rather not make a move. It's all thanks to Senior Jin. Jinyu smiled. On the other side, the fiendish fire lizard fell into a weakened state after launching its peak attack. Attack! This is its weakest moment. Jin Shuofeng immediately shouted. The four of them rushed out again and launched a fierce attack on the fiendish fire lizard. Gradually, the injuries on the fiendish fire lizard's body became more and more serious. Roar! The fiendish fire lizard's huge tail swept fiercely, setting off a flaming storm, temporarily forcing Jin Shuofeng's group to retreat. In the next moment, the fiendish fire lizard flew up and drilled into a huge pit not far away. This huge pit was the place where the fiendish fire lizard suddenly launched its attack. The pit was pitch black, and it seemed to extend to the ground. Chase, the fiendish fire lizard is already seriously injured. We can't let it escape just like that. The slim woman said. The rest also agreed. Only by killing the fiendish fire lizard would they get a generous reward. If they let the fiendish fire lizard escape just like that, it was equivalent to their trip being in vain. Come, enter the pet bag. Jinyu said to the Scarlet Flame King. Humph. The Scarlet Flame King coldly snorted, unwilling to enter. Jin Shuofeng is obviously hostile towards me. I don't know what will happen next. You don't want to go with me, are you hoping that Jin Shuofeng will kill me? Jinyu asked. It was an equal mutual contract. When both parties encountered danger, the other party had the responsibility to help. In the end, the Scarlet Flame King entered the storage bag. Then, the four of them entered the pit and chased after the fiendish fire lizard. After jumping in and walking a few steps, a wide underground passage appeared in front of them. The temperature inside was extremely high, emitting bursts of demonic intent. The passage twisted and twisted, extending into the distance. What a large underground passage. Maybe it is the nest of the fiendish fire lizard. The slim woman reminded. Hee, maybe there are many treasures inside. The long-haired young man laughed. The four of them quickly chased after it. After a while, they came to a huge underground cave and caught up with the fiendish fire lizard. Demon Bone Stone. The long-haired young man's eyes flickered. He saw that in a certain part of the cave wall, there were demon bone stones. According to his perception, most of the demon bone stones were of extremely high quality. As a demonic cultivator, these demon bone stones would be of great help to his cultivation. Blood God Spear. Jin Zhuofeng took the lead and launched a powerful combat skill. Boom! A huge blood-colored spear radiance, exuding the smell of blood, blasted out and stabbed at the head of the fiendish fire lizard. The long-haired young man blasted out a pitch-black blade slash, and the slim woman waved her long whip, waving layers of whip shadows, lashing at the wound of the fiendish fire lizard. Qinyu waved the giant sword and attacked the fiendish fire lizard. Boom! Bang! In the underground cave, the four of them and the fiendish fire lizard began to fight again. The sound of explosions continued, and the whole cave rumbled. The fiendish fire lizard was getting weaker and weaker, and it could not hold on for long. Kill! Jin Zhuofeng stabbed out fiercely with his spear, and several huge red spear shadows rushed out. The fiendish fire lizard tried its best to dodge, and these fierce spear shadows brushed its scales and bombarded the edge of the demon bone stone wall behind it. Crack! A small pit was blasted out of the wall, and a few demon bone stones fell, and a powerful demonic intent spread out from inside. There were many cracks near the pit, and suddenly a fat demon bone worm drilled out. Its bean-sized eyes were pitch black, exuding an eerie light. As the demon bone worm crawled out, a few other insects and snakes crawled out from within. Not good, there are a large number of demonic beasts near the demon bone stone. The long-haired young man's expression changed slightly. From his perception, these demonic beasts were almost at the late Khanate stage, and there were more than 20 of them. These demonic beasts that had been infected by the demonic intent were very strong, and with so many of them, and the fiendish fire lizard next to them, even the four of them were not a match. Let's retreat for now. Jin Zhuofeng shouted. He had just been injured by the fiendish fire lizard's attack, and after a big battle, his strength was not at its peak. Senior Jin, let's retreat first, the long-haired young man secretly transmitted his voice. Then, the two quickly left the cave. The long-haired young man's palm formed a claw, and a small ball of demonic black chi condensed in his hand, emitting a strange fluctuation. When Qinyu and the slim woman retreated, the wide passage suddenly exploded and collapsed. Boom! Several boulders slammed down, blocking the two's footsteps. Then, there was a continuous rumbling sound in front of them, and the passage in front of them was buried even more tightly. Not good, the passage collapsed. The slim woman's face was pale. On the other side. You're too risky. Jin Zhuofeng whispered. They won't find out. Even if they find out, do they have the life to come out? The long-haired young man smiled evilly. The secret skill he had just used was a trophy from his own mission. This secret skill could silently trigger the nearby demonic aura, causing it to riot or even explode. In battle, this secret skill did not have much effect. But in the depths of the ground where demonic intent gathered, once this secret skill was used, the effect would be very amazing. Let's go. The long-haired young man said, and the black ball in his claw jumped. Boom! The layer of soil above shook continuously, and with a boom sound, it collapsed. The passage was buried for 10 feet before the long-haired young man stopped. The mission is completed. If the Vice Dean asks us about the cause of Qinyu's death, we will say that we chased the demonic flame lizard underground and suddenly collapsed, and only the two of us escaped. Don't worry, even the Vice Dean won't be able to find any clues. The long-haired young man smiled, extremely confident in his means. In addition, the reason why they could get rid of Qinyu this time was because of him. He believed that Luo Haoyan would not mistreat him. It's a pity, Junior Yuan. Jin Zhuofeng said calmly. The slim woman was in love with Jin Zhuofeng, so she took the initiative to approach Jin Zhuofeng. But Jin Zhuofeng knew that this woman had no love for him. She just liked his strength and potential. Deep underground. Senior Jin, save us! The slim woman shouted with all her might. She hoped that Jin Zhuofeng on the other side could open the passage so that they could be saved. However, the only thing that could be heard from the front was the sound of the earth collapsing. Junior Chen, we're finished this time. The slim woman's face was filled with despair as she cried. But when she looked at Chen Yu, her eyes were slightly dazed. At this moment, Chen Yu, except for a dignified expression, was still very calm, without the slightest despair. The tall young man in front of her looked a little solemn, but he was very calm and there was no despair on his face. Hiss! In front of them, many demonic beasts that had been infected by the demonic intent made all kinds of sounds, accompanied by amazing demonic chi, like a storm wave. The slender woman, who had just calmed down a little, shivered all over, and her fear grew stronger. In the face of so many demonic beasts and the demonic fire lizard, there was no chance for them to survive. More than 20 demonic beasts that had been infected by the demonic intent crawled out of the small hole, looking extremely gloomy and terrifying. However, these more than 20 demonic beasts did not attack Chinyu and the slender woman, but attacked the demonic fire lizard first. Roar! The demonic fire lizard showed fear and roared angrily. If it was at its peak, these demonic beasts would not be a problem, but it had just fought with humans and was now very weak. Chi-chi! Those demonic beasts that had been infected by the demonic intent attacked the demonic fire lizard frantically and devoured its blood and flesh. It seems that these demonic beasts are more interested in blood than vitality. Jinyu speculated. Everyone had encountered these demonic beasts, and they only knew how to attack crazily. They did not have high intelligence and seemed to be a little crazy. At this moment, for them, the blood of the demonic fire lizard was more tempting than 2 humans. Jinyu patted his storage bag and released the Red Flame King. If there were not people next to him, the Red Flame King would have scolded him on the spot. Little bastard, what's going on? I'm not here for a while, and you're in such a miserable state. The Red Flame King said angrily. These demonic beasts have low intelligence, and now they are attacking the demonic fire lizard. If we can kill more of the demonic fire lizard before it dies, we will have a greater chance of survival. Jinyu said to the slender woman. Although the demonic fire lizard was an ancient beast, it was doomed to be no match for those demonic beasts. However, as soon as Jinyu finished speaking, he found that something was wrong. The vitality of the demon inferno lizard was getting lesser and lesser. More and more parts of its body were turning black and hard. Its red eyes had also turned completely black. Little guy, you're dreaming. This demon inferno lizard has already been infected by the demonic will. It's just that its resistance is slightly stronger. Now that its blood has been sucked dry and a large amount of demonic chi has entered its body, it will also transform into a monster like the demon bone worm. The Crimson Flame King's expression was solemn as he transmitted his voice to Chinyu. Sure enough, it was just as the Red Flame King had said. Not long after, when the appearance of the fiery lizard changed, the other demonic beast stopped attacking it. How could this be? The slender woman felt her hair stand on end, and her face turned pale. Seeing a demonic beast turn into such a state was simply too strange and terrifying. She was still wondering if she would also become like this, living like a walking corpse in the Devil Bone wasteland. His roar, more than 20 demon beasts all looked at Chinyu and the slender woman, and the fiery lizard also became their kind. Facing such a terrifying lineup, any cultivator below the origin realm would not be able to remain calm. Seems like this is the only way. Chinyu took out a purplish-black pearl from his storage bag. This was a life-saving trump card given to him by his master. Previously, Chinyu had planned to use it, but seeing the demonic beasts all attacking the fiery lizard, he gave up on this idea. Rumble! More than 20 demon beasts and the fiery lizard rushed over in a frenzy. They were like a gloomy and terrifying night, covering all the light. No, no! The slender woman screamed and almost lost her mind. She closed her eyes in fear. The appearance of these demonized insects and snakes was simply too disgusting and savage. Just looking at them was enough to make one feel an invisible pressure. For a woman, such a scene was simply a nightmare. Jinyu held the black-purple pearl in his hand and had not made a move yet. roar, when the pitch-black fiery lizard rushed in front of the two. Qinyu then threw the black-purple pearl in his hand. Boom, a powerful chi force, accompanied by demonic aura, with the pearl as the center, exploded and turned into a pitch-black storm, sweeping in all directions. Half of the fiery lizard's body was directly twisted into countless black bones and stones, flying everywhere. The other demonic beasts, such as the fiery bone worms and fiery bone snakes, were also within the attack range of this chi force. Boom! Boom! The entire cavern rumbled as many boulders fell down. As the power of the purple-black pearl dissipated, the surroundings became quiet again. Junior Chen, this is? Slim Girl looked at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. The nightmarish scene just now was instantly destroyed by the youth beside her. At the same time, she felt the chi force. This is a life-saving trump card given to me by my master. Qinyu answered truthfully. Hiss, there were some sounds coming from the messy pile of stones in front of him. The range of Qinyu's pearl was limited. It was impossible to kill all the demonic beasts. There were still many alive. Junior, do you still have this? Slim Girl asked. No more. Qinyu said calmly, holding the huge ruler sword, and striking out. Swoosh from the pile of stones, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. Looking closely, it was a long snake, black and glowing all over. It looked very hard, but the snake was extremely agile, bursting out with extremely fast speed. Qinyu waved the huge ruler sword, and chopped out. Ding, the two fiercely collided, making a metallic sound. Die. Activating the pure ferocious chi, and activating the real body of the bronze statue, Qinyu's huge ruler sword condensed a black sword of evil chi. Boom, the sword fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. The long black snake was also smashed into several pieces. On the other side, the slim woman also dealt with a demonic beast. In order not to attract Slim Girl's attention, the Red Flame King did not launch an attack, only dealing with a demonic beast. After a while, the remaining demonic beasts were killed by Qinyu and Slim Girl. Qinyu walked to the corpse of the demonic fire lizard, took out the dark snake sword, and stabbed it, taking out a black demonic nucleus from the corpse. Next, the two began to pick up the other demonic nuclei and divided them according to the number of kills. The slim woman only killed 2, so she only got 2 demonic nuclei. Let's get out of here. The crisis was over, Slim Girl said. Qinyu did not respond, but walked to the area of Demon Bone ore. The ore is too difficult to mine, and the Demon Bone ore is extremely hard. Let's find a way to get out of here first. The slim woman thought that Qinyu was greedy for the Demon Bone ore, so she immediately said. Now they did not know how deep they were buried. If they encountered other underground demonic beasts while mining the Demon Bone ore, they would be finished. Little guy, there seems to be something underground. The Red Flame King also went over and transmitted his voice. Well, I felt it too. Qinyu's heart was sensitive to all kinds of energy, and he had long sensed that there was a huge energy deep underground. And when the purple-black bead was detonated, Qinyu clearly sensed a strong fluctuation coming from deep underground. Sword-shattering nebula. The huge ruler sword in Qinyu's hand condensed a huge amount of pure evil chi and formed a sword of evil chi. Boom, the huge ruler sword fiercely stabbed into the place where the underground demonic beast crawled out, and a powerful force burst out. The cracks on the entire demon bone or stone wall widened, and many demon bone ores fell down. Boom. Bang, bang. Qinyu attacked twice again, and finally blasted out a big hole. At a glance, there was an even larger underground space on the other side of the hole. Swoosh, Qinyu and the Red Flame King went through the hole. The slender woman revealed a strange expression. After looking around for a moment, she also went over. Oh my god, so many demon bone ores. The slim woman's mouth was wide open, and she was stunned. The other side of the hole was simply a demon bone or vein. The value of a demon bone or vein was immeasurable. Even many big families controlled at most 1 or 2 large demon bone or veins. Only the 10 ancient clans or the 4 great families had more large demon bone or veins. Swoosh. Suddenly, somewhere in the demon bone or vein, 3 or 4 black beetles jumped out. Qinyu and the slim woman attacked at the same time and killed them. The two people and one beast slowly walked deeper. We can't swallow this demon bone or vein. If we tell the news to some big family, they will definitely reward us, and even let us join their family. The slim girl thought to herself, smiling. This news would definitely be told to the Duan family or the Situ family of the Sky River Prefecture. Someone's here. Chenyu exclaimed. Swoosh, a figure suddenly jumped out from the corner of the rock in front of them. The figure was wearing tattered black clothes, holding an ancient black sword, which carried an amazing demon will, and stabbed at Chenyu. This is the uniform of the Demon-Free Academy. The slim woman recognized the clothes of the person in front of her and was slightly surprised. Chenyu felt that the person in front of him was a little familiar, so he took a closer look and blurted out, Zhang Nan. When Chenyu first came to the Demon Bone Wasteland, he was framed by Zhang Nan's team. After returning to the Demon-Free Academy, Zhang Nan suddenly fell into the Demon Dao, and his personality changed drastically. After the competition, Chenyu didn't care about this person anymore. He didn't expect to meet Zhang Nan here after so long. Chenyu. Zhang Nan stared at Chenyu with his black eyes full of killing intent. Clang, their weapons collided, and the demon chi surged. Late-stage Khanate Cultivator. Chenyu's face turned cold. Zhang Nan had already grown to the late-stage Khanate Cultivator, and his cultivation speed was comparable to the top geniuses of the big families like Sitolinyu and Duanhao. Go to hell. Zhang Nan roared, and the bone sword in his hand emitted a terrifying demon chi, which made Chenyu's heart tremble. What a terrifying demon chi. Did Zhang Nan get an opportunity to break through the Khanate Cultivator and fall into the Demon Dao? Chenyu thought. In addition, this place was filled with demon chi and there was also a demon bone stone vein. If Zhang Nan had stayed here, it would explain how his cultivation had progressed so quickly. Junior brother, let me help you. The slim girl waved the blood whip in her hand and hit Zhang Nan's body. However, Zhang Nan's body was as hard as iron, and only a whip mark was left on his body. Even if you break through to the late-stage Khanate Cultivator, you're still no match for me. Chenyu activated the bronze statue true body with all his strength, and the surface of his body emitted a bronze statue Buddha light, which shone on Zhang Nan's body. Zhang Nan's body trembled, as if he was afraid of the aura emitted from Chenyu's body. Slash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenyu launched an attack. Bang, Zhang Nan's body took a few steps back, and a huge sword mark was left on his body. Wind and Cloud Sword. He slashed out with his sword, as if a giant sword had fallen from the sky. Before the sword arrived, an illusory sword of evil chi pierced into Zhang Nan's mind, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. Bang, the sword fell, and Zhang Nan's body was blown back a few meters, leaving another huge sword mark on his body. Whoosh, Zhang Nan glanced at Chenyu with a complicated look in his eyes, and then turned to escape. Chenyu and the slim woman immediately chased after him. After a few turns, Zhang Nan seemed to have escaped to a dead end. This is? In front of Chenyu, there was a black barrier, on which black demon patterns were rolling, emitting endless demon chi. End of chapter 309. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.